Have you ever wondered how Apple is able to produce millions of iPhone with new features every year? And how is Amazon able to manage one-day deliveries? Well, the answer is supply chain management. It is an extremely critical business function in the manufacturing industry, and it is rewarding too. Even beginners working in this domain can make about 15 to 20 lakh rupees in India, and in US you can expect a salary between 100,000 to 150,000 US dollars. Considering this high monetary value, a flock of MBA grads are naturally driven towards the specialization of supply chain management. Does that mean you can only enter the supply chain domain by having a management degree behind your back? Well, the answer is no. The supply chain domain in itself filled with a lot of things such as inventory management, supply chain analytics, procurement technologies, etc. So if you have an intrinsic interest and strong know-how about good supply chain management, you can definitely land a job in this field. And today we are here to help you with that. Welcome to Intellipaat Supply Chain Management course. This course has been designed by keeping current industry expectations in mind by top industry experts working in the companies like Amazon, Accenture and AB and Bev, alongside experienced IIT faculties. So ensure staying tuned till the end of this video.
Okay, so let's move ahead. Okay, what is supply chain in terms of definition? So all parties involved in completing a customer request, whether directly or indirectly, make up the supply chain. So what is the driving force here? Customer's request. So whenever someone is asking you to basically complete a request or requirement, in terms of this requirement can be anything. It can be a hardware or an item. It can be a software or a tool also. So both things are there. Not only the material, whenever we say supply chain, doesn't mean that it is always material related. It can be a software or a tool or application or anything like that also. Okay, the manufacturers, suppliers, transporter, warehouse, retailers, and even the customers themselves are part of supply chain. Within each organization, such as manufacturer, the supply chain includes all functions involved in receiving and filling a customer request. Interested to know how the customer is part of supply chain? Customer is a part of supply chain. He's our end guy whom we need to deliver it. So he will be a part of always of supply chain. In the coming slides, you will see how he will be part of the supply chain. He's the end person basically whom we need to deliver our material. So how he's important, what is his relevance? I will tell you everything, because he drives the requirement, basically the schedule when he wants the material, the quantity he derives, he will tell us this much he needs. So schedule, quantity, and he will give you money. So in payment, invoicing, all those are related to customer. So basically that is the driving force. Okay, so that is it. These functions include, but are not limited to, new product development, marketing operations, distribution, finance, and customer service. So when we say supply chain, it is not only delivering the material from one place to another or getting the item manufactured from one item place to another. It has also, it has to be linked with the product development. It has to be linked with some marketing, distribution, finance team, and customer service. So when I am working for supply chain, I need to be interactive in this these all different fields. So it all depends on few companies. These guys work under supply chain, but for bigger companies they have a dedicated portfolio. So finance team will be having a dedicated portfolio, but someone from supply chain will always be in touch with the finance guy in terms of releasing those payments, in terms of invoicing, all that stuff. So it all depends whether in your current scenario, I've worked in a company initially Macau BK, wherein the finances will also looked by us. So we were the guy in supply chain who were going door to door to client and asking for the payment. Sir, give us money. This was the invoice, all that stuff. But other company doesn't do that. So it all depends on the company. But you need to know this also. Okay, so it is a general flow chart. So this is a timber company, paper manufacturer, Pactive Corporation, then there is a P&G other manufacturer, Walmart store, customer, some chemical manufacturer, plastic producer. What do you understand by this is basically there is a company in the bottom line where is a manufacturer. So it is basically getting the items from different type of companies and manufacturers. So somebody is giving from chemicals. So you know P&G, what is the full form of P&G? Procter and Gamble. So it is nothing, just for layman. This is a firm who is basically getting some chemicals, some papers, some items, all that stuff, and basically they are the final. They have a firm PNG wherein they'll assemble everything. It is, yeah, exactly, and then they'll deliver it to Walmart. So we have a DMart. It is a US retail chain company. So in India, it is known. DMart is like this. So then at Walmart store, all these items come from different companies, and then the customer, for them, the customer is us. So we are the customers. So we will go in the Walmart store, we'll take these items, all that stuff. So this is a complete supply chain in wherein items come from manufacturers to wholesalers to retailers, retailers to customer. This is the flow. What is supply chain management? So supply chain management is defined as the systematic strategic coordination of traditional business functions and the tactics around those functions, which within a particular company and across business within the supply chain, for the purpose of improving the long-term performance of the individual companies and the supply chain as whole. So when we say supply chain, it is just not basically delivering the material, but to form a process, to form a strategy so that our business goals are aligned. Suppose our company's target is to deliver this much product, this much price, this much this, whatever those KPIs are. So supply chain will help to achieve those. We'll form some strategies that this month we need to deliver this, how this will deliver, we'll use this application. So those type of strategies will be formed in this particular session. In coming modules, you'll know the strategies also, how the supply chain companies take those strategies, formulate those, and take decisions in supply chain. So that the end goal is to improve the long-term performance. Performances is basically two type of performances we have. First is the performance in terms of the manpower, the people who are doing it. Suppose I am basically packing by my hand a material or a packet. It is taking me 8 hours. So what technology, what things or what improvement we can do in supply chain so that I can pack this within 4 hours. This is basically the end goal. If I'm delivering a material from one location from Brazil to India, it is taking me 45 days. Within the same ship can be delivered by 30 days. So those type of things are long-term goals, which basically saves a lot of company money. And when you say supply chain for a firm like us or a oil and gas or EPC company, so 40 to 50% revenue comes from supply chain, or more than that also. So it all depends what kind of. So we are the main guys who will be handling those consequences of finance. So if we do a small change in our process, in our working in supply chain, we could save a lot of money. Okay. What are the benefits of supply chain management? So supply chain management is important because it helps in achieving business objectives, as I told you. So controlling manufacturing processes can improve product quality, reducing the risk of recalls, lawsuits, while helping to build a strong consumer brand. Control over shipping procedures can improve customer service by avoiding costly shortages or periods of inventory oversupply. So these are just two examples, but there are multiple examples by which we can give a better quality of product to the customer. We can deliver those products on time. There will be no shortages, no complaints from the customer point of view. The customer can be a big organization. The customer can be us also. We are also customers of supply chain. So if I am getting a basically an item or a product in a Walmart or DMart, which is within the same price I'm getting it, but once finishing packaging and the material quality is good, I will always take that. So the improvement of that manufacturing, packaging, delivering the material quality is also part of supply chain. So once you get into supply chain, these type of business objectives will be there, wherein every day we'll be improving our processes, our manufacturing, our flow, our logistics, our warehouse handling, and by that we will be basically delivering on time. We'll be delivering better product and saving a lot of money in supply chain. So overall, supply chain management provides multiple opportunities for company to improve their profit margins. So yes, definitely, as I was telling you, so by doing these all juggleries, these all steps, these all things in supply chain, we will increase our profit margins. Okay, just in simple words, I will say for people who might not know what is profit margin, suppose I am a guy who is selling an item, basically a pen, suppose a pen in the market, 100 rupees. Dhanda. No, you're going into the Shark Tank language. So basically, if I am selling an item of 100 rupees, then there will be some expenses also. Yes. So there will be some expenses. when those expenses are cut down, then our profit comes. So suppose the pen and the market price of the pen is 100 rupees. I have put 10 rupees in manufacturing, 20 rupees in advertisement, then logistics, blah, blah, blah. And my final cost is around 90 rupees. So 10 rupees will be my profit. So that is the profit margin, and that we have to increase. Basically, if it is 10 rupees today, by doing some more steps, if I increase it to 15, that is the what we want to say is improving the profit margins. Okay, what are the stages of supply chain management? A typical supply chain involves this whole process. So people are asking why customer. So it basically starts from raw material, then to supplier, then to a factory, then to a distribution or DC, we call it as, or a warehouse, then to a retail or a showroom or a shop, and directly to the customer. This pattern can be changed for different type of products. Sometimes the material directly reaches to the customer. Sometimes it doesn't go to a retail shop. It directly from distribution centers goes. Swiggy, Zomato, there are a lot of things also part of supply chain wherein they do a different type of functionality. So they don't have a retail shop. There is a warehouse or distribution center, and they directly deliver it to you. But in general, these are the six. So it will always involve customer, mostly retailers, who will be giving you the product, who are the final storage authority, or basically the showrooms or the warehouse. The brands basically put a lot of retail things. Then we have wholesaler and distributors, and then we have manufacturers and the raw material suppliers. So majorly these are the 4 or 5 major components of supply chain. And there are some other stages as well as planners, returns, inventory, which we will discuss one by one as we go further in the course. So definitely it is not this much, but as you go, it is a very broad spectrum of supply chain. We can see everything. Maybe I missed that picture in there somewhere. So you see here, in this picture you see, there is a warehouse, there is shipping, there is a control team who controls it, there is a tanker, truck, logistics, all these. This is also a part of supply chain. So this is just logistics. So every procurement will have the same diagram. So you can understand there are a lot of people involved, a lot of teams involved. In manufacturing also there will be involved. From supplier to manufacturer, distributor, retailer, customer, this was the flow. As I was telling you, it can be bypassed, but you can see they all interact. So supplier interacts with multiple manufacturers, manufacturer interacts with multiple DCs, and DCs interact with multiple retailers, and retailers interact with multiple customers also. And also you can see the supplier is directly interacting with distributor. So supplier can directly go to a retailer. So supplier can also go to not a client. It is not going directly. It has to be somewhere manufacturing. They have to be done. Some few items manufacturing is not there. So this is the whole flow you can see, wherein the customer can directly get a material from a distribution center or from a manufacturer directly, and the supplier can give it to the distributor and the retailer, and in between they can do interaction in everywhere. Okay, these are very simple slides in the initially, but later on in the coming 4 or 5 slides the complexity of this training material will increase. So supplier to customer, when we say supplier, it is basically a guy who has to manufacture also, sometimes who has to basically get it from a raw material. And supplier to customer can be done, but it is very rare, because they need to follow a process wherein they need to store this material also. So if you don't store it, you are a supplier, you are a factory wherein you are manufacturing 2000 items, and the customer directly comes to your factory and say, give me 1500 items, but you will not be able to control his flow every month. Then that's why these distributors and retailers come in picture, wherein you don't basically stop your manufacturing or change your manufacturing based on the customer demands. You basically manufacture as per your standard. Whatever is to be managed has to be managed from the distributor and retailer. That is the major crux. For small items that can be, but in general, supplier doesn't, or basically the factory or the manufacturer doesn't interact directly with the customer, because then they will be having issues in terms of handling the manpower, handling those all flows. Sometimes the load can come, so their factory size is limited, but client will say, I want 3000. They can't manufacture it now. So that's why these distributor and retailers come in the picture. Let's move ahead. So what are the processes in supply chain? So there are two processes majorly. One is called as cycle view, one is called as push pull view. So everybody knows what is push and what is pull, and there is a cycle view. And what is the difference? We'll get to know in the next slide. So what is a cycle view? The processes in a supply chain are divided into series of cycles, each performed the interface between two successive stages. So there will be a stage. Suppose the procurement stage is there. So logistics cannot happen once the procurement is not done. That is how we are. There are different stages of supply chain. Then we have push pull view. The processes in supply chain are divided into two categories depending on whether they are executed in response to a customer order or in anticipation of customer orders. So pull process is initiated by a customer order, whereas push process are initiated and performed in anticipation of customer orders. So sometimes customer will say that I want 300 units of mobile phones. So that is basically a pull process wherein he is already demanding you, he's giving you a customer is ordering you, there is a customer order generated that. And other thing, you know that the customer will order every month 300 or the order is not there, but still let me tell him that I manufacture 200 items every month. So I am ready, I am anticipating order from you. That is called as a push, but the demand is not given yet by the customer. Okay. So this is the small pictorial view. So you can see there is a procurement cycle, a manufacturing cycle, a replenishment, and customer order cycle. Everybody understands replenishment. It is nothing. It is just to fulfilling the items again, refilling. So it is replenishment is fulfilling the items again. So supplier to customer, these are the cycles. So once the procurement of the material or the raw material will be done, then those raw materials or items will be shaped it into a manufacturing cycle and made it into a product wherein they'll do everything in terms of basically the item manufacturing, and the packaging stuff also is done. Then it will go to a distributor where he'll store those materials, and those distributor will then give it to individual small showrooms or retail shops, and customer can take those materials, and then retail shop will give them the demands every bi-weekly, weekly, or monthly, or whatever the item consumption is, to the distributors to send the materials. That is how we control it. So this is called the cycle view. And the puller process, pull and push process, you can see in this, wherein a customer order cycle has come. So it is a pull process, but wherever we are pushing our procurement, manufacturing, replenishment cycles to the customer, we are saying that we are manufacturing, we are stocking for you, please give us orders. That is called as a push process. Okay, Lalit. So what we want to tell in this particular slide is that there are two different cycles in supply chain. One is your own process, which is called a cycle chain. Whenever you are completing a cycle, so a supplier or basically a raw material will basically procure the materials. So somebody will from procurement team will procure the raw materials. That is called as a procurement cycle. So once procurement done, then only you can do the manufacturing. Then you can go send it to the retailer. Then you can replenish material, and then the customer will receive. So there is a customer order cycle, replenishment cycle, manufacturing cycle, and procurement cycle. These are the four major cycles. Replenishment is basically nothing in terms of, it is basically when the customer has demanded 300 items. You have, just let's take a live example. Let's take a brand like Puma. So Puma has three showrooms in Bangalore, suppose, and every showroom has basically a stock of 1500 items. So 1500 distributors given to the retailer. Now all these showrooms, every weekend, weekdays, whole month, people will come in. So out of those 1500, one retail shop will say, I have 400 items are basically sold in this week. Other will say 500, other will say 600. But they will fulfill back again to 1500. So fulfilling process of those items, those jeans, those t-shirts back again to the customer or the retailer is called as a replenishment cycle. And this can be for any item. You forecast based on your customers orders every month. You forecast that the past 3 months 300 units are basically consumed. So my forecast says the fourth month this will be again 300. Or you know that item is basically seasonal item, suppose item which is going on a Diwali Holi type of thing. You know that your consumption will be more, so you forecast more. So it is part of forecasting, is part of customer order and replenishment processes. All supply chain processes are basically into two process views. Throughout this book we have classified into three macro processes, but they've identified as three, but there will be more. You might know more also. A few guys who are experienced in 15-20 years, they know that there are more basically macro processes on this supply chain. So first is called as customer relationship management, CRM. In general, CRM is known as customer relationship management. All the processes which are interface between the firm and customer is known as, comes under CRM process. So what can be a CRM process, guys? Invoicing can be a CRM process. Order PO generation can be a CRM process, wherein the customer will give you an order. wherein you are interacting directly with the customers, those processes in supply chain will be CRM processes. Understand? Then we have internal supply chain. Internal supply chain can be basically monitoring the progress, can be from logistics from one warehouse to another warehouse. So those all stuff come under internal supply chain management. And what is supplier relationship management? Majorly on the procurement side, wherein the purchase or the buyers basically interact with the suppliers whom they have placed the orders for the raw material or the manufactured items. So then we have a SRM. So SRM, CRM, IACM goes hand in hand. These are the major parts of supply chain, but not only the parts, but these are the major three microprocesses. How does it look like? So here, if you see in terms of the functionality, so SRM is supplier relationship management. So where we do sourcing, by sourcing, we mean that we need to know where our item should come from. That is called as a sourcing. So if my item is a dairy product, I should know where my basically guy or a village guy will give me those milk from. That is my source. If I am into suppose a casting or a raw material or a steel type of item, I should know that my steel should come from Jindal sale within the India, outside from Belgium, Italy, whatever those, that is called as sourcing. Then these guys in supplier relationship management negotiate with the vendors. They do this negotiation to basically increase the profit margins. So better negotiation, better profits for your company. But every time it is not only money. Negotiation is in terms of not only money, but all the processes on the documentation, on overall contract. That kind of negotiation also we do. We do a negotiation in terms of quality also. So definitely yes. So those all type of negotiations these SRM guys will do, and majorly the buyers and the procurement guys will do, and then they will buy. So when we say buy, they will place a purchase order to these suppliers, and then suppliers will deliver the material. Then we'll have design collaboration in this. When you say design collaboration, that means whenever whatever is your product or your suppliers are giving, you'll basically share those ideas to improve the quality of the item or the design of the item, which will be a long lasting thing. Then we have supply cooperation. So we know these are the suppliers. We do collaborate with them. These are the best ones who will deliver on time. These are the ones which are available closest to the clients. So those type of supplier collaborations we'll do for each and every item and the product. This is all coming under SRM profile. Then internally within the firm, and we have internal supply chain. So we do planning, that is strategic planning, demand planning, and supply planning. So strategic planning is to make the strategies, how whole supply chain will move. I will procure the material from Bhatinda. I will put the warehouse in Madhya Pradesh. I will deliver the material to Nasik. That is the strategic planning. Okay, where I should put my warehouse, where I should put my factory, what should be the best source to deliver this material to customer which is in Raurkela. Those all things we do. That is called as a strategic planning. Demand planning, as few guys told, we need to see how much is the demand coming from the clients, how we can forecast it, how the planning has to be moved so that my manufacturer or the suppliers know what items we are going to we are going to deliver in the next coming 4, 5, 10 months, whatever it is. And then the supply. So when the demand has come, you have to fulfill those supplies. So supply planning also do. So sometimes the demand is 100 items, but you say I from my manufacturing point of view, supply point of view, I'll manufacture 1200 on a safer side. 200 I'll always be on extra. I'll put it in warehouse. Whenever there is an emergency situation, client is asking, I can deliver those 200. Those type of planning we do in supply chain. Then fulfillment, basically what I told is to fulfill those items or replenish those items. And then the last one is called as field service. Field service is nothing. Basically, when the items you are delivering, any issues related to that item, there will be some guys who will be responsible to handle that. They might send some people, they might resolve it on phone. So there will be always some people who will be installation people, some post installation guys for servicing and all those guys. The part is internal supply chain management for that. Then we have the CRM. So CRM is customer relationship management, as I told you. So CRM will always have a market, people who will do marketing, who will control and check the prices coming from the clients. He will say 100 rupees, you will say 120 rupees. My manufacturing is this, that, blah, blah. So those pricing thing. Then selling things, I will sell this much to you, all that stuff. Majorly they do this call center or interaction with the client also. So every client can go into your website, interact with you, tell you, hey, this is my budget, this is my money, can you deliver this on time? So that kind of stuff, or call centering, is basically a part of CRM. And then the internal order management. So when the client gives you an order, then you convey that order to your internal team. Hey, we have received so much quantity order from this client, and this is our order which needs to be executed. And you monitor that flow with respect to the client. Will always be talking to the CRM guys. Hey, I have given you this order. How much you are going to deliver this month? What will be the next step? All those stuff. Do we need an amendment in this order? That kind of stuff is handled by CRM. So these are the macro processes. Slide is on bullwhip effect. I don't know how much of you guys know what is bullwhip effect, but just to give you a brief, this picture, you can see a guy holding some type of a hunter. So it is coming from the word bull. So if you see those Spanish and Mexico people, they will, a bull will come and they will have a hunter, which, or some red flag, something which they'll tease, and they'll hit that bull with the hunter. So the word, I guess, is coming from that. What is whip is basically making a movement. So why this is called as bull whip? So supply chain coordination improves if all stages of the chain take actions that are aligned and increase total supply chain surplus. Supply chain coordination requires each stage of the supply chain to share information and take into account the impact its action on the other stages. A lack of coordination occurs either because of different stages of supply chain have local objectives that conflict, or because information moving between the stages is delayed. So what is bullwhip? If you don't coordinate properly within supply chain, different stages, or there is a conflict, or you don't share the information to the next party. So if a manufacturer or a basically raw material guy doesn't share the correct information about their raw materials availability to the manufacturer or the factory, then it will not be conveyed further to the warehouse. It will not convey further to the retail shop. It will not convey to the client. So it will create a big problem. So small issue, small lack of coordination can create a big whip. So if you see the diagram, by reaching the end client, because the lack of information is there, the message was not communicated properly, the end client will have a cascading effect. So end client will have a bigger impact. He will say that I don't know what is happening in your supply chain, and I don't know what is your items which are extra or shortage. So this is a big chaos what you have done. So what we suggest in supply chain, every team needs to be very interactive, share all the information every day, share whatever is the issue in supply chain, so that the end customer or the end client doesn't face any issue. That is what we want to see. The bullwhip effect is the effect which is coming from this type of small issues, or local, like the word is used as local objectives. So if a manufacturing firm will have their local objective of manufacturing this much quantity, irrespective of what my client says, I have my target, I'll manufacture it. That will not help. If their target is 3 months, 4 months, they'll do that. After that, their materials will be extra. So you have to consider the requirement coming from client, requirement coming from retails, the wholesale, and everything. Then only whole supply chain will be smoother and smarter. That is the thing. This is called as bullwhip. So we should avoid this. We should share information. We should be interactive. We should not have some local objectives. So you can see some pictures of bullwhip effect. These are customer demands and time when consumer sales are at retailer. So when it comes to from retailer to wholesaler to manufacturer to supplier, finally you see a lot of changes have been done in the fluctuations of orders are there because the information was not shared properly. So it spikes up the order quantity customer wants at retail is something else, but at the manufacturer stage it is something else because the information was not conveyed properly. Customer was telling me I want 200 quantities. The manufacturer couldn't understand because the retail guys didn't share the information, the wholesale guy didn't share the information. They told that inventory is lying, and then the manufacturer didn't manufacture, and the next month he has to manufacture more. That is called as a bullwhip. We should avoid this. This is a supply chain issue, and teams working in supply chain should always remember this bullwhip effect, and it can create a big problem. Module 3 is on sustainable supply chain transformation. Why supply chain needs to be transformed in a sustainable format? What is sustainable supply chain? We'll understand. So what is sustainable supply chain? Sustainable supply chain is a strategic business decision that includes sustainable sourcing, production, packaging, and optimized responsible delivering of produced goods. So when you say sustainable sourcing or production or manufacturing, that means something which is helpful or which is not harmful for environment, can go for longer run. So when we say sustainable, just imagine the word plastic versus paper or something like that. So which is economical also, helpful for you also, on a longer run can go. Those terms and things relate to sustainable things. Okay. So each supply chain, however, is only a small part of the world in which it resides. Ultimately, the health and survival of each supply chain and every individual depend on the health of the surrounding world. So if to achieve your business you are not sustainable, suppose, let me take you example, if I am delivering one item from Bhopal to Delhi, and I have another competitor who is also doing this. I am taking a EV vehicle or something like that to deliver it, and he is taking some other methods. We both are delivering. He is pushing for a faster delivery, but by pushing a faster delivery, getting this item delivered early, he might be releasing so many harmful gases and doing more pollution. So in that way, he is not sustainable. Just a simple example I've given you. So you think in that mindset that what is sustainable, it is just not that we need to do everything fast or we need to push everything and harm our environment. If our environment is harmed, if our health is not good because of the consequences we are creating, more harmful gases we are generating, then it might be affecting our whole supply chain. So in this, it is thus important to expand the goal of supply chain beyond the interest of the participants, which the supply chain surplus represent, to other that may be affected by supply chain decisions. So we need to think beyond that. We need to think not only for us that we need to deliver items early, we need to think about the society, about the people, where we are working, where we should set the factory, we should not cut trees and all that stuff. So that is the goal wherein we say that sustainable supply chain is only successful when we are thinking about ourselves as well as the people who are affected by our supply chain decisions. Okay, very simple slide. So what are the three pillars of a sustainable development? So the three pillars are basically environmental, economic, and social. So the three pillars, when in future anybody will ask, and why this is important, when you will join a firm wherein there will be a purchase head or maybe supply chain head and all that stuff, these guys roles are not only to execute your day-to-day basis job but to see all these things and parameters. So then you should also understand, as a layman, you should understand why these guys are doing this, why these managers are in not basically talking only about jobs, why they're thinking about sustainable development, all this stuff. So these guys might need to present some KPIs, some dashboards, some presentations on being their supply chain sustainable. So if just giving example, I am a supply chain guy. I know one material can be procured from China, but I am, and that material is cheap also. But intentionally, I'm not taking from China because I have a personal grudge with China. So I'm not taking. I'm taking from South Korea. Fine, fair enough. I'm bringing from South Korea to India. No issues. I am procuring from South Korea. Might not be cheap, or also it might be costlier also. But because of my personal grudges, I am taking from South Korea. But bringing the material from South Korea to India would have generate more pollution if you are traveling by plane, also by container, also by ocean freight also, it would generate more. So that is not the thing. We need to be very decisive and form a strategy in our supply chain that should consider environment, economy, and social. All those three parameters. Okay. Usually people don't do this. We'll see in the next slide why did they don't do, but let's see. So when you talk about environmental things like climate, water, natural resources, biodiversity, these things come into picture, and you should not affect them, or if you are affecting them, then it should be as per the standards which should be follows, or the norm should be follows. Or if you are not able to follow, at least do something for them to at least counter basically attack this. So if you are if you are a manufacturing firm, so there will be definitely a lot of pollution you will be creating, or if you are setting up a factory, there will be pollution, so you are affecting climate. So how it should be controlled? So there are government bodies who checks every factory, every thermal power plants, their pollution levels are controlled. There are machines and automatic readings and all that stuff which are coming from these factories, so they monitor it. If you go beyond that, then it is a problem. They might shut down you also. So there are a lot of audits. Yes, Vivek. So there are teams which will be auditing you in terms of these parameters. So if you are not sustainable, if you are not thinking about environment, your supply chain cannot work. So government is also working within your organization. You should also work and think about these parameters, what you are doing more, and can help. Like few decisions in companies which have been taken by doing those sustainable supply chains, they have been awarded so many further orders. So not only right now people are thinking about delivery and all those stuff, people are thinking about climate and environmental stuff also. Okay, so the second parameter is economic, which is we are creating some jobs, we are creating some assets, we are doing some investment and wealth creation. So by doing a sustainable development, when we say, we have to consider economy also. So we should be generating a supply chain which should create some assets, which should generate more jobs, investment opportunity for that particular region, area, country, and also it should create a wealth. Any type of supply chain which is not creating a wealth, which is a liability to that particular area, country, or location, will have a problem. They are taking the space, they're not delivering anything, no jobs are created by their supply chain, so it is not the way of a sustainable development. Okay. And the third parameter is social, some charity work, health and safety of your laborers. So all that stuff, skilled workforces, and supporting some communities and all that stuff which has to be done. So all those things also needs to be considered. Okay. Okay. So this is all about on sustainable supply chain. Okay. Let's move ahead. So what are the limitations of global supply chain or sustainability management? Most sustainability management programs do not focus on managing all three of pillars of sustainability. That is absolutely correct. So they don't focus. Emphasis is usually on one of the pillars of the expenses or the two. So that is also correct. And this includes not only these organizations which we have shown, this includes also the corporates or the companies which you guys are working in. It is just an example. Whatever will see in those coming slides is just an example. So typical NGO will think about environment. They'll not think about economic or social things. So maybe UN nations, WTO, everybody is thinking, aligning into their own thing. If you think about FMCG companies, if you think about oil and gas, power sector, pharma industry, so everybody will be having individual. They might be giving the priority, but that should not be the case. Everybody in such organization who have a supply chain should always think and consider all those three parameters. So economic, creating jobs, environmental, and health and safety of the people, and helping the local society and people around you. Social also. Okay, let's move ahead. So what are the benefits of leveraging sustainability programs? So this is an important slide. So why we do this? So this creates an investment opportunity. So many organizations enhance their access to investment capitals only because they have sustainability programs. If your organization, as I told you, if your organization has a plan, you need to basically form a strategy, and you need to tell that we have a plan. In the later slides we can see how a plan looks like. So such type of sustainable plan, if you have, you're thinking about your own people, your business, your people around you, and the environment, then definitely you will get more opportunities of investment. So anybody who is an investor who has money will definitely invest in such type of sustainable programs and supply chain. Okay. Then leverage of innovation to accomplish excellence in all three pillars of sustainability. As a formidable task, many organizations are Levi Strauss and IKEA are leveraging innovative process to realize excellence in economic and environmental and social sustainability. So what I've done is I've taken below in the next coming slides, I've taken example of Levi Strauss just to show you how they are doing an innovation or how they're leveraging this sustainable program, and why they are into all this, and they are given an advantage. Though Levi's jeans are costly, people like it, but they have a sustainable program also wherein they might be using the old jeans again back and asking for people to again use those jeans and create new business, new job, or new clothes. So that is kind of a sustainability is there. Then it gives you a competitive advantage. The demand of the sustainable products and services are higher, as you know. If any item is reusable, any item is eco-friendly, any item is organic, these words you might have listened in the recent 1 2 3 4 years, then definitely you will be ordering that, you'll be choosing that. So that gives a competitive advantage from others. if you have these type of things wherein you're trying to order one item, you are putting in the cart, and in the cart if you see that they are saying it is having 0.00 point something effect on environment, or some this gas is only this gas is eco-friendly, one sign of eco-friendly will be there, some green thing will be there, definitely you'll think, oh, it is nice, it is good, it is good for my health, it is creating less problems, so you that gives that item a competitive advantage. So this is required too much in right nowadays in supply chains, especially in FMCG and pharma industries, because they need to be produce such in products so they are sustainable and gives them a competitive advantage. Okay, and it brings leveraging of sustainable programs, as it brings engagement of workforce definitely. So that is what I am saying is if you see some CO2 savings or some harmful or greenhouse gases less generated and all that stuff, it gives you more pleasure or gives you more confidence that this is better for the business or better for the people or better for our world. In my company, what they do is they say that we are globally 6,000 people. So we travel from each country to each country, and every time they'll release a letter stating that we have traveled these, all our people have traveled these many miles. We have generated this many harmful gases. So reduce your travel. If you can do it online, go for that. That kind of approach these companies take. Okay. So engagement of workforce. So leveraging social sustainability in the workplace is in the form of flexible schedules, safe and ergonomic workplaces, meaning work and effective rewards and recognition programs often results in highly engaged, inspired employees. Approximately 85% of the workforce in US is not engaged in their work. One can imagine the economic impact of this phenomena. So what we are trying to say is that when you are engaging some people in a company, so it is not just only for the work. We are giving them a safe environment, we are giving them a flexible schedule. Ergonomics is basically the economics of office, wherein how you sit it, how the chair should be, how your orientation, how your laptop should be placed. All those things are called ergonomics, wherein if you are walking, there should be some light, you should not fall, there are strips to show. So that kind of approach, that kind of environment, this engage more engagement in the workforce. So people are like good there. They'll say there are two offices. If I am going an office which entering the office whose gate height is 5 feet, I am 6'2". So I'll every time I have to bend. If I'm going in an office which has a 7 feet of a door, it gives me more confidence that these people are thinking about other people. That kind of small things will engage more workforce and people inside your company and gives more confidence. And the final is cost reduction. So each of these three pillars is an important opportunity for cost reductions. Definitely, by doing all these things, or basically considering, we can reduce cost also. So when you are thinking about nature, about people, about your company's growth, you will definitely think about cost, reducing cost also, and you'll find ways to reduce the overall cost of your supply chain handling. And how we will see, how we will do, we'll see in the next slides. So we'll move on to the next one. So what are the potentials for cost reduction? So how we can do this, how cost can be reduced? So we can reduce by reducing some carbon footprint. So there is a slide on this dedicatedly on greenhouse gases and carbon footprint. But just to summarize here, we'll mention it. So carbon footprint is defined as a measure of number of tons of carbon dioxide caused by the greenhouse gas emissions produced by the activities of organization and individual. So this is carbon footprint, wherein we say that tons of carbon dioxide is produced. So in our business, oil and gas, we do this. A lot of basically a lot of gases are produced when we are extracting oil from the seabed. So just to give you a flair of my business, guys. So we, as a company, SBM Offshore, we take a big ship. We put the ship inside the sea, almost 200 kilometers or 150 kilometers, 300 kilometers inside the sea, and that ship has all type of equipments and everything, and has pipes, 25 30 pipes, which go to the seabed down to 2.5 to 3 kilometers also. And from that bed we extract oil and to the our vessel, and then we give this oil to the basically to our end clients and all that stuff. So this is oil is basically crude oil. it has everything. So to the extraction process of this, and to basically process this crude oil, and to change, basically from that oil there will be sand, there will be water, all those things we need to separate it. During this process we have to do a lot of functions, and by which we are producing a lot of gases or greenhouse gases, and emissions are there. There is a flare, so we have to be very controlled. We monitor everything online. So there is a terminology called net zero. So net zero is an initiative or idea. When I joined this company, they were discussing, we are working on net zero program, net zero, wherein we say this, there is no pollution will be done or no harmful gases will be released. All that stuff we guys are working on. And for all the global companies, there is a target by 2050 that we have to be net zero. So net zero emissions is an initiative or a program which has been governed by a very big organization, or basically institute, that has been leveraged to all these type of companies like us. And we are making some procedural changes, some manufacturing changes, supply chain changes wherever we can do to reduce our emissions. That is net zero. So such kind of approach is basically on carbon footprint. Okay, and how it is cost is reduced? People will ask why it is reduced. So what we are doing right now, if the more carbon dioxide is released, in order to reduce that, we have to install again a equipment, again item, again some things. Some we have to clean the maybe the sea, clean the water, clean the air, more purifiers and all that stuff. So if you don't produce much greenhouse gases, if you don't produce more carbon dioxide, we can reduce the cost of their cleaning and installations. In that way, the cost is reduced. Clear? And manufacturing sustainability. Manufacturing sustainability is design, development, commercialization, and production of products through cost-effective process that minimize the utilization of resources, energy, social, and environmental impacts. So manufacturing sustainability, as I told you, we are continuously manufacturing, designing our equipments. We have almost 40,000 tons of equipment on that particular ship. The ship is called as FPSO, floating production, storage and offloading. So we have 19 FPSOs or 19 ships across the world right now. And we are like 6,000 people, 3,000 guys are into this manufacturing sustainability only every day, because the equipment is standard there when manufacturing all. But every day there are guys or engineering or somewhere else who will be thinking, there is R&D team who will be thinking how we can reduce this so that this things change and the process change, and we will be more sustainable in terms of environment, energy, and social aspects. So in that way it is there. Then logistics sustainability is the third one. We can save some cost on logistics also. So transporting, as I told you, transporting one material or transporting human being, we can say. So a lot of fuel is wasted, as I told you about my company's case, wherein we track the travel of or the number of flights from one place to another, and then we say these if you have traveled, a mail will come to us, you, because you have traveled last year this much, you have this much greenhouse emissions have been done because of your travel, so please reduce your travel. That they will use. So these kind of things are there. And in logistics also, if it is implied, if we think about nature, if we think about environment and all that stuff, then in logistics we can save a lot of cost. Okay, let's move ahead. So I told you about Levi Strauss example. So this is just an example of Levi Strauss and how they are basically reducing their carbon footprint. So Levi Strauss has set an aggressive programs to reduce his carbon footprint. Levi's is leveraging big data analytics to provide insight into direction to how to proceed with its initiatives. Through this exercise, the company is clearly articulating and defining sustainability issues, creating robust hypotheses on sustainability issues, and building dynamic analytical models, determining root causes of negative sustainability impacts, developing robust solution models to remedy negative sustainability impacts. And Levi's executives are hyper focused on strategic execution and leveraging dynamic economic models to achieve strategic goals. So this is not only implying to the example is given by for Levi's, but this every company does. What they do is, any corporate, any big firm, anyone who is into a supply chain or into sustainability, they will be first determining the root causes of the issues or things where because of which sustainability is impacted, and or which is creating a negative sustainability. So there will be some analysis, there will be some SWOT analysis. How many you guys know about SWOT analysis? SWOT. So SWOT analysis is nothing. Every firm, every company, and this is not just for SWOT analysis. We don't do for sustainability. We do for anything. So anything you want to basically do, you have to follow a SWOT analysis. There are many analysis, and in our course also in coming future, there will be SWOT analysis in detail. We'll explain what is this. But in general terms, I want to explain you what we do is we consider these four factors. S stands for strength, W stands for weakness, yes. O stands for opportunities, and T stands for threats. So, so anything you guys need to understand, you need to determine, you need to focus on these four things. So for capturing carbon footprint or sustainable supply chain, we do a SWOT analysis, wherein we'll find for our particular organization or firm, like every company will do, what are their strengths, what are their weaknesses right now, what are their opportunities which they can do this, and what are the threats they are causing. So there is a SWOT analysis done for this, and then these guys, top managerial guys, will do this SWOT analysis, they'll understand, they'll convey this, and then they will make some process changes. They will say, okay, we need to make a process change that we need to procure all the items near to our factory, 25 kilometer. That is one process change they have done. There will be no material movement. All the material movement should either be through truck or either be through train or whatever it is. Some strategic decision they will take. Or they will say, if we are releasing some harmful fluid into the water, let's not do that. Make a biodegradable pit and put it there, and it should be decomposed like that. Earlier you were not doing, earlier a company was not doing. In that way these companies want to work on. So we do a SWOT analysis and we do like this. So Levi's was just an example. This is those the processes they are forming. So they are defining their sustainability issues. They are creating some hypothesis or basically some analytics. By some analytics means some data. So they have captured that last month, last year, we have delivered this much of Levi's clothing, jeans, t-shirt, all that stuff to different areas of the world, and this much carbon footprint we have generated by transportation, by emission, by manufacturing, anything. So they have captured that figure, and they are now working to reduce it. So that is the way company does it. So it's just a vague example. If Levi's has generated 50% carbon footprint, or basically 50 tons of carbon gases, so next year they'll keep a target in their objective or strategy that by 2026, let's reduce the 50 tons of carbon emissions or footprint by 30 tons. For this 30 tons, now everybody will align in supply chain and work on that. So be an inventory guy, be a warehouse guy, be a purchaser, everybody has to take some actions, some decisions which will be there, and they will be initially helping in to achieve this goal. There will be dedicated guys. Around 2 years, I have worked with a dedicated guy who was hired by my previous company, who was this type of guy who was into sustainability. So he will make sure, he'll make the process, he'll make sure that everybody reports and give those reports to them, and what is the current progress going on in that particular strategy. So as per ISO norm, everybody has to form some yearly objectives. One of those yearly objectives will be having in terms of social, economic, or sustainable development. So not only like, I'll give an example of my previous company. Our objective was supposed to achieve 1,000 crores of sales. Then our target was to achieve a profit of 10% overall. The third initiative or third one will be, let's reduce the emissions by this. Let's be more sustainable. Let's do this in that way. So everything is then we are fulfilled. The auditors from Lloyd's and other firm will come. They will see that this was your target, how much you have achieved, and they'll give an audit report, which is very important for a company to sustain in the market. So it is not only about gaining profit, gaining money. There are organizations, there are companies who are basically monitoring these parameters. If you are putting a factory or setup, I'll give you example of Durgapur. So I have been in Durgapur. A lot of industries. If you don't, Durgapur is in a place in Kolkata, basically Bengal. So a lot of industries. When I first went, a lot of industries were closed. They were closed. So people told me that there are union issues. People don't want to work, all those stuff and all that stuff. But oh, Partha, great. Then it is a good example for you. So you know that right now, if you go into Durgapur, there are factories which have like rusted, completely rusted. So only 20, 30, 40%, yeah, Partha, sale. So only 20, 30% companies are right now working there because those companies couldn't survive because of union issues. Maybe other companies are doing that, but they were not sustainable. They were not thinking on environment. They were creating a lot of pollution. If you go to a road, they were not exactly. So HS guidelines need to be followed. They were not following those environmental health safety guidelines. So there were organizations coming and their factories will be closed. They were releasing harmful gases. There was no control. They just wanted to build some business or their personal growth and all that stuff. So those owners need to be shut down. So they were closed. I'm not saying everyone, but this is just an example. So you might lose some money, but for a longer run, you will be the guy who will be sustaining there. For a shorter run, you don't need to follow all this. You will be get some profit, but then you're not sustainable. Then your business will close. All the guys you have hired, they will be have no jobs. So those all consequences also you need to see now. It is not about because usually the every businessman does the business taking some loans and all. By taking some loans, you are generating this, but once the business is over, you're not getting a business. Those loan money has to be returned back. So we have to be sustainable for a longer run. Okay, okay, fair enough. Let's move ahead. So what were the benefits of Levi's strategic action? How they form some strategies and how they are benefits? So enhancement in brand equity as consumers are becoming more eco-conscious. Definitely, if you find a jeans on the tag, it is written eco-friendly. So it will immediately give an impact to a buyer. Oh, nice. This jeans is not harmed many people, or this is not produced from some chemicals, or the colors used in is not chemicals and all that. So it is good for my health also and all that stuff. Potential reduction in lawsuits. There will be lawsuits resulting in health issues generated from excessive emissions. So there are organizations and government bodies who will put some case on you or something on you if you're not following those things, and your factory will be closed. Reduction in cost of operations from reduction in proper waste, process waste. So reduction in cost of operations from reduction in process waste, transportation, motion, over processing, and overproduction. So they reduced a lot of operational cost by reducing these all things. If you are producing less waste, transportation, motion, then you are definitely saving some cost there. Reduction in fuel consumption they have done, reduction in vehicle and equipment wear and tear, increase in product quality, reduction in product cost. Finally, the cost was also reduced. You see, it is highlighted. So they by using some economical things or eco-friendly things, their cost was also reduced. Initially, they might be using a very glamorous color to color their jeans, which was very nice, fancy, and all that stuff. But it was harmful for the people. They might get some skin irritations and all. So the brand name was going. Then they thought, okay, let's make some colors out of some flowers or some nature thing. So they changed their product line, and it was in terms of functionality, it was good, not causing any problem. Also, it was good for nature. So in that way, they reduce the cost also. This is the kind of approach we should take in sustainability. Then product leadership, the company is leveraging design for X parameters and through thought leadership. So these are the benefits of Levi's strategic action. In coming slides, we'll see a strategic action of a company. Just for your example, I'll go down. That's it. Let's go down. Okay, so this is an example of factors which we should consider while considering some economical factors. So demographic, competitive, economic trends, ecological trends, political trends, technological trends, industry and client customer trends. All these trends needs to be followed, checked, and scanned on a proper basis so that you understand what you guys are doing. Okay, so every company or maybe those companies who are following those all ISO standards or international standards, they will be having understanding about these. This is an example of a US based company. So this will show about US, but it is very similar to India also. Okay, so these all trends need to be followed, wherein we need to see what is the socio-demographic trends, increasing wealth gap, rise of Tesla innovation, competitive trends. You have to see the economic growth of that US, how it is going, how we can develop the markets. You have to see the economical trends also, climate change pressures and awareness, all that stuff. Whatever the political consequences are nearby your area. If you are in India, you are in outside some India, you're putting a manufacturing firm or industry or supply chain, then you should consider their political things also, how it is affecting their ongoing debates between their political. There will be debates always between the ruling party and the opposing party in terms of climate change, fossil fuels usage, reduced emission vehicles. These all topics are there in US, there is in India, everywhere. So if BJP and Congress are discussing, you think only they are discussing about their growth of roads and railways, they are discussing on these topics also. So when they are discussing on these topics, it will be a global impact on supply chain. They might say, if a company right now, they might say, if a company is supply chain firm is releasing this much of emission of gases, if by next year they don't do that, 250 companies have to be closed overall in India. That kind of a decision. So you need to monitor those political trends also on this. Then technological trends, obviously what is going on in terms of latest technology, AI, robotics, all that stuff. Industry should be checked, which should create more regulatory things on environmental production and safety agencies are there. So you should monitor those. And clients and customer demands, all that you should also see. If client is saying, I want if your client is eco-friendly guy, he's saying, I want such type of approach, such type of application, which is eco-friendly, then definitely you have to incorporate it. Okay, that's it. And let's move on. So this is company's vision, XYZ. Don't consider that anything. So every company has a mission, vision, then strategy, then strategies. And in the strategies, one of the initiative will be around sustainable development, economics, supply chain, eco-friendly. Those all words will be used. So if you see, their mission is very bigger to provide customers with affordable, high quality and healthy products. They might be a company in food and all sorts. To lead the industry by providing various world-class products and services. That is their vision. Then they have done some strategies: customer experience, superior product line, organizational excellence, and public relations. And within these four, then those initiatives of regular initiatives will come. So if you see the second one, it is written as convert non-biodegradable raw material inputs to eco-friendly materials such as bamboo. So this is one initiative they have taken, a strategy to formalize, to give more sustainable approach to their supply chain. It can be in manufacturing, it can be in production, it can be in logistics, it can be anywhere, inventory and material management also. Okay. So when you say material management, you are moving a material from a different place. Just giving example, if you formalize a process wherein a robot can take this material from that material, or a person can take this material from that location, you might be contributing to this. So everybody can contribute. It is not that I'm into this profile, I can't contribute to a sustainable supply chain. It is not like that. You can contribute by small steps. Everybody contributes. Okay. Okay, guys, that's it. And this is having a lot of information. I don't want to go into a lot of information in this PPT. Definitely, it is just an example I wanted to give you. Topic is more related to sustainable approach, and you see Lean Six Sigma, some strategic supplier development, some deployed digitization. So all those things they have put it in here. So the bold ones are more related to, I would say, on sustainable development and supply chain. But this is a PPT or just giving you example. In my previous firm, I was the lead auditee. So lead auditee is a guy who the auditor will come and audit the firm. So I had 70 project managers. Everybody, we have some global missions and visions. So the auditor will come to me. I have to arrange all the files and backup things for these initiatives. I will ask every project manager to fill in their details and all. They will be filling it. So how much they are contributing to sustainable things. They will go with those inputs. I'll assemble it and make an Excel file or something, and then I'll give it to the auditor. In that way, the approach is there in firms and companies to align with all those things and to present this to auditors and bodies which are monitoring these things. Okay, fair enough. Let's move ahead. So what is a triple bottom review and SDGs? Triple bottom line, we are saying, is a theory expands conventional business success metrics to include an organization contribution to social well-being, environmental health, and a just economy. These bottom line categories are often referred as 3 Ps: people, planet, and prosperity. Do you guys understand what is a bottom line? What is a top line? So what is top line? It is revenue or sales. Okay. So when we say we have to increase our top line, the company or the supply chain manager or anybody will say So he's basically want to grow in numbers, in figures, net income, savings, profit. Those all word are profit and bottom line. So when you say a top line means you are only discussing or talking about your sales, your revenue, how much crores, how much billions, how much $1 million. Those are the figures that is called as a top line. But bottom line of any supply chain or any organization will be their net savings or profit. Okay. So you are basically generating some revenue by putting some cost. So you are investing a cost and you are generating a revenue. So revenue minus cost will be profit. So by doing any of those, by basically decreasing your cost, you can increase your bottom line or top line. That way it works. But what I wanted to tell you that in this, you are saying people and planet are also considered as bottom line. Okay, so we have to work on our bottom line for a sustainable solution. So we have to work on the cost which we are investing, we have to work for the people who are there, and we have to work for the planet. Only the revenue and sales and growth or top line increase and top line will not work. Give you an example of my same previous company. I worked there 7 years, and every year our top line or revenue sales was almost double. I joined maybe on this organization in 2014. It was 40 million. From 40 million, we went to 3,000 million. But the company is shut down now. The particular organization is closed. Managing OPEX efficiently, yes. So OPEX and CAPEX also will touch it here, Partha, just for other people. So whenever you guys are using these terms, it will be helpful for others also. So that company shut down because we were not thinking about the bottom line. So that company was shut down because we were not thinking about the profitability. We were saying we will do 10%, but we were not able to do 10% profit. We are putting more cost. So our bottom line was gone. Though our sales was always increasing, we were getting too much orders. We were not thinking about people. So the people retention was there because the pressure was too much. Everybody was resigning, continuously resigning. We were not thinking about them. We were not thinking about planet, irrespective of a truck can carry 20 tons of material. My urgency was there to carry 1 ton of material. I have dispatched at least 1 ton material in different vehicles. So I was not thinking about planet because we were not thinking about those 3 P's. After 7 years, that division was closed. That company is called as ISJEC Heavy Engineering. Right now, their business has from 3,000 crores of CRs, they have reduced to 400 CRs again. So this is just a live example from my life. It was an Indian company. They were not working on these bottom lines, and you can see as an example, getting a sales or getting something is not a sustainable thing. In 7, 10, 15 years, your market will clash, you'll not get more business, and you'll not be sustainable. Your people will not be happy, you're affecting the planet, your profitability will also reduce. So this is very important. Those 3 P's are important. So as I told you, people are all the stakeholders which are there, and including employees, communities, and within the organization operates individuals throughout the supply chain and future generation and customers. So this is the triple bottom reviews in which 3 P's are there. So people we have to consider. We have to consider the planet, relationship between an organization or business with the nature and environment and its ecological systems. So if you are anyways touching any type of ecological system or planet, or you're affecting in any type of such type of scenario, you have to consider that also. So if you are into transportation, you are into logistics, you are into production, manufacturing, you will be touching planet, and you will be basically need to consider that those all things. And third one is basically prosperity, considering the economic indicators over the organization. Business can influence, for example, paying livable wages, ethical sourcing, and workplace health and safety. It is all about the prosperity or the profits which is coming from these 3 P's. So if you are not sustainable, you are not thinking about them, you will not be thinking about those people who are also working. So my working hours in a week was more than 70 to 80 hours. I was not working properly. There were people who were like not doing unethical sourcing, emergency cases. They were they were taking material from some unethical vendors or vendors from their own family just to get some personal benefits and profits. They were not thinking about health and safety of those employees or those people who are going on these construction sites. We had 35 projects in India. Across the India also we had in Latin America belt. So there were cases wherein some construction guy or will fell sick because the water was not good, the food was not this, that, all those type of issues. So we have to consider those 3 P's in order to sustain in the market, in order to basically have a sustainable supply chain. Okay. So what are the key metrics and factors? Some important metrics and factors for sustainability are social impact, improve well-being of people in need, forest and fiber, reduce nature forest footprint and usage, source environmental preferred fibers, waste and recycling, so reduce landfill, divert product and package wastage to VAS. What is VAS? Value added services. So anything value added services is VAS, yes. So nothing using that product or any wastage type of thing in any of your value added services. We'll give an example. Suppose you are producing a basically you are a suppose let's take example of a mineral water company, RO company, who is basically putting some minerals, putting a bottled mineral water in 15-20 rupees and putting the bottle. So they are packaging, they are doing something, and you are once it is gone, the water is you are using, you throw that back again. These companies will then take this plastic bottles and recycle and maybe produce it, use it again. So that is kind of service which is maybe a value added services. Value added services example, I can give you a best example, like yeah, so for this a phone, mobile phone, they will say that these are value added services. What are those value added? We can call, we can but SMS, additional SMS can be, that is a value added service. MMS can be sent, that is a value added services. That kind of additional things out of the mainline product can be a value added service. Okay. Then energy and climate, reduce greenhouse gas emissions, on-time closure of audit findings of plant and factories. So every plant and factories have to be monthly or bi-monthly or something like that. They have to produce a report or a yearly report wherein they have to produce a lot of audit findings which they have done in terms of health and safety, in terms of environment, in terms of chemical release, in terms of greenhouse, in terms of effect to the climate. There are a lot of factors they have to put. There is a file monitored. Those file findings needs to be updated every time. So they will be doing this, they'll be doing an internal audit first, then this internal audit report will be sent to external audit guy. Maybe he'll do a visit, maybe he's online, you have to submit it on a portal or something, or a government website. And once you do it, it will be again cross-checked with the parameters you have shown. And these parameters will then be tested by some machines and the people who will be coming to your factory. If you are giving the proper audit reports and the findings, it is okay. If you are not, then they'll give you some warnings to close, to shut down this factory, or to shut down whatever you are doing wrong. And if you are not following that also, they'll give you a chance to change everything. If you are not able to do that within the stipulated or informed timeline, then they'll close your manufacturing firm because you are releasing more harmful gases or whatever stuff is there. Then reduce water consumption, reuse water waste. So definitely there are methods to basically reduce water consumption. You can put some recycled water plants and all that stuff, and reuse the water waste also. If there is a water waste coming from your we, at construction sites we do this. So we are people with labor colonies there, they'll take bath and all that stuff. So that water collected in a sewer plant, that is again purified and reused and all that stuff for some farming and all. Okay, that those are the key metrics and factors. Let's move ahead. So this is the greenhouse emission or GHG, which we were talking, which I told you it will come. So greenhouse gases are the gases in the atmosphere that raise the surface temperature of Earth. So release of CO2, methane, nitrous oxide, N2O. These all the gases are examples which will release the temperature, and it is affecting the overall global warming. So if greenhouse gases are released, global warming is increasing. Because of global warming, a lot of things you know it's changing the climate, and a lot of effects are there. So we need to reduce this GHG, greenhouse gases emissions, and it is categorized under 3 scopes of levels. Scope 1 refers to emissions from greenhouse sources that are owned or controlled by the reporting entity, also referred to as direct emissions, okay, which will directly say that I am releasing these greenhouse gases or direct emissions. The scope 2 refers to the inclusion of indirect emissions from grid source electricity and other utility services, including heat, steam, and cooling. So basically what happens, let me give you example of grid first, because I was into thermal power plants and all that stuff. So there will be, for any type of electricity production, whether it is from coal, fossil fuel, nuclear, or wind, solar, or whatever the thing is, anything, there will be a generation first. So there will be a generation plant. It can be a thermal power plant, hydropower plant, something like that. Then there will be a transmission of this through high voltage electricity wires and all that. And then this high voltage lesson, it will be distribution. So all these things of distribution transmission are controlled by some grids. Okay. So grids, when you say a grid, it is basically a controlled electronic control electricity, which is basically controlled by a system, dedicated system. So this dedicated system is electrical grid, we call it as, wherein suppose your thermal plant, you're using coal, you're generating, you're running your turbine. After running the turbine, your electricity is produced. It is the electricity produced is provided into a grid, which is kind of a switch yard or network type of thing. There we have a lot of greenhouse gas emissions at this grid level of electricity. So usually this grid electricity is taken not to you guys, your daily day houses. This grid will go to small transformers, and then to transform to your house, it comes to 230 volt. Grid source electricity is taken by some huge other power plants or captive power plants or bigger units of rice mill, husk, these type of factories they will take. But because of this, there are a lot of greenhouse emissions or gases emissions. Also in heat, steam and cooling industry, also these gases emissions are there. These are not direct emissions, these are indirect emissions and smaller ones. They are little less, but definitely they'll also be contributing. Then scope 3 is inclusion of other indirect emissions coming from the production of purchased materials, outsourced activity, contracted owned vehicles, waste disposable. So all the other things, anything which is coming from some vehicle, or you are some putting some vehicle in a waste in a pit or something like that, those all will contribute to scope 3. So scope 1 is the bigger picture where the main greenhouse gases are coming from. Scope 2 is the medium one. Scope 3 is the bottom line, which is on a very regular basis. So we have to control both all the three scopes. You have to work like Dow has asked. Scope 1 was the companies basically, and the sub vendors were coming maybe into scope 2. So you don't have to always consider about scope 1 or your emissions. You have to consider scope 2, scope 3, everyone. That is how we control it. Okay, so let's move ahead. Circular supply chain. What is circular supply chain? A circular supply chain is one of that uses materials and goods as long as possible instead of letting them go into waste. So very simple. A supplier is there. The supplier will maybe manufacture the item, use it to give it to distribution center. Distribution centers are nothing. It is called as DC or a warehouse. From this, it is basically a big warehouse wherein you put all your manufactured items, and from there you distribute to different areas. So suppose I am doing a business in Maharashtra. So what I'll do is I'll put my manufacturing is in maybe in Powai or somewhere in Thane. I put a manufacturing firm. I'll put a distribution center or a big warehouse in Mumbai, and then I'll distribute to different cities of Maharashtra. That is how it is done. So retailers will be many, and then finally from those retailers, we are the consumers or the clients who will consume the material. So intention of a circular supply chain is that whatever materials we guys are using, it should go as long as possible. It should be the same one. It should not change, and it should not be immediately sent into waste. It should go from manufacturer to consumer. Once consumer use it, then should go to waste. You understand? Just let me give you an example. Suppose I am a manufacturer of let me take some example here of a cold drink bottle, suppose. So cold drink bottle can be in different forms. It can be in plastic, it can be in glass. Okay. So what I'm doing is, if I'm basically going into I'm manufacturing this cold drink and putting into a glass bottle. This glass bottle will go to DC, glass bottle will go to distributor, glass bottle will go to consumer. And then this basically glass bottle will come back again, because those retailer guys will put a carrot, and that carrot will be returned, and again it will be refilled. Okay. The other one is the plastic. So the plastic comes from distribution center to retailer, and consumer will throw it. From the throwing collection, it can be collected. We don't know how much it collects back, and this can be recycled back. So there is a wastage there at the consumer level. Adding to this, now I am putting in some type of other the same bottles and same carrots, same plastic bottles. I am doing a packing. So I am packing Coke bottles in basically a carrot. Then I'm packing in the next one, I'm packing this plastic bottles in a carton box. So the carton box will go from manufacturer distribution center to retailer and consumer. But the life of carton box is little complex. Maybe at the distribution center, it gets wasted and they change it. They change it because of the transportation length or because it is damaged or something like that. But a crate which moves from manufacturer to consumer or back to, it will be coming back again. So in that case, wherein you are using a carton box, will go to a waste. So that is not a best method. That is not a circular supply chain. It is not using its product for a longer time, or its product can be packaging item also, and it is going into a waste. Instead of that, choose something which you are, any material or good which is going maximum possible cycle and coming back again into the circular motion. That is there. So it is nothing, it is just utilizing and keeping the mind that you are basically in the whole cycle of supply chain, you are affecting or producing less waste. That is the intention of circular supply chain. Okay, so you don't produce waste at manufacturer level, then distribution level, then retailer, then consumer. You produce waste at only one level, or you don't produce it also. Okay, so just see example here. Linear economy is saying as take, make, consume, and throw away. Then we have in the bottom recycling, manufacturing, consumption, and use. So what is circular supply chain? Here you'll get it more in details. In circular supply chain, manufacturers reuses raw materials such as plastic, metal, cardboard, paper, steel, and glass. They refurbish and resell previously owned goods. Okay. In circular supply chains, materials are recycled, not immediately disposed of, reducing human-made waste in landfills and natural habitats. The main benefits of circular supply chain are environmental, though experts point to business benefits such as reduced spending on a new raw material and the preservation of rare earth materials and other precious materials. Circular supply chains are a step in the right direction, but companies alone can't shoulder the burden of recycling. They must work with governments, consumers, and other stakeholders to safeguard the environment. So I hope by this slide you guys are clear what is the intention of a circular supply chain. So items like plastic, metal, cardboard, paper, steel, and glass, these are the items which needs to be recycled back, and they can be recycled, you guys all know. So if we are doing a circular supply chain, we are using your raw material, you are affecting the environment less. You are basically helping the nature. You are basically putting a lot of efforts to do the sustainable supply chain. Okay, so you can use that, refurbish, resell, and properly dispose of. Understood? Circular supply chain in terms, the questions we'll answer later. But what is circular supply chain? It is nothing. It is basically at every stage we do less human made waste. We recycle the items, we reuse the items. That is the intention of a circular supply chain. By doing this, we are saving some money also. Okay. Let's take the last slide. This is the last slide, guys. The 7 R's in circular supply chain. So what we say is we redesign the products to include recycled materials. Our design should be like this, that any items which is coming as a byproduct or item which can be recycled should be considered in our next cycle of design. Reuse everything possible, both materials and unwanted products. Let's reuse this. Repair products affordably with less hassle to the customers, should be repairable. Recover used materials and products instead of letting them to go to waste. Then recycle raw materials such as plastic, metal, and cardboard, come back to again, put it in the machine, recycle it. Then reduce waste by teaching consumers to buy their most discretion, so we reduce the waste. And refurbish used products and extended their lives, so we do the refurbishing. Refurbishing is basically the life of the product was maybe 10 years, 5 years, 1 year. You are doing something to extend that life of that product. In our line, our FPSOs are basically 25 to 30 years of life. We refurbish them before the life goes, so and when we increase their life by 10 years, 15 years, whatever we can do. That is also a refurbishing. So these are the 7 R's which are considered in circular supply chain. Okay, by this we ensure that it is a part of a sustainable supply chain. We don't affect the environment, and our all health safety norms, people, and every aspect is considered. So anything which you can contribute in this will be considered in the circular supply chain. It is not just all 7, but anything. Reduce is basically right now, if I am emitting in my production, I'm emitting a gas. So let me take example of thermal power plant. So we burn the coal, we produce electricity, and burning the coal will produce some harmful gases. So my harmful gases released was suppose 10 kg per day. Now by using a special or advanced type of coal, I am able to reduce only 8 kgs of emissions. That is called as reduce. So you reduce your emissions, your wastage, your whatever you guys are doing right now, or the harmful gases. Okay, that is reduce. Okay, repair. So repair is something your product is already used or already being under used by the customers. If something is damaging, he's not able to again use, it will be a waste. So your product, your item should be always in that way that it can be repaired. Let's take example of any item: TV, fridge, this, that, blah, blah, washing machines we have. Suppose if they are delivering a TV or electronic item onto you, and you use it, and within next 1 month or 2 months or 3 months that TV got some issue or washing machine got some issue, and then that cannot be repaired, what you'll do, you'll throw that TV, and that TV will become a biological basically hazard or waste for this. We cannot use all those items. There are electronic items, semiconductor items which are harmful for the environment. So there should be always products which should be repaired. So there will be a substitute, there will be small items where there is a thing which can be repaired and this TV can run back again. That is the intention. Refurbish and repair is different. Refurbish is basically changing that item and increasing that life. Repair is basically the damage is removed. So these are the difference between repair and refurbish, guys. In refurbish, the item is not damaged. It's just that the life is gone. My item, which I have given a television or something or some item to you, and the life of that item is itself is 10 years. Now you are in 10th year. You know that this is going to fall any day. This is a this can be followed on a building. This can be followed on a structural steel, any type of such items wherein the life is. Now we need to change it, so we will replace that item. Maybe we put more strength to that. That is called as refurbishing. Okay, repair is something damage. Okay.
Just a quick info, guys. Intellipaat offers a professional certification program in supply chain management in collaboration with EICT IIT Guwahati. Through this course, you will master supply chain and procurement technologies and explore new age tools like GenAI for autonomous supply chain. You will get access to 40 plus live sessions over 6 months, guided by top IIT faculties and industry experts. The course includes 10 plus industry projects and case studies, and a 2 days campus immersion at EICT IIT Guwahati, and an official certification from EICT IIT Guwahati to validate your expertise. This online program is designed to help you manage the end to end life cycle of supply chain and fast track your career growth with guaranteed placement assistance and 3 job interviews upon entering the placement pool. This could be a stepping stone to a high growth career in supply chain management. So check out the course page link given below in the description and take your first step towards becoming a supply chain expert.
So what is inventory? Inventory refers to tangible assets a business holds for a sale or use in production. It encompasses a broad spectrum of items from raw materials and components to work in progress and finished goods. Essentially, it represents the stock of goods a company has on hand at a specific point of time. So whenever we say inventory, it is not just something which is stored. It can be something which is coming to your warehouse, which is coming to your factory, which is there. So all the 4 components you can see in the bottom: raw materials, some part to make an assembly, component part we can call, work in progress, which is basically in the shape of getting this item done or manufactured, and the final finished products. So all of these contribute to inventory. There's a myth that inventory is a storage. So it is not a storage thing where only the finished products are there. Inventory is whatever you have in your hand related to raw material, component parts, work in progress, and finished products. Okay. And what it does is it is helpful in planning, directing, and controlling the material flow or the part flow. So basically, you can plan your raw materials, you can plan your parts to be how to be put, where to be put. Work in progress needs to be monitored and controlled, and the finished products, how much it is there, and then how much you can dispatch it from the particular inventory area or the factory to the respective client areas. Okay. So any asset, any material, any raw material parts which is there at a dedicated specific point of time will call as inventory. So today, if I go into my factory, if I go inside my factory, I will see how many raw materials are there. So it is 280. I'll write it down. Similarly, component parts 1000, work in progress 15, finished products are 299. That is the inventory of that particular day for that unit. Okay, let's move ahead. So what are the importance of inventory control or the reasons for inventory? It is clearly mentioned here. First, it improves customer service. When you have inventory in your hand, definitely you can fulfill your customer requirements whenever he wants. He'll say, give me 2 laptops. So if you have it with you in your inventory, you will hand it over. No need to go for a manufacturing again and ask that guy. That is basically improving customer service. Economies of purchasing, how and when to purchase is a very important thing. So if you know what is there with you, how much quantity is best for ordering, that will help you in saving a lot of money. So suppose, let me give you example. Suppose my demand from client or customer is 2000 mobile phones every month. So I should know, in order to give him 2000, how much I should order from the manufacturing firm or from the vendor, so that I keep my inventory levels also good, maintained. I can fulfill my demands and I can save some money. Instead of buying one phone every time, I can club and make it say, hey, please give me 500 phones on every week or every 10 days, something like that. If you do like that, you can save a lot of money. So economies of purchasing is a reason of inventories. Economies of production, similarly, you can control your production. Then there will be transportation savings. If you have stock or inventory with you, definitely you can save a lot of money in terms of transportation. No need for dedicated transportation or under transportation type of issues. You can fulfill basically the logistics part. You can save a lot of money in like placing a vehicle. So those are things you can do if you have inventory with you. So hedge against future. Anybody who knows about hedging, hedge. So excess inventory is also a problem, under inventory is also a problem. We need to control that. And that is one thing. Drop a small message. What is hedging? Anyone who knows hedging, basically safeguarding our future. So, can you enlighten? Can you say what is hedging? Or if someone is from purchase, they might know. Someone is from projects or background, they might know what is in hedge. A risk in supply chain management. Very good. A risk in supply chain management. Then what? What you do to minimize that risk? What you do? Purchased in emergency with huge safeguard. Definition is not coming properly. There's something to do with funds. Yes, it has something to do with the funds, definitely. But okay, let's take an example. I have purchased an item from England, UK, and basically I have purchased from a vendor, and at the time of placing the purchase order, basically the conversion to Indian rupees into euros or USD is something else. Suppose today's conversion is 80 rupees for USD. Okay, I am purchasing in USD, suppose. So today's conversion is 80 and I've placed the purchase order. But once this item is getting delivered, the vendor says, hey, this USD is basically now the price is changed. It is 84. So it will basically be costly for me. Okay. So in that case, after 3 months or 4 months of placing the purchase order, if I am buying that item, I have to pay some duties and taxes on this, and my conversion rate is also become changed. So in that way, I know that I'll be in loss. I'll be having issues with me. So to safeguard from this loss, from this risk, to mitigate this risk, there is a thing called hedging. So what you do is you spend a little money right now and you deal with a bank or with someone, you make a contract, you say that I have released the purchase order. This is 80 USD right now. If in the future 6 months, 1 year also I am taking this material from this vendor, I will not pay a single penny more. So I am basically minimizing my risk or basically minimizing my cost of getting overcharged in terms of conversion rates. So what I've done is to cater this 4 rupees or 5 rupees of change, I have made a financial strategy. I have invested something and then safeguard my 5 rupees. It can be hedging, can be a challenge also. If suppose you have taken a risk, basically to mitigate this risk, you have spent some cost, but suppose the USD decreases, then it can be it is vice versa, both sides. It is a knife on both sides. But what you do is, it is basically you are making a financial strategy to minimize and reduce your risk of losing money. That is called as hedging. So you can freeze the amount by putting some valuation or contract or investment, and then you minimize your risk. That is called as hedging. So hedging, by definition, hedging is a financial strategy that reduces risk of losing money in investment or in supply chain. That is called as hedging. So how inventories control that? If you have inventory, then definitely you are basically minimizing those risks. You can supply those material on time, and no need for any taking these type of additional risks. So there are some unplanned stocks, some labor strikes can be done, natural disasters can happen, demand surge can increase. So because of these unplanned shocks and situations, we should store or we should have inventories with us. Also, to maintain independence in supply chain. So if I am dependent on a particular logistics guy or a raw material supplier, then it will be a problem for me. So what I do is I maintain inventories at my level so that I'm not dependent in supply chain with other people's, and I can fulfill the client's requirement. So overall, in production efficiency, cost reduction, customer satisfaction, better forecasting, and improved supply chain visibility. These are the 5 pillars basically, which comes because of having the inventory with you. So this is the overall inventory management process. You can see raw materials and components goes into warehouse. From the warehouse, the finished goods are going to shipping. And then this within the warehouse, there is quality check, manufacturing, all this type of processes are there. So this is all overall how we are doing inventory management. So what is the role of inventory management supply chain? There are two different things. One is called as understocking and one is called as overstocking. So in supply chain, if you are understocking the demand exceeds more amount available, you can have lost margin or future sales because you don't have stock. So client might not give you order back again because you are not able to fulfill. Also, your margins can be margin of profit there it is. So your margins can be loose also. If you overstock the material, if you put more what is there in the demand, amount available exceeds demand, then you will have an holding cost. You can have a liquidation. You will have an obsolescence. Obsolescence basically means deleting or removing that item itself if it is waste. So because of overstocking, understocking, we need to control, we need to make a balance between supply and demand. That is overall managing the inventory. We cannot put more items also or store more items, or we cannot go for basically stocking more items and understocking. So when we say understocking and overstocking, it is not only finished goods. As I told you, it can be raw materials, it can be work in progress, anything. You cannot do anything which is over and above the demand also, and which is less than your demand also. So you have to maintain the supply coming from your vendors and the demand being raised by the client or the customers. That is overall role of inventory management in supply chain. Overstocking loss is basically a loss which we have incurred because we have more items. Suppose I'll give you an example. I have my warehouse or inventory where it is a room of 10 by 10. Okay, in this 10 by 10 I am holding I am having this basically inventory is for suppose water bottles. So I'm keeping water bottles in this particular warehouse inventory, and my requirement of water bottles is basically suppose 10 bottles per month, and in this 10 by 10 room I have put 10,000 bottles. So because my demand is only 10,000, I have kept my demand is only 10 bottles, I have kept 10,000 or 1,000 bottles in this room. I have to pay additional charge of this room first of all. That is the whole. Also to manage the bottles within the inventory house, it can be something. If the bottles are expired or the things are not used, you need to liquidate it, remove it, delete it, or remove from inventory. That will take a cost. So all those things will lead to basically loss of money. If you overstock, if you understock, both sides you will have losses in terms of margins, in terms of your cost, in terms of your you assume, as you are a owner of a company, as you are a manager of a firm, something like that you assume, and you have an inventory or a warehouse, then you'll understand all these things. Put it into your such scenario. Okay, so it is basically an act of matching supply chain, supply and demand. This is all overall role of inventory. How to do it? What should be the calculation? What are the formulas that will be coming? And how there are the methods to do this. We will be going down further. So let's introduce ourselves with some terminologies, easy to basically first understand what it's all this. Most of you know, but most of the guys who are freshers and all may not be knowing. So for them it is there. So sale, very simple definition. Whenever the items are finished, ready for purchase for customers, that is basically the sale items. Production, whenever you are having raw materials, you are doing some component work, there is a work in progress, you are manufacturing something, that whole process is called as production. Operations, when the item is delivered, then it is to be maintained, it is to be repaired, MROs, supplies, so all those type of item after the post it is delivered to customer will come into operations. Okay. And then further asset. So basically asset is considered a current asset of a company balance sheet, because it is expected to convert into cash within a relatively short time. Can someone give me example of an asset? What is an asset of a company or machines? Very good. Building, yes, very good, absolutely correct. Furniture, yes, perfect, fine. So yes, so these are our assets which these guys, it is not related to you the product which you are manufacturing, but suppose you have bought a land, that is an asset. You have made a building, that can be an asset. The machinery you have put, that will be asset. So anything which is not the item but holds a value for the company, and it can be used basically when you resale it, when you basically do some type of company resale, or you want to basically go out of the business, those assets can be converted into money. Even human resources can, yes, definitely human resources can also be an asset, definitely, yes. So that is also an asset. Okay, so what is a value? Inventory represents a significant investment for most businesses. Its value is crucial for financial reporting and decision making. So value is in terms of inventory. No, it can be responsible for profit. Definitely, asset will be helping you in profits for sure. So value is basically the item value of those inventory. So it basically understands the value. Suppose your inventory value is 1 million, 1 billion, 2 billion, 5 billion, that kind of thing, or 500 CRs, 200 CRs, that kind of a valuation will help you to understand the overall your business model. Then you can understand how much you should buy. If item value is 500 rupees or 1000 rupees, what should be the decision? If item value is 1 crore rupees, what should be the decision of the inventory management? So inventory forms. So there are different inventory forms. As we have told, it can be a raw material, finished good, work in progress, all that stuff. Okay, let's move ahead. Raw materials, everybody knows, it can be wood, steel, chemicals, anything. Then raw materials, everybody knows. Work in progress, anything which is the work has started on that raw material, or that material is called as work in progress. It is not completed, it is not finished, it is partially completed or just started, that will come under work in progress. Finished goods, when everything is done, it is ready for the sale, you can do the invoicing, billing, that is called as a finished good. MRO is basically for all the material replenishment operations. This is called as the items which are required for their operations. It can be lubricants, cleaning supplies, some office supplies, some any type of item which is you have to replenish and put it back to the operations. That is called as a operation, MRO. Location, where the inventory is stored, which rack, which area, which row, those all things is basically the location. Warehouses, where the dedicated storage facilities there to store these materials or to put the inventory in. Retail stores are on shelves in back rooms where these items are stored. It can be in a mall, it can be in a road, a shop also. So all those type of items are. So whenever we say inventory will not only be in warehouse. Inventory will, whatever the items which are there in the store or the retail stores also will be called as inventory, guys, just to give you a clarification. So if I am a Levi's company owner, whatever jeans I have manufactured in my factory or in work in progress in my factory in basically Delhi, or across 25 retail shops in globally in India, whatever the items are there, that will also be called as inventory. So retail stores are there. Then we have distribution centers. There are DCs, we call it as. There are centralized hubs which receive and ship those materials. So there can be multiple warehouses, but there will be one DC to distribute items to different areas and zones. We'll go into DCs and all in the logistics one. And DC, material in DC, material in retail stores, and material in warehouse. Everything contributes to inventory. Maintenance reports and repair and operations, yes. And in transit, goods being transported between locations. Yeah. So whenever we say transit, it is dispatch of one item from one location to. Okay, these are a few definitions. Okay, so this is the type of inventory. I'll not go in detail. As I told you, I've just put this slide just for your reference here, because module 13 is again a PPT of 40-50 pages on detailed inventory, how to calculate everything. But just to give you a glimpse of type of inventories, I've put this slide again. What is a cycle stock, safety stock? We'll be giving a detailed module on this. But just to give you a reference, this stocks comes in 5-6 different format, and this is basically types of inventories. So it can be a cycle stock, safety stock, pipeline stock, decoupling stock, anticipation inventory, dead stock. All these contributes into a different type of inventories. Okay, move ahead. So there are few inventory management techniques, how to do the inventory management. So there is a ABC analysis, there is EOQ model, and then we have stock review, then we have JIT, we call it as just in time. So in this coming PPT, we will be discussing on those analysis, how it is done. Though stock review, JIT and ABC is very simple. We'll be just going by definition, but definitely EOQ, economic order quantity, is the full form. We'll be going in detail. We'll be going in the formulas, what all those things, and we'll be taking a live calculation example and how to calculate the EOQ, or the order quantity, economic order quantity, for a inventory to be hold or basically to be procured. So there will be in future slides, there will be some calculation, there will be mathematical formula, there will be some graphs. So just pay attention on those. So ABC, you can see this is nothing, it is just categorization of very important, important, and marginally important. And this type of category we do for maintaining or controlling our inventory. Then we'll do some stock reviews. How to do the stock review? There are some formulas which is there in the coming slides. Then JIT is just in time, wherein we deliver the items within the time limit. We don't put more of an inventory here, and not less of inventory here. We just deliver on time, so that we are doing less type of inventory. So JIT also we can discuss in detail, not a problem. Okay, so let's move ahead and go in detail. There are a few methods of supervising inventory also I mentioned. So there are 4 methods: a manual count method, periodic method, perpetual methods, LIFO and FIFO methods. Anybody who understands LIFO and FIFO full form? LIFO and FIFO, have you heard it? Last in, first out, first in, first out. So this is called as LIFO and FIFO method. We will go little in detail of last in, first out, and first in, first out, why it is required, what are the pros and cons of these methods. So we have shown some pros and cons of these methods. So if you are doing a manual count method, a periodic method, a perpetual method. What is perpetual method? Perpetual method means a real time. It means every day, real time, as an when the item is coming, you will put the inventory. So it is basically a real time inventory method, or you do it, we call it as every day. Okay. Then LIFO, you guys understand, last in, first out, and FIFO is first in, first out. So what are the pros and cons? Just we'll go through. If we are doing a manual count method, we can identify and remove some broken items which are there. A guy goes into the warehouse or the inventory. He just sees the material in the plant and the warehouse, or in the retail shop, and see and identify if something is broken. He can take it out and report it and send it back for basically repairing, or basically saying that this item cannot be used. But what are the cons of this? Because you are doing it manually, a guy is doing this, it is time taking, time consuming. Then we have a periodic method, wherein you do a periodic check on this type of inventory, which is you define a period. Suppose it is weekly, hourly, maybe monthly. Usually it is long one. So we do it like that for items which are stored in warehouses, especially we do it. So on a periodic basis, every month there will be a person going in, checking in, and finding it out if everything is fine and all that stuff. Also, we do it this periodic one through both side. It is manually, it is through machine also. So every entry which is done, we report it, we check it, and then monthly we evaluate based on the reports given on the manual count. So it is basically less upfront cost is there on this, and you don't spend every day. So you don't, you know that your inventory is not that big, so you don't spend every day putting some people. You just it is less cost for you, and you have an information on the outdated inventory information. So you, if you there is something outdated, you don't know, you're doing it on a monthly basis, your item is expired on 5th of this month and you're doing an inventory check on 30th, then you will not be able to understand or basically not update the inventory properly. So that is the cons of this. Perpetual method, as I told you, it is most up to date. Your item is coming into your factory, your warehouse, your retail, you do entry, you put it 5 jeans under inventory, and then you need to, whenever it is out for customer or other DC or some shop, then you update it and your inventory level from 5 reduces to 2. So this is basically an up-to-date inventory management. What is that? The cons is that a lot of data needs to be uploaded and updated. So it is more of a manual entry, data entry, which is to be stocked. So there you need some softwares or some applications, some actions to basically have this and control under you. Then LIFO is last in, first out, idle for heavy products and producers for homogeneous products. The cons is that not ideal for products that have expiration dates. So if some material is coming into your warehouse or inventory, and then it is last in, which is entered, and it is first out. So you are basically, that material which is there, you have received yesterday, next day if the demand is coming, you are putting that material out for the customer. So that is basically for items which is last in, first out. And FIFO is basically first in, first out. So for items which are in FMCG, food, pharmacy, which have an expiry, we follow FIFO. So which is first in and has some expiration date. You need to put those items out first, and so that these items are not wasted or not lost in your inventory. So it is basically on the FMCG and all that stuff. Can anybody give an example of LIFO? FIFO everybody understands. The items which are like having expiry dates, we have to control the inventory like that. Example of LIFO, last in, first out. Heavy item, what is the heavy item? That is I want to know. White goods, any name of that item. Consumable, no, consumable cannot be. Oil industry, maybe, yes. No, perishable will go into FIFO. Few are correct, but I'll just give you example from my industry. No, food items will come in FIFO. So LIFO, in my industry, I'll give you example of coal. So I have worked in thermal power plants for almost 10 years. So what we do is we have a big warehouse or yard. We'll put our coal, stack our coal first. So what we'll do is, whatever the items which has come in last, we'll try to move that material out first, because it helps us to basically evacuate the area and less transportation movement. So what we do is, whatever has come in the last coal stock coming from my mine has come to my warehouse, I'll put that coal out and give it to the client. So coal can be a very good example of LIFO, wherein I don't consider the expiry dates of that item, and my bringing the material from something which is old stock will cost me more. So better it is the latest stock which has come, to take it out of the warehouse or the inventory is the best one. Yeah, heavy machineries can be items even do not require any technological update. Yeah, if there is no technological update, that material is kind of basically doesn't have any expiry date, or it is basically like heavy machinery. Why you guys are saying heavy machinery is, if there are 10 crane machines or 10 big trucks, put it in the inventory. If I go and bring that last truck, it will be difficult for me to take it out of the inventory or the warehouse. So there are challenges. But if I take one by one the inventory out of the items which are the trucks or the machinery which has come latest, it is easier for me to control the inventory, manage, and save some cost. That's why we say for ideal for heavy products and machineries. It's easy movement, and it is better and saving some cost also. But FIFO we don't do like this. FIFO is whatever is in your factory. You know that today in the next month 200 items lying at different areas are getting expired, you just chalk it out. You know, next time the requirement is coming, you are going to those places, taking those items out and making it out of your inventory levels. And that way you can save. So that is FIFO. FIFO stacking planning, yes, definitely. In FIFO, you need to do a proper stacking planning. You need to put items based on their expiry dates, on their categories of item. Oil will be on one side, this will be on that side, atta will be on that side. So everything, there is a proper stacking required in this. Manual count, it can be a cycle count, but it is not a cycle count. Manual count is basically whenever I'm sending a guy, it can be cycle, and I'm sending a guy to count it, that will be counted as manual. If I do it cyclically, that is called as a period method. So period method and cycle count is that, but it includes a manual count basically. Let's move ahead, guys. FIFO chances of wastage of items. Yes, there are few still chances of wastage of items, but there are less. If we do FIFO, wastages can be less. But definitely nothing is I would say 100% correct and fine. To do all this in the coming modules, you'll see there is technology. So there is technology to do this. There are machineries, there are forklifts, there are height of the inventory. We'll be going in depth. There are some robots. There are some warehousing inventory management tools. So if you are using the modern tools, modern thing, then only you will be able to control everything. This is just the methods, but to do this method, there is a machinery and the software also to be implied on. So that is also required. If you don't know, these warehouses are usually very big. Suppose you are going to an Amazon warehouse, you will not even see it is in acres and acres. So if you don't have a software, you don't know what is the item lying, which is getting expired, you don't have inventory level, you don't have the record of that bay or the rack or the height which is lying. So then you'll not be knowing. So that kind of control with software, these all to be implemented. Okay, let's move ahead. So now we are coming to economic order quantity. What is economic order quantity? As I told you, in order to basically control our inventory, control our flow, we have to do some EOQ. EOQ is required. It represents the optimal order quantity that minimizes the combined cost of holding inventory and placing an order. So why EOQ is required? We'll understand with the scenario. So if by this example, I'll tell you, the example is on 100 items. We'll take it that. So if my client is asking me 100 items every month, what should be my EOQ or economic order quantity in order to fulfill the demand? Okay, let's understand. To do this 1000 fulfillment, is it 1000 required? It is 900 required, it is 100, 1000 or 1100 required. We'll understand that. So you can see a graph, cost versus lot size. You can see some cost. So total cost, there is a holding cost, there is a ordering cost, then there is a material cost. Okay. So this is a scenario, 2 slides on scenario, then 1 slide on example it is. Then we'll understand the EOQ on this. And this EOQ with further more details, as I told you in module 13, you will have a lot of formulas. So it is just touching the base with the example, but definitely we'll be deep diving in on all type of different scenarios and examples from different US based companies, how they are regulating their EOQ and all that stuff will be coming in module 13 also. Okay, so let's take example of this scenario. As Best Buy sells its current inventory of HP computers, the purchasing manager plans to replenish order for a new lot of Q computers. So basically, this is for HP computers. Okay, Best Buy means what is the buy quantity which suits and helps you in order to save money for the company. If my demand is 100, I have to put an inventory. Should I buy 100 laptops in 10 different times in a month, or should I buy 500? Should I buy 800, 200, whatever? That is called a best buy. So let's see. So they want to basically do a best buying in order to fulfill the requirements of client, and HP computer is the item. So HP computer they need to do. So purchase, you are a purchasing manager. Assume you as a purchasing manager, you need to replenish your order. So client has given you, you need to put a new lot of Q computers. So what is the Q? We'll see. So this includes cost of transportation. Best Buy incurs a fixed cost, that is the S per order, as dollar per order, basically the cost of the item. The purchasing manager must decide on the number of computers to order from HP in a lot. So I have to order from HP number of laptops in a lot, so that this is my best buy. I save money in terms of transportation, in terms of ordering. If I am engaging 5 purchase managers and one purchasing laptops, if I'm engaging one purchase manager, that is the best thing. Should I do it 10, 10, 10, 10, 100, 100, 100? That is called the best buy. So let's see how this purchasing manager decides and finds the EOQ. For this decision, he is assuming few following points. So D is basically the annual demand of the product. We have to see how much the HP computers are required annually. Maybe he'll give basically a monthly requirement, but we need to see what is the annual demand of this particular item. We'll calculate that, or we'll see that. Then there is a S, fixed cost incurred per order. So if you want to know how much orders you are placing, there will be a fixed cost. There will be a guy who will be placing order, so that cost is basically called a fixed cost. There will be some other cost involved in ordering, printing, and all that stuff, so that all is also involved in fixed cost, and transportation also includes in this. Then there will be cost of unit per product. So per product, if I'm buying 1000 laptops, one laptop is costing me 500 rupees, so 500 rupees is my cost per unit. And then we have the holding cost per year. So if I am purchasing for a whole year, putting those laptops in my inventory or my factory or my warehouse, wherever this inventory is lying, then there will be a holding cost of these laptops. Okay, that will be called as CH. Assume that HP does not offer any discounts and each unit costs C, no matter how large the order is. If I am ordering from HP 1000 units, I am ordering 10,000 units. HP says my laptop cost is 500 rupees itself. I will not give you a discount. Aap mere se 1 lo, 1000 lo, it doesn't matter. Okay. The holding cost is thus, in that case, is a capital H, which is called as cost of that unit and the holding cost per year. So there is a holding cost also coming at H. The model is developed using the following basic assumptions. So these assumptions are same for every EOQ, and this EOQ model runs only when these are fulfilled. If these three bottom three demands are not fulfilled, you cannot be going into a EOQ type of model to analyze your inventory and to analyze your replenishment order. What is the requirements? Demand has to be steady. It cannot be that this month you're ordering 100, next month you're ordering 500, next month you don't order. So it has to be steady in terms of unit and time. Okay. So demand, whenever demand, you know that I am a manufacturer of a water bottle and my client needs every month 1000 bottles. So my demand is clear, it is steady. So I can go for a EOQ. Need to understand holding cost. Holding cost, you need to understand holding cost basically is the item cost spent on holding that amount in the inventory. So if I don't have anything in my inventory, I am not basically putting any cost. But suppose I want to hold a water bottle for 1 year. So this bottle will come into the inventory. One of my guy will hold this bottle, put it in a rack. An area is taken. Then again, I need to take it back, put it to some other area, maybe give it to client. So this all involves a cost that is called as a holding cost. So if I'm putting this for 1 month, it is a cost. If I'm putting for 1 year the water bottle, it is a cost because it is taking my area. So every area is considered as, this will be a different holding cost. You understand? So every item has a holding cost wherein we can understand that if it is immediately comes into my inventory and goes out, holding cost will be less. If it is there for 1 year, 2 year, 3 year, my holding cost is X. That is the thing. Yeah, chances of getting degrade will be there. And then the next demand of EOQ is no shortages are allowed. That is, all demand must be supplied from stock. So my client is asking me 100,000 bottles. I have to fulfill 1000. I cannot say that this month I'll give you 900, sir, because my factory is not giving me or something like that. So shortages are not allowed in this case. All demands must be fulfilled. Then replenishment lead time is fixed. So whenever you want to replenish, basically replenishment is nothing. Whenever in inventory you have 1000, suppose you have 10,000 of bottles. Every month 1000 is going out. So you need to replenish back, that you have to put back. That is called as replenishment. So the lead time to replenish this is to be fixed. 1 week, 10 days, 1 month, 5 months, whatever is your item category, your manufacturing time, your transportation time, consider all those, and then you do a replenishment. So in that way, the lead replenishment time is fixed. Okay. So these three will be fulfilled, then only EOQ will come. Now move on to next talk. Next slide. Okay, but just to give you answer on that safety stock, somebody asked, I didn't want to touch, but just I'll go it quickly. So safety stock is something which is never to be touched on. Suppose uh, I have items in my stock is 10 numbers. For those 10 numbers, there is a manufacturing lead cycle. Suppose the manufacturing cycle is 30 days. So in 30 days, if I give a new requirement, 30 days my new stock can come. Okay. So for that 10 items or that particular item category, I will say my safety stock, which should be always 2 numbers. Before 2 numbers, I cannot go. My client requirement is every day, 1 month, 2 month, or every day, every month, 1, 2, 3, 4. Based on that, I'll say this is my safety stock. Before this, I should not go. And there is a thing called reordering time or reordering thing. So whenever my stock comes from 10 to 5 or 4, I should do a reordering in next 30 days. My cycle reordering point, yes, ROP. So the cycle will fulfill, and I don't touch my safety stock. That is called as a safety stock. Safety stock is only and only for critical situations wherein you are in a very bad situation, you are not able to do something, so that is kept as a safety stock. We have the safety stock, we have a buffer stock, a lot of terminologies will be there, guys. So we'll cover this in another session. I told you module 13. So let's hold your horses there. That's it. I just want to focus on this now. So economic order quantity, next thing. So what is the purchase price of the individual lot size? It will be, purchase price is independent of the lot size. So we have an annual material cost, C into D. So you have seen what is C and what is D. C is the cost per unit and D is the annual demand. So see, that is the purchase price. The number of orders must suffice to meet the annual demand. It is basically D by Q, number of orders to be placed. Because an order has a cost S incurred. And what is S? S is the fixed cost incurred per order. So annual ordering cost will be D by Q into S. Just go through the formulas. Don't go into why it is there. It will be very simple when we'll take a live example. Given a lot size of Q, we have an average inventory. What is our average inventory? Q by 2. The annual holding cost is thus cost of holding Q by 2. And inventory for 1 year is this formula, annual holding cost. It is Q by 2 into H. And the total annual cost is TC, is the sum of all 3 types of cost. CD, that is annual cost. Then we have an reordering cost, and then we have a annual holding cost. So there are 3 different type of cost: annual holding cost, reordering cost, and a material cost. The total cost will be CD plus DQ by S into Q by 2 into SC. So observe the annual holding cost increase with the increase in lot size. In contrast, the annual ordering cost declines with the increase in lot size. The material cost is independent of lot size because we have assumed the price will be fixed. In this case, EOQ, the prices are fixed, as I told you. The total annual cost thus first declines and then increases with the increase in lot size. So the total cost will basically first decline, but as you are increasing your lot size every month, every day, based on your client's requirement, this will be, the total cost will increase itself. The optimal lot size, which gives the lowest total cost, is known as EOQ. So there will be different scenarios, but in different scenarios, what is the formula of a EOQ is basically the Q is square root of 2D into S divided by HC. Okay. So how we do it, how we find it, what is D, what is S, what is H into C? It is very simple. Let's take an example now. So this is an example. So let's see what is the example and the problem. So demand for the Dextro computer at Best Buy is 1000 units per month. He should be doing a buying. Best Buy incurs with a fixed cost, that is order placement cost, transportation, receiving cost, that is $4,000 each time. So whenever you are doing a buying of one fixed order, it can be any quantity, you have to spend $4,000 for that. Each computer costs you for 500 USDs. That is your unit price of the one item. And the retailer has a holding cost of 20%. When you say 20%, it is the whole year. So it is basically 20% of what you have in your hand, the cost coming. And what is this HC? Let's see. You see, holding cost as a fraction of product cost, or fraction of the product cost. So product cost ka, there is some percent, 20%. Okay. Now, let's evaluate the number of computers that store manager should order in order to replenish a lot. So we have to calculate what is the annual demand. So what is the annual demand? 1000 laptops or desktop computers per month. So into 12 months, that is 12,000. Then there is a ordering cost. Ordering cost is 4,000 rupees per lot. Every lot when you purchase, you have to spend 4,000 rupees. Then you have a unit cost of this unit cost of per computer, that is $500. And then there is a holding cost per year of fraction, that is 20% of 4,000 is a fraction, is equals to 0.2. Now you have to find the EOQ. EOQ formula is square root. You see the formula here. Let me show back again. Square root of 2 into D into S. What is D? Is the annual demand, 12,000, to 2 into 12,000 into D into S, that is 4,000, divided by the H, that is the holding cost or the fraction, 20%, and to the material or the unit price of the computer, so 500. So the EOQ in this case, because the demand is fixed and it follows all the conditions, the EOQ for this particular demand should be, or the fulfillment replenishment quantity should be 980 laptops or desktops. Okay, so we keep ordering 980 laptops so that I do a best buy, I maintain my inventory well, and I fulfill all my demands coming from my client also. Okay, this is the scenario. EOQ of 1000 units to be fulfilled, having an inventory, I need to purchase the best buy is 980 units in one shot. So 980, 980, 980, 980, I'll do those kind of order placement in order to have save my money in terms of ordering and transportation and also fulfilling my client demand. So this fulfills this criteria whenever the demand is steady, there is no shortage, and replenishment time is fixed. So I fix my replenishment time. I placed an order every time 980. I don't place it 500, 200, 300 or 100 multiple orders. If I do it a buying of 100, 980 items for every time, it is on a monthly basis or whatever it is, I can fulfill my client requirement. I can save my money. That is called as an EOQ. Clear? Formula is simple. Square root 2 into D into S into H into C divided by H into C. That is EOQ formula. Most of the companies or the inventory guys will not ask you to do it. They have softwares for this, but at least you should know that this is the EOQ formula and how this EOQ is being evaluated. If somebody asks you and gives you a question on an interview stating some similar type of problem, you can tell them this is the EOQ and this is the best buy to replenish the items in the inventory. Okay. Okay. It's very simple. It is not complex at all. And formula is there. And this formula, as I told you, is very simple and you can do the calculation. So we understood what is EOQ, what is the formula to define a EOQ. Next is a single period inventory model. There are few models which I've told you, and why these models are required. Based on the item category, you need to maintain their inventories. So based on their item category, single model, multi-model, cycle, all that stuff we will be covering in the second half of this session. So single period inventory models. What is single period inventory models, or also known as news vendor models, are used for products with a single selling opportunity. So if any product which can be used only once, it cannot be used back again, replenished back, or doesn't have a duplicity or such type of stuff, will come under single period inventory model. These products you typically have a shorter shelf life or specific to a particular event, after which they have a little or no value. What are the examples of these type of items and inventory models? Basically on newspaper. So if a newspaper released on a particular set of date, it is valuable for that date. After that, it is just a waste paper, nothing of use. So newspapers, some seasonal goods and items, it can be anything which is seasonal in terms of like firecrackers for festivals or some kites for some festivals. So those type of seasonal festivals items or goods can be also like that. So perishable items which can be used immediately, perished, so those items will also come into single period. or any event specific merchandise which you are going to purchase, maybe some jeans t-shirt which has a branding for that particular day or the event, or a concert of Diljit, you are wearing a t-shirt for that particular day, it is written. So once it is done, then after that it doesn't have that much value. So these are few examples of single period inventory models or examples of those items. The primary challenge in this model is determining the optimal order quantity to maximize the product. So because this is it can be, if it is not used, it is waste. So we have to be very specific, very I would say it is challenging to understand the EOQ or optimal order quantity for these type of items in order to maximize the profit, because you don't have a pattern for a whole year, you don't know what is going to be done. So this is a very important factor here. The decision maker faces a trade-off between understocking and overstocking. Trade-off, in simple words, not a full definition. What is a trade-off? The act of balancing is called as a trade-off. Yes, it is to give and take. Basically, we call it as in trade market. But here, the trade-off is between the act of balancing. You have to do how much you have to do understocking, overstocking with this item. That is basically a trade-off. But whosoever is written returning back and giving back is also correct. That is also trade-off. But here it is act of balancing here. Okay, so understocking leads to lost sales and potential profit in this case, while overstocking results in excess inventory and reduced profit. Obviously, if you overstock it, that is not used for that particular phase or period because it is seasonal, it is a newspaper for that day, then those all newspapers which are not used for that particular day will be wasted. It is just a raddi then for, or scrap for the people. So you have to be very cautious in this. Okay. So some key characteristics, let's understand what are the key characteristics. One-time order, the decision is made once and there is no opportunity to reorder or basically fulfill or reorder the selling period. So what we do is we take a decision and we say there is no reordering point because this is a one-day thing. So let's order 300 newspapers only. We don't need to do a reordering. So it is a one-time order. It is perishable or seasonal goods. Yes, I have told you these models are often used for products like newspaper, fresh produce, fresh produce or consumer items, holiday items like some holiday events and packages, event-specific merchandise and all that stuff. Then there is going to be uncertain demand. Demand is variable and often follows unknown probability distribution. So in terms of this, demand is varying. Sometimes it can on a season, suppose in a season, the season is off. Suppose the season is, let's assume it is Makar Sankranti. So Makar Sankranti, you have some items which is, those items can be used like kites. So this last year, based on last year consumption, last year supplies, you know that 2000 kites were used in this particular area, and let's maintain a stock of 2000 and supply in the next year. But next year it can be 3000, it can be 1500, it can be 400. Nobody knows, based on some changes here and there, because it is flexible. It is fluctuating. So that's why demand is variable here. Okay. And a cost of overstock and understock. There is a trade-off, as I told you, between having too much inventory leading to leftover unsold and too little inventory resulting in loss of salvage value. Unsold items. So salvage value is very less in this case because, as I told you, if it is only used for one particular day or an event, once after this event or the day is over, then this item cost is zero to that particular after that event. So salvage value is very less in this. How it works, so we do a estimate demand, gather some historical data based on the past experience, some market research, some expert opinions, what should be done, how much quantity should be coming in, what you think, take some survey. So based on, suppose the event is going to happen in your in particular city and there is a concert going on. So for that concert there will be few items, they will be requiring some maybe goggles or some lights, something like that. So you do a historical research, do some market research, see that last year some sub event has happened similar in that kind of configuration, how much items should be required, what is the demand, you should basically identify that. Okay, then you have to calculate the cost of this, basically the both cost of overstock and understock you have to calculate. So overstock is known as CO, understock is known as CU. So the cost of each unit left unsold at the end of the event is called as overstock, and it will originally cost minus the salvage value. So original cost is something, the salvage value is original cost 10 rupees, the salvage value is 2 rupees, so 8 will be my overstock value, which is if I keep these items, it is not being delivered or sold, then the loss of 8 rupees is my cost of overstock. What is cost of understock? The profit lost for each unit of unmet demand. So suppose my demand was 2000, I only had 1000. So 1000 was the cost which I could have got the profit from. So it is basically selling price minus original cost. So selling price was suppose 10 rupees. Original cost was maybe 5 rupees. So 5 rupees was the profit. So 5 into 1000 is the basically cost of understock, which you could have gained the profit, but you not, because you didn't understand the market, the demand. So that is understock. Understood the calculation of cost of overstock and understock? Then we should understand the critical ratio. Critical ratio is nothing but cost of understock divided by cost of overstock plus cost of understock. That is the critical ratio. Finding optimal order quantity in this case. So using the critical ratio, the probability distribution of demand, identify the order quantity wherever the probability of running out stock is equal to the critical ratio. This is the point where the expected cost of overstock equals the expected cost of understock. So that particular point is you need to find, and you need to understand and order the quantity accordingly. Okay, let's move ahead. So this is an example. So that's why I'm saying, imagine a news vendor including how many newspapers to order in a single day. The demand is uncertain, but we have our historical data which says that something in every day 300 papers distributed in maybe Jabalpur area of this whatever. That kind of historical data we have. The news vendor knows cost of buying of a newspaper, so 5 rupees, 2 rupees, whatever the cost is there. Then he knows the selling price. His cost of buying is basically 5 rupees, but the selling price is 8 rupees, 10 rupees. So that he knows. Potential salvage, if he recycles that, sends this paper to a Raddiwala or someone to scrap it, he'll get a 1 rupee or 2 rupees. So using a single inventory cost, the newspaper can calculate the optimal order quantity to maximize profit. And by this example, as I told you, use it, and there is a question in the last I'll show you. You need to answer on that. Then we have, instead of single review, we have continuous review and periodic review policy models. What are those? So continuous review SQ model, which we say, wherein we define as a system where inventory levels are constantly monitored and an order of fixed quantity Q is placed when the inventory position on hand plus on order minus quantity back orders reaches a predetermined reordering point. So this is basically when the items, suppose we have a stock of 100 items, and once in the 100 items, we say our reordering point should be 80 or 70 or 50. Whenever it reaches this level, then a reordering should be done. So this basically continuous review model is a system where inventory levels are constantly monitored when the reordering point is reached. So when the reordering point is reached, how much quantity to be ordered, that is basically the queue needs to be defined. So that is a concept. So as I told you in the starting, we are into developing an application with this Lookout vendor from Paris. So he does that only. So for every item, he triggers a reordering point. Based on the reordering point, he then defines what quantity to be ordered to be fulfill the exact stock, or maybe the more than overstock, understock, whatever his calculation will say. This is an AI based application. So what it does is it goes into my historical data, my ERP for last 7 years, and based on my consumption, it defines me that. So this is called as a continuous review model. What are the key characteristics? Constant monitoring of inventory level. We see how much is coming in, how much is getting ordered, what is the quantity need to be ordered. So if I had right now in my stock 100 items, my reordering point is 70, then my fixed order quantity, what should be? It should be 30, it should be 20, it should be 40. That definition, that discussion is coming into continuous review models. So it is a fixed order quantity, and wherein we define that every whenever the reordering point will reach 70, my fixed order quantity should be 20. I should order 20 or 30, whatever, based on that. Order placed when inventory position reaches S. Yes, so S is the reordering point. What are the advantages of this? Reduced stock out risk due to constant monitoring. You're doing a constant monitoring, so your stock outs will not be there. That risk is mitigated. Then you have lower safety stock levels compared to periodic reviews. So as and when, because you have a reordering point, you don't need to maintain higher stock safety stock levels. You can go only into 1 or 2 or whatever is the bare minimum one. So in that case, you are minimizing that risk also. What are the disadvantages of continuous review? The SQ model, it requires more sophisticated inventory management system, as I told you. So it needs an application, it needs an AI, it needs people to be involved in, higher administrative costs because all these guys will be there. So there will be a lot of frequent orders, as I told you. When this particular low-code application does this, it triggers an flow in my ERP, and in ERP a purchase requisition, a purchase order are created. So a guy will be there. So a lot of ordering will be there in order to fulfill this requirement of fixed quantity against the reordering point. So yes, these are the advantages. So there can be administrative cost, but it will save a lot of money for future, because in case of emergency, if your whole shutdown, a plant is closed, that will cost me more. So I am ready to pay this administrative cost and place frequent orders in order to maintain my inventory. Any questions on this continuous review model? So let me give you an example on this continuous model. Something in my headphone. I have a headphone here. So I am a headphone manufacturing company, boat. Okay. I have a warehouse or a basically retail shop wherein I keep my headphone inventory. Okay. So for a dedicated boat model 450 series, I had at least 50 items lying in my inventory. Okay. So these 50 items can be work in progress or something like that, but in retail shop it will be finished goods. So let's talk only about finished goods. So finished good, 450 series of boat headphones are there. Now every day a consumer will come, so this will start reducing. So from 50, next week it will become 45, next week it will become 40, something like that. There will be time it will become 25. Now this is the time 25. I have kept my reordering point. Once the stock of my retail shop is reaching 25, it triggers a ordering or a purchase requisition or again a request to fulfill my stock. So then I'll send a request to my manufacturing company in boat. I'll say, hey guys, my inventory level has reached 25. Can you fulfill the quantity back again? He will say, what is the quantity you want? So I'll say, okay, Q is my quantity. That is a fixed quantity. So whenever the level of 25 will reach, again my manufacturing factory will take action and they'll say, okay, we are fulfilling you and giving you a fixed quantity of 25 again. Those 25 will again come back to me and my retail shop, and the level will again become 50. That is called as a continuous review model. So let's move ahead. Then we have a periodic review, which is called as RNS model. In the initial, we told you there will be a cycle review, there will be periodic review. Then we have a periodic review, a system where inventory levels are checked at fixed intervals. So I'll not check based on the quantity now. I'll check on the intervals. So interval can be week, 10 days, 15 days, 1 month. I'll see what are the items available today and then place an order. Okay. So today my inventory level is 50. Next week I check my inventory level, which I have planned already, is 38. So based on that, I'll send a request and ask that inventory level to be full by 12 quantity. That is the periodic review method. Okay. What are the key characteristics of this? Inventory levels checked at fixed intervals. Definitely. Order quantity varies based on inventory position. Exactly. So I might ask 12 this time. Next week it will become 20, I might ask 30. So this is all, quantity will vary. Order placed to bring inventory level up to S. So S is the inventory level, which is right now in this example, which I am giving you, is of 50 headphones. So 50 headphones, I need to maintain the inventory. Based on that, every week or 20 days, I have decided a period and I will do the purchase or the best buy. Okay. What are the advantages? It is simple to implement compared to the continuous review. Lower administrative cost due to less frequent order placement. So we decide the period. Suppose my period is 1 month, 2 months, 3 months, whatever, and then only I'm placing orders. So there are less order placement. Instead of more orders coming through the continuous cycle, it is only once in a week, once in a month, twice in a month, something like that. Okay. What are the disadvantages? Higher safety stock levels required to cover, because in this periodic might be challenging a situation. Yes, exactly. That's what the disadvantage you see here. So the higher safety level stock levels required to cover demands during the review and lead time. So suppose I am having 50 headphones, but my safety stock in this case in periodic, I have to keep around 20. I cannot go below that. So 20 items should always be with me. But in the case of this earlier one, I not need to maintain 20 as my safety stock. I can be less. I can be say only 2 headphones or 3 headphones in this case. That means I am basically not risking myself, but here the risk is more. Okay. So higher risk of stockouts compared to continuous review. So today, if we are like a blanket order or schedule order, yeah, it is basically an order wherein that quantity is not defined every week. It will change. It will fluctuate. So here can be a risk if I do stock analysis every period, and once I go inventory shop, I do after 15, I find that I didn't have a single stock of this item. So then I place the I am basically order on this. Usually this is done by the grocery shops and all that guys. Those will not see they will basically in a week they will place order, or 2 weeks, or maybe DMart does like that, or those basically Reliance Trend, DMart, they do like this. So they don't purchase order on every item which is out. They do it on a weekly basis. On a big lot of a truck will come and all the items will come in that. That is the periodic model. Okay. But yes, this is a risky one, but it can save cost also. So based on the items categories, you need to decide you want to go to continuous review model or periodic review model. And if you want to invest money, if your items are more critical, it can be risky. You go for a continuous one. If items are not that critical, that risky, you can, their clients are not that concerned about the delivery of your items, consumer based, then you can go into periodic review. Okay. Okay, let's proceed then. So how to choose the right model? There are some features. Inventory monitoring, order quantity, order placement, safety stock, administrative cost, stock out risk, as we have already discussed. So in continuous, inventory monitoring will be constant. Order quantity will always be fixed. Inventory level reaches S, then you do a reordering. Then your safety stocks are lower, administrative costs are higher, and stock out risk is lower. Similarly, in periodic, it is on a period basis, on a weekly basis, or monthly basis. Your order quantity is always variable. It is not a fixed, and you have it order placement at a fixed interval. Safety stocks, you have to keep it on a higher side because there is a risk. Administrative cost is low, and stock out risk is higher. So that is the comparison between the two. Based on your item category, you decide continuous or review. If you have your items are more critical and can hamper a bigger thing, you invest in your administrative cost right now, safeguard yourself, reduce your safety stock to lower thing, and go for a continuous review. But if your items are not that critical, doesn't have much issues in terms of, then you save cost, don't order again and again, go for saving some money and increasing the safety stock. Yeah, there can be a mixed model also. There can be a mixed model. A lot of company does that also. They can do, but it is based on the then item. What is the item? So for in a same company, you can find both models also. It is not like that. Okay. The choice between these models depends on several factors. So you see, what are those factors? Demand variability. If highly demand variable favors continuous review to reduce stocks. So if demand is variable, you have to do continuous review. So that is preferred in that case. Order cost. Higher order cost favors periodic review to reduce your inventory value. High value items may justify continuous review for tighter control. Administrative cost. The cost of implementing and maintaining each system should be considered. In many cases, combination of both models can be used to differ duct categories or inventory levels. So you see in the bottom it is written already. So we can use a combination also. For our cases, like for an oil and gas industry, we combine both. We do a continuous review, we do a periodic review also. So periodic review is done at the warehouse level, inventory level, but continuous review is done through the headquarter level, or basically the guys who is sitting in office. So we do like that. They will do the periodic review and generate the request. We will do a continuous review in our application and then generate request or fulfill the demand. Okay. If no, then I'll proceed further. So there are some performance metrics and stock out cost metrics. Let's proceed further. So these are the key KPIs or key performance indicators of inventory management. Every company, every organization, every supply chain firm, be it in any type of EPC industry or FMCG, pharma, any type of industry, these guys will be discussing and basically monitoring these terms and figures only. So if you are into inventory management, your organization into inventory management, then these guys will, hey, what is the inventory turnover for this month? What is the inventory turnover for next year, of this year? Those type of terms will come. So what is an inventory turnover? It measures how efficiently inventory is managed. Higher inventory turnover ratio indicates better inventory management. So inventory turnover ratio is basically nothing. Whatever items you are basically selling in 1 month, what is the inventory being used is known as inventory turnover, basically. Okay. The rate of inventory, I can say, which is in stock, it's sold versus the replaced. That is the inventory turnover. So if you have 100 items and out of those 100 items you have stock out or sold 50, and those needs to be replaced by some other items, suppose the items are maybe 50 again, it will have an cost of that. So sales versus the inventory cost will be called as inventory turnover. Okay. And then we have days inventory on hand, DIOH. It represents the average number of days inventory is held before being sold. So suppose I one of those all the stock has come in. I have a chips packet coming in. Those chips packet is lying in my inventory on an average for 70 days. So 70 days will be considered as DIOH for that particular item. Then gross margin return on inventory investment, GMROI, measures the profit generated for each dollar invested in the inventory. So if you're basically investing something, money on the inventory, how much profit you're generating will be known as GMROI, which is gross margin on return of inventory investment. Stock out rate, the percentage of orders that cannot be fulfilled due to lack of inventory. A lower rate is desirable. That is called as stock out rate. What is inventory accuracy? Measures the accuracy of inventory records, how much accurate you are in terms of monitoring your inventory. Suppose you have done an entry system for items, which is inventory has come 100, and when you checked manually, it is coming 99. So what is your accuracy? Your accuracy is like 99% is your accurate system. Order fill rate, percentage of customer orders fulfilled completely on time. So if I have inventory of 1000 items in my warehouse or factory, and my customer is ordering 100 items every month, I'm able to fulfill that. Rate is called as inventory order fulfill rate or order fill rate. It can be 100%, 99%, 98%, whatever he's asking, I'm able to fulfill. That is the order fill rate. Then we have an average order value. With this order rate, there will be a order value also. So I can sell, my client is basically asking me 20, 30, 40, whatever is every month. What is the order value? It can be 100 rupees, 200 rupees on an average. What is the order I'm receiving on a monthly or weekly basis or a yearly basis? That is called as the average order value. So we do all this. We see what is the average order value of this item, what is the order fill rate, which I'm fulfilling my client thing, what is the stock out of that, what is GMROI, DIOH, inventory. This will help, these parameters, these KPIs will help me to analyze how to manage my inventory better. Where to invest it? Should I keep this item more? Should I invest in take a warehouse and put more investment and do more inventory? All those type of decisions comes from these performance metrics. Okay. So then we have stock cost metrics. What is stock out cost metrics? It represents the financial consequences of running out of cost. They help quantify the impact of stockouts and inform inventory planning decisions. So whenever you don't have stock to fulfill the client or consumer requirements, you are out of stock, it will have an impact. Client might not order you, as we have already shown you, client might not order you, your face value is less, your profitability will be reducing. So all those type of things are there. What are the metrics in this stock out? As I told you, lost sales. So definitely if you don't have stock, you're not able to sell, you're not able to get profits out of that. So whatever you have missed, that is a loss of sales. So we have losing a lot of money in that, and that is called lost sales. Then back order costs, cost associated with processing and fulfilling back orders. If you are out of stock, if you are basically your stock is over, then there will be a back order cost which will fulfill the requirement coming and fulfilling the items. What is a back order? Anybody can back order, backload. Yeah, it leads to customer loss. So that's why when customer will lose, then he will put a loss to you also. Now your sales is there, and there can be a LD also on this. Liquidated damages, previous orders. Yes, definitely. Pending orders or previous order, that is the back order. So it increases, and then you have a huge back orders, and it increases the cost of that. Then expedited shipping cost. additional cost incurred to expedite delivery. What do you mean by expedited? Anybody knows what is expediting or expediting? Making fast, urgent requirement. Yes, absolutely. So whenever we say expedite that process or expedited cost, expedite, that means you want that delivery faster. In order to deliver it faster or expedite or push that delivery, you need to spend some money. So additional cost will come. Initially, you suppose you are getting stock out and your warehouse is in basically Bihar, Patna, and your material comes from Delhi. Usually in the normal scenario, your material is coming from train from Delhi to Patna. But because you are stock out now, you need to fulfill your client's requirement. So you have to take a air freight. Yes, you have to take a air freight. You have to take a flight, and that flight cost will be more. So in that case, you will lose money. So additional cost on transportation in order to fulfill the deliveries or stock out items will be there. Then we have customer dissatisfaction cost, obviously. So potential loss of customers will be there, and then customers can back charge you that loss also. That loss is called as majorly loss is called as LD, liquidated damages. Anybody knows about this liquidated damages or LD? Or then I'll give an example. What happens? Suppose I am a basically manufacturer. I'm selling this to a client, so I have to give. Suppose a realistic scenario. Let me take example of lamp. So I am an exporter of lamp, and then I need to give it to my client, and client needs to put it in a basically in a government or body or maybe Indian ministry. He has to put these lamps. So I was the guy I need to deliver, but I couldn't deliver. So then he was not able to fulfill his project. And when he is not able to fulfill his project, government will say, I have got loss because of you, something, or that customer got loss and he was not able to receive the payments and all the stuff. So he'll say 10% of whatever your total contract value or 5% of total value, if you are not fulfilling my deliveries, I will basically back charge you. I will not give you. That is kind of a penalty. Yes, that is kind of a penalty he will take. So that is called as a liquidated damage or LD. So he will put, if he's not satisfied, he can put it, and that will be a loss to you also. Usually in our cases, wherein we do all type of EPC projects on railways, oil and gas, thermal power plants. This is there. If my customer is not satisfied, is because I am not able to deliver those items on time, he will put a penalty on me. And definitely the last one is profit margin. So your profit margins taking charges. Yes, liquidated damages, we call it as LD, and taking charges or penalties can be this. Yeah, exactly. So it is with all government bodies, private bodies also, they do this. If you're not able, because if we don't put a such clause, you will not be liable to deliver. You will say, okay, I can deliver next day also, I can deliver next month also. So delivery will, how you will control your delivery from your suppliers, you'll say that I'll put a penalty, then only he'll deliver it on time. Okay, else he is not contractually binded. And then we have lost profit margin. As you have not able to fulfill your client requirement, your profit margin has also not be able to met. And let's move ahead. Special issues in inventory classification. So I told you ABC, we showed you in the time. What is that? A, B, C. A is most critical, B is less, C is more or less. So based on that, you prioritize your inventory. Then fast moving, slow moving, and non-moving items, you categorize those, you put in different areas. You see that some items are fast moving, like the perishable items or consumables or fruits. You see it is a fast moving item. Slow moving item, like these electronic goods and all that stuff, coffee making machine, iron rods. You know, this will be consumed like 3 months, 4 months, 5 months. And some items are not moving at all. It is not getting, you have, somebody has manufactured this product is not outdated and not being used at all. So that will come under this type of fast moving, slow moving, and non moving. Then we have categorization on critical, essential, and desirable items. So based on that, you understand what is critical, what is essential, and what is desirable. Based on that, you do the inventory classification in your inventory. Okay. What is inventory valuation? So this is inventory valuation, impact of inflation. So rises price affect inventory cost and profits. What is inflation? Can you definition here? Inflation. What is inflation? Mahanga is a Hindi term, guys. Come on. In English, revenue stays constant, but the price increases. Yeah, he is almost there. He's almost there. Yeah, exactly. This is the right definition. So it is rate of increase in the prices over a given period of time. So suppose my item in 2024 was this, and 2025 it is this. So that rate is called as an inflation. So if it is from 5 rupees, it has become 6. Inflation is more. If it is reduced, inflation is less. And that way we do the comparison. So it can be a price hike, mostly it is price hike, but it is a rate of increase of prices over a given period of time. That is the definition of inflation, guys. Choices of valuation method, as I told you, FIFO, LIFO, all the stuff we have told, first in, first out, last in, first out, those are the valuation methods. Then we have obsolescence and scrap. So we need to manage these inventories. We need to see what is obsolete, what is scrapped, what is to be taken out of the inventory so that you create more space. Can we sell it? Can that scrap have some value and give some monetary cost to me? So all those type of things will also come into inventory valuation. So if you think in my industry, some raw material or structural steel is there, which is not usable, we scrap it, we sell it on the half rate, and that is also a valuation to my inventory management. Okay, then we have demand forecasting. We will have a dedicated session on demand forecasting. What are the methods of demand forecasting? But here just we are giving a glimpse. So demand uncertainty, predicting future demand accurately is challenging. Seasonality and trends we need to see. Fluctuations in demand require careful planning. Then product life cycle, different stages of product life cycle impact different patterns. So all these three we will be discussing in detail in the coming module on inventory management. Because of the product life cycle, how my demand changes. I know the product is from 1 day to 60 days, it is this. For some items it is 90 days. So based on that, how my demand changes based on the season. Suppose it is rainy season, this weather, this festival, this all trends are there. So I need to be careful among the demands which will be coming during that period. I need to be managing the inventory for that particular period. All that stuff we need to see, and predicting the future demand. So demand forecasting, there are some formulas, there are some historic evolutions, there are some Excel sheets and files which we will be showing you how these companies do the demand forecasting. So suppose my customer has ordered me June, July, and September 100. So what will be for the October demand? I can guess. Yes, I can guess. Based on the historical data, I can say 100. But if he has given me 100, 80, 120, then what you'll do and how you'll get the demand forecasting, then you take the average of these three divided by 3 plus total sum, and then you say, okay, this can be an average, and let's do a demand forecasting like that. So there are many different tools, there are many different formulas which will be coming in the coming module to do all this demand forecasting, and that will include the seasonal trends and product life cycle formulas also. So if this item is influenced by season, there will be a component K dash blah blah, we'll understand that, and then based on that we'll do the demand forecasting. Why this demand forecasting is necessary? Because this demand forecasting is required to manage the inventory which is there at your end. If you don't know the demand, then how you'll be able to manage how much quantity you should put in the warehouse, how much quantity you should put in the retail, how much should be in the plant. So everything, every inventory is to be managed based on the demand which is coming from the customers or the clients or the consumers. Okay, so just taking an example, if in a DMart type of shop, a lot of grocery items are there, every week they will do analysis. They will say, okay, the green tea is not used that much, green tea is there, but normal tea consumption is more. So they can predict. They can then ask the manufacturer, okay, I need 10 tea bags of normal tea, Assam tea. We don't need the green tea. That kind of thing is to be done and required. Then that way you control your inventory, and that way you monitor your progress and profit and loss. Is on logistics and supply chain management, linking both of these. So supply chain logistics, what is this? The art and science of managing the flow of goods, information, and finances from one point of the consumption, from a point of origin to the point of consumption. So it is not only goods, the information and the finances. When you say information, basically the demand, the request coming from, and the documentation part, the invoicing part. So if the goods are moving, parallel to that, some information will also be moving. What are the goods? What is the shipment number? What is the billing things? So all those things are there, and parallelly there are finances also related. That means there is some payments and money related to that. So once these shipments are done, payments will be released based on that. So supply chain logistics is the overall view of material movement, information, and finances. What is the importance of logistics? We have written 3 here, but definitely we have another slide wherein we'll go a little deep on what are those importance. But obviously, logistics gives us customer satisfaction. We move the material in a proper shape, proper way, and we update them. We give them the information. So obviously, customer satisfaction is an important part. Then we have cost reduction. We can reduce some cost in this material movement and all that stuff. And do we do better logistics from other competitors? It gives an competitive advantage to us. So if somebody is going through X route, we are taking Y route, we are reaching early. So those type of things will give us competitive advantage. What are the key components of supply chain logistics? Very basic. Suppliers are there, manufacturers, warehouses, transportation, and customers. This is the overall flow. The material movement comes from raw materials to supplier, supplier to manufacturing, manufacturing to distribution, or we call it as distribution centers or warehouse, and then retail location, the shops, and finally to the customer. So in case it is to be delivered to some big clients, not to customer, then the retail location will not be there. Directly from the DC or the manufacturing, the material moves from the manufacturing to the client location. So for us in the EPC business, oil and gas, railways, thermal, so everything moves, the material movement is directly from the manufacturing till the client location and the customers. But in terms of FMCG, pharmacy, or other sectors, we have distribution centers, retails, and customers. Okay, let's move ahead. This is a slide on giving 4 aspects of logistics. What is the aim of logistics management? We need to deliver right product at right cost, with right quantity, right quality, right place, and right time. So basically, these are the R's involved in this. We call it as 6R or something. But the intention of this whole logistics and supply chain is to do this, that we deliver the right products with the right cost, the quantity which customer has demanded or the client has demanded, the quality should be good, at the right location. If he's asked to deliver at that location, we need to deliver at that, and the time also, at what time he has requested, what date he has requested, we need to deliver that. What are the major functions of logistics? It includes obviously transportation, but it also includes warehousing, material handling, and inventory management. So everything is part of the logistics. These all 4 run together. Transportation management focuses on planning, optimizing, and executing the vehicles. Warehouse management includes the inventory planning and management of order and fulfillment. What are the components, activities of logistics? So you can see transportation, supply, inventory planning, warehousing, packaging, order processing. So all these are included, and then we call it as those components of logistics part. So material supply, warehousing, packaging, order processing, and the movement of the material, that is transportation. And what are the objectives of logistics management? To choose the most effective transportation route, to identify the best delivery method, to seek continuous quality improvement, to minimize the cost of transportation, to facilitate quick response to customer requirements, to improve customer service, and to minimize damaged goods. So if you are in logistics segment right now, if you are working in any firm, any supply chain, EPC, any type of companies you are working in, those are the objectives of logistics team. It is if you are dedicated for some international logistics, I would say more, then you will be, the first point will be definitely for you. You need to choose the best route, best ship, best plane, best train, whatever it is, to basically the route to fulfill the order delivery. Because choosing a route is a very important thing in logistics. It saves a lot of money, time, and everything. And delivery method. So if the size of the container or the item is this, then this should be the delivery, how it should be delivered, all those things. And quality and delivery time is also important. We should minimize the damage or risk. So the vehicle selection is also very important. It should not be multiple, basically DCs or multiple vehicles exchanged to deliver one material, so the damages increases. So all those aspects are considered, and these are the objectives of logistics team and logistics management. So these are the responsibilities of logistics management guys, or people who work in logistics. I wanted to give a perspective to those people who have never seen or never worked in a logistics firm. So in terms of logistics management, there are 2 different things. One is called as services, one is called as materials. So in terms of services, we see site security, perimeter, human resources, people involved, some canteens, traffic management, cleaning, waste material management. All these are services which are covered by the logistics management guys. It can be material logistics guy, also the people logistics guy who do the movement of the people. In terms of materials, it is material receipts, offloading, on-site storage, handling of storage locations of different points, delivery management, scheduling, booking the vehicle, follow-up for the vehicle, where it has reached, provide the reporting of the delivery of the material. So complete consolidation of materials, all these are sourcing, packaging, all these are part of day-to-day life of a logistics guy. If you are willing to switch to a logistics profile in supply chain, then these are the major responsibilities of a logistics management or a logistics team guy. It starts with multiple people and working in small areas like inventory, warehouse. Then there will be coordinators who will finalizing the contracts with these transporters. Then there will be people who will be only doing the scheduling. Somebody will be reporting. Somebody will be only managing the material. Somebody will be doing this. So, but in general, if you are in logistics, you have to see all these things. Okay. So traffic management, when you say traffic management in terms of services, you need to see that how the traffic loading is there, which route should be the best, and you need to see vertical lift meaning. Okay, so vertical lift is basically lifting the material vertically by a crane, by forklift. So that is the vertical. Okay. So you individually will not do everything. That's why this is an overall profile of a logistics people. So there are people, that's why there is segregation of jobs. So every one single guy will not do. In small firms which are like maybe 100 cr 200 cr turnover companies, a logistics guy will do everything. But in bigger firms, these roles are divided into multiple people. So that's why only one guy will look the material receipts and offloading. He can be a storage guy, he can be into from head office, he'll be working. So different people are there. For lifting the materials, there will be different people responsible based on the size, dimension, the machine or hydra to be procured, or to the crane to be arranged. So that kind of a guy will be a different person. So it all depends. But overall, this is all the work which we guys do. Okay. Yeah, traffic management in terms of transport. Basically, in terms of services, you have to understand what is the traffic basically rules that you need to communicate. You need to understand as a logistics guy. So whatever movement you are doing for material from one location to another, you need to understand how it should be moved. Just to give you an example, traffic management is not only the signals of the red lights, but if the truck is moving from one location to another, there will be some underpass, flyovers, maybe some train crossing, some high extension wires. So everything you cannot just simply dispatch one material from another. You have to understand if there is a high tension wire, you need to take a government body approval, and then this government body approval will close that particular network for half an hour for you, and then your vehicle can pass. So if a high tension wire, electric wire is going 6 meters, if your material consignment is 6 meters or 10 meters, something like that range, then you have to take a different decision. You have to talk, you have to take clearances. Similarly, for crossing some railway boats or some crossings, you need to take some approval. So you have to understand the whole traffic management, also how the material is moving, what is the route, and what are the hindrances in that. Okay. If your vehicle is too long, it is not able to turn on a road, then what is the decision to be taken? So that kind of decisions is involved in traffic management. So on-site storage, as I told you, like the material coming in, you have to be how to store the material, when the material first in, first out. So based on that, you need to do the stacking, you need to do the storing, then handling of that material. There will be forklifts, robots, machines, which will be handling. So everything, every portfolio, these all things comes under logistics management. Sorry, logistics management only. But the major part is basically negotiations with these freight forwarders, domestic or international, choosing the right transportation, controlling the whole schedule of the shipment. So there will be thousands of items. You need to schedule it properly, follow up that with your transporters, provide the response to the client on a daily basis, arrange best vehicle to save some cost. All those things you need to do, and you need to do a proper consolidation. In logistics, this word consolidation is very important. There are multiple, suppose in UK there are 4 or 5 different cities, small things. You collect it, you put it in a warehouse, you club it in a vehicle, and then you put it on the port, so that in that way you dispatch in one container and save the money of the company. In domestic also we do like that. So we'll be discussing milk run. So we go to one supplier, pick some material in one truck, then we go to another supplier, pick that material, and then we take from that and club that and deliver it. So in that way, we do the consolidation. So scheduling, consolidation, planning, follow-up, reporting is very important. But physically you are not doing anything. You're not doing packaging or material, but you need to guide someone, you need to guide your vendors, you need to guide your factory, that this is the packing requirement of the client, this is as per this law, this is as per the rule. So all that stuff you need to do. So let's move ahead. Or the phases of logistics management. So there is inbound logistics. These words will come when you will join a logistics team or you want to have a career in logistics. So inbound logistics, outbound logistics, forward logistics, and reverse logistics. These are the 4 words you might be listening. So we'll go in little detail, not much. So we understand what is inbound logistics, the movement of materials from point of origin to the point of production. So basically point of origin, when we say, it is raw materials or the suppliers which will give you the material. And when the point of production is basically the manufacturing unit where you'll assemble or manufacture that particular item. So inbound logistics is material coming from suppliers to your factory or company. And then outbound logistics is when the finished goods moves from your factory or company or unit to the customer or client. That is called as outbound logistics. We'll understand reverse logistics and forward logistics in the coming slide. So this is forward logistics and reverse logistics. Very simple. Forward logistics is basically movement of material from raw materials to fabrication to assembly to inventory to customer finally. Okay, this is the most common one which you have to do from the supplier to customer. The delivery method or the logistics method is called as forward logistics. But in case the customer gives you back the material to your factory for some repair work, manufacturing, some fabrication, so all type of things, if the material comes back, it is called as reverse logistics. So forward logistics is basically from client, from supplier or manufacturer to customer, and from customer to back to factory or basically supplier is called as reverse logistics. But the thing is same, you need to arrange items for both. Only thing changes is the documentation part. So the invoicing pattern changes, the taxes changes little, but the flow of the material is same. You need to place a vehicle both end, you need to coordinate. Is it good return or bad? Something has written. It can be anything. It can be anything. It can be for if the item is not good, if it is to be sent for repair, some remanufacturing, anything which customer doesn't like it or it suits back, then you have to do the reverse logistics for that. It is the same thing. It is logistics. It is just the material flow. So if the product is, you have delivered the product, it is not good, you need to recall that. You need to send it back to the manufacturing for anything repair and all that stuff. So then you need to go for a reverse logistics. What I'm saying is only the documentation part changes, because when you send it to the client, you do a proper invoicing of the material, you value the material and get the payment from the client. But once you get it from the customer to back to the factory, you will not raise the invoice for that. Already you have taken the payment. So then in that case, it can be on a challan, it can be on a different type of document wherein the material comes in. That is the only difference in terms of reverse logistics and forward logistics. Okay, let's move ahead. So I've put a slide for milk run logistics. Will not go much in detail, but just a brief I want to give you. So milk run is whenever you have a certain defined path, you have a manufacturer who will manufacture, and then there are different suppliers you need to take that material from and deliver it in one go. That is called as a milk run. Why the option of milk run is coming, the word milk is coming from that. So basically for milk deliveries and all that stuff, this was there. So what it does is, in this diagram you can see an empty truck has moved, and then it is picking up material from supplier 1, then from supplier 2, and from supplier 3 milks, and then it is basically giving it back to the manufacturer or giving it back to the client. So both ways it is there. What it does is, it does that you need to basically don't need to put lot of material at one supplier end, because the vehicle will be regular, it will be coming, but you might need to go to different suppliers, club the material, save some logistics cost. That is the intention of this. So what it does is, it improves just in time GIT, basically we call it as, in terms of inventory management. So less inventory has to be maintained at supplier 1, 2, 3, because they know, yeah, it is a kind of a round trip. It is kind of a round trip, guys. So it saves it. Basically, it goes to different suppliers of same. Why it is going to manufacturer? It can go to manufacturer because this is the suppliers for. Just take example of raw milk. So this supplier one is having 10 cows. The other supplier 2 has having 15 cows. Supplier 3 having 20 cows. So basically, it is the vehicle has moved from the factory to collect the milk, raw milk, to be processed and then sent back. This is the best example I can give you. You understand? So he's basically going, collecting from one village. Assume supplier 1 is living in another village very close to supplier 2, which is another village. So one vehicle will only go collect all the raw milk from these suppliers at one shot and come back to the factory. That's why this milk run comes from. So it basically, the supplier knows that every day a vehicle at a dedicated time will come. They all are clubbed. So it increases more reliability. Delivery frequency is there. Reduced idle time. So there is no wastage. Everybody knows what is the time and vehicle will be delivered in that way. And we are, because clubbing the material, we are saving some carbon emissions and we are improving some quality control. That is, we call it as milk run. So same vehicle taking material from that we will discuss reducing cost. Milk run can reduce cost, but let's see. We have few examples. I have few mathematical problems. We both will be solving those, and then we will deciding milk run is better or normal deliveries method. It all depends. It is not always that milk run is cheaper. Okay. It all depends what kind of item, how much delivery, where the location, all that stuff is there. Okay. Let's move ahead. So there are in this particular presentation, we have 3 to 4 questions, mathematical questions, wherein some values will be given. We need to identify which logistics is better. Is it normal delivery method is better or milk run is better? We'll identify that. Okay. So let's discuss T&D, which is transportation network design. There are few options in there, which is basically the first is called as direct shipment, which is from one supplier. It can go to different buyer or client locations. Okay, this is the direct shipment we do. One supplier, multiple buyer locations. That is called as a direct shipment. The other one is direct shipment with milk runs from multiple suppliers or to multiple buyers. So you can see from different buyer locations, material is being clubbed and delivered to supplier. And similarly, from different supplier, it is clubbed and sent it to buyer. That is called as milk run. So it can be on both sides. It can be your supplier side as well as buyer or client side also. So this is the second one, which is direct shipment with milk run from multiple suppliers or multiple buyers. Then this is all shipments via DC. DC is a distribution center. So we club all the materials from all the suppliers and we put it in a distribution center that is called DC, and then we deliver it to different buyer locations or customer or client locations. So this can be DC, can be, best example is Flipkart, Amazon, and all that, you understand. So Flipkart, Amazon will have a big DC wherein they'll collect material from all those suppliers and then deliver it to you when you'll order it. Maybe they'll order it from exactly from the directly dispatch it from the supplier location, but mostly for the common items which are used, they take it in their warehouse and deliver it to you. That's why the deliveries are fast. They say we'll deliver it within 1 day, 2 day, whatever it is. So these are DCs, which is basically a big setup wherein they complicate. It's a bit complicated. Second slide. Blinkit, Zepto, Swiggy, all those guys. So Instamart is basically example of that. And basically they put these distribution centers, collect material from different suppliers in their distribution centers and deliver it to your location when you are online ordering it. Okay, dark store model is also coming. Yes, that is also coming. And then we have a shipment via DC using milk runs. So in terms of that DC, the material will go into DC from different suppliers. But in terms of buyer location, it will be clubbing the material and sending it back to the DC. So if you are returning a material, so he will take a material from you, take all the returns and then bring it back to the DC. So this is a comparison between these network designs. What are the pros and cons? So first is called as direct shipping. So there is no warehouse. The material is directly dispatched from the supplier to buyer. In our case, in my field, it is like that. We don't have a warehouse in between the manufacturer and the client locations. So we deliver and we do it a direct shipping. So no intermediate warehouse, simple to coordinate, What are the cons? You have to maintain high inventories due to large lot size. So our lots are bigger. So we have to keep a lot of material in our factory or manufacturing units, and significant receiving expenses. So when the material is received, you have to spend a lot of money because the vehicle will be more, the handling of the vehicle will be a challenge. Direct shipping with milk runs, so lower transportation cost for small lots. Understand this, for small lots. If the lots are smaller, then your transportation cost is less. In this case, you have to maintain low inventories because every day the vehicle will be moving. So you don't need to put much material in your shop or at supplier end. But it increases the coordination complexity. You need to coordinate with multiple suppliers. One vehicle is coming, hey, I'm coming at 6 a.m. At 7 a.m. I'll be there. 8 a.m. the vehicle will be there. So a lot of coordination complexity increases in terms of milk runs when we are doing a DC, direct shipping. All shipments via central DC with inventory storage, so lower inbound transportation cost because we are putting up a DC. So from different suppliers, the DC will be close to their location and the inbound transportation is decreased. We consolidate also material in this, so that way also we can sue. But as we are putting a lot of material in this DC, we are increasing the inventory cost. Also handling at DC, those people involved, the machinery, the forklift and all that stuff at the DC or distribution center, it increases the handling also. And all shipments via central DC with cross dock. Cross dock is basically an exchange. So what is this? Very low inventory requirement in this. Low transportation cost through consolidation. Both are same. Okay, but it increases the complexity as you're discussing with basically different people to handle the material. So cross docking is basically between, I can say, from one DC to another DC. Okay, so we suppliers to one DC, then one DC will be sending it to another DC. That is called as a cross dock. So that it includes coordination more. Then shipping via DC using milk runs. So when we ship it, lower outbound cost is there because we are doing milk runs. So a vehicle is one only. It is also for small lots. And coordination is complex in DC, as we have told you already. Then we have a tailored network, which can be a combination of both. It can be a direct shipping, it can be a milk run. So whatever suits you, you need to do tailor-made transportation and network accordingly. And based on your product and storage, you decide what is the best for you. But it is basically in this, you will have to do a lot of coordination because it is a mix, it is tailor made. So you don't know when the vehicle, or basically you have decided, but you are doing sometimes direct shipment, sometimes doing a milk run based on your requirement. So it is more complex. Okay, let's move ahead. So this is the first example. So we have in this PPT, we want to give you more realistic flavor. So that's why this PPT has 3-4 different type of questions. Based on this, we'll understand direct shipment is good or tailor-made is good. So tailor-made NW example, tailor-made can be specific. In my case, it is tailor-made only in our oil and gas segment. Based on the item size and quantity, we decide which is to be done. We sometimes in terms of fabrication, if material is lying with 4 or 5 vendors in Bhilai, suppose I'm giving example. So what I'll do is I'll send one vehicle which will club all the material and deliver it to maybe Chhattisgarh, Jharsuguda, wherever I want to dispatch it. But if the material is like uneven, we don't know the supplier, it is big or bad, we'll send a direct shipment directly from the manufacturer to the customer. So milk runs you do where you know your product, you know your deliveries every time, and the path is also already constant and it doesn't change, the route doesn't change. In that way only you can do a milk run. So for, I would say, for factories which we own, we can do a milk run, but wherein we have vendors, we mostly do a direct shipping. Okay, so let's take the example now. So a retail chain has 8 stores. Let's take a retail chain of 8 stores and let's name this retail chain. What should we do retail chain? So let's take a retail chain of Superdry. So Superdry is a brand. So Superdry has 8 stores and its material sources or supply comes from 4 supply sources. So 8 stores in Bangalore, suppose, let's take example, and the supply sources are somewhere near in Karnataka, assume. Okay, so we are collecting from 4 different sources in Karnataka, and we need to provide to the 8 retail stores or shops of Superdry in Bangalore. Clear? Trucks have a capacity of 40,000 units. So 40,000 units, let's take example of t-shirts. So 40,000 units, these trucks can take one take, and the cost is basically 1,000 per load. So if one truck you are loading, 1,000 rupees you have to pay and 100 rupees per delivery. So whenever you are delivering one vehicle to one retail shop, then you have to pay 100 rupees as an additional. So 1,000 plus 100, 1,100 almost for per truck. Does a truck making two deliveries will be having charges? So you see 1,000 is the base charge. If it is delivering two deliveries, 1,200. If it is delivering three deliveries, 1,300, similar to that. So every delivery he will charge as 100 rupees extra. The cost of holding one unit in the inventory at retail, those 8 stores which are the retail stores, one inventory if I am holding, it is $0.20 per year. Okay. So the vice president of this supply chain or super dry store basically wants to use direct shipping from suppliers to retail stores, or setting up milk runs from supplier to retail store. What network do you recommend if annual sales of each product at each retail store is 9,600 units? So every retail store, the target is to sell 9,600 units. In that, what is the best solution or the network design? Is it direct shipping? Is it milk run, which will suit in order to get these sales of 9,600 t-shirts from super dry store? Understand? Question is clear? So let's move ahead on the analysis now. So let's do some analysis. Here it is given. So our analysis assumes that all trucks travel full. First question is that the truck has 40,000 units. We are not sending 39,000 or 38,000. Every truck should be full 40,000. Okay. So the optimum load on each truck is calculated based on these analysis. Let's analyze the trucks and the cost. So batch size shipped from each supplier to each store is 40,000 units. Okay, clear on this? 40,000 units is basically one truck. Okay, so number of shipments from each supplier to each store will be 9,60,000. They have to do a sales. 40,000 is basically one vehicle can carry. So how many number of shipments we have to do? If you divide 9,60,000 by 40,000, it comes to 24. So 24 trucks from one location of supplier to retail shop will take will be able to deliver 9,60,000. Clear? So 24 shipments we are doing. Okay. So what is the annual trucking cost for direct network? So 24 trucks. Okay. The cost of one vehicle is this is direct shipping. So the cost of one vehicle, we have to see 1,000 was the cost and 100 rupees per delivery. So how many stores are there? 8 stores. And how many suppliers are there? 4. So the trucking cost from one supplier to one retailer in direct one will be 8,44,800. Clear on this calculation? Number of trucks, cost of truck multiplied by supplier and the retail shops. 8,44,800 is the cost of trucking. Then we have to analyze the inventory which is to be put for these products. So 40,000 is basically average inventory of each store at each project will be 40,000 by 2. We are assuming, as this is an assumption, average inventory which is to be kept. This is 20,000. We are assuming we have to maintain an average inventory. Then the average inventory cost will be 20,000 into 0.2, because this 0.2 is the inventory holding cost, and into 4 into 8. There are 4 suppliers and 8 retail shops. So 128,000 will be the inventory holding cost. And this, the total amount will be the inventory holding cost plus the transportation truck cost, which is 8,44,000 plus 1,28,000 makes it at 9,72,800. So if we want to achieve direct shipping from one retail shop to supplier and supplier to, we don't want to go on a milk run. If we want to achieve 9,60,000 units for all the 8 retail shops, this is the cost in transportation for direct shipping, 9,72,800. Okay. So just understand 9,60,000 t-shirts you have to deliver in 1 year. Okay. One truck can come to your store and do 40,000 basically 40,000 t-shirts in one shot. One truck can give. So how many trucks you need to be you need to be there so that this 9,60,000 sales is done? You need, for one retail shop, you need 24 trucks. You understand this first? 24 trucks carrying 40,000 t-shirts to your retails will be the requirement which needs to be fulfilled in order to cater 9,60,000 units. Okay, so 24 trucks, one retail store, 24 trucks in a year. Yes, 24 trucks in a year. It can be, you can say, it can be in one shot. It is not like that every month two vehicles. It doesn't say like this. It can be 20 for a total overall year. We need 24 trucks. That's it. That is the logic behind. Don't go into logic, sir. Every month, one vehicle, two vehicle, three vehicle. How we'll decide that? We are not deciding on that. It is like 20.4 for each year at 6 deliveries per store. That is 24 trucks. Yeah, exactly. 24 trucks we need for the direct shipment, and that 24 trucks should come from 4 stores, 4 suppliers, and to 8 retail shops. And the cost of one truck of one shipment in this case, because it is picking only from one supplier at one time, it is the 1100. If we'll go into the second slide, we'll see it will be more, it will be different. Okay, so in direct shipment, as you're picking it from only a one supplier, it is the cost is 1100. So that is the total trucking cost. So 24 shipments, 24 trucks will come to you in a whole year. One shipment will cost you 1100 USD multiplied by the number of stores and the suppliers. That is 8,44,000. And inventory holding cost, inventory, basically we are assuming that half of the items at least we should have in our inventory, 20,000 into same 4 into 8 and into the inventory holding cost, that is 0.2 USD. So 128 comes from there. So 844 into 128, it is 9,72,000. So let's go ahead. Let's see the milk run, then you can compare better. You'll understand better. Okay. Now let's see the calculation for milk run. So this is for milk run. Now we analyze the network in which suppliers run milk runs to retail stores. Milk run increases the transportation cost but decreases the level of inventory each store has to hold, because the vehicle has to move more in this case. So the transportation will increase, but because it will be from one supplier to another picking the material, so supplier doesn't have to hold the inventory, or the retail shop doesn't have to hold the inventory. So we provide a detailed analysis on the instance of suppliers running milk runs of 2 stores on each truck. So in this case, what he has done is he has decided that he will be milk running 2 stores which are there on each truck. Okay, you understand that? 2 stores. He's not doing 3, he's not doing 4, he's doing 2 stores only. In this case, we have the following. So batch size shipped for each supplier to each store will be as 40,000 is the total. So 20,000 units he will be taking from one supplier. So 20,000 from supplier, 20,000 from one supplier. He can take only that. Okay. So in this particular milk run thing, 9,60,000 same. The arrow is basically wrong. It is not greater than, it is divided basically. And from each supplier now, you need, because he is taking 20,000 each, not taking 40,000 each from the supplier. So number of shipments will increase. It will be 48 shipments from each supplier. Okay. So transportation cost per shipment per store will be 2 trucks divided by the number of trucks. So it will be 1,000 was the cost, which will be divided by 2. That will become 500 plus the 100 delivery charges. Only one delivery he has to do, so the cost will be 600. So same calculation, annual trucking cost, 48 shipments now you have to do in a milk run. The average, the transportation cost per shipment per truck is 600. 4 into 8, that comes up to 9,21,600. The average inventory is still the same, but now because the 40,000 has reduced to 20,000 for each store, the inventory cost will also reduce. So it will come as 10,000 into 0.2 into 4 into 8, that is the inventory cost, which is 64,000. So 9,21,600 plus 64,000 makes it as 9,85,600. So if you see, when we are doing a milk run, we can see this in this way. In this way, the direct one, the final cost is 9,72,800 in direct shipment. And when you're going for a milk run, it is 9,85,600. So it is more. So analysis says that the direct run is cheaper than running milk runs with 2 stores per route. Increasing the number of stores on a milk run ends up costing even more, because it raises transportation cost. So if you are increasing the number of stores more, if you want to go, instead of 2, you want to do 3, 4, 5, the transportation cost will increase. Inventory cost will be less, but still the overall cost will be more. So in this case, direct shipment is best. and milk run is not advisable because the cost is more. You understand? That is what we consider in milk run. Obviously, milk run is never like that. The store is in a different way. The path is different, same. That's why we consider that. But the number of shipments increases. We'll see another example also, guys, wherein we'll see the opposite of this. So we'll see in that case, milk run is better and direct shipment is not better. We'll see that example also. So you can see the savings will be 9,85,600 minus, okay, my bad, 9,72,000. So 72, almost 8,000 here, and 5, almost 13,000-14,000 USDs we can save. Okay. So in order to reach the sales of 9,60,000 units per t-shirts per super dry store, if we are going ahead with direct shipment, we can save almost 13,000-14,000. It's just an example. It is not a realistic value, but we are saying that we will be saving in this. Okay. Shall we move ahead? Clear on this? Yeah, that's what we can also see in the future slides. You'll see a mixed approach also. It can be a better one, but we need to see. This is just a first comparison. Okay, so now let's move ahead for some logistics function. So we are just giving a brief. We are not going, as I told you, we are not going into details of these mode of transportation. Module, I guess 15 or 18 or 16 is completely on transportation, where we'll deep dive in what are the different road transportation, what are rail, what is airport, what we'll go deep dive into this. But as I've told you, transportation is movement from material of goods from one origin to final destination. The different modes are road transportation, rail transportation, air transportation, water transportation, and pipeline transportation. Anybody who knows, who doesn't know about pipeline transportation? Because the rest I think people will know. So pipeline transportation we mostly do, yeah, exactly. For oil we do, for some liquid materials we do, for hydrogen we do, yes. So in my previous company we were doing for ash slurry. So we'll mix the ash which is burnt by the coal with the water, and we'll do a pipeline transportation of 15, 17, 18 kilometers, 20 kilometers, and then dump into a big ground. So that is called as a pipeline transportation. Water transportation can be also pipeline, can be different. It can be in a tanker, it can be in vessel. So water transportation is basically different. But pipeline, when we say pipeline transportation, is mostly oil and gas and liquid. So liquid can be anything, you know. So road transportation, rail transportation, air, and then we have a transportation management system, TMS. This is a software which helps to optimize transportation. It helps you to basically do a route planning and optimization. It helps you in carrier selection, which vehicle to be selected, which is best. So shipping transportation as in shipping of what? Shipping of these basically vessels or ships. That will cover in global logistics. We have different type of as he has told, we have more different type of material shipments on transportation, but mostly on the basically on the we can say export logistics or global logistics. Okay. So TMS is a software, guys, which is there, which does all these things. Most of you guys who are working for logistics, you must be having a TMS software in your company. This TMS can be integrated within your ERP, within your SAP system also. And most of those ERPs are now coming with a TMS system individually also. So it does all these functions for you. There is in this software, if you put one location to another, you just put the input, they will give you the best solution, like a Uber Ola map. This is the best route, this is optimized route, this is the best carrier selection. A vehicle should be this much, you should take this much container for this much of sizes, 20 feet, 40 feet, of all types of all those things it will do for you. So a lot of load planning also can be done, where it is to be put, when it is to be put, how much load is to be put. So those all type of load planning can be done. So it also gives you an freight billing and auditing purpose. You can raise the invoice, you can raise the bills, accept the bills, and also auditing purpose. If you can go inside, you can see all the audit trials, all the shipments you have done, which date, when it is received, what was the ETA, what is the ETD, all that type of stuff is there in the TMS software. So we'll touch the base of TMS software here, but we have few screenshots also in this particular presentation on TMS. And it will help you to understand TMS first, and then in the next module we will go deep dive in the TMS. What are the things, how these guys, logistics people, are doing this? We will be doing that. Okay, so another question now, back again. So there are a lot of questions, similar values, similar everything. So let's evaluate if how the scenario changes if demand per product per store is 1,20,000. So now instead of 9,60,000, the sales is basically less. So sales has become 1,20,000, and the supplier running milk runs to 4 stores now. So initially we decided we will do a milk run of 2 stores. In this scenario, we are considering the same scenario, we're considering the milk run up to 4 stores. So one vehicle will go up to 4 stores and collect the material. You understand? So the same question stands. Everything is same. 8 stores, 4 suppliers, this much cost, 40,000 units, everything is same. And now we need to see the scenario if the sales is less and the supplier milk run is basically for 4 stores, what is the basis? So these are the two comparisons. So first comparison is of direct shipment, 40,000. Now the sales is 1,20,000. So 3 shipments we have to do multiplied by 1100 as 1 shipment is done. So 105,600, 1,05,600 is the tracking cost. In terms of inventory, same calculation, 20,000 into 0.2 into 4 into 8, that is 128,000. So overall in direct shipment, the cost is coming as 2,33,600. Clear? Now we need to, the bottom one is for milk run. Same calculation, 40,000 is the overall 1 truck capacity. As we are doing a milk run, now 10,000 units will be picked from each store or supplier. So the same calculation, 1,20,000 divided by 10,000, that comes to 12. And we are doing a shipment, 1,000 rupees is per vehicle. So 1,000 divided by 4 plus 100 is the delivery charges. So 350 only we have to pay. So 12 trucks, 350 rupees per truck into 4 into 8 is 134,000 in terms of transportation of the trucking cost. And in terms of inventory, now 10,000 is the, so per store we have to maintain only 5,000 units, which is 0.2 into 4 into 8, that is 32,000. So in this case, the total annual cost for milk run network will come as 134,400 plus 32, that is 1,66,400. So now you see, in this case, if your sales is less, if you don't need to dispatch or you to do more sales, then milk run is better, and you're going for 4 dispatches. So on different scenarios, on different things, this direct shipping and milk run will change. So in this case, it is just opposite. We are saving almost 30, 40 here, 40, 30, 70,000, almost 60, 70,000, 70,000 we are saving, 70,000 USD we are saving if we are doing milk run. Understand? Wherein you need to do this again and for some different values, and both scenarios will be there. If you do a direct shipment, do a milk run, this much sales, what is the value? If you're doing a direct shipment, milk run, more stores, less value, what is the difference? So in this case, milk run is saving a lot of money. Okay. So just to have a look on the TMS system now. So what is TMS system? Define TMS as a software application that help manages and optimize transportation operations. It puts it emphasizes the role of streaming logistics, reducing cost and improving efficiency. So with TMS operations or TMS software, you can do better planning and decision making. You can execute your transportation plans. You'll get more visibility and more measurement. So we have a lot of freight forwarders, we call it. We'll be going deep into freight forwarders and all that stuff in future. But just for you guys, we have some logistics vendor. These logistics vendor are dedicatedly have this particular TMS software, and they monitor all these things in their software. And then further, whatever ERP they have, this will be integrated, and their ERP will give them the purchase order number, the details, the cost, and all that analysis, and more visibility and details comes when they both are collaboratively working. Okay. So this is an overall TMS system. It is related to SAP, but the SAP has, yes, the SAP has a TMS system, and this is the screenshots shown in this PPT is basically a SAP one. So the terminology here is used by SAP only, but for other ERPs it is different. But we just want to show you a glimpse that it is same. Nothing is basically different. Only the short forms here, it is PGI, VFI, VF001, VLPOD. This is SAP terminologies, but overall philosophy is same. Okay. So in overall TMS system, we have a sales order wherein we know what is to be delivered when, what is the requirement, what is the detail of that, where is the client or the customer address, what is the cost and overall. Then we need to put a delivery number in that. So this BL01, whatever you see is basically their internal number, nothing to be worried about. Then you need to create a freight unit in this. This in SAP you had to create, and then you have to do a freight planning. In this freight planning, you will tell this item to be picked at this date, this item to be dropped at this date, all that kind of thing. Then you'll generate a freight order for your transporter who will be basically transporting this, maybe a inland transport through a truck, train, air, whatever you guys are doing. Then we need to put in a login as a picking when it is to be picked. So there will be a receipt creating. So this is all functionality in SAP, guys. You need to do. There are some buttons in that particular software where you'll click and every function will move accordingly. So once you'll do a freight order, then only you can do a picking. So you have to create a freight order. You have to create a freight planning. So all those things are there. But few ERPs, there will be few steps less. They might not be doing a freight order for individual orders. They might be doing an annual order. So it all depends. But this is just a glimpse. Don't be worried about. It is not that. It is like that always. Okay. And then we have this freight POD, that is proof of delivery. That is, you have delivered the material. Then once you delivered the material, then you have this customer invoice raising with that. Okay. And then after the customer's price, there is a freight settlement document. So the freight documents which will be there with the invoice, so packing list, bill of lading, all the stuff, we will be discussing this in our documentation part also. I'll be sharing, but there are documents which is related to freight. And then this freight settlement document, you have to post it in the TMS system. Then there is a service PO of this, and post that there is a vendor invoice verification, which you do it for paying the payments of your internal vendors. Okay. You're not clear. It is Miro is just a vendor invoice receipt basically. When it is just a transaction. When it is used, when the vendor invoice is received, it verifies the details which the item has been dispatched. Okay. Yes, we can track the shipments through TMS. Yes. Nowadays, we can track it. We have the applications which will be integrated with this. POD is proof of delivery. So once the item is delivered, there will be a receipt from the guy who has received it. Maybe they call it as a MRN, material receipt note. Somebody will call it as GRN, goods receipt note. So that is basically a proof of delivery, wherein the other guy or the customer, the client will give a proof to you, sign it, maybe send a photograph, and then it will be noticed as proof of delivery. And if you guys don't know about Miro is nothing, movement of receipt out. So basically vendor invoice. So as I told you, there are a lot of things in ERP, and we'll see. So let's move ahead. Okay, so you see now a TMS system. And this is on S4 HANA. So S4 HANA is the latest version of SAP. And you can see there are three different things: S4 HANA Core, embedded EWM, embedded TM. Embedded is EWM stands for Extended Warehouse Management. Then TM stands for Transportation Management System. So you see, it is a collaboration. It is an integration of TMS, warehouse management, and HANA Core. HANA Core is the base wherein you release the orders and you see the invoicing, you see the payments, all that stuff is there. That is called a HANA Core. And similar to this, there are other 4-5 functions, like there is a CRM, there is SRM. We'll see everything. Okay, but not in this one. We'll only see a glimpse of TMS. So you can see in S4 HANA Core, there is a sales order created. So don't get confused by these terminologies: sales order, outbound delivery. If you've never heard it, freight unit, freight order, this is all just instructions basically, guys. Okay, so sales order is nothing but an order booking which confirms that this is the receipt of the order and there is a material delivery required for this. Then you need to create outbound delivery, but this outbound delivery will be created, and then it will be going into two different modules, or basically sections. One will go to warehouse management, one will go to TM. Then you can see in the TM, that is the transportation management, the thing is triggered called freight unit. What is a freight unit? Is just all instructions. Freight unit is nothing but collection of goods that has to be transported together as a single unit entity basically. So there will be a logistics guy who will see what are the items which we can club, transport together and make it as a single entity, and he'll create a freight unit. Then it will go to transportation planning, and the plan based on the planning, this when the item has to be picked, when it is to be dropped, which is the location. Based on that, they'll do some planning in the TMS system. And then a thing is called as freight order. It is nothing but an instruction generated wherein it will give you a detail where the item has to be picked up, what is the delivery address, what is the vehicle which will pick it. So all those type of details, it will be there. It is just an instruction type of thing to the carrier or the transporter that this is the detail and you need to deliver this item at this location with this much quantum and bulk. That is the freight order. And when you go to the warehouse management system, once the item is, this all things are done, there is an outbound delivery order also created in WMS. If there it is in the warehouse, the material is in warehouse, it will be created as an outbound delivery order, wherein it will give an instruction the material lying in the warehouse needs to be picked from X bay, X location in the warehouse. Then it needs to be packed, then it will be staged and loaded for the dispatch from warehouse management system or the warehouse. And then it is a transportation unit is created. What is a transportation unit? It is basically a smallest loadable unit of a vehicle. So it can be a container based 20 feet, 40 feet, those all things. We call it as a TU or the transportation unit. So we decide the transportation unit, and then the goods are issued for outbound delivery. So this is all an overall system in which the material outbound delivery outbound delivery is not an invoice. An outbound delivery is an instruction which will trigger an invoice. So outbound delivery is kind of a receipt which says that this material is shipped, and based on that, the finance team and your whosoever guys are there, they will generate an invoice. So there are two types of invoices. Once these items are picked, there will be a two type of invoices. One invoice will be from the vendor or the supplier to you, and then you will create a material movement invoice, which will be from you to your client or customer. Okay, that is there. So this is an overall TMS system, guys. In everything, the material movement also will explain you. This is on the software part. What we are explaining you right now, it works like this: that there are people who needs to click on these buttons to initiate all this process. When a freight unit will be created, then only transportation planning will be done. Somebody will then release a freight order. It can be a same person, it can be different person lying in different parts of the organization, different factories, or maybe the same location. It all depends. It all depends on the functionality of how you guys work in. But in general, it is like this. Okay. And then when you click this outbound delivery, then invoice will be generated, and then it will be correlated. That values will be mapped with your sales order. That your sales order value was 100, and now invoice is generated. This is sales order can be closed. Yeah. So packing list is a part of the documentation. When you'll ship the material, there are necessary 5-6 documents for inland transport or for outland or outbound, basically international logistics. The documentation is predefined. What you need to do it, we'll be showing you how a packing list look like, what are the basic requirements, how a GR look like, how a waybill look like. So all those things are there. How a custom document looks like, all those stuff we'll be showing you. Okay. But this is more focused. How about any correction and documentation can be carried out? Yes, correction can be carried out, but if you are trying to change the invoice value after the GST portal regime, it is quite tough. It is next to impossible to cancel invoice, but there is still a process, and you can change the value if you think something is wrongly generated. Okay, but you can do that. Okay, so what are the components of TMS systems? So we need to have an input. What are the inputs? We need to have information about the order, what the order is, who is the client, what is the value of the order. We need to know about the product which we need to ship and to transport. We need to see the inventory levels lying in the warehouse, or if it is directly to be coming from the supplier or retail shop, we need to see inventory levels at each levels. Then we need to know about the carrier information. Carrier is a guy who basically is responsible to ship the material from one location to another. So it can be anyone in terms of rail transport, road transport, or air freight. So those are the carrier guys. We should have information about that. Usually for a contract like us, we define one carrier or freight forwarder, or basically a guy in upfront on for the whole project. So our single point of contact will be that guy, but he can do anything. That is his responsibility. But for smaller projects, we need to choose carrier every time for every scope. Then we need to have customer data. What is the customer location, where the shipping address is, what are the details, how much he has the capacity to load, unload the material, what is his storage area, what is his port of handling, where we have to do the customer invoicing. So all those stuffs we need to see. And customer might also have a transporter who will do his transportation. That's why the Incoterms will come. So we'll tell you about Incoterms in detail, how the customer and the supplier basically manages their whole consignment. Then the TMS core functions are basically planning. So route optimization, load consolidation, carrier selection, these all will be done through TMS system. When you say carrier selection, we can have a dedicated tool linked to this also, wherein you can do a e-bidding type of thing also. So usually what we do is in this carrier selection, we have some transporters. We know, we contact them, we ask for this valuation and their offers, and then based on that we float an inquiry RFQ, and whosoever gives us the best price, we choose the carrier based on that. Okay, and then load consolidation, we will tell them that this load needs to be consolidated, material needs to be picked from Delhi, Ghaziabad, Meerut, and then collaboratively put it into one truck and then goes. Or maybe in terms of shipment, we take it from different locations and cities, collaborate in the port, and then put it into one container, do the container stuffing. So it all depends. So everything is done in transportation planning thing. This carrier selection, what I wanted to tell you guys now, what these guys are doing in TMS is they have offloaded it online basically to a e-audit type of thing, wherein they open a channel for one inquiry where they'll say the material needs to move from Delhi to Bangalore. This is the total weight and this is the timeline to be delivered, and they will basically put their prices, and in the last, if somebody, whosoever is giving the best price, will be order will be awarded directly to that. So that kind of a carrier selection automation in carrier selection we have done it now, and most of the companies. So this rate negotiation, performance evaluation, contract management, that is carrier management. If you're doing a rate contract like we do for all those type of carriers, we do a rate negotiation. We clearly on the day one, every annually we do it. We say that if the material is moving from Birmingham to China, this is my rate and it will not fluctuate. So irrespective whatever the requirement is, you will be charging me this only. So that kind of a rate sheet or rate agreement, we do it. We negotiate it once, or we clearly say that we'll be negotiating on case to case basis based on the size and volume of our transported material. Then we can do the performance evaluation of these carriers, like who has performed better. There are 5 different carriers or 10 different carriers or freight forwarders. We can evaluate their performance, who was delivering on time, what was the quality, if some damages were there or not. Based on that, the ratings are there in the thing, and you can put, and then we can evaluate their performances also. And we can do some contract management with them. Like I've told you, we can do annual contracts and all that stuff with these carrier guys. So transportation planning, carrier management, both we can do. Then what we can do in TMS is freight execution. So whenever the order will be the rating, we communicate to service. Yes, we do. We communicate these ratings to the suppliers. We annually publish it also, and we tell them what are your loopholes, lacunas, what you have missed. We tell them also that you need to improve on this, and based on that, these carriers, the freight forwarders and logistics people, vendors will respond to us. Okay, we share these ratings, and this is also for audit purpose. We evaluate, and based on these ratings, we then prepare ourselves for the next order or next year. We decide that this vendor has got good rating. This will be basically chosen for the next order. Whosoever's ratings are basically very down, continuously bad performing in the system, then we'll do a checklist of that also, and we'll blacklist that vendor also. If some freight forwarder carrier is not performing for last 3 years, his rating is very low, and then what we do is we blacklist that vendor, and he'll never get an order from us. That kind of a thing also we do, guys. Okay. In terms of freight execution, we execute the order. We see what is the order coming from. We need to plan. Okay, the material will be ready at this works in Excel Lift Singapore vendor at this place. When it will be ready, he will coordinate. Hey, sir, can I pick the material on coming Sunday? He will see. Okay, what are the documentation required? You have all the necessary document. Yes. So you have the necessary things to load the material. Yes. He will confirm everything. He'll schedule that. Then he'll confirm to his courier. Hey, put the truck on this date at that point, this is the location. That kind of scheduling will be done. And once the truck starts moving, they have the GPS system, they have applications wherein online tracking will be there. So the movement of goods from in terms of truck, in terms of, and the containers also have the GPS system on the containers. So everything movement is tracked online. Everything is updated in the ERP. They have dedicated application wherein this update of real-time updates will be there, and then you can see where your material is right now. Okay, and once the material is delivered, then you have to do a proof of delivery. You have to get that, upload it in the system, and confirm that the items are delivered. Okay, this proof of delivery can be done through the guy who is receiving or your counterpart there, or you can also do based on whatever your company and system has designed. So the proof of delivery, as I told you, can be any set of document. Usually we call it as material receipt note, we call it as GRN, goods receipt note. That kind of a standard document is there. Then freight settlement, based on this, there will be invoices of these freight forwarders. Those invoices you need to, when the item will be delivered, the freight forwarder will raise you an invoice. It can be on a weekly basis, monthly basis. It all depends, or case to case basis. Whenever he does it, he'll raise you an invoice. You need to verify it, verify their process, verify their payments. You have to see the proof of delivery. You have to see everything is correct in the bill of lading, airway bill, invoices, everything is fine. He has charged you the proper taxes and all. You then do that, and if he is claiming some extra, usually these freight forwarders do it. They will say, okay, I told you I will be getting this much. When I was going ahead, I need to pay extra duty at customs because the material was this, material was not packed, or I have to pay extra at this. So he might be charging you some claims. That also you need to settle with the freight forwarder and do the freight. Can the freight forwarder negotiate the price for additional charges after delivery? Yes, he can do. So once it is done, he can negotiate based on that, and he can ask for a revised PO also. If in case something has jumped it, if something is unexceptional, some natural disaster has come, something has really got a problem, so he can do that. If the problem is with you, you have given item which was inside, you didn't told him that this is a basically flammable material or dangerous material. You have asked him, and he has to pay that duty because the material was dangerous. Then he will be claiming to you. He'll be charging those claims of handling that material also to you. So all those type of different claims issues also needs to be settled, and those claims will be managed through the TMS system also. So there is a proper documentation for that. Import duties and taxes, who checks custom clearance, who monitors. So those import duty and taxes all depend on the Incoterms, guys. So we, as if I am a customer, I will take the responsibility based on the Incoterms agreed between me and. So whenever a purchase order is placed between the supplier and the client, the customer and the vendor, therein you need to decide on the day one that this will be your Incoterms. So who will be handling the import duties will be decided clearly on that. Who will be handling the custom duties will be decided on that day. This, if the customer says you need to handle, I will build my cost and put it in my purchase order. I'll say my cost was 100 rupees, but if you want me to do the import duties custom clearance, I'll charge 20 rupees extra. So my PO, you need to release 120. So based on that, the client needs to decide. A client will say, okay, he's charging me 20 rupees. I can do it in 16 rupees itself. Why to give him that? Then he'll change the Incoterms. He'll take the responsibility by himself. He'll do the custom clearance by himself, or pay the taxes, duties, and all that stuff. So it all depends on the agreement when their purchase order is being finalized. Okay. Insurance of the material is done by a transporter or the customer? No, it is always by the customer or the vendor. So it is customer usually takes for his project, client or vendor will take for his material responsibility. So it is transporter will never take. Transporter takes an insurance for his vehicle. That is the vehicle insurance. But material insurance is always taken by the supplier who supplies the material, because he will be having a global contract wherein the customer will say, hey, any material reaching till my factory or my area, my region, you have to take the insurance. So it is all your responsibility. But if the material is reaching inside the premises of customer or client, then the insurance is client. So in 99% or 90% of cases, I would say it is vendor's insurance who takes this. Okay. Okay, good questions. Then we have the output. What is the output coming of the TMS? We have optimized transportation plan. So you'll see a plan wherein you'll see the number of shipments, the items, the location, the vendor pickup, the drop location of the client, the pickup dates, all that kind of a transportation plan is there. So we can see the contracts, as I told you, annual, monthly, what kind of contracts you have. You can see the shipping documents on which the documents have been shipped. So a set of document will carry maybe 10 different set of items, and it will be having all the shipping documents. Then real-time shipment visibility, as I told you, you can track. There is a particular segment. You go into ERP, you see and click on that line. It will show that material has reached from Nhava Sheva Port, Mumbai to, and it is now reached Cape Town. So it will be, and this expected time. It will say the expected time to for arrival is this. So ETA, ETD, everything will be there, and you can see the shipment visibility will be there. Also, payment reconciliation and all that reports are there. Performance metrics of performance of these vendors. So this is all the output coming from TMS system. So any logistics guy who is there in a, I would say, mediocre form also, they'll have this TMS system. These guys will be working on that. But as it all depends, as someone told, I only do this much. So maybe not everything will be done by one guy. There will be multiple people, multiple things. So one freight guy, one logistics guy will only be processing the vendor invoices. He'll not be responsible for the dispatches and execution. Execution will be someone else. Order finalizing will be someone else. So it all depends. There are a lot of segments in logistics which is to be done, and it is I would say, a big chunk, big thing, and a very important and crucial one, wherein we can save a lot of money in terms of saving a lot of money for the company or the organization. We can do this. Usually for my contracts, it is like that. The whole total contract value, at least 10% of that value is to be spent on the logistics. So it is my contracts or our company contracts are in $1 billion. So transportation is a big thing. Let's move ahead. What are the integration points? So ERP system, as I told you, so TMS needs to be integrated with the ERP system. TMS needs to be integrated with the warehouse management system, which we have seen. TMS can be also integrated with the CRM system, where the customer will also can see. He will click on that, and he has few modules wherein he can see where his material is. So he don't need to call you every time, hey, you have dispatched it or not, give me Excel sheet. He can also go in the system and check and see that his material is reaching on this date, so that he prepares his unloading of the material, storage area, all that stuff he prepares. And then we need to integrate with the carrier systems also. So these transporters and carrier guys can integrate with our TMS system. They upload their invoices and all that stuff online in our system also. Anybody who is currently having integration with all 4 systems in ERP and these all things? Any logistics guy who has a vision of all this? So everything is there, guys. Then there are a few decision points. Decision points are basically requirements on. That's why these logistics people are hired. They need to select the best carrier based on cost, transit time, and capacity. So they can do it, as I told you, on emails, through RFQs, through phone calls. But right now we have started the e-auctioning thing. Then this decision point, you need to put the route optimization. You need to understand which is the best route to go it. If the highway is open in the night, what is the best route to go for this location? Is there traffic too much? What is the vehicle movement? So all those things you need to decide. If the truck is like a big heavy huge truck with some hydraulic system or all that stuff, then it will only move in night. Their speed will be regulated. They'll have some guys also walking with this vehicle, because it is like 5 to 6 kilometers per hour. It works very slowly. So there will be people, 5-6 people across the truck and all that stuff. So these all things you need to see. You need to see the traffic. They'll be regulating everything. Then load consolidation based on the product dimension and weight. Definitely you need to consolidate the load. You need to see that any of your carrier is not going empty. It is not going waste. Every space in logistics is considered as a cost. So if you can collaborate, consolidate, you see that the end destination client location is same. There are different suppliers near my area. Let me put a truck and consolidate and everything, put it here. If you are doing a dispatch globally outside India, then you collaborate it, merge it on a port, put it bring all the suppliers materials in one port. Then you put all those containers based on the size and dimension of your item, 20 feet, 40 feet. It will be giving you in that particular global supply chain presentation. We'll be giving you dimensions also. Why 20 feet is selected? Why a high cube is selected? Why 40 feet vehicle? What are the dimensions? So those are different type of containers also we'll explain you. So based on that, consolidation will be doing. So all those processes, we will be showing a complete process also to you, how it is, how a material is handled at a port. It comes, it unloads, empty vehicle will come, packing, stuffing, container stuffing, how the unloading is done or loading is done on the ship. So all those things also we'll discuss. Then freight mode selection, obviously you need to decide which is the best freight mode selection. If it is material going within Russia to Russia, is it going economical, train is economical, it is flight is economical, whatever it is. In my projects and all that stuff, we focus on 90% on the ocean freights and 10% or 5% maybe on the air freight. If we do more of air freight, we lose a lot of money. But in emergencies, we have to do it. So that kind of a freight mode selection we have to do based on our requirements and item category. Okay. So we'll touch now base. We have touched TMS. We'll touch warehouse and storage also. So WMS also will touch it here. So what are warehouses? Warehouses are essential component supply chain. They serve as a storage and distribution hubs for products. Different type of warehouses cater to specific needs and functions. What are the distribution centers? Purpose is to receive, store, and distribute products to multiple destinations. That is why a DC or distribution center is there. What are the key functions? So order fulfillment from client, inventory management, product assembly, and packaging. So there you can assemble your products in one basically carton bin box, one wooden box, whatever your containers. Then you can do the packaging also, and inventory also you can handle here. So in DC or a warehouse, we can do this. What are the characteristics of this DC? Often large facilities with advanced technologies for efficient order processing and shipping. So if you are not able to handle everything in your manufacturing firm because the area is constrained and all that stuff, you put a DC or a warehouse, you put a big area, you take a land, you put a warehouse, you stack all your materials for better order processing and shipping. So immediately when client will give you a requirement, immediately you can pack it, immediately put it in the vehicle and dispatch it. For example is Amazon fulfillment centers, as I've told you. This is a DC we have. Okay, let's move ahead. So what are the cross docking facilities? As I told you, from one DC to another, we do it this. That is called as cross docking. What is the purpose? Facilitate the rapid transfer of goods from incoming to outgoing vehicles with minimal storage. So we don't store much those items. We keep on moving the vehicle. That is the thing. And what are the key functions? So project sorting, consolidation, and redistribution. So in terms of sorting the products, the materials from various villages has come to one DC. Then from one DC you put it to the another DC. There you do the sorting. There you consolidate. So the material going for like a blue dart or something like that, we can see, or grocery distribution centers like it has written. So we can segregate those materials that this is vegetable, this is oil, this is blah blah, and then you based on the requirements anybody can pick and dispatch it. What are the characteristics? High throughput, limited storage space, and emphasis on speed. So Zepto, Swiggy, all the stuff, Zomato, these people have these type of small DCs. Yeah, that is called cross docking. So in cross docking, you can see they have put a additional basically a storage yard, wherein from there they focus on speedily deliveries. So let me give you an example. Like let's take example of Swiggy Instamart itself. So Swiggy Instamart, what it'll do is it will collect material from different suppliers across the globe or India. They will put a DC. So maybe in Karnataka they'll have one or two DC. Okay. From this DC, every material is there. Now the material needs to be from this DC to another DC, that is the distribution center localized to your neighborhood. So if I am living in Bangalore in central MG Road, so I'll have a small Instamart DC here, which will get these materials from there. So cross docking is not the direct communication or direct material from the distribution, but it comes from one distribution center to another distribution center. Because if I am asking for a material and the distribution center is 50 kilometers away, it will not be getting delivered. So Amazon relay, yes. So it will not be getting delivered on time. So in order to focus on speed, in order to this, we put small warehouses, small basically warehouses and distribution centers in order to cater their local requirements and speeden up the process of deliveries. Okay, that is called cross docking. Then we have plant warehouses, so store raw materials, work in progress, finished goods of any manufacturing facility. So what if shipment is wrongly moved to another DC and causing delay in decision? Yeah, that will be there obviously, and because it is all integrated, it is all in system. So any movement of material which is wrongly done can be cached, can be checked, fetched, and then it needs to be returned back. So all the process is there, but definitely there are wrong movements also. Somebody will maybe pack it in a wrong box, or some manual error can be done in terms of invoicing, in terms of loading the material. So these all things will happen, and but there is a process of getting that material back and getting it corrected also. Okay. So plant warehouses, nothing, manufacturing facilities, whatever those are, they have these warehouses and the storage yards wherein this all work in progress and finished goods are ready. Mostly these fabricators, these production guys or manufacturing units will be this. And yeah, they'll also do inventory management, but the inventory management, there are internal synergies to get these wrong deliveries. Yes, there are internal synergies to do this. So there will be inventory management also here, some production planning, how much to be produced, what should be the size of the production or the quantity, maybe 50, 100, 500 tons or maybe 10 cars. So that is the production planning. What should be the schedule? So there will be a 8-hour shift of 3 or 12-hour shift. All those things we need to decide, and the material handling for that also, and how much labor is involved. So in production, you need to see the labor, the raw material, the flow, everything you need to see and do the production planning. What are the characteristics of that is integrated into production process, often located on site. So maybe wherever the site location is, you do a warehouse there, you fabricate it, you put the all materials and get it delivered on site. But it all depends on the business model. So these car manufacturing units, one will be in Gurgaon, which will be manufacturing all those type of cars across the India or across the state itself. Okay, so let's move ahead. What is a WMS system? So WMS system is also a software application that controls and manages warehouse operations. It covers a wide range of functions from receiving and put away to picking, packing, and shipping. The WMS is essential for efficient warehouse management, inventory control, and order fulfillment. So if you are storing any material in any warehouse, you should have a warehouse management system also, which will see what is the material coming in, what is the inventory levels, what is going out, how it is to be done. So all those things we need to see. And what are the core functions of WMS is, first is receiving. They call it as I told you, generates receiving documents that this truck is received. This is having this much of material and this much of quantum, and verifies the incoming material. They check with the purchase order. So there will be purchase order whether the supplier has given you the right materials. You do a checking of the material. In case he has not provided you the right materials, something is wrong, something is damaged, you put it in a separate area. You communicate to the supplier and tell them, please take this material back or do whatever is for repair and all that stuff. You do it. So you do a verification of material quantity check as well as quality check also here in the warehouse management system. And this handles returns and damaged goods also, like I told you. So then we integration, then okay, let's go ahead with put away. So what is put away? Then we decide which is the best area to put this. So if paint is there or some highly flammable, we'll put it in a separate area, maybe in the front. If the item is not used for years, we'll put it in the top highest. If it is used very frequently, we'll put it on the lower side. So all those type of put away things will be there, where we decide which is the best optimal storage location. So we create some labels also. So suppose it is oil, we'll put a red label, we'll keep it here. For green, something, some tagging also. They'll do a barcoding also. Right now I have done recently for my project in warehouse as well as in my all projects we have done last year, the barcoding. So there is a machine, whenever the material is coming, we put a barcode. This barcode is nothing like a simple barcode. It will be put, and a scanning machine is there. When we scan it, the details of that item is always shown in the WMS or ERP system. Then we direct the warehouse workers to storage areas, and we tell them, please pick this material which has come, put it in this bay, and confirm and put a barcode and do an entry in the warehouse management system. Details captured. Okay. We have one more area, that is quarantine. Yeah, that is quarantine area also can be there. The material can be checked and put it until unless it is verified there is a quarantine area. There's a lot of things, and this damaged area, quarantine area, return back, we call it as payload. So there are a lot of terminologies here in the warehouse, and based on your requirement, these all areas are defined and the material is put in that way. So this WMS application is can be in SAP EWM, that is I told you. Oracle also has a WM, warehouse management system. Cloud has Zoho, inventory, and all the ERPs right now have this WMS system. So it all depends when you are getting this application, the company who is developing for you, you ask them, this is the type of my items, this is my requirement. So they'll customize the WMS for you and put it in your ERP. Okay, let's move ahead. Then we have order picking. So once the item is put in on the pay, then the client's requirement comes every often and now on a daily basis, on weekly basis. Then you have to do the order picking. You need to create a picking list. So pick the materials from bay 3, bay 4, bay 5, this, that, blah, blah, and just create this and confirm this to your guys. And once you do this picking list, then the guy will go and collect this material and start the packing of this material. In this, you also see what is the optimized picking routes. So there are different ways. Usually these warehouses are in acres, 10,000 acre, 20,000 acre, 30,000 acres, a big area. So you cannot travel. You have vehicles in that, and you have to see which lane is best, from which area I should poke, and what is the best route to pick that material, so that we optimize our cost in terms of picking the material also. And then supports various picking methods like single order, batch, zone, all that stuff. So if you see client is going in is want a regular type of monthly type of requirement, so it will be in a batch. So you decide and then you do confirm it to your internal team that these item needs to be picked in batch, and these item needs to be picked in a single order. So in batches the quantum is more, so they say 200 items from this rack, you please take it out, or from this location you take it out. Those kind of order picking details are also there in WMS. Then we have packing and shipping. I'll answer on that separately. So packing and shipping generates shipping labels. Then for where it is to be dispatched, we need to put a piece of paper, put a detail which is called as a shipping label. It will say for which customer it is going, what is the shipping address, what is the material lying, how much is the weight of the item, how much is the number of boxes, all that's there. And then we attach a packing slip also, which shows the item inside that particular box, inside the particular carton. Also, we calculate the shipping charges. If it is the size is this, then it will WMS will calculate the shipping charges, how much it is there. And herein we do the packaging also. So that will also be there. And then we schedule our carrier pickup. So we pack it, we make it ready. We tell there are 10 boxes we have done, shipping labels are assigned, packing list is confirmed. Then there one truck will come next day, maybe next day it will come, and then you put all those things and make an invoice for material movement. Then we have labor management also. It tracks workers' productivity and performance. So whosoever guys are there in warehouse management system or warehouses, we need to track how many laborers are there, at what shift they are working, how much is their productivity in terms of if we have 200 laborers, how much we are able to do the number of shipments per month. That kind of productivity we need to check. We need to reduce, we need to increase. Whatever those decisions, we can take it from WMS system. It also manages the labor cost. So there are different type of labors involved in this handling in the warehouse. So we manage these labor costs also. We change their rates. We assign their different responsibilities. Those all things we can do in WMS. Also, it optimizes workforce utilization. So as I told you, it will tell you that you need to put more labors. Your output can be increased, or you need to reduce it. You need to do some. You need to take some machinery or some automated robots or some automatic inventory management system which can deliver it directly to the trucks or something like that. No need for manpower for this. So all those things also we can do the optimization in WMS system. Okay. Let's move. So WMS is warehouse management. So we understood what is their model called. The model is called as quick commerce. Okay. So this is an overall warehouse management system. You can see, and somebody has asked how it is different from material, basically manufacturing unit. It is a little different in terms of invoicing. But overall it will be same. So you can see storage reallocation, good picking, preparing, packaging, dispatching, counting, receiving, classified payment good, and then there is a document process. Then inside there should be a Wi-Fi coverage area. There should be a data terminal which will handle the data of this or complete movement. Then we will have a barcode printing, as I told you. So for my project, we have lined up with a company called Wadaco. So Wadaco has provided this solution, which is we have integrated with our ERP, which is called as IFS. So they have some hardwares and then they have some softwares. So there is a printer lying in a warehouse. Every warehouse will give, and every supplier also will give these type of barcode printing machines or barcode printers. So all those suppliers will put those materials that will be coming into the warehouse. We'll scan it. We'll say in the system, the entry will be done in the warehouse, that material is received. When we'll pick it and put it in a rack, we'll scan it again. Then it will say this is lying in this particular rack. When it will be packed and again send it to client, we'll scan it again, the barcode, and we can see that this material is shipped out. So with these barcode scanners and printers, we are able to track the warehouse material movement and the material movement inbound to outbound both. So So it is all integrated. This hardware and software works together, and we have a better vision of our material. Okay, how the pictures are very clear. So how these you see this by some forklifts, the material is picked. There is a guy with a laptop or with a paper. He'll check the packaging. Then there's a guy who will be dispatching. So all these counting of the materials, receiving of the materials. So we do all this. And in terms of the change, only the change which somebody asked, because how it is different from the manufacturing unit. So in manufacturing unit also we do little warehousing, but we don't do much. The quantum cannot be much there, because manufacturing we have to put you have to use a lot of area for manufacturing the raw materials and work in progress and finished goods. But still few companies, few customers or few clients will have this warehouse management system also, wherein they'll store some material. Only difference is that the documentation which comes out of this warehouse WMS, it directly goes to the client. In manufacturing unit, it all depends. It can directly go to client, it can go to a DC or a warehouse also. Okay, so this is the only difference. Rest everything remains same. There also we do a lot of warehousing in manufacturing firm, but we don't do much of inventory management if it is a manufacturing unit. Okay, let's move ahead. These are the 6 steps as I told you. So we receive the material in a warehouse management process. We put it away in some location, we store it, then we pick it, then we pack it and ship it. Very simple. This can be similar to in manufacturing unit, wherein we'll be receiving raw materials. Here in warehouse, we'll be receiving some finished goods. So that is the difference. Rest everything remains same. And only thing is that instead of put away, there in manufacturing, you will perform some actions on that material and then basically pack it and ship it. But in warehouse, you just simply take it, put it, store it for that time, and whenever the requirement is coming, you need to pick and pack and ship. Okay, so Amazon warehouse systems can be a best example for a warehouse management system. Okay, so there are some key process we have already discussed and touched it away. So inbound logistics, I've already told you, receiving, inspecting, and putting away the goods. That is called as inbound logistics. Then we have a storage management, wherein manage our inventory levels, storage locations, stock replenishment. These all things are done. Then order fulfillment is basically when the customer is raising an order, he wants that material. You will be confirming it in your system. Then based on that, it will initiate a process in the ERP, and then responsibility will be going to some person who will guide basically a worker in the warehouse to collect this material, or basically instruct these machines and robots to collect this material, send it to the packing zone, pack it and ship it for the client. Then we do the outbound logistics of that material, wherein we coordinate with the carriers or the trucks or the containers that this is a material which needs to be shipped, and we generate the shipping documents out of this. And based on that, once the material is out, you need to again check your inventory levels. The material before this day was 200, now you have shipped 100, balance 100 is still in your inventory. So you need to do the cycle counts, you need to perform physical inventories and adjust your inventories. Okay, so let's take some questions now. There are 2 or 3 questions now, which will give you a little help you in how understanding this few things. So a warehouse has an average inventory value of 2 lakh USD. Okay, the cost of goods sold for the year is 12 lakh USD. Okay, so average inventory cost is basically in this warehouse is 2 lakh. He's able to sell that total material to client is from this warehouse is 12 lakhs. Calculate the inventory turnover ratio. So we touched yesterday inventory turnover ratio, but today again we'll touch it. So what is inventory turnover ratio? It is cost of the goods sold versus the average inventory you are holding. So in this case, 12 lakh divided by 2, it comes the inventory turnover ratio is 6. Okay. What does it mean is an inventory turnover ratio of 6 means that the company sold it in the entire inventory and an average of 6 times during the year. A higher inventory turnover ratio generally indicates efficient inventory management. So if your inventory turnover ratio is more, then you are managing your inventory properly. This is the crux of this. So inventory turnover ratio, you please remember cost of sold goods versus the average inventory. Let's move ahead. Very simple thing it is. Now another question, sir, it is inventory different from, yeah, it is different from different products. Yes, absolutely. Different for different products. It is different from different companies and groups also. Based on the based on the item category, based on the type of business, inventory turnover ratio for oil and gas will be different, for EPC will be different, for FMCG different. Based on the items also it will be different. That's why I'm telling you, when we'll go further in next classes, we'll have a table. We can see for, if it is rice, the inventory turnover ratio is this. If it is this, the inventory turnover ratio is this. And what is good, what is bad, we'll also judge it. Okay. But definitely everything has a different thing. Okay. So the next question for you guys. There is a warehouse, has a total floor area of 10,000 square feet. Okay. It stores 3 different type of products, A, B, and C. And the dimensions and quantity of each product is as following. So the product A size is 2 feet by 2 feet by 2 feet, and it has a 500 units of this. Product B has 3 feet by 3 feet for 1 feet, 300 units, and product C is 4 feet by 2 feet by 2 feet, that is 200 units. Let's take example of in this 4 feet by 2 feet, what it can be. It can be a, let's take example of tables, wooden tables. So suppose it is a wooden table and it is packed in a box. The box size of small wooden tables is 2 feet by 2 feet by 2 feet, 3 feet by 3 feet by 1 feet, 4 feet by 2 feet by 5 feet, and the quantity is there, 500, 300, 200. Assuming a storage efficiency of 80% only of the complete warehouse. The warehouse is 10,000 square feet, but it will not be utilized completely, because between that storing of material you need to walk also, you need to put an aisle also, there should be some equipments to handle this, there will be other small areas also, so we cannot utilize that completely, the 10,000 square feet area. So what we are assuming is we can only utilize 80%. In general it is like this only. If you are putting a warehouse, you're setting up a warehouse, if you are going ahead, you need to see that we are not able to see, so 70% area only utilize, 30% or 20% you keep it for these type of things, vehicle turning and aisles, walking, loading of material, machinery setup, all those things. Also, and a height as 10 feet. So the inventory level, that height of this warehouse can go up to 10 feet, not more than that. That is there. But usually it is more than 10 feet, but here it is calculation is the height can go to 10 feet. So calculate the required storage space for each product and determine if the warehouse has enough space to accommodate all products. So we need to see whether this 10,000 square feet area for these many units or tables. So it all depends on the product which you are using. And but it will, what it can do is you have your inventory sales, you have your total inventory cost as well as the sales, then you can basically judge it on that. But we can put it, we can automate this, but I don't know how much type of items this company holds it. We don't do inventory turnover ratio on a Excel, basically in a ERP system. It doesn't give us. We put it in our Excel sheet or something, and we calculate accordingly. Okay, because this is a very fluctuating thing. Then we are assuming that this, let's see whether we can 500, 300, 200, that is 1,000 units in total of these furnitures can be stored in this 10,000 square feet area with a height of 10 feet. Let's see. So this is the calculation. So we need to understand the volume of these. So the product A volume will be 2 feet by 2 feet by 2 feet, that is 8 cubic feet. There are total 500 units, so 4,000 cubic feet it is required. Product B similarly 9 cubic feet into 300, so 2,700 cubic feet volume it requires. Then we have product C 3,200 cubic feet, that is coming from the product C dimensions. So if we overall check the volume of these product A, B, C, that is these tables, so it in overall it comes to 9,900 cubic feet. Okay, 3,000, 4,000, 2,700 and 3,000. So 9,900 cubic feet is our total volume required for handling this material or basically tables. Now, since it's too mathematical. Now it's not too mathematical. It's just giving you example when you are you need to find. We are doing an inventory management. You need to putting a warehouse. The items will be coming based on the dimensions. You need to decide whether you need to expand your warehouse. How much should be the height? Those all calculations will be done, and it is part of the logistics people and the warehouse set guys who need to set up. Then only you will decide, able to decide. Not too much calculated. It's very simple calculation. You have to understand the volume of the material first. Then you need to understand that how much area you can utilize in warehouse. So 10,000 was the total, 80% can be utilized. That means 8,000 square feet you can basically have it on the ground. So 8,000 square feet on the ground, that is you can utilize, but elevating it to 10 feet further, 8,000 into 10 feet, that is 80,000 cubic feet is the total you can utilize. So now the required volume of these ABC chairs tables was 9,900, which is very less than this 80,000 cubic feet. So you can easily accommodate these products. This is the simple way to do this. We do it for any setup of a invent or a warehouse. We do this calculation. We understand our product. If our products are increasing, we put it another way. How much should be the height? What should be the walkable area? How much should be the consumption? Those all things we do it in the warehouse level. Clear? So the total volume, and now you see these three tables are only requiring 9,900. So you can see 10 times also, maybe 9 times or 8 times also. If the material is coming, we can store it in this warehouse. Okay, clear. So two questions: inventory turnover ratio, then identifying the size or warehouse thing. Okay. Then we have another. So now another question related to warehouse. One by one, loading this scenario. So this was done, and now this is the order picking. So in a warehouse, there are 10 order pickers. When you say order pickers, these are the people who will basically pick the material from the different areas in the warehouse. Okay. So each order picker, let's assume this order picker is a guy. Each order picker can pick an average of 100 order lines per hour. So based on this guy's capacity, he can take 100 order lines per hour. In 1 hour, he can go to different locations and put 100 order lines. One order line can be one item or something else also. The average order consists of 5 order lines. So they have made it very clear. So one order will have 5 order lines only. So the warehouse operates 8 hours a day. Calculate the maximum number of orders that can be picked per day. Very simple question. 10 order pickers, 100 order lines per hour they can pick. Average is 5. If they are working 8 hours, what will be the number of orders they can pick in one day? And then once they pick it, they have to put it in the outbound area where the vehicle will come and pick the material. Okay. So the total order lines picked per hour by all pickers, there are 10 pickers, 100 order lines. So 1000 order lines, they can pick it in 1 hour. Simple. Total order lines picked per day. So 1000 order lines into 8 hours they are able to do. So 1000 into 8 is 8000 orders they can do because they are working only for 8 hours. What is the average number of orders per day? So 8000 orders they can pick, but average order per average basically order consists of only 5 order lines. So 8000 divided by 5, that is 1600 orders per day. So maximum, if there are 10 order pickers, they can only pick 1600 orders in one day, or basically the 8 hours. There, this is all calculation we do when we put the manpower in the warehouse. We need to understand how much they are able to do. This is their productivity and production. If they are not able to pick 1600 orders, if the quantum is more, then there is something wrong with you guys. Then you need to put more manpower, more machinery, maybe set up and change your design of your warehouse, all that stuff. You need to do it. Okay. So designing and managing channel partners and distribution. These words you might not have heard in your careers if you are not into core supply chain or into distribution. But the context, the summary or the agenda which will come down, you might have heard about those people. So let's see. What is a distribution channel? Let's understand first. You might have known the process, but distribution channel word might have come to you first time. But let's see. So a distribution channel is a network of business or intermediaries through which a good or service pass until it reaches the final buyer or the end customer, basically. Distribution channels can include wholesalers, retailers, distributors, and the internet. Distribution channels are part of the downstream process. Downstream process, when you know, is basically from manufacturer to the client. That is called the downstream, which addresses the business question: how do we get our product to the consumer? So the complexity, the idea, the flow of the material from the manufacturer or the producer till the consumer or the client or the buyer is basically a distribution channel. Increasing the number of ways a consumer can find a good can increase sales, but it can also create a complex system that make distribution management more difficult. Longer distribution channels can also mean less profit for each intermediary along the way. So this is all about distribution channel. Let's see by a picture what it looks like. So this is a basic distribution channel. As you guys completely no. So one arrow you can see directly from manufacturer to consumer. Then one arrow is going through a truck to a retailer and then to consumer. Then wholesaler and distributors are coming in the picture, then to retailer and final to consumer. Then an agent and broker can also come. So this is a basic distribution channel. We'll understand and go through in detail in this PPT what it is all about. Okay. Why there is a need of a distribution channel? First, let's understand that. So why there is a need? We need supply of information. It should flow, information supply. Product promotion. Product should promote from one location to another. Financing of the operations. So operations financing is dealt with the distribution channels. Maintaining price stability. That is through a distribution channel. Title of goods. When you say title of goods, it's a basic handover of the goods. So title of the goods is basically handover of the goods to different parties. Creation of place, time and form utilities, from where it is to be picked, from at what time, and in what form it is to be picked. Then we can control or basically understand the holding stock, what needs to be held, or the complete stock, because it includes distribution channel, a warehouse. That's why stock word will also come. How a channel members or how a distribution channel can add value in this basic diagram, why we need it basically. So you can see there is a wherein there is M stands for manufacturing, C stands for customer, and the bottom store or the D stands for distributor. So in this first one, A section, you can see there are 3 manufacturing units or manufacturers. There are 3 different clients and customers groups, or we can say clients. So when they want to interact, when they want to get into touch, if it is not a channel, it is independent, they have to interact a lot of times, they have to interact with everyone. So in that way, without a distributor, the interaction comes to 9. And once it is in mediocre, it between there is a distributor. This distributor can be a warehouse also. Let's understand in the coming PPTs. So in that way, it is controlled. So manufacturing units will send it to a store or a distributor, and then distributor can only forward it or pass it on to clients. In that way, the number of contacts or interaction is limited, and less complexity is there. This is just to give you an example how it is beneficial or why it is needed. What are the types of distribution channels? So there are 3 major types of distribution channel. We'll understand 2-3 categories basically in this, but first one is what are the types? So there's a direct channel that allows the customer to make purchases directly from the manufacturer. This direct and short channel may mean lower cost of consumers because they are buying directly from the manufacturer. So once you buy directly from the manufacturer, definitely your cost will be less. But we'll understand the advantages, and in this PPT, guys, we have 1 or 2 problems also, or questions, wherein we'll put some values or information. We'll put up a question and we'll understand with the values, is it beneficial to go with the direct channel, it is beneficial to go to indirect, or it is hybrid solution is better for that. We'll understand with sales, with some values and all that stuff. Okay. Then we have indirect channel. In this indirect channel, it allows the consumer to buy the goods from a wholesaler or retailer, and it can be a distributor also. Indirect channels are typical for good that is sold in traditional brick and mortar stores. So this is an indirect channel wherein the consumer will not directly buy from the manufacturer, but from a wholesaler or retailer. We'll understand down the line also why with the wholesaler, what are the advantages? Why with the retailer, what are the advantages? Then we have the third model, which is called as a hybrid distribution model, which is both direct channels and indirect channels. So a product in this way has both options. So few items they can go with the direct one, wherein customer can directly go and purchase directly from you, or it can go through some wholesaler, retailer and come it to you. Okay. So we have 4 channels also in this. So level 0 is direct to consumer model, which we call it as, where the producer sells its product directly to the end customer. So Amazon here, you'll see some examples here. So Amazon, which uses its sale platform to sell its Kindle product to customers. So Amazon has many products, but that doesn't come into level 0, because in that case, Amazon becomes something else. But for Kindle product, which is an Amazon product, so it is an direct sales wherein they sell directly to the customers. So it is an example of level 0. So Amazon has the Kindle product, and it is the shortest distribution channel, level 0, wherein there is no wholesaler, no retailer. So you'll not get Kindle product anywhere else. You'll directly get on Amazon. Okay. So this is an level 0. Then we have a level 1, wherein the producer sells directly to a retailer who then sells the product to the end customer. This level includes only one intermediary. For example, HPs and Dells are enough to sell their computer products directly to retailers, including Best Buy. That is level 1. Then we have level 2, including 2 intermediaries. This level includes the producer, wholesaler, retailer, and consumer. So there are 2 people involved in between now, wholesaler and retailer. In the wine and adult beverage industry, a winery cannot sell directly to a retailer. A winery must utilize a multi-tier system like a level 2 system. The law requires the winery to first sell its product to a wholesaler, who then sells to a retailer. The retailer then sells to the product to the end consumer. So all the wineries or wine shops you see, their wine shops manufacturing is someone else branding, but the final product is on someone else's name. So it is like that. Then we have level 3, the final one. This level includes may add up on role of individuals again, sometimes referred to as jobber. A jobber is a small scale wholesaler or a middleman in the retail goods trade. This role may involve assembling of products from variety of producers, storing them, selling them to retailers, and acting as a middleman for wholesalers and retailers. These are the 4 levels. Let me show the picture to you guys first. And this jobber can be a agent or a broker also. So this is the final picture, how it looks like for all the 4 levels. So level 0 is the first one. The producer or manufacturer directly sells to consumer. Then we have level 1, that is basically producer to retailer and then to consumer. Then we have level 2, which is the both wholesaler and distributor can be. So that is level 2. And then we have level 3, the final one, wherein the manufacturer and producer goes to a jobber or an agent broker, then to wholesaler, then to retailer, and then to consumer. So these are the 4 basic distribution channels and types of distribution channels. So let me give you an example of indirect, and then you can relate. So let me take a brand of a milk called Akshakalpa, or any milk, Amul milk, Mother Dairy, Akshakalpa, and you take any milk brand. Okay, so the milk brand, what it does is, manufacturer is someone in village. Okay, they are making, they're putting in your factory, and they are processing it, basically set up a whole thing, or directly these guys can baby put it, bring it to, and just do the packaging and sell it to you. So there are a lot of things. In this case, there is a guy, there is a manufacturer in between that, which can do some type of wholesaling, who can do some type of retailing, some branding, and then sell it. So Akshay Kalpa, if he takes from 10 villagers some organic milk, put it in his packet, branding it, and then selling it, will not come as a direct sales. Okay, if Akshay Kalpa owns those cows, has their own setup of producing milk, they can say it is a direct sales, but they don't have. If they have, then they can say it is a direct sales. But because they take it from some other manufacturer, who can be a local guy also, doesn't need a branding, but he is not the guy owned by Akshay Kalpa unit. If they have 200 cows in their own unit, they are doing the whole process by themselves, then they'll be called as a direct. So this is the little difference between direct and indirect. Okay, so Tata, Toyota car examples can be a direct sales because these guys have their own showrooms. These guys produce their own car units. They have their Tata has their own manufacturing car units in Jamshedpur, blah blah X locations. So we can call them direct. They directly sell it to consumer. You come to their showroom and take car. Okay, but in case if you are going for basically that resell cars, something like that, in that case it is indirect. Okay, but a brand new car you're taking from the branded showroom, then it is a direct sales. So Nike people have given, if you are taking from a non-Nike showroom, somewhere a sports brand in a mall, which has a third-party collaborator, you can call it Sports Fusion, something like that, and it has 3 shoes of Adidas, 3 shoes of Nike. So in that case, that is a hybrid model. So the main guy will go to directly to the consumer also, can go to indirectly with a wholesaler, retailer, and can go to both the type of thing, wherein they can go with hybrid also. Coke is Coca-Cola. Coca-Cola will go to a indirect. It can directly, you can't purchase. When you purchase Coke, you can't do any transaction with Coke directly. You do it through an indirect channel to a local retailer. So you come into an indirect one. Spotify you directly purchase. You don't, there is no middleman or no one in between. So Spotify will come into direct purchase. Let's move ahead. Then you understand level 0, level 1, level 2, level 3. This is nothing but more detailing. So level 2 will have more people involved. So wholesaler and distributor will be involved. And level 4. So just have this definition of level 3. So level 3 may add the role of an individual, which will act as a jobber, or we can say our agent or broker. This agent or broker is a middleman who controls. So somebody told about farming products. Yes, there can be a guy, a agent who will control all the potatoes coming from all the village. He will be the guy. He can be a middleman. Farmer agent distribution. Yeah, this model. Yes, grocery. Definitely. Grocery can have. So this can have a middleman or an agent or a broker who can control all this, but he has to then deliver it to give it to wholesaler or to a retailer, to a shop, and then your potato coming from XYZ location from farmers will be distributed and you'll be receiving it somewhere. So that can be a model. Grocery can be a model, definitely. But other than grocery, aggregators, yeah, aggregators also come into this. So aggregator, jobber, broker, all these are same, who are other than what we call as wholesaler or retailer. Okay. So in coal industry, in our projects, oil and gas, we have a agent or a broker who controls this. So we'll not directly go to, we cannot go directly go to consumer. So our agent and broker will control, and then it will say which wholesaler I have to distribute, and then that wholesaler will control which retail shops I have to distribute, and from that retail shop only the consumer can take the products, not directly from agent, not directly from wholesale, not directly from producer. Okay. Swiggy, let's take example of Swiggy. Swiggy, I think should come into level 2, not level 3. There is no agent or broker in Swiggy. They have a wholesale, they have a retail, I would say, and a consumer, or can come into level 1, where they have only a retail shop. But I understand they have a lot of products. When you say Swiggy, you're talking about food product, or you're talking about Instamart. If you're talking about their food products, then it should be always level 1. But if you're talking about their Instamart model for the items and deliveries, I think it should come into level 2, because in that case they have a wholesaler also, which will control all the material to the different retail shops they have. So for food deliveries from different restaurants, I think level 1. For Instamart and products deliveries, I think level 2. So all the product deliveries, big basket, I think should come into level 2. Blinkit, all that stuff should come into level 2, guys. Okay. So let's move ahead. This is the picture we want to give you as an wholesale. These are the basic channels, but other than this, there are multiple also. But in general, for us to understand on a very basic level, this is the understanding. So please, farm raw materials, farmer sales agent, manufacture product. We have few examples. We didn't discuss tickets. So airline tickets, you see here, farmers markets, which we say, Best Buy, we directly do it. These all come under direct selling, and first channel we call it at. What are the possible benefits in this? When we have a direct selling or level 0, the producer has complete control, may lead to fresher products because the products will be fresh, directly given to customers. What are the possible drawbacks of this? All the storage and stock cost have to be paid by the producer. So if your items are not getting sell, you have to store a lot, you might lose money also. So these are the pros and cons of direct selling. Airline tickets, IRCT tickets, railway tickets, these will come into direct selling, farmers market, Best Buy, direct selling. Okay. Then intermediary level, which is we told level 1 and level 2. So movie tickets booking online, that is direct or indirect. So movie ticket you buy from a PVR, I think, and you book it through Book My Show. So Book My Show is basically an intermediary thing or a wholesaler. So in that case, level 1 it will be, not level 0, because you're not, Book My Show will have channel partnership with PVR and all that stuff. So I think it should come into level 1. Okay. Then we have one intermediate channel, which includes a wholesaler or a retailer. So holiday companies selling holidays via their travel agents. You see, example, very good example it is. So holiday company is a X company which has to sell, but it will sell through a travel agent who is sitting somewhere, has open office, and he will sell all those tickets or a package thing to the consumer. So that will be level 1. So very good example here will be holiday companies selling their tickets and travel agents. So those guys will be level 1 and level 2. In this case, retailer holds stocks and pays for cost of his. And what are the cons of this? Producers lose some control over the marketing mix. So in this case, producer doesn't have that much control. He cannot control the market. He has to go to a retailer or a wholesaler or a distributor, anything. And when we have two intermediaries, wholesaler will buy goods from producer and sell it to retailer. In this case, large country with great distances to each retailer. So any product which will have a wholesaler or a retailer model will come into this. Most of the FMCG will come into this, as we need to stock a lot of material. Then it will go to showroom. So all the clothing brand also, you will see all the clothes model will come into this. So all these will be under this. So wholesaler will pay the transportation cost to the retailer. In this case, the transportation cost is built up by a wholesaler and he has to bond this. Producer loses further control. He doesn't have anything. What is whatever he's manufacturing, he has to give to the wholesale, irrespective what is his profit margins. So his profit margins are less. He doesn't have a control over his product. If it is delivered in a bad shape also, he cannot control it. Okay. So these are a few examples of distribution channels and their pros and cons. Now let's understand a distributor, wholesaler and retailer. There is always a confusion a lot of people have between a wholesaler and a distributor. Retailer, they are mostly clear. They understand who is a retailer, kind of a showroom, kind of a guy. So let's understand a distributor and wholesaler. And retailer is pretty simple. We'll go through. So there are a few slides comparing the distributor and wholesaler, and then we'll understand the retailer. And the final slide, we have this, and which will have all three: wholesaler, distributor, and retailer. Okay. So who is a wholesaler? Guys, let's understand that first. A wholesaler is an intermediary in the distribution channel who buys in bulk and sells to resellers or retailers rather than to consumers. So a wholesaler is an intermediary guy who holds the distribution, who buys in bulk from a particular manufacturer. We'll take examples. Hold it right now. Hold it right now. Everything. Don't answer till we go to the comparison sheet. He buys in bulk, sells it to resellers or retailers, and directly to consumer. A wholesaler or a wholesale trader is a trader who purchases goods in large quantities. The logic is large quantities. Please try to understand. So if I'm buying in large quantities, definitely the producer or manufacturer will give me better profit, or basically give me less cost basically. So I am a guy, I'm saying I will put a big warehouse unit. Directly consumer cannot come to me. He cannot purchase from me. But what I'll do is I'll take from different manufacturing units and buy a big stock and store it in my wholesale shop. That is the funda. I'm just giving you the logic here. Wholesaling is concerned with the activities of those persons establishment that sells to retailer and other merchants and commercial users, but they do not sell in large amounts to final consumers. So you understand? They do not sell in large amounts to final consumer. So if I am buying 10,000, if you can say tablecloths, let's take a tablecloth. If I'm buying a 6x6 or 6x3 tablecloth in 10,000 units from X company, X manufacturing unit, then I am a wholesaler, but I'm not selling 10,000 units directly to the consumer. Consumer can come to my small warehouse or location, can purchase 5, 10, 15 units, but I'm not able to sell 10,000. So what I'll do is I'm purchased 10,000 units of tablecloth 6x3, and I'll give it to 3 different retail shops in a city. That's just a best example. Okay. Now let's see distributor. A distributor is an intermediary entity between a producer and the product, and another entity in the distribution channel or supply, such as retailer. So it has the same role, but distributor is little different. He's not yet declared that he is going to purchase in a lot of big amount or chunk. Okay. The distributor performs some of the same functions that a wholesaler does, but generally takes a more active role. So let's see. Distributors sell to both wholesalers and retailers. So you understand. A distributor may be required in 3 circumstances: entering a new town, additional coverage in the same town, replacing an existing distributor. Okay. This is kind of a definition of a distributor and a wholesaler. Let's move ahead. What are their functions? So let's see. A wholesaler what things he can do. So he can assemble goods, he can distribute the goods, he can provide some sales force over that, marketing and research, some physical distribution cost, warehousing and things, some credit facilities he can give, some advertisement also he can do on your behalf, on the product behalf, financing, obviously he can finance a lot of payment, transportation things he can cover, and some risk in terms of product sales, and also he can take it. That is the major functions of a wholesaler. And what are the major functions of a distributor? So he can sell, he can do the promotion, he can do some customer service also, some market research he can do, so both can do, and financing also. So if you see the roles of wholesaler, out of that 4 or 5 things have come to the distributor also. So it is majorly a part of wholesaler. Let's understand their definition now. See, from here you'll get little idea. So who is a distributor? Generally works on the contractual basis with the manufacturer. So there is a contract of 2, 3, 4, 6 months that I will be your official distributor. And I'll give you example of my portfolio of 15 years what I have worked in. I'll give you example of a distributor wholesaler for my real life example. So then this guy has a contract with the manufacturer. He will say, I am your official distributor and I can distribute on your behalf. Okay. Whereas wholesaler doesn't need any contract. He can take from any of those manufacturers. In distributor, customers can be retailers, wholesalers, and end users. And in wholesalers, customers are the retailers only. So retail can only buy from wholesale. Though, as I told you, there are few cases, few things wherein you'll see a shop of a retail shop and they will label it as wholesale price. So they'll mention wholesale price, but you're not purchasing from a wholesaler. So there is a difference, huh, guys? Okay, so distributor, wider area of operation. Wholesaler will have a limited area of operation. It will require promotion to sell. Here, wholesaler doesn't require any promotions and all. He's just a wholesaler. He just have lot 10,000 tablecloths in his basically unit. Then distributor will be exclusive suppliers. It will buy only exclusive things or exclusivity will be there. But wholesaler will be a bulk buyer, will be buying 10,000, 50,000, all that type of stuff. So how distributor will earn money? He earns from the service fees charged. He has to charge some fees, and wholesaler gains profit from the price discount on bulk purchases. And who is a distributor exclusively sells one brand at a time. They don't do multi-branding, and wholesaler deals in variety of brands. So automobile, when they do their supplies, they complete it, then they have some distributors, they have some official partners or the companies through which you can purchase their OEM parts. So in that case, they are sold through a distributor. So he will have few parts, but he's not stacking from all the Hyundai showrooms and he's piling up. He is official channel. If you're, suppose I'm in Bangalore, somebody is near to Bangalore, 80 kilometers far away, he's not able to purchase, but there is a distributor who can say officially, I'm a distributor of this Hyundai part. You can take it from me. I have all the genuine parts. That is called as a distributor. Cipla distributor, Sun Pharma distributor. Definitely, these companies have distributors. So let me give my real life example, and then you guys can maybe relate. Let's take an example. I wanted to work in petrol bulk agencies. Let's see. I wanted to work in basically in suppose the country was South Korea. Okay. So I wanted some items in South Korea to be purchased, but I went there. These guys said, no, this company doesn't exist. So you guys must have known Siemens, L&T, or ABB, Schneider. Have you guys heard about these companies? So these type of companies, they generally go into big electric panels, motors, and all type of electronic items. Assume these are electronic items. So I went to South Korea. I asked, can you give me a Siemens motor, ABB motor? They said, no, these companies are not here. You cannot purchase. We have our own. Jio Ching Chong, some guy, he'll say, I have my panels, I have a factory. So I'll say, no, I don't want. So in that case, ABB will have a distributor, official distributor, but that company name will not be ABB or Siemens or Schneider or L&T. That company name will be someone else, but he will operate on behalf of ABB. If somebody wants a ABB item in South Korea or basically Schneider or L&T or any type of item in South Korea, then what ABB has done is ABB has done a annual contract with this guy. The contract is like that whatever items will be sold in South Korea on behalf of this guy, he will get a 5% of profit out of that. Or there will be a service fees. Every item he'll sell, he'll get 2%, 1% on the sale. That kind of agreement he has. So he does, this particular guy will not, if he's doing for ABB, he'll not be having, this guy will not do with Schneider, with L&T, with other companies. He will only be a distributor for ABB. So ABB and this guy will do a contract on an annual basis, monthly basis. He will do all the promotions that, hey, I am a ABB sales guy, please take it from me. All the motors, everything is with me. And he will say, if I sell this item, I need to get this much money. That is their model. That kind of a guy will come into a distributor. Where is he only for one G Health? Yes, definitely. So one brand, He will take some service fees. He'll only exclusive supplier only he'll have. He'll do some promotion. He'll cover the whole country by himself, and he can give it to retailers, wholesalers, and end user. Anyone this guy can control. Okay. So whenever a purchase order is released, it will not be released to ABB. It will be released to that particular company in South Korea, and then in the bracket it will be written as ABB make or Schneider make or L&T make. You understand? That is a model which is 100% a distributor case. And for a wholesaler, let me give you a best example. Those guys, if you go into a shop wherein you'll see a handloom shop. So what is a handloom shop? You'll get some pillow curtains, this curtain, blanket sheet, bed sheet, all those stuff, kind of stuff. So those guys have a retail shop. But how do they operate it? They take it, suppose it will be written as Kolkata handlooms. So these guys, they have a retail shop, but their wholesale shop is somewhere else in a Kolkata or where they're stocking everything. And then to these different wholesale retail shops in different locations in India, these guys are controlling their flows and sales. So all those pillow covers, curtains, all those stuff, their handloom product, they have a big wholesale. Their manufacturing is done somewhere else. They'll stack it in a wholesale shop, big junk, and then to these retail shops wherein these items will be purchased in bulk. So no branding, all type of variety of brands. You will see there were 3-4 different pillow. He will show you 3-4 different tablecloth and curtains. He will show you. That is the best example of wholesaler. Any niche example of distributor in India, it can be multiple distributors. So let me give you example again to my field only. I can give. I have less experience in FMCG and pharma, but for my field, we have distributors of oil and gas. So whenever we have raw or crude oil, we call it as crude oil comes to any processing unit, or there is a, I'll just give you example. There is a basically Bhatinda refinery, we call it as, wherein we refine the oil. So we refine the oil, and this crude oil is refined into different forms of petrol, diesel, whatever you say, and then we give it to a distributor who will then regulate the flow of the oil. So we cannot sell directly from the refinery because raw material, the crude oil has come in the tanker to HMEL. Hindustan Mittal Energy Limited is the company name. He has the refinery. He is doing this all products and all, but he cannot sell that product or thing. Then he'll sell it to who? Who is the distributor of? So Indian Oil, BP, all those companies you see, HP. So these companies will take oil and they are the distributors in our case. And then they have their own retail shops or the petrol pumps. So that logic is what I can give you as a distributor. Okay. In India, if you want to relate it, this is the distributor model. Perfect. So we have different refineries, but those different refineries will have collaborations. If it is a private one, if it is owned by IOCL or Indian Oil, then they'll only sell to Indian Oil. So just giving you an example. But if you are a private refinery, you can sell it to anyone. That they will be distributor. Yeah, so Reliance, that's what Reliance does it for themselves. Reliance does it for others also. So if it does it for others, then those guys will be the distributors. But if he's doing by himself, then it is not called a distributor. Well, it doesn't have a contract with this manufacturer then. Okay. Oil and gas will do a contract with this person that this much oil you have to procure for us for this whole year. This is the fees we'll pay you. All that kind of stuff is agreed between a contract. So clear now between a distributor, Airtel and Vodafone. You want to ask, is a distributor a wholesaler? Okay, let's proceed further. So now we'll understand retailers. What are retailers? The comparison is not done together, but we'll get one slide on all three. So retailers may be defined as a dealer or trader who sells basically the goods and services in small quantities to consumer. So small quantities, please note that small quantities is very important. They don't sell in a large or bulk quantities, small quantities. According to some Philip Kotler, retailing includes all the activities involved in selling goods or services directly to final consumers for personal and non-business use. Retailing may be understood as the final step of distribution of merchandise for consumption by the end customers. So retailing is the final one. For the functions of retailers, they provide assortments, breaking the bulk, holding some inventory. They provide some goods at convenient location and timing. So basically the retail intention is basically a wholesale setup will be huge because it will have a lot of quantities and all that stuff. So you cannot make wholesale shops everywhere. It will include a lot of cost. of holding the thing, and doesn't give a better customer experience also in terms of consumer experience. So for better customer experience, we have gone into retail thing, wherein we'll put only 5 quantity of each item. All those clothing brand showrooms and also you see any type of those things are called retails, wherein we go into a shop, branded showroom, it has everything, and you get a better experience. There are the timings, morning 11 to evening 10 or 8. There is a little inventory hold in there. You can give feedback of the clothing or those any type of things, and those all value added services are also provided here in this. So that kind of a thing is there in retailing. Okay, let's proceed further. So this is a slide on all three. So wholesaler, distributor, and retailer. So it is wholesaler, as you already know, it is a link between a distributor and retailer. Distributor acts as a major link between all three, and a retailer acts link between the wholesaler and the end consumer. Wholesaler does not establish a business relationship with the product manufacturer. Here, distributor has a business relationship. Retailer also doesn't have a business relationship. Function-wise, you can see in both in wholesale, function in both a 2 and a 3 level distribution channel. Distributor will always be in a 3 level distribution channel because it will include everyone, and retailer can be a function in 1 level also. So from directly from the manufacturer to retailer and to consumer. So then we have a wholesaler as B2B model, and distributor also B2B, and retailer will have B2C. B2B and B2C, everyone is clear. Business to business, business to consumer. Wherever a consumer will be involved, where there will be a direct interaction with consumer, it will be called as B2C. If there is no interaction with the consumer, then it is B2B. So a Cisco LED light guy will sell, Cisco will sell it to maybe a guy. So for that, the transaction is called as B2B, wherein he has given to a retail shop or a wholesale factory or something. But once it comes to the retail, basically the guy can interact and purchase, it will be B2C. So this is through shop. Online, if you see, if you can directly purchase from the business to the consumer, then it is B2C. If you're online not able to purchase directly for a business to business type of thing, it will be B2B. Okay. Mainly responsible, wholesaler is mainly responsible for warehousing and selling the products to retailers and end customers. Distributor's intention is to increase the visibility and sales of the product in that whole area. Retailer is basically responsible for selling the product to the end customers. Wholesaler is allowed to sell products to end customer. Distributor is not allowed to sell any products on behalf of consumer. Retailer is allowed to sell the products. So this is in crux a whole story, or basically a table wherein we can understand wholesaler, distributor, and retailer. So in that way, you can understand how a supply chain flow or distribution channel works, and the material moves from X location to Y through these people. Why these are important? We have understood that. What are their roles? We understood that. And how they will be affecting in terms of saving money and all that we'll see with some examples. Okay, let's move ahead. So now we need to understand their channel, their performances. So let's understand some importance of distribution channels. So growing power of distributors, first of all, reduction in distribution cost, stress on growth, increasing role of technology, increasing the efficiency of distribution, increase the customer satisfaction, reducing the time consumed in handling the goods. So any distribution channel, whether it is level 0, 1, 2, 3, direct, indirect, hybrid, any distribution channel model needs to work on these. These are the important factors. They have to reduce the time, the cost, customer satisfaction, efficiency, technology should be driven. So all that stuff should be there. That is the importance, first of all. Okay, so how to measure a channel performance? We have an example, as I told you. So let's see. A company distributes its product through 2 channels. So they have direct sales and they have a distributor. So direct sales, when we say direct sales, the company sells directly to customers through its website and retail stores. So let's take an example here. Let's take an example who can do this, like Lenskart. Okay, guys. So Lenskart has all type of eyewear. You can directly go to Lenskart website, purchase it. You can go to their Lenskart retail stores, and they have few distributors also who will be selling their Lenskart glasses and all. Okay, the company sells to distributor, who then sells to retailers and end customers. Okay, so Lenskart example, the company has collected the following data on a specific period. So they had for direct sales a sales revenue of 5 lakh USD. Cost of those sold goods were 3 lakh. Operating expenses were 1 lakh. So 5 lakh sales. COGS, that is cost of sold goods, is 3 lakhs. Operating expenses is 1 lakh. Okay. In the distribution model, sales revenue has increased. It has become 8 lakhs. cost of sold goods is 5 lakhs, operating cost was 1.5 lakhs. Okay, so calculate the following channel performance metrics for both direct sales and distribution channels. We have to first understand gross margins and net profit margins. Okay, so let's see. Gross margin is very simple formula. Sales revenue minus cost of sold goods, that is COGS, divided by sales revenue into 100. So for direct sales, 5 lakh was the sales, 3 lakh was the COGS, and divided by 5 lakh into 100%, that comes up to 40%. So in direct sales, gross margin is 40%. Okay. In a distribution model, or we can say level 1 or level 2 model, indirect sales, we had a gross margin of 37.5%. Though the sales was up, but their COGS was also high. So their gross margins were 37.5. Clear? Then we have net profit margin, or basically the profit, basically what will be earned by this particular company, Lenskart. So net profit formula is sales revenue minus COGS minus operating expenses. So you have to minus the operating expenses also in order to get your net profit margins. So same thing, 5 lakh minus 3 lakh minus 1 lakh rupees, because operating cost was less in direct sales. So 20% is the operating cost, and in distribution model, the operating cost was also high. So the profit margins is 18.75. So for direct sales, gross margin is 40, net profit is 20%. For distributor or level 0 or 1 or 2 or indirect one, the gross margin is 37.5 and net profit margin is 18.75. Okay. Now some additional characteristics to understand this. This example focuses on financial metrics. Other important channel performance indicators should include, first of all, customer satisfaction, order fulfillment rates. So whenever customer is ordering, how much you are able to fulfill that. Inventory turnover ratio. Then we have market share. How much is the market share? It is important to track these metrics over time to identify trends and inform decisions about channel management and optimization. Okay, so those are the things we need to consider. What is product life cycle? Okay, so what is product life cycle and distribution challenges? So product life cycle is a model that represents the stages of a product goes through from its introduction to the market until its eventual decline. So what we are talking is not declining in terms of that item refreshness or item validity or expiry. We're declining in terms of market, we are saying. Okay, so first phase will be introduction phase, wherein the characteristics will be low sales. This item is basically you have invented. So let's take example of Nokia phones. So Nokia phones is our product, Motorola phones is our product. Let's go through. So once the Nokia phone 15 years back, it was in Sony Ericsson, very good. Sony Ericsson, any these type of phones. So once these guys were introduced in market in India, suppose 15 years, 20 years back, so their first phase was known as introduction phase, wherein their characteristics of low sales was there because high marketing cost was involved. There was limited distribution. They focus on creating product awareness. So Nokia, this model is good. They have done some advertisement and all that. So introduction phases, these are the characteristics of introduction phase. And what were the initial challenges for Nokia? In that case, were supply chain challenges because they didn't knew what is the demand, so uncertain demand. Production ramp up, they didn't know how much production they have to do in next 5 months, 10 months because they don't know the demand. So establishment distribution challenges, managing inventory to avoid overstocking and understocks. So this was the introduction phase of Nokia phones, and these were the characteristics at the introduction phase. Now the second phase came. So Nokia has done its introduction. It's now 6 months in the India market, and people have started using it. They have started liking it because of advertisements, because of the product quality. Nokia phones are everywhere. Now this brand is growing. So next phase will come into growth. So what are the characteristics when it is under growth? So rapid sales increase. So initially maybe 100 phones were getting sold on one day. Now it has come to maybe 10,000 phones. So sales will increase. Growing market share overall globally in India. Their market share when Nokia was entering was around 1 or 2%. Now suppose 27% or 30% phones overall globally in India, Nokia was the market shareholder in that. So their market shares were increasing. Then they had expanding distribution. You have to expand a lot. Initially, you are distributing only 4 or 5 cities. Now you are 2,000 cities in India. That kind of stuff. And always also competition will increase in this phase, because now you are a standard or a build. Your growth is increased. A lot of people might try to copy you. A lot of people might try to degrade you. So there will be a competition, because everybody will want to survive and do this sales in their growth phase. What are the supply chain challenges in this one? Is meeting the, first of all, rising demand. So if 10,000 phones are being asked by people, or this model phones are asked, will you be able to deliver that? That is the thing. So that is the major challenge, first of all. Then scaling up the production. Definitely, to meet the demand, you have to scale up your production. So maybe 1 unit Nokia had earlier in Gurgaon, now he has to put 3 or 4 production units across India. Then optimizing inventory to avoid shortages, definitely, and ensuring efficient distribution to meet expanding market reach. So their distribution network should also increase through various shops, through showrooms, through whatever it is. Okay. Now comes the phase of Nokia where the maturity has come. So down the line, 5 years, now the brand everybody knows, people are getting a little bored also, but still Nokia is a brand, everybody wants that. Nokia 6630 is a model. So the maturity phase, sales will be peak. The market is stabilized. They know this much is the demand in market, this much is the production. So market is saturated. No further new inquiries are coming. New people are going. Those people who have taken those phones are again willing to take that, but new guys are not willing to do that. So that is called as market saturation, or basically a point wherein further sales is not coming. So intense competition is still there. You are the best, you are at peak, so competition will be there. Focused on cost reduction and efficiency. Now Nokia understands everybody is purchasing Nokia phones and everybody is into it. Can we do some cost reduction in our end? Earlier, this phone we were selling at 10,000 rupees, our cost or COGS was 8,000 rupees. Can we reduce to 6,000? If we reduce to 6,000, we have a lot of people in the market who are already using it, then we can increase our profitability. That is the intention at the maturity phase. This people usually don't do it in the initial phase. They don't think about cost reduction in the initial phase. They want to deliver better quality in the earlier phases, which I have mentioned, the introduction and growth. But once it comes to maturity phase, they'll put a R&D team, they'll put some people, or can we reduce some cost, or can we do some people who have come new with the technology, their team will say, can we do some efficiency and cost reduction? Because if we want to compete in the market, we have to do like that. Then what are supply chain challenges in this? We have to maintain market share. Obviously, if they are at 30, 35, 40% stable, now they have to maintain this 40% also. Eventually else some else company will come and take over. So that is there. Then to manage excess inventory, because now they are producing they have a lot of factories, so there are a lot of inventories also will be coming. Optimizing production and distribution cost, and adapting to changing customer preferences. So customer here will have little preferences. He'll say, can you give me a foldable phone? Can Nokia do this? Can Nokia has this? So a lot of customer preferences will come at this stage. People will start getting bored also. And then after down the line 5, 6, 10 years in India, this phone has got into a decline. Nokia got into a decline phase. So what is the decline phase of this? Declining sales, first of all, shrinking market, product obsolescence, and focus on phasing out the product. So then came the declining phase where they're not able to do any sales. Their product was obsolete. Nobody wanted to use that. They couldn't adapt to the new technology, what somebody has written. So they were not able to. And what they have to do is whatever products they have put it in the manufacturing, they have to basically say, okay, this model is not coming, this model is not going to phase out, everything close. In that way, the product comes into a decline phase. What are the supply chain challenges? So managing inventory reduction. So whatever inventory you had, you have to take everything out, else it is a waste of everything. So inventory you have to reduce. No inventories, just cut from manufacturer to consumer, just put it. Minimizing production, so you decrease your production also based on the demands, and distribution cost. And planning for product discontinuation or replacement. In case you want to replace this particular model, Nokia model, you plan to put it a completely new screen one, or a touch screen, something like that, or you discontinue your existing model. You know that you cannot do a new thing in this existing model, then you discontinue that model. So Nokia is a very good example of all these 4 phases. This is in general of any product life cycle. If somebody is able to extend their maturity, and basically second phase was growth, so then in a long term, these companies are like for years and years they survive. Else anybody who comes will have these 4 phases in within 4 5 years 6 years they'll be out of the market also. So I would say let's take another example of boat headphones. So boat headphones right now is under maturity phase. A lot of people their sales, their peaks is sale. Micromax is decline gone. So everything is over. So maturity of boat is right now at the peak. But if they don't do, if their competition is tough enough, if they don't do some technology or renovation thing, there are a lot of other companies who are willing to do that, and they'll come in next 2 3 years and take their market out, and their market share will be reduced. So in that way, they have to survive. They have to slow response to change. So any change which is coming, if you're slow, you're not responsive, you're not understanding the latest technologies, the softwares, the AIs and all that stuff, and you're not driven by that, you want to stick to your roots and to your existing old things, then your company is definitely going to sink. Also, another thing in maturity is that don't try to experiment also too much. Few companies try to experiment too much in the maturity phase. They have got a lot of sales, they are rich, their market share is high. So let's do much experimentation. Instead of boat will say, no, I'll not make headphones, let's go into bag manufacturing or clothing manufacturing. That kind of a thing also people do at this maturity phase, and then they completely crash and become into decline phase. In my real life example is that we were into a maturity phase, we were into a EPC business, engineering, procurement, construction, wherein we were doing thermal power plants. So a lot of sales were at peak, a lot of projects we had, but we said, okay, thermal power plants had some maybe issues, let's expand our market and let's do EPC for road, for railways, for ship handling, for it. We tried and we got into a lot of things, tried to focus there, and then we crashed, we couldn't survive, and our maturity phase slowly and steadily became decline phase, and then the complete division itself is closed now within 4 years. So that old company, they couldn't do survive at their maturity phase. Okay, let's move ahead. So we have some interplay between product lifecycle and distribution challenges. The product lifecycle directly impacts distribution challenges. For example, introduction phase, distribution focus on establishing channels and creating product awareness. So in this introduction phase, suppose you, me, we both are partners. We want to open a new brand. Assume you are my partner, and we are going into an introduction phase. What should be our strategy? First strategy we should take if we are going into introduction phase. It is written distribution focuses on establishing channels and creating product awareness. How we should go for it? Which model? Direct, indirect, 0, 1, 2, 3, wholesale, retail, directly to client or through distributor? If we are into introduction phase, you and me are basically making a product. Let's make a product. Basically, I have a ball here. So let's understand we have 2 3 already basketball manufacturing companies. Somebody, Spiker, Wilson, all that stuff, Nike, let it be. You and me want to launch our new product of a basketball company. So should we directly go into the market and sell that this is our brand and we do it, or we do it through some distribution channels, through wholesaler, retailer, distributor? How we should proceed? Indirect and level 3, that should be the approach. So in the introduction phase, we don't do it directly, we don't know the response of crowd, we don't know how much quantum it is. Let's do an indirect one. Let's go to a wholesale, let's go to a distributor who has idea and knowledge of this type of product. So I'll go for a distributor, I'll contact someone who is contract with training center. So I, for my basketball brand, and we both are 50-50 shareholders of this, we'll go to a distributor, we'll say, okay, in this particular area, you understand these are the players and this much is, I have a basketball good company, can you do some distribution for me, and or a wholesale thing for me, or put it online on your Amazon website or Flipkart, something like that, can you do? He'll say, okay, yes, I can do this. I have to pay little charges, but in that case I can see the response from this online e-commerce portals, through some distributors showrooms, some retail shops. I can see the response and then accordingly take action. So indirect, level 1 2 3, anything I would go for. Then in the growth phase, distribution expands rapidly to meet rising demand and efficiency becomes crucial. So now in this distribution challenge at growth stage and maturity stage is basically focusing whatever material or the raw material I have to arrange from customer, from the manufacturer to customer, including wholesale and retail. I have to basically meet all those type of things. And in order to meet those type of things, I have to focus on technology. I have to focus on correct responses or demands from the client, what we are getting, or the consumers who are asking for these basketballs. So I need to get into that. And then at a maturity phase, when we have my sales is too high, I'm already packed. My manufacturing is 10,000 balls per month, and I'm doing a sales of 10,000 or approximately 10,000 every month. So everything is crunch. Now I have to focus on cost optimization. Initially, my one ball was costing 2,000 rupees. Now I want to focus at the maturity stage. Can I reduce my cost and basically sell it into 1,000, or basically reduce my cost by 1,000 or 500 rupees, something like that. And once I am grown, my basketball is reached everywhere. Now everyone has that brand. I can't do any innovation, no creativity, no ball color is still orange. People are not liking the grip or something like that. Then I said, okay, my phrase is declining. Let me phase out this product of basketball. Let's go into cricket ball. That can be my approach. Okay. So effectively managing the distribution channels at each stage of the product life cycle is crucial to ensure a successful and profitable supply chain. Companies need to adopt flexible and adaptive distribution strategies that align with the changing demands of the market and the evolving needs of the product. So this is very important when you are setting up a business, when you're setting up a supply chain. You have to understand your customer demands often. You have to do some analysis, some market research, and you should have a team driven with technology and latest feedback and surveys. Based on that, you should take some action and do some modification in your manufacturing, in your sales, so that you increase the customer satisfaction and your customer is basically happy about the product in a longer run. If you are not able to do that, then you need to focus on your product life cycle. You to decide these products I cannot do it, I need to take this out completely, let's reduce the inventory and gain some margin and profit, and let's move to another business. That kind of approach you need to take it. Okay.
Just a quick info, guys. Intellipaat offers a professional certification program in supply chain management in collaboration with EICT IIT Guwahati. Through this course, you will master supply chain and procurement technologies and explore new age tools like GenAI for autonomous supply chain. You will get access to 40 plus live sessions over 6 months, guided by top IIT faculties and industry experts. The course includes 10 plus industry projects and case studies, and a 2 days campus immersion at EICT IIT Guwahati, and an official certification from EICT IIT Guwahati to validate your expertise. This online program is designed to help you manage the end to end life cycle of supply chain and fast track your career growth with guaranteed placement assistance and 3 job interviews upon entering the placement pool. This could be a stepping stone to a high growth career in supply chain management. So, check out the course page link given below in the description and take your first step towards becoming a supply chain expert.
Introduction to O2C. So this will be a kind of a technical thing. Earlier than it was mostly theory, and we were trying to give you a glimpse of everything. Now from this, more of a technicality, more of into ERP, SAP, how the functionality in the supply chain goes. So it is more on that. So today we'll cover order to cash, which is called as a process called as O2C. What is order to cash? The whole process we'll understand first. Then we'll understand the functionality, how it is done in a SAP, and few questions and problem solving and case study we have. Okay, so let's start. So what is order to cash? This process encompasses the entire life cycle of a customer order from the moment it's placed to the final collection of payment. So O2C, also known as order to invoice cycle, is a series of interconnected steps that occur from the time a customer places an order until the company receives the payment for the goods or services delivered. It involves various departments, including sales, order management, fulfillment, shipping, billing, accounts receivable. So different organizations, this order to cash is handled by a different set of teams. Mostly companies who have a complete supply chain within themselves, they will have an O2C team wherein a project manager or a coordinator will monitor everything. He may be a team lead, he may be a supply chain lead or a manager who is responsible to see how many orders he has received and how much payment they have received against those orders, which orders are closed, which are open, what are the delivery terms, how much is being delivered. That kind of KPIs they monitor overall. This is not procurement. It is procurement is part of this O2C. It is mostly from the client or the customer side. Okay. So in my experience, or what I have done my whole life in project management was O2C, as I told you. So we will receive an purchase order or an LOI. So LOI, purchase order, these will be basically the understanding from customer that an order is being placed. This is the total. They will have total contract value, the delivery, the bill to ship to address, where it has to be done, all those type of penalty clauses. So it will purchase order and LOI will have everything. That is we called as a customer order, customer PO, which will be receiving by us, and then we will do it internal O2C process, wherein we'll book this order and internally monitor every stage in order to basically complete that order and then receive the payments against them. Suppose I've received an order from a customer stating that I'll give you 100 rupees, deliver me a pen at this point at this time. That is the term. So I'll book it internally, I'll process this and monitor, I'll control, I will tell everyone, hey guys, do the packing, do the purchase order, do this, do that. Finance team, please raise the invoice. And once this invoice item is being delivered to the customer, I'll raise an invoice, I'll send it the invoice to the customer. Whatever agreed terms, payment terms, 30 days, 40 days, immediate delivery, he will give me the payment. And once I receive the payment, then my order is closed. That is an overall view of an O2C process, just in a smaller term, I would say. Okay. So who are the key stakeholders in O2C process? We have sales team. So smaller firms, I would say they might merge these guys. So there is no dedicated sales team. Some guys might, the coordinator or the project manager guy might be the sales guy, but bigger firms will definitely have a sales team who will only interact with the client. The responsibility is to get orders from the client, whatever is monthly basis, yearly basis, what kind of contract they are, their focus is to get the order. So there will be a sales team. There will be order management team, which is called as a project management team or expediting team here in supply chain. We could call it as package management team also. Their responsibility is to receive the order, validate the order, check everything is fine, and then process it, release it to basically coordinate with buyers, purchasers, delivery guys in order to deliver that particular order. Then we have warehouse team, which will pick, pack, and ship the orders. We need to have a logistics team, which will deliver these items, will manage the transportation and deliver these items to the customer points. So as I told you, there will be a bill to or a ship to, that can be same. So customer will say, hey, please build to my this address of Gurgaon and ship to my this address in Jharsuguda. So that can be his philosophy. So you need to deliver the item in Jharsuguda, raise an invoice to Gurgaon, and then you will complete the order. So that kind of a thing will be related to finance and billing. So they should know everything. You will instruct as a coordinator or as a supply chain guy that this is the complete details. You will do the entry in SAP. You will do the customer entry of all those checks in SAP. So those instructions will be given to finance and billing team. They'll manage individual accounts, and a client or a customer can have different accounts in different countries. They have their addresses can be different within India, across globe. There can be all type of possibilities there. So the same entity can be registered in a different places and all. Okay. Then we have a customer service, which provides the customers support in the O2C process. They'll address all the inquiries and issues. They might ask, where is my order, when it is getting delivered? Those questions will be ordered by these guys. And post also delivery, if there is any issue in terms of delivery, in terms of quality of the product or anything, they will be guys who will be interacting with the client. And then we have IT involved in for the smooth functionality of the overall process. So we need applications, we need technology, we need SAPs, ERPs in this. So IT will be helping with the softwares, with the hardwares in order to monitor this complete process. Okay. So who are the external stakeholders in these? So customers, definitely, yes, they are the primary focus on this O2C process, who will be placing the orders and they're expecting timely delivery of their items. And you need to raise accurate invoices to them so that they can process these invoices and release your payments. So we'll touch a base, in the PPT it is not there, but I'll still touch the base, how invoice is raised, how the payment terms are there, what is an LC, all those terms I'll try to touch it. Okay. Then we have suppliers maybe involved in providing raw materials for this. So raw materials, components, or a manufactured assembled item. So suppliers will be an external stakeholder in this. Then you have logistics partners or logistics people, freight forwarders, who will be who are responsible for taking or carrying these materials or the goods responsible from your manufacturing firm or from your warehouse or a retail to the respective location of your customers or clients. Then we have financial institutions, banks, and payment processors who have been involved in handling customer payments. So we'll touch the base here also on ABG. We'll go through more advanced bank guarantees and all that stuff. I'll little bit discuss on all these 3-4 terms. What is the difference between a BG and LC? We'll touch how these banks and payment financial institutions release those payments. This is not in the module or the PPT, but I'll touch because I want to give you a more flavor on how it has been done in realistic life. Okay, let's move ahead. So what is the importance of O2C in supply chain management? Revenue generation, very important. So the revenue generation is monitored by this process. Whenever these companies or organizations say, I have done 100 crore sales, 200 crore sales, that is through the O2C process what they follow. So they say their sales is this much. That means they have done a billing or dispatch or sales of that particular amount. So their order booking can be anything. So one is called as order booking. So their order booking can be 2000 crores in for a particular set of timeline, but for a dedicated financial year, suppose in 2024, these guys from April 2023 till March 2024, they have done out of those 2000, 3000 crores of order booking, they have done suppose 6,600 crores. So 600 crores will be the revenue generation, and how that will be monitored through the OTC process. So we book the order of 3,000 crores, we execute it, and we say that in one financial year we have dispatched and done a sales of 600 CRs. That will be through the O2C process. It is important because it ensures payment collection, vital cash flow for the company. So company also understands. Okay, so cash flow at any moment of time, the net balance which is moving out and moving in. What is moving out and moving in? You will get some payments from client or your customers. Suppose this dedicated month client is giving or customer is giving you 100 rupees. And what is your cash out? So maybe you are spending some money on raw material purchase and some purchasing, some buying, some payments which you have to do for the bank, some interest and all that stuff. So that is cash out. So cash out and cash in, basically the net balance is the flow of that is called as cash flow. So we in a particular set of timeline, if I want to see what is my cash flow, is it positive? If I'm spending, client has given me 100 rupees, I've spent 150, so my cash flow is negative by 50. If client has given me 100 rupees, I've spent only 50, so my cash flow is positive by 50. That is cash flow. Okay, so that is very important. We need to see as an organization how is the cash flow for the whole year. So we will be expecting that my client will pay this, how much invoices I'll raise this every month. I used to give a prediction for whole 1 year or 2 year. Based on that, my company will prepare that, okay, we will receive this much fund, and then we can allocate where to spend, where to save, where to put some money. Should I invest in some factory? Should I set up something because of this cash flow? So inflow and outflow, I need to check inflow from client, outflow from the purchasing and the buying teams, and some outflow in terms of project management. So I'll also discuss within the team of our purchasing and buying teams, hey, how many orders we are going to release, how much will be the payment we will be releasing to vendor. Those all things will be monitored, and that will say a company's profitability. So the end of the year, if your cash flow is still in the initial phase, maybe cash flow will be negative, but even the last it is positive, and overall you get a positive thing. That means that you are in a profitable business. But cash flow goes up and down. It is like a sine wave. Then importance of O2C is customer satisfaction. So because you are monitoring everything in terms of your customer order, so you can deliver this on time. It will be accurately delivered, invoicing will be proper, and customer will have a better experience and loyalty with you. So he can, after raising your his purchase order LOI to you, and he can expect that because you are doing this O2C process, you have a system in line, you have an ERP, so everything will be delivered properly with whatever the requirements is as per the requirement by a client. Okay, so he'll have more trust on you, he'll have better experience. Then operational efficiency, yes, definitely. Streamlining the O2C process will minimize a lot of errors, reduces manual effort. Initially, I would say before 20, 25, 30 years, this was a manual process, which was a hard copy of a document will be given, and everything was on hard copy. So a lot of manual efforts were done. Now it is all automated. It is all completely through ERPs and SAP systems and IT applications. So it reduces all type of manual efforts, and operational efficiencies increase. Initially, if client has placed an order or customer has placed an order for delivery of 30 days, so you might not be able to deliver because of these manual efforts. But now, if it is 30 days, you will be able to deliver within 30 days. Everything is streamlined. Then we focus on cost reduction. So optimizing the O2C cycle can reduce cost associated with order processing, inventory holding, payment collection. So definitely, if your company or organization's O2C cycle is streamlined, it's very smooth, everything is visible, possible, then you might be saving a lot of money. And if you don't have, if you don't know how much invoices are outstanding for that particular month, how much is due, what is the bank liability, those things, if your OTC process doesn't have, you will not be able to collect the payment properly. There will be huge outstanding, and it can affect your organization and maybe shut down also. So our OTC process is very important. Then we can, through this O2C process, we can have some data driven insights. We can have some KPIs, some dashboards, which will give the customer behavior and the pattern, how much they are placing the orders on you. Are they repetitive customers? There will be a sales trend, this much sales you have grow. What are the areas of improvement if your sales is not able to fulfill, if you are not able to fulfill your orders? So those kind of things, you can do this through the OTC process. Fair enough. So there are few challenges, as we told. There are few manual processes which can lead to errors, delays, and increased cost. So definitely we need to improve our OTC processes. So this is now helped by a different type of applications, cloud-based applications we are doing. We are touching AI also. Chat GPT is helping. So a lot of generative AI applications and modules are also helping. So we are improving your O2C process, but still there are few manual processes which needs to be removed and eradicated from this O2C process. If your company has some manual processes, there are chances that you lead to errors and all that stuff. Then data inaccuracy is a problem. So if your ERP and your SAP system and few manual inputs which you have done on the data side, if those are not correct, there can be inaccurate and incomplete data, which will lead to a lot of problems. So if you not put the correct customer codes or the T codes in your SAPs, or not put the proper details of your client details, then it can be a problem. So all those type of issues can be there. So you need to be very vigilant in terms of data, and the data accuracy is important in O2C cycle, because any small error can make a big impact in terms of loss of sales and all that stuff. Then we have lack of visibility in O2C. Sometimes we don't know where is the order, what is the inventory level right now. There will be a lag in terms of order status. Maybe you have dispatched it, the vendor is saying I will be approaching, maybe delivering the item to customer in 7 days. That is not updated in your O2C system. So there can be a lot of possibility that your deliveries are not clear, your inventory levels are not clear, you don't have a clear vision of your status of customer order, and that can be a problem for client and customer. If you say that the material will be received, it is dispatched within 7 days, it will be in your factory or in your firm, and if customer doesn't receive in 7 days, then it will be a problem. So you have a little lack of visibility which needs to be monitored. So you have communication gaps also between departments. It can lead a lot of delays. So as you have seen, there are 5 6 different departments, everybody has their own KPIs. So if I'm interacting with the purchase team, if I'm interacting with the sales team, they'll say, okay, this order is booked, I need to deliver this customer on time, but we have multiple customers. So I have a challenge with my manufacturing team, with my production team, with my buying team, with my finance team will say, I have issues with payment, I cannot release this much payment to vendor, this is the problem. All those type of issues will be there. So there will be a lot of communication gaps and between these departments, which can lead to delay and inefficiency. If you don't communicate properly on time, there will be a problem. Then we can have payment delays. Definitely, if your client has agreed to pay you on a particular set of invoice as agreed timeline, suppose usually it is 30 days or 45 days. So if he is not able to deliver, then it can be a problem for your company and organization. You might need to hold the further dispatches. You might to hold the customer order. You might need to blacklist that customer. So a lot of actions will be taken in case of payment delays, and people needs to be engaged. Everybody is working for money, for profit. So if payment is not received on time, every or whatever you have done, whole process is waste. So payment delays is a very major important factor in O2C process. Okay, let's move ahead. Okay, so when we talk about O2C integration, as I told you, a lot of systems and ERPs and IT applications and modules needs to be integrated. So we'll go through what is this. So we have an OMS system, which is order management system. The responsibility of order management system is nothing, is to automate and streamline the order processing, tracking, and fulfillment, what we were talking about. So if your OMS system is updated, because someone has to manually update it. I am not the guy who will update it. Someone who is processing, someone, suppose your factory guy who is there, if he has to pack an item and he's done the packing, but he is not updated in the ERP, how it will be reflected? Suppose he's updating after 3 days. So that is a manual update. What we are trying to do is we are trying to do it automated now through some cameras, some VFX, some AI. We are trying to do it automatically, but still people need to do some entries. If there is issue in updating those details, it can be a problem. So OMS system is basically the main system here, which overall monitors the and automates the process of orders, and it processes, it tracks and gives you an order status. So suppose my order status is 12345, which was received in the month of November 2024, and then right now I'm watching in February 2025, it should give me a status: order is in process, under manufacturing or under packing, and it will be delivered this on this particular date. So that kind of a status is there in OMS system. Then we have a complete ERP for this, as we have told you. So it integrates all the business functionality. So all the teams which we are seeing, the sales team, the purchasing team, the finance team, the inventory and warehouse team, everybody will be connected to this ERP. And by clicking few buttons and updates, this process will, this order will get updated every time by many people. Okay. So we have individual responsibility, and people update these things, process few documentation, do some documentation in these ERPs, and how then how we will see what in the coming slides how this order is processed. Then we have a warehouse management system. Definitely, it will provide you the details of the inventory lying within the factory or the warehouse, and also then you can take a action what further inventory you need to fill in in order to meet the customer order. Then we have a TMS system. We have touched the base of TMS WMS already. So TMS system will manage the shipment and the delivery. So you'll tell your transporter, please pick this material from this location and then deliver this item to this different location. What are the cost and all that stuff will be covered in TMS. Then we have the CRM system where you manage and the customer will interact with you. He will say, okay, can I see my order where it is? So in the CRM system, he will be able to communicate with you. You can share the details with them and he can have and track on his own order. Then we have EDI, electronic data interchange. Can anyone give some example of an EDI? What is an EDI, electronic data interchange? What is this electronic data which is interchanged or exchanged between customers? So electronic data interchange can be between any of the parties. So what we call in EDI is a standard or basically a template of an exchange of an electronic data. So from customer, I want to update him that, hey, I have given you this delivered your items on to you. So this is the invoice. So invoice will have a proper template. It will be a exchange. It will data processed through my ERP system. So I'll raise an invoice. It will give all the details to this particular customer that this material was basically invoiced to him and it is being sent to him. That kind of a preset type of template or electronic data and any business document will be called as EDI. So purchase orders, invoices, shipping notes, payment remitted invoices, payment remittance, all those things will be EDI. And this is exchanged through electronic data, maybe through an if I am sending my ERP is integrated with his ERP, he will receive an automated email of an invoice. So he will also get an email or something like that. So but the document, the PDF itself is an EDI. Okay. Advanced shipping note, ASN's full form. It is nothing, shipping notice and invoices that this item is getting shipped. So we have ASM, we have bill of lading, we have a lot of stuff. Okay. You understand this is an electronic exchange of data, but with a standard template. That's why. Can a email be an EDI? If I'm exchanging a data on an email, I'm sending an email to my client. Will that be called as an EDI? We don't call email as an EDI, though it is in terms of definition, it is. So the PDF, the invoice, as I told you, why we are not saying email as an EDI, because emails will be variable and changing every time, but the EDIs will not be changing. So if your invoice is invoice pattern is a PDF is having that particular pattern, it will never change. Your invoice will always be the same. So it is an agreed document between you and the client that this is the format of my thing, and I'll be sharing the details in this particular set of format. So if a shipping note or an invoice or a payment remittance has a format and invoice that has been agreed between customer and you, that is we call as an EDI. So email, in an email, if you write something that I have invoiced you this much, this is the bill to ship to address, but that is not a firm or basically a agreed set of document. It can be changed, it can be variable, so we don't call email as an EDI. EDIs, these are business documents, which reduces our manual efforts. We don't write and do it. In our ERP, we put the figures and the system will automatically put it and generate a document that will be exchanging with the client. Okay, so we do e-invoicing and online payments, facilitate faster and more convenient invoicing and payment collection. So what is the difference between e-invoicing and invoicing? Why it is called as now every day is called as e-invoicing? What is e-invoicing? What is the difference? And earlier invoicing, what was the difference? E-invoicing or normal invoicing, paper invoice, which we used to do earlier, there is no difference in the invoice thing. Okay, first of all, so invoice was earlier also this, and today also it is the same. The invoice is basically nothing but a request for the payment. So the payment request which was raised 15-20 years back also is still the same what we are raising it today. It will have the details of the item, it will have the taxes, it will have the is not acknowledgement of sign. So what I wanted to say is invoicing which we are doing earlier was also still carrying that particular invoice was carrying the same information which we carry today also. So there is no difference in terms of details mentioning in the invoice. First of all, let's understand this. Okay, so the invoice raised 10 years back was also same, and still it is the same. What is the thing is we have automated this process. Instead of taking a A4 printer, typing on by hand or doing something, we have automated and linked it with our ERPs and automated systems or those applications. So now if I just click a button, the item is already wedged it into my SAP system. The description is there, the taxes is linked, everything is there, the format is already there. I'll just click a button, generate an invoice. It will automatically generate an invoice, which will be then can be a PDF document, can be a detail of a voucher, any type of thing, but it will be generated by a system. So, okay, if you are tempering something, you have to temper the system, not the invoice. The invoice will be generated, and once the invoice is now generated, it has to be linked with the GST portal, as few of you guys know. So we link it, and then we cannot change any details. If we want to change, there are a certain set of procedures which we need to follow. So e-invoicing is nothing but just a electronic invoice now, which is fast, which is more convenient, and this e-invoicing details are then shared with the client, and he releases the payment on that stuff. So if he sees what you raise the invoice, but if you're not, this e-invoice is not updated on the GST portal, he also has the access. If he'll see that you have not raised this on GST portal, he'll say, hey, your e-invoice is not linked with GST portal, please link it before I release the payment. So that kind of automation process is there, and in that way datas are visible in terms of taxes, in terms of liability, in terms of details shared from vendor to client or manufacturer to customer. Okay, so there will be an IT, there will be an EDI, some PDFs, some IT applications, some ERP, some different systems and monitoring systems of order management system, TMS, and warehouse, and all that stuff will be there. Okay, let's move ahead. So we'll see a high level order to cash status here. Let's see. So this is an overall flow. Most companies might start with order management, which we can see from serial number 2, but we call it as purchasing also. Few companies will call it purchasing. Purchasing is nothing but a discussion or a detailed discussion in terms of how much items we need to purchase that client and the vendor or the customer or the vendor will have. Then we do the order management, basically book the order, process it internally, tell everybody about the order, that this is the client, this is his name, this is his address, and this is the delivery we need to do, guys. So that all you have to do it in your ERP and SAP systems. Then we do a credit check management. What is credit check management? We need to check what are basically the turnover of that company, what is basically in their bank account. They'll give some statement. So we do a credit check on customers also, and we put a rating and we put a credit check in terms of, if suppose my client has given me an order of 1000 CR and his bank balance right now is 200 CRs, and we are expecting every month he's saying I'll give you 200 CR. So we'll do a credit check. We'll say that if this particular set of customer doesn't have much enough balance in his account. He's financially crunched. He's taken a loan, something like that. So in case my outstanding goes this much, I will not further invoice it. It can be a risk for the company. So we do this type of credit check management, and we put these type of check and barrier in our internal ERP and SAP system. And then we have a rating also. So if when the order is executed, customer delivered everything on time, customer has released your payment on time and all that, then this credit rating will increase. Will on a general will say, okay, this some client is very good, this customer is very good, he releases all the payment on time, so we'll increase those type of credit limits also further. Then we do this order fulfillment. We check the credit limits. We do book the order. Then order fulfillment is basically nothing but releasing the purchase order, getting the item manufactured, assembled, then packed it, and then make it ready in the warehouse and for or maybe in the factory to get it delivered. Then we do the order shipping. So we need to do some packing of that material. We need to assign some shipping notes, some delivery notes. We need to maybe pack it in a dedicated type of a wooden box or some crates, and then we deliver it to the client. So we dispatch it into the maybe a truck, lorry, or ship or airplane, whatever it is. We ship the order, and once you ship the order that day, immediately you need to raise an invoice. It is not like that you have shipped the order and you'll raise the invoice after 15 days. In that way, we don't do it right now. Earlier it was, but now that is the lack of visibility. So what we do it right now, if I have placed in my whole India, we have different manufacturing firms, and I have 20 vehicles placed today. So if 20 vehicles are dispatched from the factory premises or the warehouse, they will have to release an invoice immediately, and that invoice will be carried. A copy of that will be carried by the vehicle or the driver. One copy will be given to me. One copy we have to share with the client. So everything will be shared. So these invoicing will be done on the same day. Okay. And what invoicing I am saying is, this is the O2C process is, or basically the invoicing to client. So once you dispatch that material, the vendor will raise the basically the raw material guy or the whatever the vendor who has delivered that material, that vendor will raise an invoice, and based on that vendor invoice, you will raise an invoice to the customer. So we are talking about that invoice which we are raising to the client. So we raise to the client, we say that your item is dispatched, I'm raising an invoice, and then this invoice, this will be passed on to the client. He accounts receivable team will basically coordinate, follow that this is the 30 days terms are there. What is the payment term? Is it an LC? Is it a normal payment of 30 days, 45 days? How you'll do it? You'll do a SWIFT, you'll do a RTGS, you'll do an EFT, you'll give it to me cash. So whatever it is, and we do the payment collection. Once the payment collection is done, then we report it and we say that this particular order is closed, and we put it on our system. We do some dashboards, some KPIs. So let's understand some stages of O2C process. Okay, so these are the stages we have tried to cover. Whatever I've spoken, we have tried to cover here. So order placement, customer will place an order through various channels, online, phone, in person, and also order placement is also there. So he can do a e-bidding, which we called. So you can, customer will place and he'll basically open a channel wherein you will go, put your quote and thing. Once the bidding is closed, you'll receive an order directly. Okay, so it is kind of an online thing, and he can give you a proof of an order. So right now, those phones order placement we don't take right now, but lower business still take order placement on phones and in person also. But anyways, those guys who need to, whose supply chain we are talking about as are big firms who do not purchase type of thing. So they will definitely need a record or online thing or a LOI or a purchase order to book your order. So customer will place those kind of order. But for small local business, hey, I'm giving you 100 packets of I need 100 packets of sugar, that can be also an order placement. So order information is captured accurately and entered into the system. So this system, what we are talking is as an ERP system. Then we process the order. Order is validated for accuracy and completeness. We see if we have the products available with us. If he has ordered 100 packets of sugar, are 100 packets of sugar available with us in the warehouse? If no, then what should we do? Should we purchase it? Should we place an internal order to a raw material, to vendor, blah, blah, all those type of things. Then pricing is also very important. For that 100 packets of sugar, you have quoted 10,000 rupees to the client. And then internally you have, that for this 10,000, you need to spend 6,000 rupees. So 6,000 internal pricing and all that, where you'll spending, that kind of monitoring you also have to do. Then customer information, we need to check it. We need to check the credit checks as I told you, performed on new and high order values. For a high order values, we do this credit check for those customers. Once this credit check is done, then only then order can be processed. If the credit check is pending in your ERP system and your SAP or any type of systems you are following, then you will not be released the further order to the client. So credit check is a very important factor here. Then order is released for the fulfillment. Basically, order you click a button, and then this order is basically communicated. This message is communicated to your warehouse team that please pack this 100 packets of this sugar for client X. That kind of thing is there. Then fulfillment or inventory is allocated, as I told you, and is picked from the warehouse. Order is then packed and prepared for the shipment. Shipping labels will be assigned to that. This customer detail, the address, all the details will be there in the ASM systems. Here there will be some RFID barcodes we'll assign to those particular. Every customer will have their dedicated barcodes and all that. Every item will have their own barcodes. We'll assign that, and then once everything is done, vehicle is received, then we'll generate the documentation. So those documentation will be basically not only the invoice but the backup documents like packing list, supplier invoices, and bill of lading, or all those type of whatever documents, some quality check documents. If you want to attach those kind of documents also, you'll attach. And then this carrier is shipping in this, the vehicle or the carrier will come and the shipment is scheduled. So you will 100 packets of sugar, you'll pack it, put it in one side of the warehouse. A vehicle will come next day, and it will say that at 10 a.m. we will do the shipment. So the order is picked up from the warehouse, transported to the customer. It is under transit, we say, and once it leaves your premises or a warehouse, you do the invoicing. So customer is notified by the shipment. So and then we will provide the tracking information also to the customer. So customer, once you do it, you do a shipping detail in your ERP, and then customer is notified, hey, this particular item has left the premises of customer of this particular warehouse, and it is under transit. The ETA and ETD basically will be given. So expected time of departure will be given. Suppose it's today, and then ETA will be given, maybe 6 days of travel time it is there. So client will know that this item is getting delivered on this particular date. So I have to be ready. So he will arrange the further necessary action is on his part of unloading the vehicle, maybe unloading the container, putting it in the his store, or whatever he wants to do with that particular material. Then you'll generate an invoice. As I told you, you'll send to the customer based on the fulfilled order. You'll say that I have fulfilled the order, I have delivered it, this is the proof. And then with the proof, I might attach some proofs of material delivery also. So maybe some GRN, MRN, we call it as. There is a set type of document on which the client will sign, hey, I have received it, and then proof of delivery. And then based on that, you raise an invoice and give the details and confirmation to client. Whatever you gave me an order, I have delivered it, this is the invoice, please pay me, and this is my payment terms, please credit to my bank account. This is my bank account. So in the invoice, you will give your bank account also to the customer. So then based on that, customer will pay you. So invoice accuracy is crucial in these days, because a lot of invoices in my whole life, 10 years, 12 years, I have struggled with this type of things because my invoices were not accurate in terms of GST, in terms of description, in terms of billing amount, in terms of quantity. Those invoices were not, and I'm not talking about one or two invoices. These are like thousands and thousands of invoices. So I used to chase my customers like anything, whatever document correction they wanted, I needed to correct it, send it back to client, verify them, then they'll release the outstanding payment. So a lot of issues were there in invoicing accuracy and all that stuff. Then payment collection. So customer makes a payment through various modes, as I told you. So credit card, I don't know about credit card nowadays. Nobody does that on credit card, but smaller business can be. Mostly it is bank transfer, checks, and all that stuff they used to give. Then payment is recorded and reconciled in your system, that you say that you have raised an invoice of 118 rupees of GST. The client has paid 118 rupees. The order is closed, or maybe he has not paid 118, he has paid only 60 rupees. So you'll do that. So that kind of order record will be done and then reconciled. What do you mean by reconciled? So you have raised 10 different invoices. Total invoice value was 1000. He has given you 650. So that kind of follow up you'll do. That I have only received 650. When is my balance 350 coming? Can you give me something? So that kind of reconciliation you'll do. And in this bottom picture, you can see overall flow of this. So OMS is order management system. So we'll put the customer info here, some item info also will put, payment info, what is the payment terms agreed, payment info will put, then we'll basically integrate this with ERP system S/4HANA. You can see here where you will create an order. So an order query will be sent to ERP. Hey, this is the order coming. Then you'll confirm on by order query response that yes, and this query is fine, and I have the inventory and everything. You please create an order. So then order will be created and an order response and order ID will be generated. Once this order ID is generated, internal order ID. So for a dedicated client, for a dedicated delivery, then order ID will be tracked in the system. This order ID will be unique for every particular customer and for every particular timeline and the requirement. So this order ID might be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 something, let's assume. So this order ID 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, whenever you will put this order ID in your ERP system, you can see the status of your order ID. Is it under purchase? It is under inventory, warehouse, dispatch, received, or the order is closed. Okay, and then this order ID interacts with the WMS system and the TMS system. And bottom you can say you can see is basically ATP response. What is ATP in SAP? Available to promise. It is nothing. It is just a calculation that estimates when products will be available for the customers. So ATP is nothing. It is a calculation that estimates these products will be available for you maybe next coming week, 10 days, 20 days. Is it available right now? So customer will know basically on what is the item availability in your warehouse. So he will be basically interacting with you, and based on that you can also confirm to him, hey, you have placed an order, you told me to deliver by 30 days, but when I checked in my warehouse, it is not available. So my ATP says that it can be only delivered on this date. So is it okay, acceptable? Can you amend the order? Can you change the purchase order, or do you need do you need to cancel the order? So those kind of discussions we'll have it. Okay. Credit note, when the word credit note is anytime written, what does it mean? Does it reduce the amount of the invoice, increase the amount of the invoice, what it is? And when we say debit note, what it is? So suppose I have raised a wrong invoice. Okay, just let's take a vague example. So I have raised a wrong invoice. Now I need to read a correct, I need to basically correct my invoice. So there are two options. I should have raised a higher amount. I should have raised a lower amount. That can be the only two possibilities. So based on that difference, we call it as a credit note or a debit note. A credit note basically reduces the amount owned by a seller, I can say, and debit note increases the amount owned by to a seller. So that is the only difference in terms of credit note. If your invoice is not correct, sometimes your finance team will say, hey, we need to raise a credit note. Sometimes he will say, hey, we need to raise a debit note. A debit note can be a penalty or rejection also. Okay, so credit note is mostly from the purchaser side. Debit note will come from the client side. Basically, in general layman terms, we can say. Okay. Let's move on now. We'll have some screens on SAP, how this customer order looks like, and we'll understand how it is functioning in the ERP systems. So there will be some short forms, some abbreviations here coming, which you guys, those guys who have not used, will be new for you. So I'll be maybe elaborating and asking you guys to put some input. So somebody asked T code, so there will be T codes also. So there will be a lot of things related to SAP now. This will be our first experience of how anything looks like in a SAP system. Okay, let's move ahead. So this is the industry process. It is usually for same for all type of ERPs. So here you can see S4 HANA and Oracle shows, but mostly 99% for all the ERPs, the interaction is like this. So we have a customer interface or some application, or there might be they have their own application or an interface, and then you have the order monitoring system, OMS. Then there is a CPI. This is a processing interface, which is a cloud based. So this is basically a cloud platform interface. So this cloud platform interface is nothing but an interaction between the OMS and the ERP. So this is a cloud-based application which connects both these applications and data sources. Okay. Then we have a ERP system. As you can see, in this ERP system, there is a sales order. So there is a IDOC written here, shipment IDOC, then EPOD, activated optional, invoice, order close. So basically, this ERP system will have everything what you need to do for a sales order. What is an IDOC? IDOC stands for an intermediate document, which is an EDI in SAP. So it interacts within the SAP, outside SAP also. So that kind of a thing is there. EPOD is basically nothing but proof of delivery, electronic proof of delivery. So it is also an it can be a mobile-based application, which wherein you will scan some pictures, photos, and click and send that this is the proof of delivery. It will be integrated with your SAP system, and then this EPOD will be ticked, and it says that this proof of delivery is done. That kind of a EPOD is known. Then we have the invoicing thing as an order closure also in ERP. And this ERP is then further integrated with the warehouse management system, wherein you will see the item delivery, availability, inventory. Then the TMS system for the transportation, where the carrier and the freight forwarder will basically pick and update the status. Then we have the MDG, Master Data Governance, it is called as. It is basically an application that helps business managing the business and consolidation of master data. Okay, nothing to worry about. Then through this TMS, you can see a carrier which will be basically taking the material and delivering it to the customer back. So material will be received. Further from the ERP, you see there is a financial institution which is credit check. So financial institutions can be banks. So we do the check here as we told for the customers. We check everything and it is related to the billing. And then we have a e-invoicing. On that invoicing, we'll do it and we'll upload the invoices on the government portal, the GST portal. So we do that. Parallelly bottom, you can see MRC. What is MRC here? Network activation, MRC. MRC stands here for monthly recurring cost, which is kind of a cost, which is it is an agreement between you and customer then. So for normal processes, because you're doing an integration of customer with your SAP, so you charge it on a monthly basis. So on a monthly recurring cost of this configuration of customer application to your SAP module is there, which you backcharge to the customer. So this MRP is the MRC is there, and it can be any type of amount agreed between you and the customer, which he has to pay. Here it is monthly recurring cost for this network activation and integration of the ERP with the customer application. This is the charge which we need to pay. So in SAP, there is two type of things. One is called as non-recurring and one is called as monthly recurring. So non-recurring is that you will bear the cost and no charge you will claim to client and customer, but MRC is basically what we back charge. So in my case, we do this, we integrate their customer. ExxonMobil is my customer. I integrate this application and I say, because I've integrated, you are getting all the details. A monthly cost of SAP is done and you have to pay this for this. And he will pay because he wants to know the status exactly what is in my internal SAP system and what is going on with his customer orders. That we do, or that we charge. Okay. So these are the whole overall industry process. We'll go much into details now further. Okay. Okay. So this is how a screen looks like in a customer order fulfillment SAP. We will be giving you all SAP screens only because most of the companies use SAPs. So sales order creation has two things. One is automatic and one is manual. Okay, so a sales order creation, we have two things. One is called as automatically. So sales order can be created automatically through B2B message from an external system like OMS, customer portal, file integration. So your application or your ERP is now integrated with his customer portal. He can have a portal, he can have a ERP, we can call that as a OMS system also, wherein he will just put an entry and that entry will be reflected in your system that he has placed an order, this blah blah, and this much is the delivery and all that stuff. Okay, that is an automatic system. The other system is manual, wherein you create the sales order manually. If customer has not linked it, or maybe he has given you a manual purchase order, LOI, or some type of thing, then you create a sales order using the T code VA01. What is a T code? It is nothing but a short alphanumeric code to access any type of functionality in SAP. So for everything we have a T codes. Different things are for T codes. So for creating a sales order, there will be a T code VA0. For creating a purchase order, it will be a different T code. So all those type of things, it runs on T codes SAP system. But other ERPs doesn't run on T code, but they also have the same concept. It can be alphanumeric, it can be only numeric, up to 8 digits, up to 10 digits. It's all depend on the ERP and your system configuration. Mostly to basically identify as a unique, this T code is alphanumeric. So in this case, you enter this VA01, you create a sales order by selecting an order type. So you select the order type, you specify the customer should be registered in your system. If not, then you have to do the registration also for this customer. Then you have to put the delivery dates, then you have to file the other details like item and all that stuff, quantity and all that stuff. So this is how a dashboard of a sales order looks like. You can see a standard order number 14086. This is the sold to ship to party. So the client software systems GmbH is basically a German company. All the German companies will be GmbH written. So this has entry 2007 is basically their code, which is their entry. So you don't need to write software system GmbH every time. All those ERPs and SAPs will have short forms and meetings, and this sold to ship to party will be a code basically, and this code will be a customer code, which is 2007. So anywhere in your ERP, if you put 2007, then the software, this particular client name will come. Okay. Then the PO number, PO date will come. Then material, item, print, how much quantity, all those details will be there. Then you have a value of this. So there is a net value, there is currency, euro. You can see all those type of things. Okay. What are the systems required in this? So we need a OMS. We'll tell you everything. We will tell you HSN also, don't worry. So OMS, we have a CPI, that is, I told you, on this cloud platform. Then we need SAP, then we need MDG, that master data governance, we need finance, so all that stuff is there. Okay. And then tech platforms, we should know what is there in tech platforms required. So EDI we have discussed IDOC, that is an intermediate document. What is an API? Application program interface. What do you do by an API? So it is for an integration and not an interaction. It is for an integration, or so it is an interface between two applications. To connect to two different applications, you need an API. So if suppose my I have one SAP or ERP, and my other application is a Microsoft tool or maybe a Power App or something, or a website. So through this website, I need to connect to my SAP. I need an API. So that API will basically connect all those data resources, and if I put something here in this particular website, all those details will be fetched into my application or ERP through this API. Okay, that is called as an application programming interface. What is SOAP messaging? So SOAP messaging is nothing. It is an XML document which basically sends and creates details of a document. So XML document between web service and client application, it is done through SOAP messaging. So we need these type of tech platforms wherein we should do the EDIs, that is the invoicing, SASN, all those type of agreed PDFs. We need the IDOCs, which we have told about, the intermediate documents, which is exchange of SAP between the SAP and the external systems. And then we need this API to connect their application with our application. We need the SOAP messaging to connect the document flow of XML document flow and details through web service and client applications. This is how customer order screen looks like in a SAP. It is, I told you, it is standard in all those things. So if you want to book an order, which is 14086, this is your order number for a dedicated customer. For all those ERPs, you need to put the customer code, you need to put the values, you need to put the PO number, quantity, and all that stuff. Okay. So in this next screen, you see this how to create it, how to fulfill a customer order. So as I told you, there will be an entry for there is a magnifying glass everywhere in all types of ERP. If you click on a button, whatever you have registered in terms of the documents or the vendors or the suppliers or the customers, all those details will be there. You need to choose, fill those details, and then this is the screen to create an inquiry. So inquiry number can be created. You can choose the proposal number, you can put the item details, material details, validity, delivery, all those type of things. So these kind of screens will be there, and all those type of SAPs. It's just to give you a flavor how it works usually. If you guys have never worked in SAP, not to be worried about anything. All this UI or the user interface screens which you are seeing, it is pre-developed. Everything you just have to choose wisely. So to create anything in ERP, you have to choose wisely. That's it. All those details are predefined, filled, and checked by different people. When this, you will have a drop down. So if you click on a sold to party, there will be a drop down. Those drop downs are verified by different people in the company, and then only that is registered. So nobody can. Today I'm thinking I'll put a customer code like that. No, it cannot be that. If I want to create a customer code, I need to go through a flow. People will approve it, validate it, and once it is approved and validated, then only it will be reflected in the drop down. So for newbies, for the guys who have never worked in a SAP or a ERP, you don't need to worry anything. It is just by clicking few things, you will need to put those details correctly and then click a button on submit or approve or validate and maybe save it. That is it. This is what you have to do in regular job of an ERP and thing. And through this, you can generate reports. You can see the flow, whether you have done it correctly, the other party is taking action. Finance, when you have maybe created a customer code, warehouse guys can see or not. Whether the warehouse guys are interacting there, they will have similar screens. So it is all like this, huh? Nothing to worry about. So you will get a drop down, you will get a search, you'll get a binocular printing options, all those things you will get. You can see in the bottom screens. So if you click on the print, automatic print will come out. If you click on the binoculars, it will search something for you. If you put on drop down, drop it. So there are a lot of shortcuts here. A lot of shortcuts will be there for you guys. Create a new page, to create a new code, to save it, to print the order, to check some person who is responsible to check the approval flows. So all these shortcuts will be there. Okay, let's move ahead. So you see in SAP, we are creating create order return order. We create return order delivery. Then with this, there is an interaction or the code SHP IBDLV. This is a short form. It is not very, I would say, required for every type of ERP, but this is just for this, and it will send a message to the WMS system or the warehouse guys that you need to do a delivery. So they generate an inbound delivery notification. Post that, they will post return goods to WMS system. This post receipt will go to post goods receipt in HANA, and then it will create a perform material inspection. So this is all flow. Just to give you a flavor, this is all flow which is defined on your company's working philosophy and organization's working philosophy. You guys decide the terminologies, and then this all flow is there. So in general, it looks like this, wherein you will do like this type of document flow is there. So you upload a document, you put some proposals, there will be a picking request, there will be a goods issued, delivery, you can see the final invoicing, accounting document. So within a sale invoice, these 4, 5, 6 documents you are seeing, those will be completed, status will be shown complete, complete, complete. And when this is completed, it is there. You can download these documents also. Once the picking request is completed, generated, that means the item needs to be picked. Once it is completed, then only the goods receipt will be done, or basically the pickup for this material will be done. So once the pickup is done, then only final invoice can be generated. So it is all interlinked. It is all interlinked. But the client can see and interact, and he can see that you have created this proposal number, you have created the pickup number, where it is the material delivered, is the invoice raised, all those type of details you can share. Okay. The next page is on billing document. So you can see you can do an invoice advanced billing. So you can do a normal billing, how an invoice will look like. So Max Electronics is basically the vendor name. You can see dispatch to is high tech computer one. This address is given as MG Road, Bengaluru, and his invoice is dispatch to and ship to and bill to addresses are same. He has given a GST number, and the invoice date is there. This is a standard I would say invoice thing. Herein you can see, and these all details are required by all type of clients and customers in the invoice. So in the bottom you can see a bank detail is there. If your invoicing pattern doesn't have a bank detail, the client, how will you know which bank he has to pay the amount to? And there will be some taxes, central tax, sales tax, final invoice, amount, all that stuff. And this should be if it is a computer generated, now it is invoicing, so there is no stamping. In earlier, if somebody has generated a paper invoice, he has to stamp it, bill it, and then send it to the accounts or send it to the client. This is how it looks like. In this side tab bar, you can see multiple things. This is called as a basically module. In that module, there will be different sections wherein you need to go and perform your roles and responsibilities. So if you are in finance, somebody has generated an order pickup receipt, you need to generate an invoice. You need to go in your module, click on that, put the document number, choose the order number, and then this invoice will be generated automatically. Okay, so you have seen how invoice is generated, how customer order is booked in SAP, how it looks like. Now let's go to OTIF. What is OTIF? Few guys must be knowing, few guys must not be knowing. So it is a very important KPI, on time in full. So you have to deliver on time and in full. So usually for a customer order, it is he wants there is a quantity and there is a delivery line or time. So if you have delivering on time and in full, then this OTIF parameter is fulfilled. If you have delivered on time, but quantity you are not able to fulfill because your ATP response of warehouse doesn't have that quantity, he ordered 1000 sugar packets, you have deliver only 900, then your OTIF factor will decrease and it will be like in only 90%. So it is a on time order fulfillment. So if your OTIF is good enough, then you can say to the client that this is my OTIF, this is my KPI, I'm doing those within your department, you need to monitor all this. So OTIF is a key performance indicator, which is used to measure the percentage of customer orders that are delivered on time and in full. So on time by the date promised by the customer, and in full is the complete quantity and the items ordered. So OTIF's formula is number of orders delivered on time in full divided by total number of orders shipped into 100. That is the OTIF formula. We'll have one or two, I think, so problems also in this. So why OTIF is important? OTIF is a critical metric because it is directly reflects how well a company is meeting its customer expectations. So if your OTIF is good, as I told you, then you can easily see that you are able to meet your customer expectations. If your OTIF is down, then you need to take some corrective actions. You need to change some systems. You need to improve your IT. You need to improve some few parameters in your warehouse TMS so that your OTIF increases. This is generally done by the higher management people. Ground level people doesn't need to monitor, but for a company's progress and companies basically I would say customers requirements and flow, we need to monitor this. Okay, so higher OTIF scores lead to improved customer satisfaction. So if your customers are all time, you are delivering on time and full, obviously your customers will be satisfied. He's receiving everything on time. So your brand reputation is improved by this. So if you are receiving everything time, the customer will say, hey, I have a vendor or manufacturer, he delivers me on time and his OTIF is like 99%. So definitely your brand name will come, you'll get more orders from other people. Okay, so brand reputation is linked with this OTIF factor. You increase sales. Obviously, if your brand is your OTIF is high, everybody is appreciating, your customers are satisfied, you'll get more sales. Satisfied customers are more likely to repeat purchases and give you repeated orders. So reduce cost, efficient supply chain operations and fewer disruptions lead to lower costs associated with expedited shipments, customer returns, and inventory management. So you reduce the cost also. Then it gives a competitive advantage in if you have higher OTIF than other competitor company, or it can differentiate from you to another company. If you tell to the customer you are also there, three other clients or three other vendors are also there, you all four are participating for a order and a purchase order or something like that. If you say that my OTIF is like 99%, other one is saying mine is 95, then it gives a competitive advantage. Then definitely customer will say, okay, nice, he delivers on time, he doesn't have a cash flow issue, he's financially stable, his SAP and ERPs are streamlined, everything is on good, and his OTIF is high. Let me order to this guy. Okay, that kind of a approach is there. Okay, let's move ahead. So we'll do a case study. We need to understand what is OTIF in this case. So consumer electronics manufacturer struggles with OTIF. So electronic manufacturer is there. A leading consumer electronic manufacturer was experiencing a significant decline in his OTIF performance. Customer complaints about late deliveries and incomplete orders, with increasing and impacting branding, brand reputation and sales. So what can be the root if OTIF is down? Let's take an example of electronics manufacturer, maybe washing machine or maybe microwave. Let's take a microwave, something like that. So suppose there is a microwave brand, and he is experiencing that his OTIF was initially 95, now it's 90, 85, and then his customers are complaining. So let's do some analysis. What can be the root cause analysis for this? So inaccurate demand forecasting. The company relied on traditional forecasting method. He couldn't basically foresee what can be the demand coming from client. He was not prepared, so that way he is not able to deliver. So we will, as I told you, demand forecasting, we had dedicated session how demand forecasting we need to do. There are some tricks, there are some formulas, there are some methods for demand forecasting. So if your company is not good and doesn't have good demand forecasting, definitely you will be struggling in delivering those items on time, and then your OTIF will be down. So inaccurate demand forecasting can be a root cause for this. And because it is an electronic market, so it can be a dynamic market also, leading to frequent stockouts and overstocks. Then the second case can be supplier reliability issues. You have tied up with some suppliers who are providing some components for these microwaves. And now within recent times, you are facing issues with these suppliers. You're not able to deliver, you're not able to do the production on time, which is basically leading to delivery, which is misleading to missed delivery deadlines for your customers. So supplier reliability, inaccurate demand forecasting. The next one is inefficient warehouse operations. So if your outdated warehouse management system is there, or your management, basically warehouse management system is not updated, you don't know the inventories level of your microwave lying there. If it is an old stock, new stock, expired, doesn't have that much reflection in the warehouse management system, then definitely you'll face issues. You will not be able to process those orders. There will be inventory inaccuracies, picking errors, shipping delays, which will lead to a decline in the OTIF. And then the fourth root cause analysis or declining OTIF can be lack of communication and visibility. So between the operations and the other departments, if their communication is not proper, there will be no visibility in the supply chain when this item needs to be delivered, even is their inventory updated or not. So those type of delays will lead to delay in the supplies to the client. So as I told you, in SAP or ERPs, still you need to go, you need to fill those details, you need to activate the flows. If you are not able to update things on timely on in these applications, then you will not be able to communicate to the other department to take action. So if you are not able to communicate to the other department, there will be lag, and then you will not be able to deliver, and customer not be able to, you'll not be able to fulfill the customer orders. Okay. What I told you is those all manual updation, we are now trying to integrate with different applications as EPOD, proof of delivery. Initially, proof of delivery was a document which was signed by the guy who receives it. He will send a email or a PDF copy to you. Then once you receive it, you will do an entry in your ERP, and then you say this is received and delivered in that way. Now what we have done is when the guy is receiving the material, he has a mobile camera, he has an application in his phone. He'll take some screenshots and pictures. He'll update the document. He'll upload that particular document from the phone itself. Within the seconds, the application will be integrated, is already integrated with SAP. In SAP, the POD is generated with the pictures. Also, you can see that this material is received and this is the proof of delivery. And what we do, we are trying to do is, with these pictures or with this entry or the screenshot itself, the system has an OCR, optical character recognition, which basically fetches the data from the picture or the PDF and directly puts it in your ERP system, goods receipt, GR, MR. So this GR, MR, we used to do it initially by typing it. Now we are trying to do it automatically. So these kind of things we are trying to do automatically. If it is kind of a repetitive thing for people and it is cumbersome, it is making hectic thing. So in supply chain, we are trying to do and link everything what we can automate in SAP. No need for someone to open the window, click the buttons, and then we are trying to put some mobile applications and some other applications which will integrate with this SAP and directly upload everything. So if you update somewhere in your phone, then directly in SAP it will be updated. It is like that. Okay. Then this company will generate an OTIF. You can see there will be a OTIF trend. So there are different suppliers, supplier 1, 2, 3, and you can see in this video, every supplier you will see a different curve from January to December 22. What is the OTIF? What was your target? How much you have achieved? And for other, there is green, there is red, there is all type of figures. So for supplier 6, it is very good, 57% you are in green. For supplier 4, you can see it is completely red. You are not able to deliver anything. What was your target of the OTIF? So these type of trends will be there, which will give you an if fully delivered material has quality issue, will be considered an OTIF. Good question. So if fully delivered on time, the material has an issue, it will not be considered in OTIF. So OTIF is only when your material is also delivered with good quality. If customer has complained that this material is not good, you have to written, it will not come under OTIF. Then it will not be considered on time. The time will be considered when you give him the quality of the product which he is expecting. So this will not come under it will basically delay. So your delivery time was 30 days. You have delivered on 30th day, but a bad quality item. And now you need to maybe exchange, return, or do whatever, and you're done or exchange or return in next 10 days. Then 30 plus 10, 40 days will be counted as the delivery time. Okay, and it will affect your OTIF. And this dashboards and all, this can be basically through Power BI we can generate, through some Microsoft Excel sheets we can generate. We can integrate this with our SAP systems, and this SAP system will then give these type of reports and dashboards to us. So we will have deliveries, we will enter the deliveries, we have proof of PODs in our system, those POD dates with the item quantity, that GR, MRN, everything will be linked in SAP. Those all details are linked, those all details are fetched in this dashboard and then presented here, wherein you can see how well you are performing for each type. Okay. This is nothing, this is just a parameter for 1 year to within a year, these number of suppliers and all that stuff. Okay, let's move ahead. So overall OTIF performance, what is the large bold KPI tile is that displays the current overall OTIF percentage, example 92% with a clear visual indicator, green or red, it shows below and above the target. So you set a timeline or basically a target in the initial phase of the year. For each supplier or customer, you'll say that this is my OTIF, I need to deliver this much orders on time. Let's assume at 75%, and you monitor this on the whole year, and you say in the last that I have delivered over 75, below 75, and all that stuff. So trend line graph, you see that OTIF trend line graphs, last 6 months, last 1 year, what is the graph? Then OTIF breakdown is there. There is a pie chart which displays how much order is delivered on time, how much is late, how much is full, how much is not in full, that kind of thing. Bar chart can only there also, wherein in the pillars you can see based on your customers what is their areas of strength, weakness, whether you have delivered on time, not time, he has done the payments on time or not. So those type of things you can do it in bar chart. Okay, what is Pareto chart? Why it is used for? To understand the failures, the problems, the issues, the frequency of the problems, why you are not able to do it. So it is basically a chart or a visual tool which gives you a frequency of your delays and analysis. Yeah. So it identifies the top reasons of your OTP failures, like because of your supplier delays, your production delays, your client issues, transportation delays, WMS issues, inventory issues. It can give you all type of analysis here, and you can understand better what was the problem. Then we have the heat map, visualizes OT performance by region or shipping lane. So you know overall, maybe an area there will be some red areas. So in the heat map there will be some completely red areas, completely green, completely. So it is like a map which you see in a weather map you see now for the world or India. Whenever you see something like that, it is there. So you understand by that this is the major reason, this is the major problem for you, because that's why you're not able to deliver on time, or this is the issue with this. Okay, these are some tools for this. So what we do is we collaborate, we merge this OTIF. Can it be generated through this? Yes, it can be generated. It can be linked through your SAP system. So system integration reporting OTIF, you see there is a Power BI or Tableau or Excel or SAP HANA or Snowflake. These are all applications which are linked with other tools. We have S4HANA, where there will be some analytics will be done in Azure, in GCP Scanner, SAP BW. There are different modules, and it interacts with WMS system and customer portal also. So what you do is you choose the columns, as you can see the replicated columns. So you fetch the details from these columns like order, customer, delivery date, shipping date, as I told you. Then you calculate the columns here of the OTIF, that how much was on time delivered, how much is in full delivered. You put a percentage, and then you put a time series for this, which is a OTIF SLA or OF SLA. And in that way, you can generate this OTIF report stating that for this many customers, these many orders, I have delivered on time. It fetches the reports from this and gives to a dashboard or a OTIF type of dashboard to the client also. So this can be done by both parties. Client can also generate it on his behalf, and his customer portal will be reflecting, or you can also do. It is an agreement between you and client who will do that. If client does, if you are doing on his behalf as per the contractual obligation, then he will be giving you some money. If you are doing on monthly basis, then you will be charging for that. If customer has these type of IT tools which can interact and generate a OTIF out of this, then he will be not paying you. So it all depends, but mostly what I've seen in 90% of cases, this is generated by the supplier, the manufacturer, and then given to the client. So mostly client doesn't do for that, because you as a vendor need to generate for a lot of suppliers, a lot of clients. So you are responsible for a lot of generating these type of applications, a lot of generating these type of OTIFs. So very important factor Heat map exchange. Let me show you, in fact, heat map exchange, how it looks like. You have seen a weather report. If you've seen a weather report, you'll see if it is rainy, it will show. If it is temperature is too high, it will show completely red. If the temperature is a little coldy, it will show blue. It is that kind of a heat map. So let's take a calculation and example here. So let's break down some OTIF components. Let's understand it. So what are the total orders shipped is 500. What about the orders delivered on time is 480. Order delivered in full was 460. So order delivered on time and in full are 440. So you understand, out of 500 total orders which they have shipped for a dedicated, maybe let's take a month. Okay. So for this particular month, total orders shipped were 500, but on delivered on time and in full were delivered only 440. Okay. So what is on time delivery rate? It will be 480 by 500. That is the order delivered on time. That is 96%. In full delivery rate is 460 by 500. And OTIF will be orders on delivered on time. That is 440 divided by 500. That is 88%. So interpretation, while the on time delivery rate is high, 96%, the overall OTIF is lower, 88%, due to some orders not being delivered with complete quantity or correct items. So you understand? Though he was able to deliver on time 96%, but he couldn't deliver in full, or some issues or not correct items, so his OTIF has decreased to 440 is only considered as order in full and on time, so it's around 88%. This is how you do a interpretation and all that stuff. Okay, another example is there. So we have another impact on OTIF improvement. So their initial OTIF was 80%. Improved OTIF is 95%. Average order value is 1,000 USDs. Number of orders per month is 2,000. Cost saving due to reduced expedited shipment is 2% of the revenue. Increase in sales due to improved customer satisfaction is 5%. Revenue at 80% OTIF. What is the revenue at 80%? Your item value is 1,000. Total orders you have 2,000 numbers. So your revenue at 80% OTIF was 20 lakh. And when you have done a OTIF as 95%, then you have achieved 21,000 of 21 lakhs of sales. Your cost savings is 42%, because you have done a sale of 95%. So you have saved 0.22%, that is 2% of revenue. 42,000 you have saved. Total benefit will be 21,000 of your sales. 20,000 is your basically revenue you have done earlier. So you have achieved, by increasing your OTIF, you have achieved a sales already of 10 lakh rupees. Further to that, you have achieved 42,000. So 10 lakh plus 42 is 1 lakh. I'm confused with figures. 2,000, 10,000, 1 lakh. Yeah, exactly. So 1,42,000 is the figure. So 1 lakh you have achieved of the benefits coming from improved OTIF, and 42,000 you have achieved from the cost savings which you have done through increased revenue and repeated order sales from the customer. Okay. So interpretation is improving OTIF from 80 to 90% is increasing a financial benefit of 4,34,900 per month due to increased sales and cost savings. Okay. That is the figure.
Procurement and sourcing management. We'll touch procurement, we'll touch sourcing, we'll understand P2P. Okay, let's go through what is procurement. In supply chain management, procurement is the process of obtaining the goods, services, or works as a company needs to fulfill its operational requirements. So it's not only goods. If you have that confusion, it is any type of services will also come into procurement. Any type of work, if you want to do from some vendor, that will also come into procurement. It encompasses a wide range of activities from identifying the potential suppliers, negotiating contracts, to ordering, receiving, and paying for goods and services. Procurement plays a crucial role in ensuring that the right materials at the right price and quality are available at the right time to support the company's production, operations, and customer service. Okay, so this is all about procurement. If you go deep dive into the procurement cycle which is shown, so first step is called as requirement determination, wherein you determine the requirement, what is coming from. Then the source determination, from which source you need to procure that, or where the source is basically. Then we will do the vendor selection out of those sources. So maybe 3 vendors, 4 vendors, as per the company policy, mostly 3 vendors are there. Out of those 3 vendors, which vendor to go ahead. Then order purchasing or processing or releasing of the purchase order.
then monitoring of this order. So this functionality of order monitoring, goods receipt, invoice verification and payment, that can be part of different teams other than procurement in some companies, but in smaller firms this is part of the procurement people only. But in bigger firms and MNCs, these are monitored and done by other people. So from step 1 to 4, mostly in these companies will be managed by the procurement guys, but definitely this can be collaborated and be a part of a procurement further. But like in my company, order monitoring is done by a project team, or we call it as package management team. The goods receipt done by a construction team, invoice verification is done by X team, and payment is raised by the finance team. So it all depends, but the role of procurement is from requirement determination to payment. So if a buyer is there, once he releases the payment of the vendor, then only his cycle is closed. Any questions as of now? We call it procure to pay. Yes, we call it P2P, procure to pay. So we start with procure and we do the pay. So that's why this is called as procure to pay. Particular cycle of procurement, just procurement. Next fine slides will be on this definitely. So procure to pay industry wise, it is kind of a standard, I would say, but there might be few steps which your companies doesn't follow. There might be few things which is offloaded from procurement, but in general, this is a procure to pay cycle. So first step is identification of requirement by user. So a user can be anyone who will use this item, can be a project guy, can be operations guy, can be a retail guy, can be anyone, engineering guy, or anyone who basically wants this material. So the purchasing and buying team are not the users. Users who will require the material is called as a user here. So what they will do is they'll identify a requirement and they'll generate a thing called maybe technical specification, or what they want is that kind of a document they generate. And then the next step is authorization of the PR. The PR stands for purchase requisition. So they'll create a purchase requisition which will state the requirement of that particular material or service. They will tell that this is my request. I want this particular item, 10 pens by this delivery date, and this is the address of this. So that kind of a detail is called as a purchase requisition, whereas the user is requesting for a purchase of an item. So that kind of a detail is generated, and then the authorization and final approval are there on this purchase requisition. It will go through multiple people who will approve that. So indent is also same. Indent and purchase requisition are same. People, some companies call it indent, some companies call it purchase requisition PR. So both are same. So people will send this indent and then our purchase requisition, and then these will be approved. Once this is approved, it will go to a planning team. So we'll touch it, vendor selection, or basically we'll touch it also the base of S2P. So procure to pay is one thing. We have sourcing also, but we have vendor selection, or we call it as initially when you have these vendors, you will do a strategic, basically market analysis, supplier evaluations, contract negotiations, all that stuff that comes into S2P. So before these vendors are registered in your company, you do a proper sourcing also. So sourcing to procurement is one, S2P. Anyways, so in that way, then this final approval comes, and then the planned delivery, or basically a guy, maybe in planning, maybe in projects, maybe in purchase, it all depends on your company. That person will decide what to do. If the delivery is not planned one, it is irregular, you don't have stock in your factory or something, then it will go to the procurement of material. You can see the arrow down. And then when it goes to the procurement of material, it will go and check whether the existing supplier is contracted supplier is there or not. If there is no existing contracted supplier, you can see the arrow going to no. Then you do the identification of suppliers, floating of RFQs. What do you mean by RFQ and RFP? Request for quote. What is RFP also? Request for proposal. Is there any difference between RFQ and RFP? Just for information for other guys. Is there any difference between RFQ and RFP? Where do we request for proposal and where do you request for a quote? In just simple, very simple, basic line. There is a different. Cool. What is the difference? Let's see. Quote for price. Yes. RFQ is quote for price, and what is RFP for? Proposal of product cost. Yeah, almost same, almost same. Like RFP is planning any buy. Yes. So RFQ, you have already a defined item. You know the item. You are just asking for the price of that particular item, I would say. Yes. And RFP is basically, whosoever has written this is correct. It is a request for a proposal. They don't have idea what to purchase. So they are floating in kind of proposal wherein vendors will give a proposal, state this is the item, this is the solution, this is the price. So both are little different, but I would say, but in terms of what knowledge and information you have as a supplier or as a requester, based on that, it depends on that. Somebody has written something, one more item, RFP, RFI. What was that? Request for information. Yes, RFI. So in terms of that, there is a term called RFI also. Yes. So once this RFQ and RFP is floated to the identified suppliers, we receive the technical quotations or technical items. What is the difference between technical and commercial quotations? Everybody know? So technical quotation is basically on the technical specification of the item. Suppose you want a bulb. So bulb 100 watt, this much size, this much array, or whatever the design of the model and all that stuff. That is kind of technical quotation. So first, initially, vendor will submit you the technical quotation. Based on the technical quotation, you do the evaluation as a buyer, as a procurement guy, that yes, it technically meets my parameter which was raised in the PR or in my specification. Once you technically evaluate that, validate that, then you ask for a commercial quotation, which is kind of a price or a detailed price. In this commercial or quotation, it will not be only the price, but this will have further things like the bank guarantees, like what is the agreement in terms of LDs, all that stuff. So commercial quotation is basically on terms of pricing, and technical quotation is in terms of the technical requirement of the item. So you do a technical evaluation, the buyer will do a technical evaluation, the purchase guy will do a technical evaluation, validate that, and then ask for a commercial quotation. Once this technical and commercial quotations are received, then he does a negotiation. Negotiation in terms of all the things. It is not only on price. He'll do a negotiation in terms of price, in terms of delivery, in terms of any other contract clauses. So he'll do a negotiation. Once this negotiation is completed, it can be multiple rounds. For bigger items, usually this negotiation goes on for months. For smaller items, this might be, so it all depends on what item you guys are ordering. Then out of those negotiations, once you do the negotiation with all the 3-4 approved suppliers, then you will do the selection of the vendor. So selection of the vendor, we have 2-3 criteria. We'll go down in the next slides also. Who is a L1 vendor, who is a H1 vendor, why this vendor is selected. So it will come, and we'll do the selection of the vendor. Out of that, majorly we do it on price basis because we have already technically evaluated that. So we do vendor selection based on that in major cases, and then award the contract or the, we can say, a release of LOI or release of purchase order. So this arrow goes to creation of purchase order. This purchase order you release and share with the supplier. So the buyer will share with the supplier. Yes, vendor evaluation will go through. And then once this purchase order is released, we request for a purchase order acknowledgement. So most of these companies, when they send a purchase order or a PO to the suppliers, they'll have a column. So in this particular purchase order, you will basically have the details of the items, what is need to be procured, all the terms and clauses we will have it, and the item delivery location, the specification, and everything will be there in this purchase order. And they will have a dedicated section in this purchase order, which will be called as PO acknowledgement section. Once you submit, once the buyer shares this purchase order with the supplier, he needs to get a PO acknowledgement. Why? PO acknowledgement is important. Agreement, yes, that is definitely acknowledgement terms and conditions, because the vendor will not acknowledge. Definitely it is for that, but you have already done this negotiation and vendor knows what is being agreed, but then why you want a PO acknowledgement? Exactly. That gives an answer here, that purchase order is a legal document. That is the difference between the LOI and the purchase order. So if you are going into arbitration, you're going into a case, then this PO acknowledgement is very important, because this stamps
If you are sharing a purchase order also, guys, and the vendor has never acknowledged that PO, you have executed it, but if some dispute has come, if you have gone into arbitration, you have gone into some legal Supreme Court and some cases gone on that purchase order, if the PO acknowledgement is not done, it will not be treated as acceptance. So exactly, it prevents miscommunication. So if you have done you should get a PO acknowledgement. So that is the basic document thing, because the purchase order is a legal binding document which formally is placed between the supplier and the purchaser, whereas the LOI is not a legal binding document. That is the basic difference, guys. LOI is just letter of intent. That is my intent. Initially, most of the parties, when they do a first discussion or they agree that we'll be placing your order, these companies release an LOI. So that is called an LOI. I'm showing you an intent, but LOI can be cancelled and cannot proceed it further. But an agreed purchase order is a legal binding that can go into case. If you are agreed it and you're not executing, then the supplier can ask for some money, some advance and all that stuff. But LOI doesn't have that. It is not a legal binding document. It's just give an intent that I am going to be potentially ordering you something. Okay. But once it is done, it is formalized, then the purchase order is released. So LOI is the first phase, purchase order is the final document. Okay, let's move ahead. So once the PO acknowledgement is done, vendor says that, okay, whatever you have written, because these POs in my company, the purchase order has more than 80 to 90 pages. So if some clause I have agreed it, but somehow my buyer has maybe mistyped it, he has not edited it, he's not deleted it. So that's why this is important, that once he will sign that, that means the vendor has read all the purchase order clauses and he agrees to that. Then this purchase order acknowledgement to ASN is a basically monitoring process. So it will take some time. The items will get manufactured by the supplier. He will do all the processes, get the inspection done. And once these items are ready, he will release a advance shipping note. We'll go to a ASN. What is an ASN? I guess we touched this base, but I'll just give you a brief again. So ASN is nothing. It is just an electronic message sent from the shipper to the receiver stating that it contains the details of the shipment. What is inside that? It is just an advance notification. The buyer is getting informed that this item is ready for dispatch. That is ASN. So once this ASN is done, the delivery is done, the logistics people will coordinate, the warehouse team will coordinate, place the vehicles, item will move, and these items will be delivered to the client location or wherever the user location is. Once this is done, what exactly meant by? So ASN means advance shipping note. So once your shipment is done, advance shipment note, once your shipment is ready for delivery, you release an ASN stating the details of the shipment which is ready. That is kind of a thing. So in the purchase order, maybe just give you an example. In the purchase order, you have placed a purchase order for bulb, for a water bottle, for a battery or a charger. Out of that, in this ASN, you want to just share that I am delivering out of these 4 items, I'm delivering 5 items, which is related to bulb only. That kind of information will be in the shipment. Understand? And then the goods receipt is done. So what do you mean by goods received? When these items will be delivered to the client location or customer locations, therein goods received will be done, which clearly says that whatever was there in the purchase order or in the ASN, these items have been delivered. So once it is done, these goods are then issued to the user department at the customer end. And then again, we do an accounting entry in SAP. So we do accounting entry for a ASN, we do for PO acknowledgement, for purchase order, for GR, goods received, we do when it is issued to the user department also. And then once this is issued, the vendors will raise the invoice, the supplier will raise an invoice. Then this invoice is received also in our ERPs and SAP, and we do call that invoice recording. We receive that invoice, we validate this invoice. We'll show you in the coming slide how you validate, what is a 3-way match. So we'll check it is on third copy, or it is on single copy. We give a receipt on this. So it all depends on the process, but we give a receipt. Okay. So then the invoices are received, and once the invoices are received, then the payment to the suppliers is released. So we check, validate those invoices, and then our finance and account team will release the payment to the supplier. So once this is done, the payment to the supplier is done, the P2P cycle is closed, the purchaser or the buyer responsibility is closed. But there is one step which is missing. After doing the payment, does the responsibility of a purchaser or a buyer gets closed? So when it is closed, When can you say the responsibility of the purchaser or the buyer is closed? Let's see. There are 15 people who are already working. Pre-receipt inspection, joint receipt inspection for quality clearance. Quality clearance is done already after quality check. Okay, because few companies will do the quality check and then release the payment. So this payment release will have already 35-40 days, guys. So quality check of the item will be done. Payment will not be released. After this payment, I am saying, after this payment accounts, it will be moved to accounts. The payment will be released. All done, all the payments. If you have released a purchase order of 100 rupees, the 100 rupees payment is released to the supplier. What else is a response? Exactly, there is the coming thing called warranty. Somebody has written as warranty. So there will be a warranty thing. There will be few bank guarantees. Exactly. So performance bank guarantees, PBGs. There will be some ABGs. So that here in this cycle, it is not shown. It shows P2P. There will be a retention payment, but what I'm saying is retention is also done. But there will be some bank guarantees. There will be some warranty clauses. So once you release the purchase order, the item is delivered, you release the payment also. But still the item will have a warranty of 3, 4, 5, 6 months depending on the item. If in that case also the item is not basically damaged or something not working, then in that warranty clause, again the buyer or the purchaser will take some action, discuss with the supplier, item might get delivered and all that stuff. Though we are not releasing the payment, but in warranty clause it will be active. So once the warranty clause is over, all the PBGs, ABGs or the bank guarantees are closed, there is no bank guarantee, then only these purchase orders will be closed in the system. DLP, what do you mean by DLP? Delivery link plan or what? Defect liability period. Oh, that is also there. So it is similar. Defect liability. PBG's performance bank guarantee. Will touch the base on bank guarantees. Guys, I've told you already bank guarantees. I'll give you a difference. What are the type of bank guarantees? What is an advanced bank guarantee? What is a performance bank guarantee? And how it is different from a LC. But just for your information, a bank guarantee is nothing. It is a document stating that I am giving you as a supplier. Supplier receives a purchase order, guys. Let's assume 100 rupees purchase order. It is being released, but he doesn't have money because he needs to engage some people. He needs to purchase some material. So he requests the buyer. He requests the buyer, can you give me some advance? You have given me 100 rupees of a purchase order. Can you give me some advance? So buyer will say, okay, I can give you some advance, but I'll hold some money also. So that is called as an advance bank guarantee. We issue 10%, 15% on the agreed total purchase order. We give to the supplier so that he starts the work. But against that, we'll take an advance bank guarantee in case the vendor doesn't perform, he stops the purchase order. This 10% amount will be recovered by the buyer. Similarly, the performance bank guarantee is there. It is if the performance, so mostly it is on the last 10% or 15 or 20%. If the item is not getting performed after the supply also on the installation, the buyer has right to take a PBG, issue this 10% till the performance is delivered in next 2, 3, 5, 6 months agreed timeline. Once it is done, he'll release the PBG and the final payment will be done. It all depends. BG is given on a high value item, so bank guarantees will not be given on 100 rupees or 200 rupees because when you go to a bank, there is a processing fees also. So for these issuing these BGs, you need to involve bank, you need to pay bank, which will be a cost to the supplier also. So that's why it is absolutely right. We do this BG for higher values. So in UC, if the planned delivery was no, we will go to this construction and the infra orders also. So we go to purchase of the material and release that purchase order and all that stuff. But if it is a planned delivery, every month you know that this much items you need to deliver, then after this purchase order, this communication will be given to a user department, and then this information will be given to your warehouse team or someone who will issue the items. And then this GR will be received and the balance process is the same. So it all depends. The arrow might be going back to purchase in few companies, will go to warehouse team, will go to purchase team. It all depends. So user will take some action and get the items delivered directly instead of releasing and doing the floating of RFQs and all that stuff. In that case, your vendor is defined here for a whole year. You have done a contract, and in that case, you get those deliveries automatically instead of releasing a purchase order. The stakeholders involved are internal is planner, because the planner will plan the delivery, whether you have to go for a purchase order for a new type of item or it is a standard delivery from your factory. The requisitioner who will request the items basically. So he will do the request, release the purchase order and all that stuff. There are warehouse guys who will basically issue the advance shipping note and release the materials, maybe do the GR and all that stuff. There will be quality team involved in quality checks at various steps. And then there will be finance team involved who will release the payments and check the invoices and details. In external, we definitely have suppliers. We have logistics operators who will basically issue this material. They will also raise some invoices based on the delivery of these items. And then there will be banks involved who might be releasing those payments. BG can be released once the item is definitely, this is correct. So this is all overall on procure to pay process industry wise. Okay, then let's move ahead, I would say. So the first one is called as requirement identification and purchase requisition, which we call as PR, purchase requisition, or few companies will call it indent. Indent is nothing, is the basically requirement of what materials you need. So internal departments, as I told you, internal department will identify the needs of goods or services. It can be construction, it can be projects, it can be engineering, it can be any department which will raise a request to you people in the purchase or the buying team that this is my requirement of goods and services. And to regularize this, to formalize this, what was requested, what was created in the purchase order, we need a purchase requisition. So based on the purchase requisition, the purchaser will take action. He can club multiple purchase requisition also. He has the authority. If he is going for a single supplier, he can negotiate better and all that stuff. So purchase requisition will clearly say it will go to the purchase team, maybe a dedicated buyer. Based on the items, these buyers will segregate their category, or based on the project, all that stuff will be there. So this purchase requisition is nothing. It is just, I told you, a request of the item with some delivery, with some technical clause that this item is required with some technical specifications, and some commercials also will be involved, that this is the budget. So purchase requisition will say, hey, I need 10 motors. These 10 motors, I have a budget of 500 rupees. No, it is not the same for every company, what you have said. So few companies don't raise the PR before doing all this L1 negotiation. Few companies will do, they'll take the quotations and then generate the purchase requisitions like my company does. But few companies, my past companies, they will first release the purchase requisition, and then based on that, the suppliers and buyers will float the RFQs. So it all depends on your working philosophy. But my current organization, they arrange these type of quotations first, and then they'll release the purchase requisition. So it all depends. So as I told you, this purchase requisition will have these type of items, quantity and budget thing. And in terms of applications integrated for this purchase requisition, we have a SAP workflow, which will be an automated process. So requester will request the purchase requisition, then there will be a validator, and then there will be an approver. These guys can be in same department, can be in different department to approve this workflow of the purchase requisition. Then it is linked to the project systems. It is a SAP module. So for project related procurements like we do, so that is the module we have. Then it is linked with CRM. So customer driven procurements are linked from the CRMs. So CRM in custom SAP CRM, clients will raise the direct procurement. It will be released to, it will be received at your end, and then you have to take some action or automate the process. SAP Success Factor is nothing. It is a cloud-based application for HR and employee initiated type of requisitions. So in terms of manpower, those type of requests. So SAP Success Factor, as I told you, is a cloud application of a SAP, which is mostly related to HR, payroll, and all that stuff, wherein for related to employee related requisitions will be routed through SAP Success Factor. Okay, let's move ahead. Then supplier selection and purchase order. Can a same person generate PR and PO at the same time? Mostly not, because the budget is with someone else, and the purchase thing is with someone else. If the same guy will be there, he might control, he might manipulate. So most of the companies, purchase requisition is another guy and purchase PO is another guy. But I have done for few things in my projects wherein I was the purchase requisition guy and I have released the purchase orders, but this is very rare. This is very rare. Wherein those type of typical purchase requisitions, mostly in construction, They don't have a dedicated one. It is kind of an annual contract. So we know everything is agreed, and then the purchase requisition read and PO is also released by me. But as I told you, it is a compliance issue, yes, or it is an audit issue. It should not be the same person, because the budget and the purchase order value, it should not be the same guy. Okay. If it is the same guy, it can be a big legal thing. It can be a compliance. He can manipulate things and all that stuff. So supplier selection. So supplier CRM and success factor are modules. CRM is not a cloud-based solution, but success factor is a cloud-based solution. You integrate with SAP. So I'll tell you about these cloud-based solutions. So SAP Ariba, success factors, BTP, these are cloud-based solution guys for of SAP. SAP only does that, but it is not linked with the modules of the SAP. You have to take dedicatedly for, I would say you have to spend some money. It doesn't come with a base module, I would say. So supplier selection is based on various criteria, based on price, quality, and delivery time. So there will be 3-4 different suppliers you are negotiating. Some supplier will give you least price, but this is delivery time will be more. Some suppliers will quality is really good. Few suppliers quality is not. So you need to consider all these type of aspects and then select the supplier who in the purchase team who has released a purchase order not based on price and only on delivery time. Have you faced such type of scenarios? Only delivery time. So when vendor had delivery time like 15 days, yes, it depends. Yes, but his price was 3 times. Can it be done? So based on urgency and requirement, if there is an equipment, you have 3 vendors, this equipment is required at the particular location. Because of this equipment, if you are losing 1000 crore, suppose in one day, and the item value is maybe 1000 rupees, you will consider the price of that item? No, you consider the delivery time of the item. So there will be scenarios, though it is less, because all these procurements will be like predefined. You have a planning, but there will be few urgency situations, few critical situations wherein the delivery of that item matters to you. So in that case, you'll go for the delivery of that item and you'll not consider price. So there is a thing called L1 vendor and H1 vendors. So L1 vendor is the lowest price. So in that case, price will be considered general. We call it as L1 vendor. But if you're considering other factors, or maybe a higher price vendor, that is called as a H1 vendor. So that case will come in your life as a purchaser, wherein you have to go with the H1 vendor also based on other things, other parameters. Okay, H1 and L1 vendors. Then a purchase order is created outlining terms, conditions, and delivery details. As I told you, item description, delivery details will be there with terms and conditions. Who knows about general terms and conditions, GTC? What are the terms and condition, type of terms and conditions in purchase order, guys? But have you heard the word GTC and STC, guys? Any of you? Yes, definitely. Incoterms, payment terms are those terms and conditions. But I'm saying about in general, what is GTC and STC? Have you ever heard? Because in my purchase orders, it is very important that these GTC and STC matters. That comes under GTC, which is called as general terms and conditions. This will contain definitely the LD clause, the price, the arbitration, force majeure, and all that stuff. Okay. But there will be a STC, which is special terms and conditions. So if you are placing an order, so GTC, what usually company does is that is kind of a standard terms and condition. With every order, when your a purchaser is releasing, he'll just attach the GTC based on the item category that this you have to follow. Okay. But based on that item, the vendor says, no, I don't agree to your GTC. I don't agree to what you say or your terms and conditions. My terms and conditions are this. You want to agree or not? If that is the kind of discussion, then there will be a STC coming, which will be a special terms and conditions, wherein it will be agreed between the vendor and the supplier that this is a special terms and conditions, and it will take the precedence on GTC or the general terms and conditions. So it is a very important thing, guys. If there is a STC and there is a GTC in the purchase order, but in STC, in the special terms, he has taken a deviation. He has a special terms and condition. If you go into legal, if you go into arbitration, if there is some scenario, the STC will be considered as the first one and then the GTC. Okay. So usually in our purchase orders, these GTC clauses are like for 40 pages, 35 pages, and then we have a STC clause of 1 or 2 or 3 page. But that STC clause is important. Those items are specific. Those terms and conditions are specific. Okay. No, it is not for deviation. It can be just an agreement also. Just an agreement. It is not only deviation. The vendor says, I agree to this term and conditions. Is it okay? Suppose I'll just give you an example of a special terms and conditions. So in GTC, the agreement was that you need to take a bank guarantee from a bank in London, or my bank in Switzerland, and my bank in India. Suppose, just I'm giving you a vague example. But the vendor says, no, my company doesn't take any bank guarantees or process any bank guarantees through these banks. You have to do a bank guarantee through my bank, or this is my bank in Bangladesh, or maybe in Australia. Do you agree on this? Then the supplier will say, or basically the buyer will say, okay, I agree, and we'll do the necessary changes. And then that STC is basically valid, and it is preceding the GTC. This is just an example. It can be any special terms and condition. But suppose in terms of warranty, you have a project warranty. I'll give you. You have a project warranty of 48 months. All the items which needs to be ordered, you have to give a warranty of 48 months. But the vendor says, no, my item is not at all a 48-month warranty. I cannot give you. In 6 months. It will be based and all. So I'll take a deviation. I'll basically want to go for a STC, wherein I'll say after 6 months, you need a replacement of this item. You need to reorder, rebuy. Okay. That kind of a deviation is there. Yeah, it is special instructions. Deliver, instead of delivering to the main customer client location, it can be to a sub location, to a item somewhere, or maybe the main clause says it is 30 days as per the purchase order, but in STC he says deliver 3 items of the whole package within 15 days. That can be STC, guys. Okay. And the modules or integrations related to SAP will be SAP SRM, which is supplier relationship management, wherein you monitor your supplier details, you'll update his details, update his contracts, his auctions, all that stuff. Then we have SAP Ariba. It is dedicatedly only for sourcing and procurement. So SAP Ariba, if you guys are working in SAP, definitely you'll be working in SAP Ariba. Then we have SAP S4HANA for master data, for his item codes, for pricing, for choosing all those type of details related to the item. We have SAP S4HANA. Then we have external systems for supplier catalogs and e-auctions. So we have dedicated solutions which will be linked with SAP. So if you are doing e-auction, that e-auction can be linked with your SAP, and then an automated purchase order can be released. For any type of supplier standard items, which is cataloging, you don't need to go for a purchase order based on that catalog. The supplier will say, these are my catalog, this is the item, you need to purchase this. So that particular model is chosen automatically in the system, and then a purchase order is released. The pricing, there is no negotiation on the pricing. We are choosing a catalog, automatically we have to release the price which is there in the catalog. These are the 4 integrations of supplier selection and purchase order. QA and QC in STC. Yes, there will be QA and QC in STC. It can be there. It can be there. It all depends. Quality check, quality assurance. We should have price agreement for catalog. That's what I'm saying. Their catalog will have a price agreement already. So based on that, you need to place and purchase order to these particular vendors. So supply chain material knowledge is required. I would say yes. Material, if you are purchasing that item, you should have the knowledge of that material, because in that way supplier cannot fool you. If you don't have knowledge about that item, then the supplier will give you XYZ price and you don't know. So to crack the code, to get details into why this is pricing coming from different suppliers, what is the item individual pricing, what is the breakup, you need to understand the item also. So little technical details of the item is always necessary as purchaser. But if you're starting your career as a purchaser or a buyer, then maybe not. But if you are an expert in that, then definitely if you're switching your profiles, you should have the item knowledge, or at least the basic process knowledge. But I have seen people switching from different profiles in purchase, which they don't have knowledge also, because they're very thorough in their process. So if process is there, you know the complete process, you have worked in SAP, you can go for any type of item. In my life, I have purchased items from civil, from electrical, from mechanical, from E&I, every item I have procured. So it all depends. Yes, there will be different purchase orders. indigenous within India, export orders, export purchase orders, but all will look same. Only the terms and conditions will be changing. So if you release a purchase order to external supplier, maybe sitting in Europe, and to an Indian supplier sitting in Chennai, it will be same for the system. It's just that the terms and clauses change. The payment terms change. Arbitration location will be defined in the purchase order. In the GTC, it will be shared. It will be clear that in case of arbitration, you have to go to a Australian court. This is the court of this, where this will be solved. You cannot go to any court and solve this particular issue. So the arbitration location will be there. The force major conditions will be there. All type of terms and conditions will be there. If you delay, what is the LD clause? How much amount to be hold? That kind of a details will be there in the purchase order. Okay, let's move ahead then. So acknowledgement and shipment notice. So I've already told you, once PO is sent to supplier, they will acknowledge the PO depending on the expected delivery date and the order. So suppose if you have released a purchase order and you guys agreed on a date of 30 days. So these 30 days, the supplier told you, once I will receive the purchase order. And just giving a vague example, the buyer or the purchaser has released, is preparing the purchase order, but he has taken, maybe his approval process is taking 10 days. Okay. So today, suppose the date types of PO. We'll give you type of PO. There are multiple type of POs. It all depends on what companies you have. I'll give you. It is a pre-decided. We have a contract whenever you are executing a foreign order, because all my projects are foreign orders. So we have, based on the client and customer convenience, we agree in a contract that any type of purchase arbitration, this is the quote. You cannot go to a random quote, and that is pre-decided, which is basically will come into the GTC, which is part of the main purchase order from the client and customers. There we decide. So that is basically comes under the techno-commercial specification, where it is already pre-decided, and will tell to the vendor. Vendor might deny. Vendor say, no, I will not go to this code. This is not my code. I don't have any this. So then STC will be created. A deviation might be created, or in case he agrees, it will be shown in the purchase order. That is all predefined. So just giving you an example on acknowledgement. So I am the buyer. I agreed for 30 days of a payment or 30 days of delivery in the purchase order, but my purchase order approval within my system, because my manager was there on a leave or something, it took 10 days. But once the PO reaches the particular buyer, it shows a delivery date, which is almost 20 days. So the supplier will say, no, I don't agree to this. It was that once I received the purchase order, from there, we have to mention a delivery date of 30 days. So that's why these all things are important. The acknowledgement is important of the purchase orders. The delivery locations needs to be cross-checked, because the supplier at the negotiation you might have said, please deliver these items in Pune, Maharashtra from Delhi. The supplier considered some price, but once you are releasing the purchase order, you're saying the client has changed the location, he wants it in Chennai. So the supplier will get a delivery location in Chennai. So for him, he considered the price of logistics from Delhi to Mumbai, which was less. Now you're asking for Chennai, so it will be more. He might ask for a PO amendment. So those all things are there. That needs to be checked. If he agrees to the PO acknowledgement, but gives a comment that, hey, delivery is, I acknowledge this PO, everything is fine, but this is the note, you need to change the delivery address, or you need to basically give me a PO amendment of this much price. That kind of detail are shared in the PO acknowledgement things. Then the integrations will be for HANA on the purchase order updates and all. There will be a whole list of this purchase order, what is basically released, what is under processed, what is received, all that status is there in S4. Then we have a warehouse management, where is this information once these items or purchase order is basically received an acknowledgement. There you will have an option to upload a signed purchase order. Once you do that check, then automatically a system will integrate it. It will send to information to warehouse team or project team that, hey, purchase acknowledgement is done. Please proceed ahead with goods packing and warehousing and deliveries and all that stuff. So that's why this is required. External systems for supplier updates on purchase orders. So sometimes you release the purchase orders, but you will have a dedicated application which will integrate to this purchase order. In just giving you an example, We are developing an external system which is called a supplier portal. It is a power app based or a kind of a website wherein all the purchase orders, supplier will update his status, he will update his RFQs, he'll update all those things, and that will be linked to my ERP and SAP. So that kind of external system is here. Okay, wherein he'll update all these things related to PO. It will be integrated to our SAP, and then we can go. Okay. Sometimes these deliveries are in vendor scope. So these vendors will update us the delivery, and then it will be linked in our SAP and ERP for detailed view. Okay. Now goods received. So once these items are delivered, goods will be received and there will be an entry created. This GR can be a hard copy for few companies, can be an online thing, can be directly into SAP, can be a cloud-based application. It all depends. Few companies, and then the document needs to be attached also, stating that this goods was received in good condition, there is no damage, all the quantities have been checked and verified. Mostly it is done in warehouse, but mostly it is done at client and customer locations. So there is no confusion of GR. Once the GR is done, then only few companies link this GR with payments. Few company doesn't link. For few company, if you have done the delivery, you can raise an invoice and payments will be released. But few companies says once the item is received in a good condition, GR is done, then only the payments will be received. Okay. But they will not stop the company or the vendor or the supplier to raise an invoice. They might raise, but they have a payment duration of 35-40 days wherein the items will be received. If the GR is done, they'll release the payment. But they can hold the payment in case the GR is not received or the item is damaged. The integrations for these are SAP Warehouse Management, SAP Quality Check Management, where you do the quality check and update this. So you'll do an inward inspection. So QA and QC will verify everything, and they will say that this item is quality checked. Then SAP IoT, so for real time and monitoring of goods. So we'll have some RFIDs and barcodes with this item, and this will be interlinked with SAP IoT. So if the item is received, automatically it gives an alert in your SAP that this item is received in warehouse, this item is received in maybe at client location. So this GPS and real-time tracking items will update all this in SAP automatically. Once this item is done, so in my previous company, this SAP IoT, we had barcode scanners. Everybody was having a kind of a mobile phone with them. Whenever item is received, they'll scan that code and automatically information goes to a ERP or SAP stating that this is received at a plant or client location or all that stuff. Okay. Yes, shipping address and billing address can be different, but doesn't create any challenge because your GR will be done for the shipping address. So for the shipping address, that team will verify this item is received, but the invoicing and the details from the supplier will come from a different address. So shipping and address and billing address can be different, not an issue. It doesn't create any issue. If after GR we found invoicing, yeah, that is what this invoice verification is that. So if after GR the invoice is wrong, so we check the invoice. There is this terminology called in supply chain called three-way matching. In my current portfolio, I'm developing a project wherein it is a four-way match. So it all depends. Most of the company do a three-way match. So the invoice received by the supplier will be matched with the purchase order, the rates, the delivery timelines, the price, all that stuff, or the item description will be checked with the PO. And then the GR, which is validated by the site team, your guys, or maybe client, that will also contain the same items, invoice, basically the item description, the rates, and the total price, all that stuff. It can be done through partner functions or better. Yeah. So this all three-way matching, there are, I would say, 20 different applications. Right now, this for most of the companies, they have automated this three-way match. So it is completely automated process, but for smaller companies, still these guys are doing manually. So they'll arrange this hard copy supplier invoice or maybe a PDF. Then they'll check, go in the PO, do the GR, and then once this three-way match is done, there is an option in SAP. You need to click the button and you to say that three-way match is done. So this three-way match will ensure that correct pricing, quantities, and terms and conditions are fulfilled. So we have some modules for this. So SAP FI is financial accounting for invoice accounting and payment processes. SAP GTS is global trade services for customs and trade compliances. The four-way match is basically a rate sheet, or you can, if you don't have a rate sheet, maybe a contract. So it can be four-way match. If you have a rate sheet agreed already, dedicated one other than the purchase order for different type of items, or basically kind of an annual contract, you do that. So for freight vendors, we'll do this. There are dedicated things in purchase order, but there will be few things in the invoices which will not be in the purchase order. In that case, you need to verify it with the rate sheet also. So that is, we call it as a four-way matching. So I'm developing an application called Logistic Leva. So Leva has this four-way matching wherein the AI will check everything automatically from all these documents, and there is a Power App backend on this. And once this is verified, it gives a status of approve or dispute. It goes to these logistics people or the warehouse people, and they'll just check, click the button, and automated email will go to supplier stating that your invoice is validated. Please raise a final invoice to accounts. So it is like that. Then you see this OCR. So this application, what I told you, Leva has an OCR that is called as optical character recognition. So this is basically kind of a technology wherein if you give a PDF or a Word document or any type of thing, if you tell that these fields I need to extract the data, this OCR is kind of a image scanning. In the invoice, you have to mention, you have to check with the OCR that bill rate, or basically the item rate, that OCR will fetch that data for you and it will automate and put it in the database. That is called an OCR, or optical character recognition. So all those type of applications which needs to be extracting data from invoices, well, we have an OCR. But this OCR can be used not only for invoices, any type of document. It can be a bill, it can be any simple generated PDF also. Okay, but for automated invoice extraction, this is required. Okay, then the final step is invoice approval and payment. So approved invoices will be processed for payment. It will be received to finance department, stating that invoice is validated, and few guys have checked. Maybe it is a buyer, maybe it is project guy, whosoever is responsible in the system to validate this. And then based on the payment terms, the payment receipts are created, and then these payment receipts are being shared with supplier, and supplier will be intimated that this payment is released on that particular date, or this is going to be released on that particular date. And finance will hold this control here. If there is a cash crunch in company, there are payments for invoice pending for invoices, approved, validated also. The finance guys had the final stake. They'll say, this month we have received 40 crores rupees in our account, but we have to release 60 crores. So we cannot release 60 crores, 20 crores further invoices will be hold, because we are in cash negative. We don't have cash to pay to the suppliers. But the finance department will obviously discuss with the buying or the purchase team. They might share a list with this purchase team that, hey, you have requested for 200 invoices, these 320 vendors, but I cannot pay for 200 invoices. I can only pay for 150 invoices, and this 13 vendors, whatever you choose, who are the urgent cases, please let me know. So the buying and the purchasing team will let them know, and then they will release the payments. So it can be a scenario wherein a company is in cash crunch or some adverse situation happened. So based on based on dependency, based on item criticality, based on the supplier relationship, these payments will be released. But in general cases, I would say 90% of cases, whatever is the agreed date, it is 30 days, 15 days, 45 days, 60 days. That particular date, the payment will be automated, and the bank will release the payment on that. If it is a bank payment, if it is a check, something else, if it is an EFT, RTGS, it all depends where the payment is getting released, what is the final process the supplier and buyer has agreed on. So the integrations for this is SAP TRM, Treasury and Risk Management. As I told you, these guys will see the cash management, and they'll communicate to bank these much pending payments to be released. These are the normal payments which you have to do the NEFT and RTGS. This is our LC payment. So that is, you need to release through the LC payment, wherein irrespective the documents is, do you guys know about LC? What is an LC payment term? Letter of credit payment term. Yes. What is that? Can somebody just enlighten us? How a LC is different from a normal payment? And in LC, who bears the cost? Prepare a LC. Bank to bank transactions for import. It is correct, but it is not. Mostly international, but I have done in my project, I've done domestic trade also, almost 60% through LC. Buyer's bank to seller banks. Yes, absolutely correct. No, it is not bank guarantee to pay on time. So bank guarantees and LCs are different. Both things are completely different. Bank guarantee is not a payment. It is just an amount paid to you. It is not a payment basically. LC is a payment against an invoice. So I'll just simply give you a small thing. Suppose you guys have agreed that item will be delivered, GR will be done, then my payment should be released. Okay, that is your term, and then you do an EFT and RTGS for this. But in LC, there will be special terms and conditions agreed between the banks of the both the companies. In that case, the buyer or the supplier cannot hold, in any situation cannot hold his money. He has to release if those conditions are met by the supplier. So suppose we agreed that supplier will release the basically need to send an invoice, need to send a packing list, need to send a GR. These three documents are involved. Once these three documents are received, bank will automatically release the payment to other bank. So there is no human interaction, no finance involved now. Finance cannot hold your payment. So in order to ensure your payments on timely payments, mostly these vendors will request for LC payments, wherein they don't, it is a guaranteed payment, but advanced bank guarantee and performance bank guarantee are little different things from LC. So integrations are SAP TRM, as I told you, for cash management and bank communication, SAP FICO, basically for financial accounting and all that stuff, for payment posting and reconciliation. There will be banks involved for electronic payments, Axis Bank, ICICI Bank, whoever is tied up. If the buying team or the company has account in, so those banks will be intimated. And then bank communication management, when there will be an automated application which will be linked to your application. Once these bank releases some payment, they might generate some documents which will be shared with the supplier. That kind of a thing is there. So there are few internal and external integrations. I told you in the starting, there are these major SAP modules requirement in PPT, which will be integrated with them. SAP MM is materials management. FI is basically finance. So all those modules, you can see a CEO, controlling, warehouse management, project and systems, CRM, GTS, TRM, all that stuff is there. You can see here. So treasury will be there and all that stuff as we have already shown. So these type of SAP modules, there are, I told you, 54 or 56 now SAP modules, which are available with SAP. So based on the different roles and responsibilities, people will be there. So finance team will be having FI and CEO maybe. Purchase will have their own. Human capital HSCM will be with HR people. They can log in into their modules itself. So based on that user thing, like SAP will give you all the modules, but every user has a charge to pay. So if you're utilizing this much modules, this much thing, they'll charge something X. So it all depends on your company's model with SAP. But it is user based. So how many users are using, you have to pay for that. Then I told you about SAP Cloud Solutions, SuccessFactors and Ariba, as I told you. So SuccessFactor, as I told you, is a cloud solution on HR, talent acquisition, payroll, all that stuff. Whereas Ariba is completely into procurement and supply chain. So all the procurement is done through SAP Ariba. If you see in basically Naukri or LinkedIn, if you want a purchase profile, they'll be written, have you worked in SAP Ariba? So they'll ask you this. But SAP Ariba, as I told you, the whole process, what we have shown from procurement, it will be there in that. Then SAP BTP for integration and extension. So BTP we use, guys, for application development. Right now, what I am doing. So any type of applications you want to develop, it is a solution from SAP Cloud Solution we have called BTP, wherein you can do automation, integration, and all that analysis of data and all that stuff you can do in BTP, guys. So these all things needs to be integrated, but it all depends. It is required or not. But definitely SAP Ariba will be there for procurement, guys, if you're working in SAP. And then these all people from different departments using different modules will be linked. So if someone is releasing a purchase requisition, his module will be different, but it will come to your purchase module. Or material management guys will do something, it will come to that another module. So it is all linked. Then we have external integrations like supplier systems, EDI, we told you about ASN and all that stuff, some XML files. Then customer systems, applications, CRMs can be linked with this. Logistics provider, usually they have their own applications which can be linked with your SAP and all. Wherein they can provide a live tracking thing and update you on their shipments or the items which they have been under transit or delivered and all that stuff. Some banks and financial institutions will be having their own applications and things, link videos, sub modules, and government agencies and customs also are part of these integrations. Wherein if you have a custom clearance, some documentation is required, you can directly have a connection with their particular website or their front page, or Python JavaScript type of thing can be done, wherein you can connect this with your SAPs and all, and you can share the information with custom people. But mostly we don't do that. We share the hard copies and all that with email. There will be a custom clearance guy. Usually a freight forwarder is there for that. So it all depends. It all depends. So these are the internal integrations and external party integrations. These are, I told you, in between you can see these SAP modules, but these are the major ones, I would say. But there are multiple more SAP modules. Okay, let's move ahead. Development of supply chain strategies. So let's understand the role of supply strategies. What are the major goals of these supply chain people? Why they are into procurement? What is their intention? Why they are purchasing, not only saving money or saving some timeline, but they have some bigger goals also. So alignment with business goals. Supply strategies must be directly aligned with the broader business goals of the organization, whether the focus is on cost reduction, innovation, sustainability, or market expansion. The supply strategy should support these objectives. So suppose my company has a business goal that I want all the procurement to be done from Europe. That is one of my goal, simple goal. So, but I have vendors from South Korea, from Japan, or from India, from somewhere else who can give me on cheaper prices. But then my business goal is not that. My business goal is to basically encourage business in Europe, go for some local content. That local content, if you guys know, that brings business to the local people. So every country has these type of thing wherein if you are putting a project or something, you have to do a minimum procurement of 30%, 40% within that country. So that can be a business goal. In that way, the buyers or the purchasers are restricted to buy things for that dedicated company, dedicated area or dedicated country. So in that way, you have to align with the business goal what you have. And maybe a business goal can be that I want to always order this particular big turbine with this vendor. Rest items I can go for individual ordering. Anything can be a business goal. The idea is that this is the supply chain strategies should be aligned with the business goal. Then competitive advantage. Well-crafted supply strategies can provide a significant competitive advantage by ensuring a reliable supply of high-quality materials, reduce timelines, and optimizing inventory levels. Companies can outpace their rivals, definitely. So this is a big factor. I would say procurement plays almost in total project or a total execution of any supply chain. 60% of monetary control, or almost 70% of monetary control, is with purchasing or the buying team. They can influence if their deliveries, by their manipulation, by their advanced thinking, by their knowledge, they can reduce lead time, provide high quality material, choose right vendors, reduce the inventories. Then definitely the other competitors will not be able to do that. So that gives them competitive advantage from the rivals. Risk mitigation. So what is the role of a supply chain guy here, or a purchase guy? He has to do the risk mitigation also. Supply chains are vulnerable to various kind of risk, includes disruptions due to natural disasters, geopolitical events, supplier bankruptcies, as I told you, fluctuation in demand. So you have to be ready all type of situations as a procurement guy, P2P guy. These situations might come, and then you have to react accordingly and mitigate this risk. Effective supply strategies include risk assessment and mitigation. So this particular document is called as RAMO, risk assessment and mitigation plan, RAMP basically, and RAM or R register. So there is a register for this wherein they'll do this risk assessment. In the initial, these all supply chain or purchase guys will put the kind of risk involved in this type of procurement or project, and then how they'll mitigate it, maybe placing order immediately to another vendor, or the L2 vendors are identified, or I'll do this, I'll go for air shipment. That kind of a mitigation plan is made in this particular sheet. Risk and assessment sheet, risk and mitigation plan. Different organizations call it a different name. That is these roles. What are the key components of supply chain strategy? So sourcing strategy is the first strategy. Supplier selection is very important. You have to identify and evaluate the potential suppliers based on factors such as cost, quality, reliability, innovation capabilities, and sustainability practices. Nowadays, focus, because the business is continuous with these type of vendors and suppliers, so focus is more on sustainability and innovation. If they are able to supply an item and which can be replaced with another item in next 3-4 years, if they have these type of innovation capabilities, definitely you will go for that kind of items and sourcing. If the items which they are supplied are sustainable, not affecting environment and good for everyone, then those suppliers are also choose. So these are multiple factors considered in sourcing. Those things will be checked out. Then supplier relationship management, definitely as a purchaser or a buyer, you need to have very strong relationship with suppliers because your day-to-day interaction is with them. So develop strong and collaborative relations with key suppliers to foster trust, information sharing, and joint problem solving. So if any issue comes, supplier will share with you. If there is a technology change, supplier will share with you. So you have to build this relationship with suppliers. That is a very important key factor in this. Then global versus local sourcing, determine the optimal balance between sourcing from global suppliers to take advantage of cost efficiencies and sourcing locally to reduce lead times and support local economies. So we used to do this. So on the start of the project, we'll decide we'll go for some local sourcing because the deliveries from the outside vendors are really crunch. If it is coming through sheet, it will take 3-4 months. So we'll go for that. Other items which are quality, we need for quality and long time or assurance in terms of supplies, we'll go with a global vendor. That kind of a decision is to be taken. Then there are a few procurement strategies. Negotiation is one of them. You need to develop as an buyer or a purchaser or as a P2P guy. You should have strong negotiation skills. Why strong negotiation skills? Because your negotiation skills can save a lot of money to the company. That can bring the change. So how you'll negotiate, how should be the strategy? Few strategies companies make, few are there your individual ones. You might call all the vendors on one day, just make them concerned that there are multiple vendors, everybody is eager to reduce their price. That kind of strategy. You negotiate hardcore based on your technical knowledge, based on more products or projects you'll give. So all different skills are there in negotiation, but you have to develop this on a personal level. Nobody will teach you, but if you are into procurement profile, or if you want to go, then definitely it will come slowly and steadily with time. Then you need to know about contract management also. Establish clear and comprehensive contracts that outline the responsibilities of both buyer and supplier, including pricing, delivery schedules, quality standards, disputes resolution mechanism, all that stuff. This contract management is basically nothing but the STC and the GTC for the POs. So few companies will call as contract management, wherein the every legality also as an purchase guy you should know. Then spend analysis. Regularly analyze spending patterns to identify opportunities for cost savings and process improvement. So you have placed 10 purchase orders, then you need to see how much is being spent for these different type of purchase orders, so that in future you can understand, oh, I've paid this purchase order to this vendor, this purchase order to this vendor, I could have saved this much money. So in that way, in future you will be alert, I'll not place this purchase order to this particular vendor. So because it delayed, because his item was not good, it has to be reordered. Those kind of things you need to do the analysis. So negotiation, contract management, understanding the clauses and terms and condition, and then spend analysis to save the future costing and process improvements. You have to understand these three things in procurement. Then you should know some inventory management also, demand forecasting, accurately forecast demand to avoid stockouts and excess inventory, inventory optimization, determine optimal inventory levels to balance the need for product availability with cost of holding inventory, inventory control, you should know, implement systems and process to track inventory levels, monitor stock movements, and prevent loss due to theft, damage, and obsolescence. So in few organizations, it is inventory management, as I told you, is part of purchaser or P2P guys. But most of the companies, they will have a dedicated team to do all this demand forecasting, inventory optimization, how to know future forecast. Okay, let's move ahead. Purchasing performance evaluation, PPE. Why evaluate purchasing performance? So once you are doing the purchasing, you need to evaluate the performance also. That you will identifying strength and weaknesses. Performance evaluation allows organization to identify areas where purchasing excels and area that requires improvement. So you'll do a SWOT analysis of the purchasing you have done for a whole year. So you have released 2000 purchase orders, and you'll see what are the strengths that you are good in buying the electrical items, but you're weak in buying the civil items. The civil items can be steel, cement, all that stuff, and you're getting delayed. You don't have a contract with them. You have to do an annual rate with these people. So that kind of initiative will be taken. But you need to understand your performance of the purchase orders, what you have released. Then you have to do cost savings and efficiency. So you have to monitor through different KPIs to track your cost savings. So budget was 100 rupees. The purchaser has placed a purchase order of 90 rupees. You have done a savings of 10 rupees. That kind of a monitoring you need to do for all purchase orders. Some may be order on less on budget, but few may be over budget also. So in that ways, yeah, Kajlik matrix is one of them. So that way you can track lot of items, lot of savings, and then monitor the opportunities to further optimize. So if there was an overrun in the budget and you know that your purchase order what you have released is over the price, so you need to form some strategies. Maybe I'll not order to this one vendor, or maybe I'll develop a vendor, maybe we'll explore this, or another type of things you can do this. So this will cost savings and efficiency monitoring, and by this you can identify opportunities also for further optimization. Then you have to monitor your supplier performance. So evaluating supplier performance helps maintaining strong relationship with reliable vendors and address issues promptly. So for supplier performance management, there will be different companies will be using different forms, maybe 10 questions, some star ratings, that how was the quality of the product, how was this vendor's communication, how was this. So maybe on 15 different parameters, people need to do this supplier performance management. So supplier itself will do that is a supplier performance management. We will send this type of form to them, so they read, and from the internal team also, from construction, engineering, from maybe from someone from projects, you'd share this sheet and ask the performance of these items. Any guys in warehouse, inventory, or who is using this item, they will share you feedback on this. So based on this, you will evaluate your performance of the suppliers. Good suppliers, you'll repeat the orders. Medium suppliers, you'll give some suggestions, you have to improve like this item, or the suppliers who have poorly performed, then you might blacklist the suppliers also, that let's blacklist this suppliers, he's performed poorly in the last 2 assessments, and for future no orders will be placed. That kind of a supplier performance management is done in purchasing. Okay, when do we know supplier got bankrupt? So what usually these suppliers will do, their bankruptcy they have to declare in, if they are bankrupt completely, like these people declare, because they'll have loans and all, guys. So if they are bankrupt, these loans will bank loans will not come to them. So they have to declare a bankruptcy. You can get to know from this, like people like Vijay Mallya and all that, these guys will do that. They have a lot of money to give, and then they'll declare the bankruptcy. But few people will play with money. You'll not got to know, but you have different sources to get this knowledge that vendor is having cash crunch. He's going to be going bankrupt in coming ways. Either you support them, either you give some advance payment to them to run and execute a purchase order, either you decide to offload that item completely, hold the amount payment from them, remanufacturing to be done from some other supplier. So these kind of strategies we need to finalize when the vendor is going to be bankrupt. And these questions will be asked in the interviews, guys. These technical questions, these type of scenario based questions will be asked in the interviews for purchase, guys. That suppose this vendor is bankrupt, what will be your actions? Suppose this will happen, what will be action? So continuous improvement, regular performance evaluations fosters a culture of continuous improvement with purchasing function. So you need to see what can be improved. Can you decrease your timeline from PR to PO? What kind of documentation can you reduce, or can you do anything good in maybe automate some process in purchasing? That kind of improvement is always required, and people do that in buying, and P2P people do that. Okay, then let's move ahead. So there are a few key metrics for evaluating purchasing performance. So this purchasing performance is majorly for the purchase department. It will not be individual. It can be individual, but they, as a global, as a department, as a supply chain team or the purchasing team, this will be done to evaluate the overall performance. It can be project based, it can be monthly, it all depends. So we have few parameters wherein we'll see the cost savings which has been done. So how we can see the cost saving? The thing is called as purchase price variance. It is nothing but the budgeted price and the actual price of the purchase order, what was the difference? As I told you, 100 rupees was given as a budget. You have placed the purchase order of 85 rupees, so 15 rupees is the savings. So this is called as a purchase price variations. Then cost avoidance quantifies the cost savings achieved by preventing price increases or negotiating favorable terms. So you have a PPV, then you have a cost avoidance. It is not in line, but it is like that. So cost avoidance you can do. You can quantify this cost savings which you have achieved by preventing some price increases or negotiating favorable terms, which was over and above that is your personal skills you have developed, that is your relationship what you have built. In that way, how much you have saved it. Then there is a total cost of ownership, we call it as TCO. It considers not only the purchase price variation but also the other costs associated with acquiring, using and disposing of goods and services. So those kind of a thing wherein you acquire a supplier, you use this some of the items from the supplier or dispose some goods and services from the supplier. In that way you basically own a total cost of ownership. So this can also be a saving wherein you can do a saving in purchasing. So cost savings, three methods: PPV, cost avoidance, and total cost of ownership. And in terms of quality, we have this first thing called as SDR, supplier defect rate. It tracks the percentage of defective items received from the supplier. So there is a sheet, maybe Excel sheet in your company, maybe automated, wherein this SDR is tracked. So the items which are received by the suppliers, suppose there were 100 items in this, he has 3 defected items or damaged items are received. You have updated this. You do this update on regular basis for this particular supplier and with all suppliers. And then you have a SDR when you say that, hey, this is a general, the supplier is delivering defective items. Every time we are placing a purchase order of 100 items, 5 to 10 items are defective in that. So in that way, you can see, take action, control, whatever you want to do. Then we have OTD, on-time delivery. You have to measure that this was in the delivery time was in the purchase order was 30 days. The vendor has delivered on 37th day, and you monitor these vendors on this OTD, and then you declare that in general this vendor will never deliver on time. This vendor is always delivering on time. Some vendors are delivering before time. So that kind of a tracking we do for on-time delivery. Then we have, if they are pushing you to make payment well before the invoice due date. Nobody can push you to make payment before the invoice delivery date. If they are pushing for some payments, then you have to do that payment through some bank guarantees or some advance payment you can give, but they cannot push you for an advance payment. Basically, without invoice, nobody will process a payment nowadays. So then we do this supplier quality rating. Assesses suppliers based on their overall quality performance. So if their quality is real good, their ratings will be there. Maybe out of 10, out of 5, it all depends. Every company has different standards of giving the supplier quality rating. So supplier quality rating will be like based on the item quality, how it is received, how it was packed, how it was in factory, how it is being used, and this performance is getting delivered. So all those factors will be there, and based on that, 8.89 rating will be considered as good in terms of quality. If the items are not good, maybe their welding is not good, their paint is not good, you'll give a poor rating, and in that way you can assess that the supplier in general quality is not good. And then you can take corrective actions. Maybe don't give purchase order to them, maybe ask them to improve their quality, their labors, their factories space, all that stuff is there. Okay, then we have a key metrics on efficiency. So this is called as purchase order cycle time. POCT measures the time taken to process a purchase order from requisition to delivery. So from requisition to delivery, suppose my requisition was made today. In 10 days, I have released a purchase order and the item was delivered on 45th day. So from today to 45 days, which is called as purchase order cycle time. In that way, you monitor for all that type of purchase order, different items, that from requisition to delivery, how much it is taking time in general. But companies who have different type of items every time, they'll not track this, but companies who are delivering repetitive items, they'll do this tracking of purchase order cycle time. Then we'll see the inventory turnover. How much is inventory turnover of the complete sales you have done it, indicates how efficiently inventory is managed. We have already understood the formula of inventory turnover. Then requisition to play cycle time. This is also an important factor. Once the requisition made and once you have done the payment, that is being monitored. After getting the item delivered, again the 30-45 days, whatever you have agreed, will be released the payment. So in that way, you monitor that from the requisition to payment. This is the lead time. The payments are getting delayed or all that stuff can be monitored. Then we have supplier performance. As I told you, supplier on-time delivery will be tracked, supplier quality rating will be tracked, and supplier responsiveness will be tracked. There are multiple parameters, as I've told you. In my organizations, we have 10 parameters on supplier performance. It is not only on-time delivery or quality or responsiveness, but on communication, on quality of documentation, their method of communication also, if it is email, if it is online, their O&M manuals or their hard copy documents when they submitted on time. So there are different parameters for supplier performance, and based on that you do the supplier performance. Okay, so what are the methodologies for evaluating purchasing performance? We'll have a balanced scorecard. It is a comprehensive framework that considers financial, customer, internal process, learning, and growth perspective. Then it will provide a balanced view of purchasing performance, that everything is on track. The scorecard says this is the parameter, and you can evaluate your purchasing performance. So a scorecard can be there. MRP compliance, yes, but MRP, what you are saying about material requisition planner or planning, MRP. So then KPIs are there. You can focus on different KPIs like we showed you in terms of purchasing goals. What was the total number of purchase orders you have released? What was your target? There will be a target like 2,000 purchase order to be released. You have released more than 2,000 purchase order. Then the total overall saving should be 10% from the budget. So 2,000 purchase order has a saving of 9.8%. That is kind of a KPI. So all those things you can do through different KPIs and monitor that and improve if there is some differences in your target versus actual. Then you can do some benchmarking, compare purchase performance against industry standards or best-in-class companies, provides insight into areas where improvement is needed. So if you have placed a purchase order in industry, that purchase order was on a very cheaper thing, then you have to see where you're lagging. What is there a process lacuna? You don't understand the technical thing. So this all can be done, and you have to compare it from different companies. Though nobody will share you the prices, but it can be known from different sources. And then you can do this benchmarking. For few companies, they'll tell the prices online. From there, you can do the benchmarking. And then you can change your process, your system, your applications, your people to get proper improvement. In case of auto PO, who is checking purchase performance? So auto PO, the PO is only released. So in that way, that is a straightforward thing. You put the parameter that within 2 days or 1 day, the purchase order is getting released. You don't monitor that. So usually people don't do in case of auto PO. So 360-degree feedback, gathers feedback from internal stakeholders like requisitioners and users. I told you, external stakeholders like supplier. You can gather information from client also. How was this particular supplier has performed? So you take feedback from these people. Different formats can be there. It can be a Word document. It can be an email. It can be anything, and just put it and review it once in a year or 6 months. That this feedback is good for these particular people, this particular vendor from internal and external sources. It gives you a holistic view of how your purchasing performance is being done. Let's go for it. So what is the definition of supplier price and cost analysis? A systematic evaluation of supplier's pricing structure to determine its fairness and reasonableness. So you have to understand whether the supplier is giving a fair price or not. You don't understand his item, you don't have much technical knowledge. How you'll ensure that this is a fair pricing? If one supplier has given you a basically an offer of 1,000 rupees, another one has given you 10 rupees, then how you ensure whether 10 rupees is correct or 1,000 is correct? So that way, importance is that you have to ensure fair pricing, you have to identify cost reduction opportunities, you have to improve your profit margins, you have to build strong supplier relationship. So in order to understand this, what are the components of supply price and cost analysis? First, you'll need to do a price analysis. So all the purchasers, buyers who are doing P2P, they'll do this price analysis. They'll compare prices from multiple suppliers. They'll analyze the market trends. of the item, that this item is basically how much price available in the market, what is the breakdown of this item. If it is consists of structural steel, if the vendor has quoted 100 rupees, you'll get to in the breakdown raw material 40, painting this, fabrication this, that kind of a breakdown you'll go into. Then you'll evaluate the price history. Last year this item was this price, this year because of taxation this has become this, maybe in coming year this price will this. That kind of a price history evaluation also you'll do in price analysis. So all the procurement guys and P2P guys will do a price analysis like this. Then they'll do a cost analysis, in-depth examination of supplier's cost structure. As I told you, every guy purchaser will ask, hey, can you give me a price breakdown of your 100 rupees order, what you have quoted me? So he will give you officially, he can keep a component, something like mischievous factor if you want. Maybe his patent technology, he can put some price, but he'll give you a breakdown of his item. That will help you to compare apple to apple between the 3-4 vendors. Somebody might have put more in logistics, somebody might have put more in warehouse, somebody's raw material is costly, somebody's not taking from local sources. So all those type of parameters you have to consider doing the cost analysis. You have to take the cost structure breakdown from the suppliers. Then you have to identify the cost drivers. So what is driving the cost? Is it raw material? Is it manpower? Is it the location of the vendor? So you have to understand that, and based on that, you have to choose your suppliers. Then you have to assess the cost allocation methods, where the cost is getting allocated. He's putting everything in his profit, he's putting in manpower, he's putting it up in a new factory, or he's only purchasing the raw material. So that kind of a cost allocation you have to see where he's allotting his total cost. If you are getting 100 rupees purchase order, whether he's putting everything in his pocket or he's executing it like that. So you have to understand that also. Maybe he has a loan, he's going to be bankrupt, he'll utilize your money, he'll not invest in your material, he can give it to anyone else. So you have to understand, you have to ask this particular supplier. These all will be interview questions. Whatever this particular module we are discussing, guys, this is a genuine interview questions for any new supplier or any new purchaser or buyer who will getting interviewed. They will ask how you will do this price analysis. What are the factors? How you'll understand the cost analysis? Sir, I'll go into a cost structure. I'll ask, they'll give you a scenario that 3 suppliers are there. All the prices are 100 rupees, 105 rupees, 103 rupees. How you'll place the purchase order? Why you're not going with this vendor? So those questions will be asked in interviews, guys. Let's move ahead. Then you do the value analysis. So you have done price analysis, cost analysis, and you'll do the value analysis. A systematic examination of a product or service to identify value-added functions and eliminate unnecessary cost. So what is the importance? Importance is improves product service quality, reduces cost, increases customer satisfaction. And value analysis processes are what? Information gathering, function analysis, creative idea generation, evaluation and selection, implementation and follow-up. Supplier background, how to check. So supplier background is basically checked by a physical visits in most of the cases. People will go check their premises. There will be a surveyor who will check. They'll need to show you their bank documents, their authorization letters, all those type of things needs to be done, and then supplier background verification is done. It is a long process. It usually take months, and then once this supplier background verification is done, then only these vendors are allowed to be registered in the application. There will be a dedicated team involved for this who will do this vendor assessment and supplier background checks. And in this value analysis, as I told you, regarding the product and service quality, they will do all type of this information gathering. They check what is getting right or wrong in this product. Something can be developed under this product or with supplier. Does this supplier has some creative ideas for maybe changing the model, maybe giving you better solution, or has the technology to basically adapt? All those things will be evaluated in the value analysis. That kind of a value addition will help you on a longer run. It will add in your profitability and save some cost. So there are a few methods of cost analysis. One is called as direct cost analysis, examining the direct material, labor, and overhead cost, analyzing cost breakdowns provided by supplier, as I told you. Indirect cost analysis, evaluating indirect costs like admin, selling, and general expenses considered under printing and all that stuff, and assessing overhead allocation methods. So you can analyze both. Then you have to do a total cost analysis considering all cost can we take AI help for supplier rate comparison? Yes, you can take AI help in supplier rating comparison. You can take help. AI is everywhere now, guys. I'll give you such examples of AI. You'll see how it is unbelievable. Nowadays, AI is taking pictures, resolving everything by themselves. We don't need to do anything. All those issues with that items also are resolved through AI. Anyways, so total cost analysis, you need to consider, as I told you, transportation, inventory, quality checks. You have to see how much inspections he has ordered, how many times my guy will travel to his vendor premises to do the inspection, whether transportation he's using his transportation arranging from X location to Y. So all those also you need to evaluate. What is the inventory level? Does he go for another inventory, or will give you the existing inventory? All these things you need to consider. That will be part of the total cost analysis. Maybe a vendor who is offering only one quality inspection, or another vendor ordering 3 quality inspections, can be a criteria for a cost analysis and a ordering of a different vendor. So it all includes. If a supplier has his raw material lined up within his nearby city, he'll take less transportation cost. But if he's arranging from Himachal or some Jammu Kashmir, then he'll put this transportation cost in his price, and his overall price will increase. So in that way, you have to understand, do the breakdown, understand his direct cost, indirect cost, total cost, and then place the purchase order. Okay. So we have few scenarios here. Purchasing plastic components is first scenario. A manufacturing company is purchasing plastic components for supplier A. The component's current price is $10 per unit. You have to do the price analysis. The company compares prices of 3 suppliers, supplier A, B, C. Supplier A has $10 per unit. Supplier B has $9.5 per unit. Supplier C has $10.2 per unit. The initial analysis suggests supplier B offers the lowest price. Okay. So supplier B right now is 9.5 per unit and has the lower price. This is the basic price analysis you have done. Okay. Now you have to do a cost analysis. The company requests a cost breakdown from supplier A. So supplier A gives a breakup of his 10 rupees or $10. He says direct material cost is $3, labor cost is $2, overhead is 3, and they have a profit margin of 2. That is the breakdown they have given. The company analyzes the cost breakdown, compares to the industry's benchmarks. It finds that the direct material cost seems to be high compared to the market average. So the direct material cost, which he has considered as $3 per unit, seems to be on a higher side. It can be 2, it can be 1.5, something like that. You have done an analysis. Then you'll check on the value analysis. Company forms a value analysis team to examine the plastic component. Function analysis, the company's primary function is to provide structural support. So this is a plastic item. Creative idea generation, the team brainstorms alert alternatives using a different type of plastic, so that is cheaper. So another vendor has given you option that, hey, this plastic, you can use a different type of plastic which can be cheaper. You can redesign the component to use less material. So overall plastic material required to make this particular mug was 5 grams. Now with the new one, you can only make it in 2 grams. So that kind of a suggestion is given by the supplier, another supplier. Then finding a supplier with lower overhead costs. So some supplier has lower overhead costs, you can choose that. Then evaluation and selection. After analysis, the team decides to redesign the component to reduce plastic usage. So because some of the vendors have given you option that you can redesign your component, your material cost will be less. So we have taken the consideration and we have done that, and we are redesigning our item. So implementation and follow-up, the company works with supplier A to redesign the component. The new component reduced price material cost is 0.3 per unit. 10% of material cost from the initial one. So after redesigning and working with supplier A, this material can be reduced, and what you were saying, $3 per unit has been reduced to 0.3 per unit. Impact: by switching to supplier B and implementing the value analysis findings, the company can reduce the cost per unit from $10 to 9.5 was the original, 0.30 you can reduce. Thus it will become 9.20. Okay, so that was reduction is 0.30. That is reduction. They have done this analysis with supplier A, and they could find that overall they can reduce a price of 0.30. But supplier A had $10 already, so he will reduce by 0.30, fair enough, but still it will be 9.7. So this same strategy you work with supplier B, tell him that use this plastic material and reduce your cost. He will reduce from 9.5 to 0.3. The final price will become 9.2 and you will place the order with this particular vendor. This represents a cost reduction of 8% per unit. So from X to Y, you have saved money. So that kind of analysis and jugglery you will do whenever you will place an order. So you have to do price analysis, cost analysis, value analysis, and then implement this and get the best out of all the suppliers. Just like that, you should not place the order like, hey, this is the breakdown 9.5. Okay, supplier B, I'll ask, hey, you have given 9.5. Can you do 9.4? He'll say, okay, sir, give me 9.4, place the order. So you'll place the order. It is never like that. You negotiate, you discuss, you do a price analysis, you do a cost analysis, you do a value analysis, and based on that, then you conclude and decide who is the best vendor for you.
Just a quick info, guys. Intellipaat offers a professional certification program in supply chain management in collaboration with EICT IIT Guwahati. Through this course, you will master supply chain and procurement technologies and explore new age tools like GenAI for autonomous supply chain. You will get access to 40 plus live sessions over 6 months, guided by top IIT faculties and industry experts. The course includes 10 plus industry projects and case studies, and a 2 days campus immersion at EICT IIT Guwahati, and an official certification from EICT IIT Guwahati to validate your expertise. This online program is designed to help you manage the end to end life cycle of supply chain and fast track your career growth with guaranteed placement assistance and 3 job interviews upon entering the placement pool. This could be a stepping stone to a high growth career in supply chain management. So check out the course page link given below in the description and take your first step towards becoming a supply chain expert.
So people asked what a purchase requisition look like. So you can see here, there are different formats, though these are very standard. I got it through online or internet. So this looks like this. It is a very simple format wherein it will be PRF. Somebody will call it as PRF. Somebody will call it as MRF, material requisition form, purchase requisition form, or PR. They call it as purchase request or requisition. It is very simple. It is just how much quantity you need, what is the delivery schedule you want, where you want to ship it. If you can give the prices, well and good. If you don't have prices, just give a budget, and then it is approved. One guy will prepare that, one guy will approve that. It is a very simple format of a purchase requisition. So in earlier time, these kind of formats were there. Right now, this is all in ERPs and IFS. It doesn't look like this because everything is automated. So few systems like SAP and IFS, which we don't generate a purchase requisition hard copy or signature or something like that. It is automated. Details are there in the SAP and ERP. You just need to put it, and an automated flow will POCO flow will go, and your manager will approve, your purchase head will approve, and it will go to a buyer. So from a user or a requester, the requisition is basically a request of the items, what he wants. There will be some item code, part code, or some item descriptions, quantity, and the delivery, what he want, and the location where he wants to deliver. These are the 4-5 basic things he need to mention in a material requisition form or a purchase request. Now, service PO is also a service requisition will be made. So it is on service, not a material. And the service PO will be like maybe a guy going and cleaning something. That kind of a purchase order will be a service purchase order. It is for repair, maintenance, any service work, any type of these type of services will be called as a. So we call it as here POF, purchase order form or purchase order. It has a purchase order number. It has a project title. You can go. Package title is basically the package description. We call it as package here. Maybe item also we can call, but we call it as package. There will be a supplier. It is totally different from SAP PO. Yes, it is totally different from SAP PO, but the SAP POs will also be having all these details. It is an IFS ERP PO. Okay. So it will have a supplier, and it will have the purchaser. Like in my company, it is SBM. So who is the supplier representative whose name will come, who has negotiated the order? So his name, who is from SBM, whose name will come, or my company who has negotiated this, his name will come. Then the delivery date, which is very important. What is the delivery date when the item is required? And the Incoterms. We'll go through the Incoterms here. What is FCA? Most of you guys might be knowing, but still we'll go through all those Incoterms, 13 Incoterms we'll go through. Then LDs and warranties are referred. You can see STC. The word is special terms and conditions. Special terms and conditions. We'll go through special conditions also. And then the item, basically we have some tagging philosophy, some item number, we have some unit prices, total prices, delivery date of individual item. So we go on an individual item type of purchase orders, but most of the companies go for all the items in one shot. We go the individual because we have different items in different areas. So this items can be starting from one number to maybe 10,000. So it is basically multiple quantities we will be ordering. And then in the bottom you can see, while the orders are being items are being finalized, 62 items are there, the quantities are different. And other than that, there are different few things also, like painting is inclusive, tagging is inclusive, packing is inclusive, equipment certificate, guarantee, certificate of origin, classification of authority certificate, these are all inclusive. And if there is something extra like contracted data requirements, he has charged 5,000 3,000 USDs. For painting, special painting, he has charged 5,000 extra. So these kind of things we negotiate with the supplier, and then we finalize a value and release the purchase order. So in the bottom I've made XXX, all the things. So the price will be released here. Then the VAT which will be followed, the transaction, if it is not subjected to VAT, we'll write it as not subjected to VAT or VAT. What are the payment terms? So 45 days of invoice reception. This is the payment terms. We'll go bottom, blah, blah, blah. And this is a signature box which we asked for. So there is a name, designation and date and a signature box which is empty. So whenever a purchase order is sent to the supplier, the supplier has to submit the signed purchase order within 48 hours. He can take extra if in case there is some issue or he's on leave, he can reply on an email, but within 48 hours it has to be done, it has to be signed. So it has to be mutually agreed. You clearly see it is mutually agreed between the supplier name in the box 6 and the box 7 that this is agreed and blah blah blah. If it doesn't sign back, if he is late, he is not doing this, then he is not agreeing to your purchase order. So he needs to do this, and as a expediter, as a package manager of the supply, this PO, it is my obligation to get this signed from the supplier. Okay? These are few documentation. So you see, this is the specific terms and condition, which is STC. We call it as. So we have GTC, we have STC, general terms and conditions, specific and special terms of conditions. So okay, we'll go through this one by one very slowly. So you see there are a lot of GTCs and STCs here. So GTC starts with general terms and conditions starts with the warranty clause. So 36 months of warranty, it can be anything what you agree. Then there is reworks of defect. So within 24 months, if item is supplied, if it is in warranty, he has to do the rework free of cost. All that type of things are there. Then there will be a certifying authority which will validate this item. In this case, this is BV, Bureau Veritas. It will do a validation and check, and he can do the inspection also. There are some LD clauses here. So LD is basically 3% on this. That is the liquidated damages if in case he is not delivering on time, and it will increase per week till the maximum of 15% of the PO. So first week 3%, another week 3%, 3%, 3%. So till 5 weeks it will reach till 15%, and it is the maximum amount of LD what we can do. If he is going above also 6, 7, 8, 10 weeks, we can only maximum LD can be done on 15% only. Then delivery performance, any additional cost caused by due to delivery, late delivery, air freight, demurrage, anything, supplier has to bear. So this kind of agreement is there. In case he delivers late or something like that, then supplier has to bear these costs. Then there is a local content. You guys might not know, but I'll just give you a brief. Local content is something which is agreed between two countries. So in case we are having a project in that country, that particular country will say, hey, you have to place a local content purchase order that is around 30 to 35%, 40% agreed between the both countries. So we cannot place just like any vendor in India or Europe or any like that in the country. We have to place the local suppliers. We have to place a purchase order. If we are not placing the purchase order to local suppliers, then there is a huge penalty charged by the project and the government. Okay, that is called as a. So we have this. Then we have some force majeure situations. So COVID was a force majeure situation. The clause there. Then we'll have on delivery completion some says. So a lot of clause. So human rights breach on in case of supplier. This is a standard. Yes, this is a standard PO. For PO, this this standard one, and we place 6,000 to 7,000 material purchase order per year, and this is standard. Every purchase order will have 80, 90, 100 pages of these type of clauses. We are very kind of a, I would say, very legally binded type of company. We don't spare any small loophole also. So we are contractually very strong type of company, wherein last 60, 70 years we are dealing these type of compliances and issues, wherein so this purchase order is coming from that. That's why a lot of things will come here. When you do a global purchase order in some different countries, you have to basically ensure everything is legitimate and all the compliances within the law, within these purchase orders are being followed. So we mentioned everything, and there is a legal team. There are people who will verify this contractually, go through this purchase order 3 times and then do this, because these values of purchase orders are huge. Yeah, exactly. These are huge projects. Yes. So when in my previous company, I was placing like I was handling 400 items in one. Suppose my project was thermal power plant. I was handling 400 items. The value of those 400 items were around 300 crores to 400 crores. Okay. Herein, for just instruments, small instruments, when I'm placing a purchase order to any vendor in Europe, it can be more than 300, 400 crores. So for one project in India, this is just for small items here in this particular segment, so you can understand. Then there will be terms of payment. I'm just showing you so that I can give you the complete purview of a purchase order. Over and above this, I don't think so anything will come in any of your purchase. If you are into buying and all that stuff or purchase, I don't think so many companies will go beyond these type of terms. This covers the maximum, so it is good that you understand and grasp maximum things and fetch with this. So next one is terms of payment and invoicing. When the vendor has to do what kind of invoice he has to submit, what are the basic requirements? Invoice number should be there, date should be there, all that should be there. Okay, he has to mention those details. Then where he has to submit the invoice, the email ID, the accounts team, he has to submit the invoice. What is the process to be followed? It is clearly mentioned. What are the payment terms is mentioned. So these are the payment terms which is in box. So you see herein there are 2 payment terms, 2 milestones basically for Atul, but usually we have 3, 4. So in this one, it is on acknowledgement, first submission of key documents, and some inspection test plan, and then the material dispatch. So we can break this. Usually what we do is, once the purchase order is signed, we release 5% of payment. Once the first set of drawings and documents are submitted, we release another 10-15%. And once the item is supplied, we release 70 to 80%. This was a very small purchase order value. That's why this is 90-10, but usually it is like 10, 20, 40, 60, and 10, something like that. The payment terms are okay. But this was a smaller value PO. That's why it is 90-10. The vendor will not hold that much amount. It is he's kind of a ready stock item for this vendor in Indonesia, and he basically order and he has stock and he'll deliver it. Then we have disputed invoice. In case of a dispute, what you need to do, when you need to intimate, what is the set of procedure, credit note, debit note is. Then shipping and marking, what shipping, whenever he's shipping the items, what kind of packing he has to do, the color codes he has to follow, what which yard he has to deliver, which destination he has to deliver, everything is mentioned here. Who will be the consignee, notify, all that stuff. There will be a certifying authority, so the details of certifying authority. Then in terms of quality inspection and testing, what he has to follow the QCP, which is called as a quality control plan, which we will give, and he has to follow that, and the vendor needs to comply the QCP and follow the painting, welding, all the. Then there are a few things which is called as a DA, design assessment, certification. This is not that important. Then with every equipment we'll order the spare parts, special tools. So we'll mention the tools, the items, the spares, and the commissioning items. So these are the spares. We'll order few things which we'll not order. We'll take the prices from the supplier, and maybe next year, whatever we want, we will place the purchase order. What we do is, whenever we take the prices from the supplier right now, we say that we'll take from you, give me the prices for next validity till 2 years, 3 years, 4 years, or 5 years. And the supplier gives it. We make it a part of purchase order. And whenever we place maybe next 6 months, 1 year, this same price have to be followed. So we do like that also. So for spares ordering, commissioning items, we'll be. Then we have a spill, which is called a spare parts interchangeability list. So items It's kind of a machine, no? So this is kind of a machine. We are taking type of a machine which has some spare items, and we'll take the rights of those spares items and we'll place the orders in future, but we'll take the rates right now. Because in case if we go down the line 2 years, he might change the rates, he might fluctuate, he might play with us. So we take it in advance, we freeze these prices of these spare items, and we finalize it in our purchase order, but we don't release it. So it will not be part of a capex, it will part of a opex. The OPEX guy, the operation guy needs to place it. He can take the reference of this from here. Understood? But it will not be part of the CAPEX. It will be part of the OPEX. These are part. Okay, so this is nothing to be worried about. The same thing here. So there is a service level agreement. This agreement is signed between both the parties. It is a 2-page of document wherein we'll say that you have to basically follow all the rules and regulations, humanity, no labor under 18 years, all that kind of. And this service level agreement will also have a rate of the service. Atul was asking for service POs. So in case of service PO, we take the rates right now. If this guy will come to do the servicing, what will be the per day rate or per hour rate? This is in USD. So he will come, if he comes on onshore, he has a 80 hours, 80 USD per hour type of rate. Or if it comes on offshore, it is on this type of rate. So this is all agreed, and then this person, whenever he comes, he will charge this rates and he'll raise it. Then the key person contact details, you can see a lot of people will be there as the key contact. And now we'll be giving some definitions of this. So you see the crosses are there. So when the red cross is there, that means the vendor has not agreed to the clause, and it becomes the GTC has become a STC. The blue item highlighted has become the part of STC. So we submitted this. So there are definitions, there are consequential losses, limitation of liability, all those type of clauses. The vendor has not agreed, and he has, you see, more than 60 was as per our GTC, and he said no, it has to be 180 days. So that force majeure situation he has changed. So it has become a special term STC. And there are a few definitions, confidentiality, miscellaneous clauses, testing, business ethics and human rights. He has to follow the human right, trade and economic compliance, which he has to follow. Some local requirements, compliance with law. And these are the where you'll see the arbitration. These are the the above part you see was STC. Now this is the GTC, which is standard. So this is the GTC clause, and you see all those terms, warranty, everything, whatever as per the standard is there. So STC will be which will be followed, and GTC is the next one, which is kind. So it will have all the definitions. Nothing to go into this. The supplier has to understand what is the definition of each item, because most of this. So this is the producing, you see, precedence of conditions. So in case we have an arbitration, we have a dispute in a court, the vendor or the seller or the buyer, the first thing which is agreed on the purchase order will be treated. Then the special terms of conditions will be treated. Then if there are some main contract conditions, main contract purchase order condition, that will be treated. Then the GTC. So something is mentioned in GTC which vendor is fighting, and I have something in STC which I am fighting. I am saying you have to deliver, you have to give. Then in court of arbitration, my STC will be taken considered, and the supplier has to deliver as per that. Okay, so this is precedence of conditions, which is very important whenever there is a dispute in the purchase order. I have faced many cases wherein we went to arbitration, we went to court, wherein these type of documentations I have to arrange, and the fight is on this. It goes in months, years, and all that stuff. We fight on the special what is the definition means, what the terminology means, what is the interpretation of this terminology, what vendor assumed, what I assumed. I have to do this work, they have to do this work. That kind of thing will. So this is nothing. Purchase representative, supplier representative, notices, supplier obligations. So supplier has to fulfill all these type of obligations. So he has to remove all the debris, all the I would say soil or something like that. He has worked on. He has to clean the area. If he's not cleaning, it is a big mess he has created. It is a cost to this supplier. We will not clear this. So that kind of a dispute or people we argue when we go. The supplier will say, hey, you have given me item which has so much of cotton or foam, which is a waste item. I am not able to clear this. It is a very heavy task for me. But as per the purchase order, you have responsibility for that. Either I am giving you a packing of wooden, either I'm giving you a packing of cotton. Doesn't matter. Whatever I'm giving, you have to clear that. So that kind of cases go into court. Okay, this is all. Is it? Yeah, this is the EHS conditions are also there. EHS conditions are also there. You'll see environment, health, safety, everything will come. Schedule is completely different. Then if there is a variation from in the order, he can raise a purchase order variation. The supplier can request that, hey, you told me this, but now you're asking this. I want a variation order. The format of the variation order will be down, and he can take a PO amendment, guys. So, and whenever we have given a purchase order, supplier thinks this is not agreed. We are asking something extra. He can ask for that extra amount in a purchase order variation. And if we agree, we will pay that and we'll amend. Disputed variations, default conditions, termination and suspension. So we can terminate this purchase order in 7 days of notice if something he is not fulfilling all those. What will happen in the event of termination? What is suspension? We can suspend purchase orders also. Maybe he's not fulfilling few things, we can suspend the order. So termination is completely basically terminating the contract or the purchase order, nothing valid. But suspension is like we'll give a notice, suspend, and maybe we can ask him to basically next 1 month or 3 months, if he is willing to do work with us, we can renew that also. Suspension. Then the force majeure situations, you understand, guys, what is force majeure? So those clauses of force majeures, earthquake, COVID, what will happen? Title of transfers, lanes. I don't want to go deep into this. Delivery and condition. There is a warranty clause, warranty period. Intervention of the purchaser, when I can intervene. Responsibility. So we'll go down. Consequential losses. If in case because of the delay of the vendor, I am suffering a big loss, I can pass on that loss to the supplier also. Maybe the supplier purchase order is of only 100 rupees, but because of that 100 rupees, my 1000 rupees is getting affected. Then I can transfer this. It is a consequential loss for me. I can go into court and ask him to basically fulfill me for 1000 rupees. Liquidated damages, security, insurances. So who will bear the insurances? What is the insurance clause? All those type of things on insurance will be there in the purchase order. Confidentiality, he has to be confidential. He cannot release it to another competitor or something like that. The prices, intellectual property rights. So who hold that intellectual property rights in terms of drawings and all that stuff will be there. Quality inspection, that will be audit. So whenever we right of audit is there, I can audit his factory, I can audit his work, I can audit his material, anything I want, and we can set up a thing. Assignment or transfer, local content. So it is on EHS. You see, health, safety, security, and environment. So there is a clause for this. He has to basically fulfill all the good industry practice at his factory, at the site where the equipment will be installed. He has to complete all the HSSE standards and fulfill everything. Water requirement, clothing requirement, whatever is there for the laborers, he has to fulfill everything. So there is a big clause for EHS. He has to fulfill everything, and he has to give this personal protective equipment, PPEs, the helmet, the shoes to all the laborers and subcontractors. So there is a big type of clause here. EHS. You see, and we are very stringent on EHS. No, we are into no. I would say what the terminology is that no injury. So we are into no injury. So whenever we say no injury, that means we don't want a small injury to a labor also. So there are some business ethics, human rights, everything will be there in this purchase orders. Conflict of interest, taxes and custom duties. Here we'll cover the taxes and taxes and custom duties he has to pay, which rules to be followed, which country rules to be followed, compliance with the law, trade and economic compliance, which then dispute. You see, this is the thing, dispute resolution. So in case of any dispute, both the parties will write a written request, and they can manage this through court. So here you see London Court of International Arbitration, LCIA. So that is our arbitration court we have mentioned here, wherein this party will fight with us in case of arbitration. So we go into London, UK, and this is the arbitration court in terms of dispute, guys. So a lot of you guys were asking about this. So we mentioned this in purchase order, wherein in case of arbitration or dispute, third party waiver, languages, suppliers, these are all common. Limitation of liability, We don't want to go much into this. This is the, then below this there are formats. So bank guarantee format will be, which will be given. So we will declare, you see here, we have declared that we want a bank guarantee from Switzerland bank, this. We have mentioned our bank here. So if the supplier is not able to give a bank guarantee to this bank, then he has to look an option of giving this. So we'll give a bank guarantee format. We will give formats. This is a completion certificate. Whenever you complete the purchase order, you need to sign and send it back. We will sign it, and once this is signed, then the purchase order is closed basically in our system. Then this is the item release for shipment. Whenever items are ready, you need to give this format to us. We will sign it, and then the items can be delivered. Form of PO notice, variation order. This is the template. So we'll give this template to supplier. And with this, we'll give many templates, but it is not there in the, not a problem. Okay, so custom duty we want to cover. It is a tax levied on imports and sometimes on exports also by the custom authorities of a country to raise state revenue. When you say state revenue, it can be a global also, it can be country also, it can be a state also, but mostly customs is a country based. So it is a tax whenever you are importing the items, but you are exporting also, there will be a custom duty. Okay, so custom duty is a kind of indirect tax which is realized on goods of international trade. So anyone who understands what is an indirect tax and direct tax, guys? Why custom duty is an indirect tax and what is a direct tax? Let's see. Indirect tax versus direct. Direct tax is what you guys pay the tax. That is direct tax. What we pay. Any definition of indirect direct tax levied on income? Yes, absolutely. Direct tax is something levied on income or profit of the taxpayer. So if I'm a taxpayer, my income is something, I'm getting a salary, I'm getting some profit, I have to give some taxes. That is called as a direct tax. And direct tax is something on the sales of goods and services. So custom duty comes in indirect taxes. Okay. It is categorized into import duty and export duty levied on upon import and export of goods respectively. So there is export duty, there is an import duty which we need to pay in the custom duty. There are multiple custom duties. We'll see what are those. We'll not deep dive in. We'll see. So custom duty on imports and export, it is levied as per the value of the goods or weight or dimension and other such basis according to the goods. So if the size of the weight is too much, custom duty will be different. What is the type of the good? Based on that, custom duty comes. If duties are based on the quantity dimension, they are called as a specific duties. If duties are based on the value of the good, they are called as ad valorem duties. So this is very important term, ad valorem duties and specific duties. It is the same. You will see in the next slides. The combination of both value of goods and quantity weight as well as various other factors are called as specific duties. So there are different duties. If it is on quantity based dimensions, it is called as specific duties. If it is based on the value of the goods, maybe diamond, so then it is ad valorem duty. If it is on both, then it is called as. What is custom duties in India? Little brief is there. I don't want to go much in detail. There is a customs duty will fall under a board which is called as Central Board of Excise and Customs. So these custom peoples are there at airports, at seaports, all the stuff. Wherever there is an import or export, these guys will be having an office. You need to present your material, declare your value, pay the custom duty, get it cleared, and then this material can be shipped for within the country. And this board will has a lot of things, and there are a lot of documents which they require. So bill of entry is one of them, and all that stuff is there. Customs airports are there. It means any airport appointed under section say will be a customs airport. It includes a place appointed under section say which will be an air freight station. So whenever you want to dispatch through a airport, there will be a customs airport wherein all the customs material will come and you need to get it cleared. So who will get it cleared? Those responsibilities we'll see down the line. What are the custom duty rates? The basic custom duty rates are 5%, 7.5%, 10%. So whenever you are making a purchase order as a buyer, you need to understand the item category and which custom duty needs to be followed. Those custom duty who will bear, based on that your purchase order value will also change. If the custom duty is borne by is handled by the supplier, then he will charge 5%, 7.5%, 10% in his PO, and accordingly if the purchase order value will come. The highest rate of basic custom duty is 10% for non-agriculture items. Okay, Few item attract. Yes, that's it. With some exceptions are there. There are more than 10% also. You can see on baggage, the general rate of duty is 35%, and no additional duty of customs is levied on baggage. Example, yeah, exactly. Custom duty for individual or company will be same. When you say custom duty individual or company, it is based on the item. So if individual is arranging, if it is a company, doesn't matter. It is on the item, its value. It's basically, if you are arranging a Ferrari, suppose you are Sachin Tendulkar, and you have to, Ferrari is coming for you. So Ferrari coming for a company, Ferrari is coming for a Sachin Tendulkar, it will have the same custom duty. What are types of custom duties? So there are BCD. One is which we call as the general one, which is basic custom duty, but there are additional custom duties also. Additional, there is additional custom duty also, AACD. What are the additional custom duties? Protective duties, safeguard duty, anti-dumping, anti-subsidy. A lot of duties are there. We don't want to go much in detail. And a classification of goods come under Tariff 1975, which is under two schedules. First schedule, second schedule. First schedule is this. In this schedule, goods chargeable with import duty are listed. It is also known as import tariff. And the second schedule is on the export tariff. So export tariff and import tariff, there are two different categories in. Social wage charge. I'm not sure whether this is part of duty. There are a lot of things, a lot of duties. This is a very wide subject. Yeah, it can be a part. It is a very wide subject, I would say, and it needs a deep, thorough, I would say, learning in this. When you become a buyer or a purchaser, you deal with a lot of imports and exports. If you handle all those type of things, a lot of cases or duties or tariffs will come into this. This topic is not covering exactly. So demurrage charge, something will come. So a lot of things are not there in this PPT, which will be. So valuation of custom duty on import valuation rules, transaction values of the goods, and similar goods, directive value, computed value. There is a residual method of valuation. In terms of expedition valuation rules, there are some values which needs to be checked. Then procedure of custom duty payment is there. Custom duty can be paid online. So there is a channel icegate.gov.in. Herein, the guy who will do the custom duty first needs to be registered. Anyone cannot do it. So you need to be a registered guy to do this payment. So that's why these freight forwarders or third party guys can only do this custom duty. If you are getting a payment done, you cannot do a custom duty payment. You need to first register on their website and get it, and you can do. So this is the website, this is the process, and you need to pay the challan and all the stuff, and this payment can be done. Once the payment is done, there is a receipt and payment copy, and after you show the payment copy to the customs guy, he will release your material and shipment, and then you can place your vehicle to take the material and take. And this is so people understand what is no free trade agreement and with free trade agreement. What is no trade agreement? Free trade, FTA, we call it as free. So yes, few countries agreement with exactly agreement. This is agreement between two countries. Maybe India and UAE, Saudi has done. So they will have a FTA wherein they'll say, okay, we will not put any custom duties. Yeah, exactly. Not any duties, taxes, and all that stuff. So it is a free agreement, and there will be no. So you can see in the bottom, the duty is 0%. In the top, it is written as 5%. So in case of So in case of a no free trade agreement, the product value will be there. Then there will be a sea freight cost. Then there will be local transportation charges. Then there will be a custom duty of 5%. That is the landed price in India or in that particular country. Then you have to pay some taxes also on that. It will be called as IGST in that case if it is an international trade. So you need to pay IGST of 18% also in this. So based on the item category, you need to pay the taxes also. And with free trade agreement, the same thing is there, but you see the custom duty is 0%. That is the landed price. So whenever as a buyer, you need to basically place an order, you need to understand the landed price from the supplier. So he will say, hey, if I need to deliver this material to your China or Brazil or North America, this will be my landed price to you. So these all consequences you need to consider and then place the purchase order. And with free trade of agreement, there will be, you see the certificate of origin you need to show. So there is a certificate of origin that is called a COC or COO, we call it as. And custom duty, we should add in cost of goods. Yes, definitely. If there is a custom duty as a supplier, you will add it in your cost and you will put it. if the custom duty is borne by, look, we'll go into the below import Incoterms. So in the Incoterms, sometimes we will say as a buyer, I'll pay the custom duty. You don't need to pay. In that case, you don't need to mention in the purchase order. So there are different things. I'll show you guys down, and based on that, this thing. Yes, COA is mandatory to claim FTA benefit. Absolutely correct. So certificate of origin is the certificate where the material is basically originating from. So it gives a thing or a proof that hey, it is the material is coming from Saudi, and from Saudi to India it is free. So that's why zero custom. And CEO is a mandatory document. For import export, no GST. No, there is a GST, they rule or someone wherein I can explain you IGST, CGST, SGST, what is the difference, and IGST for the international items you need to pay. Some countries like in India you have to pay IGST, but if you're doing some in Europe you have to pay a VAT. You saw in the purchase order, na? So in the local country you need to pay a VAT, value added taxes, or if there is a VAT applicable or not, or there are some different type of tax country. So yes, there are different taxes. IGST is in India, but in other country it will be called. Okay. So, and what is a tariff? A tariff is a tax placed on goods when they cross a political boundary. Tariffs are usually imposed on imported goods, but they may be placed on exported goods also. Tariff may be various kinds. What we told: ad valorem tariff, specific tariff, revenue tariff, protective tariff, prohibited tariff. So, what is the difference between a tariff and a duty? This is the table, guys. Duty is indirect tax, and tariffs are direct tax imposed by the government on goods imported from a different country. Okay, so tariff will be whenever on car the tariff is 30%, on this item this is 40%. So there will be a tariff, there will be a duty. Mostly are the same, but only one will be applicable or multiple can be applicable. That all depends on the item. Okay, so duties are like indirect taxes and imposed on consumers. It is also known as consumer tax. Tariffs are like indirect taxes imposed on imported goods and exported goods. Type of duties: basic custom duty, countervailing, anti-dumping duty, which we showed. And a type of tariffs are ad valorem tax and specific tariff. Secondary uses: the uses of duty includes import duties, excise duties, succession of debt duties, all that stuff. The other uses of tariff include a general list of prices. So it is in tariff, this is general list of prices, wherein you need to pay a tariff for 5% extra. So the basic difference is duty versus tariff is direct. We'll go through Incoterms now. Let's quickly wrap up Incoterms. Though I am telling you, Incoterms, we have a dedicated module where we will go deep dive in each and every Incoterm. Okay, so I'll not cover that, but this is a basic flow wherein a supplier will send inland, do inland freight, deliver the material, and export customs will clear. Then another country import customs will clear. Then inland freight, and the buyer will take the material. So what does Incoterm stand for? Definition: the word Incoterm is an abbreviation for International Commercial Terms, which provide a common set of rules used for defining the responsibilities of sellers and buyers in the delivery of goods under sales contract. They are widely used in international commercial. When and where did they appear? First conceived by ICC. This is not ICC, International Cricket Council. It is International Chamber of Commerce in 1921, and they've updated this. This is 9 time. I am not sure now. It should be more. Every 10 or 10 years, 2010. Yeah, every 10 years this Incoterms get revised. Yeah, exactly. Every 10 years, this Incoterms get revised, so it should be more. And there were initially 6 rules, but now it is more. Why it is that? Because they set international rules for commonly used freight terms, define obligations of both parties, determine the distribution and transfer of risks involved in goods delivery from supplier, seller to buyer, state the clear sharing of expenses between the parties. So based on this sharing, if it is FCA, CIF, your PO, purchase order value, will be changed. What Incoterms rule do? It clearly defines between the roles of buyer and seller, delivery of the goods, who will take from my place, organizing carriage, who will arrange the carriage or the transportation, who will cover the insurance, who will give the shipping documents, what are the export and import clearances. What is the new thing in Incoterms? The Incoterms doesn't have changed much in the last few 20 years, but what they have done is they have identified in 4 categories in 2020. So E, F, C, D. So there are, you can see in E there is EXW, X work. In F they have 3. In C, they have 4. And on carriage or D, we have 4. So 4, 3, 3, 7, 7 or 3, 10 and 11 there are. So let's see. So we have these Incoterms. So there are 11 Incoterms as we told you. So EXW is X works place. FCA is free carrier place. FAS is free alongside ship. Then free on board. CFR is cost on freight. CIF is cost insurance freight. CPT is carriage paid. Carriage insurance paid. DAP is delivered at place. DPU is delivered at place unloaded. DDP is delivery duty paid. And you can see the responsibilities between the seller and buyer. The gray ones are the seller and the buyer is in blue one. So if it is a EXX works, then seller will take the responsibility from packing to loading to delivery till all this custom clearance charges, insurance, and delivering that material. His responsibility, he will take care. Seller will be taking in that place. He will place the vehicle, arrange that, and the top you can see freight collection terms. So factory, one vehicle, one ship is there, and then it is getting delivered. So every responsibility is sellers. And slowly and steadily, as you go move down from EXW to FCA and this all terms, the buyer's responsibility will increase, you see. And if you go in the DPU or DDP, almost everything is done. So this is in terms of the agreed payment, agreed terms in terms of responsibility, insurance, and delivery and shipment. Based on that, the purchase order value. Okay. Let's move ahead. We'll understand this also, terminologies like onboard vessel, carrier, but only insurance are negotiable as per reference guide. Yes, only insurance is negotiable. Why insurance is negotiable, guys? Because sometimes we take a global insurance. So in case for the whole project, the insurance is covered across the globe. So seller doesn't have to take an insurance. It is covered by my insurance only. So why seller will take an insurance for that? So in that case, it is negotiable in which says that, hey, my insurance is covering all the materials which is moving from, need to take it separately. So whatever the FCA, my cost will come here. But if I don't, as a buyer, I don't have a global or a project insurance, then I can go with the supplier insurance, which he will cover his item insurance till his basically where his role is ending. After that, I have to take an insurance. So there will be 2 insurances. Understand? If he's handing over to me at a seaport, his insurance is valid till there. After that, if something happens to material, he'll not take a guarantee. So that's why insurance is always coming in negotiable terms, except these two CIF and CIP, wherein you'll see a strict mark also. This strict mark is something special type of conditions only. So I cannot negotiate furthermore. Yeah, in insurances, you cannot negotiate further if the insurance is already taken by global insurance is there. You have already taken, and then you cannot, because if you negotiate further, you have to pay additional cost for the insurance. The buyer has a big global insurance which might be very less amount because he has taken for the whole project. So insurances are basically for higher values, everything more items, insurances amount are less. For individual items, the insurances amount are more. So that's why. But it all depends. Negotiable means you can negotiate the buyer and supplier. It is not a firm thing that he will be giving. Okay, let's move ahead. So this is on LC and bank guarantees. We have already clarified you. So LC is an undertaking by a bank to make the payment on behalf of the party. Bank guarantees, the guarantee is the beneficiary that a bank will make the payment if the borrower fails to do so. That is the thing. It is act of surety. It is act of insurance. It can be availed after fulfilling the terms of contract. Can be availed in case of default of the payment. NLC is typically used in international trades transaction, but in local also we have done a lot of LCs. So people like Sale, Jindal, all those vendors, they'll say, hey, I don't trust you. I have 10,000 transactions. I want LC. They'll go only for LC. In domestic also. A bank guarantee is generally used for private and government contracts. It is okay. It involves more than 3 parties. That is exporter, importer, and issuing bank. It involves 3 parties, buyer, seller, and the bank. It makes for a higher risk of issuing, higher risk for the issuing bank. It makes for a higher risk on the merchant. That is it. So this is on LC and bank guarantees. I've already explained you. In case the payment is done and the vendor doesn't fulfill, then the bank guarantee can be a kind of insurance. He can go, and if the payment which is default can be recovered from his. Okay. So few things on reordering point and safety stock point. So what is the reordering point? The reordering point in inventory management is the minimum stock level at a specific product can reach before you are prompted to order more inventory. But I'm sure you already know that a reordering point is not a static number. A reordering point is based on your purchase and sales cycles, varies on by product. However, once you have handled all type of patterns of product, you're ready to start putting the reordering point formula is daily unit sales multiplied by delivery lead time with some safety stock for good measure. We'll go through the formulas next. What is safety stocks? Stock inventory usually consists of cycle stocks or the inventory that is expected to be sold within a given safety stock. Safety stocks act as a buffer amount that accounts for uncertainties such as excess demand, supplier delays, inaccurate demands, failure to place timely purchase orders or reorders, financial constraints. Safety stock mitigates the risk of consequences of stockouts, allowing your supply chain to proceed even after cycles runs out. So the application which I am basically developing, that is called as LOCAD, stock optimization. We have these values, reordering point and safety stocks. For every item there is a safety stock. Like for a dedicated item, suppose I have 10 water bottles, the safety stock will be 2 bottles, and my reordering point will depend on how much we order on a regular basis. So my reordering point can be triggered like 4 or 5, at 4 or 5. So when the items, my bottles in my inventory will reach 4 or 5, there will be a trigger to purchase more, and my safety stock level should be maintained till 2. But in worst case scenario, the safety stocks can be used for some delays or excess. So what is the formula of safety stock and reordering point? You can see here, guys. So reordering point formula is average daily unit sales into delivery lead time plus safety stock. So for the month of this, you can see. So for the month of January, February, and March, order amount was 80, 80, 50. Delivery time was 753. So total delivery time was 15 days, 753. And there were 3 orders. So and it's equals to 5 days of lead time. So basically 15 divided by 3 is 5 lead days time on average. Okay. And then you have a formula of average daily unit sales. So there are 3 months, January, February, March. Sales quantity is 65, 70, 45. So 180 items are sold in 90 days, and the average comes at 2. So what is the reordering point? Average daily unit sales, which is 2 into 5. 5 was the basically delivery lead time, into plus 28 is the safety stock for this particular item, and thus the reordering point comes as 8. Clear on this? Average daily unit sales, there is a formula wherein it is coming as 2, and the average lead time, delivery lead time, is 5 days on average. So that is basically multiplied by 2 into 5 plus 28 is the safety stock. This 28 safety stock is just a standard. It is basically dependent on what you criteria you decide, and then the reordering point will come as 30. Clear? This is how a reordering point is triggered in a inventory management or a warehouse management. And this is also in my application, it is getting triggered. So this, whenever this reordering point is there, then the application will make a request, and this request will be then coming into purchase suggestion, will come into my ERP, and a purchase requisition PR will be automated. Let's move ahead. Why is setting a reordering point so important? So it avoids stockouts, it avoids overstocks, it reduces shipping cost, it improves forecasting. So with this, you're better understanding your stock, you're better understanding your inventory. You're not creating such scenarios where you will face issues in demand and supplies of the material or some uncertain demands. You can this. So this is why it is better, and you are regulating your inventory in a better way. So your inventory management cost is okay. What is demand forecasting? So demand forecasting is an attempt to estimate the future level of demand on the basis of past as well as present knowledge and experience to avoid both underproduction and overproduction. So we need to understand how much the demand is coming. It is basically we have some formulas, we understand, we have some knowledge, we have some experience based on the past, some Excel sheets, we can do this. It may be based on estimates of demand potential in the industry. The demand forecasting serves as a reference point for marketing control efforts. It is indispensable in modern business. What are the steps in demand forecasting? So demand forecasting is a scientific exercise. It has no rules or such patterns. It can be, after this exercise also, it can be wrong or right, but it's just an formulation. It has go through number of steps. What is that? You have to identify an objective, nature of the product and market, some determinants of demand, analysis of factors, choice of method, and what are the methods and techniques of demand also. So the choice of choosing the techniques of demand forecasting is complicated because a situation might require a different method. Every situation might require a different method. Management should be aware that the factors favoring one method or over a given method demand forecasting situation. Some of the methods of demand forecasting, as you can show in the below, there are two methods: survey methods and statistical methods. Survey methods is basically we take a survey from customer or consumer. We collect opinion method. We understand opinions from different people within the organization. There is a Delphi method. We'll understand that. Then is a market experiment method. You do this, throw items in the market and then understand what is the demand. And then there are statistical methods like time series and the regression. Okay. What is break-even analysis? So let's understand what is break-even analysis. Break-even analysis is an economic concept that is used to determine the number of units that needs to be sold by the company to cover the cost and gain no profits. So it is a point in the business or in this production wherein the company, let me reach to this point, or let me at least sell this much units so that I cover my cost. So suppose a company earns 100 rupees in a financial year, okay, and his investment or the cost is 40 rupees. So what will be the break even point for them is 40 rupees. So till the 40 rupees sales is reached, that will be the break even point for them, okay, because that 60 rupees was his profit, 40 was his cost. That point is called as a break even point. Why it is necessary? That it is a level of units that a company should at least reach in order to survive the market. Break even is a level where its company neither earns any profit nor suffers any loss, because he has invested 40 rupees, he has earned 40 rupees. So for him, there is no loss, but he has not earned any profit also. Basically, the break even point tells us the units to be sold in order to cover the cost. Key takeaways from break even analysis. Break even analysis is a concept used to determine the point where there are no profits and no loss. Break even point is where the company covers. Lower fixed costs can lead to a lower break-even point, and higher fixed costs and a higher break-even point. Uses of break-even analysis: changes in business model. So when a company is changing its business model, they're shifting from one retail business to another retail business. So they will see how much items we have, what is our break-even point, how much units we should sell that so that we are not in loss. So whenever there is a change in business model, break-even analysis should be done. When you're expanding your business, then again also you have to do. Right now, if you are done only 500 units, you're expanding to 1500 units, so you need to do a break-even analysis at what cost your existing item should be sold, or those should be out so that you don't suffer any. Then for lowering the prices, sometimes business need to lower down the price of their product so that they can increase their sale and beat the competitors. So when lowering the prices, business need to figure out how many more units they need to sell to offset or to make a price decrease. Basically, they are lowering their prices. They need to understand how many units they should sell so that their cost is covered and their financial. Okay, so break even analysis has a. Let's see what is the formula of break-even point. So break-even point is fixed cost divided by selling price per unit minus the variable cost. This is the break-even point formula. This is, as I told you, the three scenarios below: when the business is getting changed, the company is getting closed, maybe they are expanding, maybe they are lowering the cost. Then this is important. So what is the example here? So there is a fixed cost of 2 lakh rupees. The variable expenses are 4 rupees per unit. Selling price is 24 rupees per unit. So fixed price will be 2 lakhs. Variable price will be 4 per unit. Selling price is 24. The break-even formula is this: 2 lakh divided by 24 minus 4, which is 10,000 units. So if we sell 10,000 units of this item, then we are at no profit, no loss type situation. Any questions on this? There is a graph also. So revenue cost, there is a E, that is a break-even point. And in the above graph, X shows an units being sold, Y shows the revenue made. So based on that, the E is coming. The intersection between the revenue curve and the cost curve is the break-even. Now you guys are familiar with what is supply chain, what are things happening, procurement, inventory, warehouse. Now we need to understand a little bit about e-commerce, how business is running, how online things happen in supply chain. So let's go through e-commerce and supply chain and fulfillment. So this is the first page wherein you see a e-commerce chain and a supply chain, how it is affected. So it is similar to what we do, the first presentation which we gave for the supply chain. Only thing is that there is a e-commerce guy sitting on a laptop and he's able to select some products and then do some bank payment, and the same thing will follow, the material will come to him. So that is the thing wherein involvement of online portal, I would say, or a internet connection, or basically a transaction which is done online to select the products and choose that, is basically a flow of e-commerce. Let's understand the definition of e-commerce. So the concept of e-commerce supply chain and fulfillment encompasses the entire network of activities that process and infrastructure involved in getting products from manufacturer or suppliers to the end customers who purchase them online. So whenever we say e-commerce, it will be online. So online purchases is electronic purchases, and electronic commerce is basically e-commerce. So it covers the sourcing, storage, movement, delivery of goods, along with associated information flows to ensure a seamless and satisfying shopping experience of online shoppers. So online shopping, online doing all these type of stuffs wherein you procure material as basically a part of e-commerce. What are the key components of e-commerce? Sourcing, definitely. Identifying and selecting suppliers, negotiating contracts. They are saying contracts. It can be contract, it can be a normal purchase order also. The procuring products, inventory management is involved, maintaining optimal inventory levels across various locations, including warehouses, fulfillment centers, and potentially brick and mortar stores for omni-channels retailer. We'll go through these definitions of omni-channel and brick and mortar if you don't know, but let these terms be coming in the future slides. Warehousing and fulfillment is also a part of e-commerce, storing and managing the products in warehouse or fulfillment centers, picking and packing of these orders and preparing them for shipment. Then definitely transportation and logistics, moving these products through supply chain, which is inbound, outbound logistics, and and also involvement of inter-facilities transfer and last mile deliveries. We'll also understand what is last mile deliveries. Few of you guys might not be knowing what is last mile deliveries to customer. In this PPT, we'll be going through. Then we definitely have order management into this. So when the purchase order or the request is created by the customer or by the business, then this processing, tracking of that order, managing customer inquiries, returns, ensuring timely and accurate fulfillment. Further, we have two more components. Second last is the technology and information systems. So definitely to do a e-commerce type of supply chain, we need some technology. So utilizing various softwares and systems to manage inventory, orders, transportations, and other aspects of supply chain, and providing real-time visibility and data analytics. And then we have customer service, wherein people will be there to support what you have purchased, what has to be returned, what is going wrong with your order. So providing support to customers throughout the shopping and fulfillment process includes order tracking, returns, and issue resolution. So this is all the basically key components of e-commerce. So e-commerce is emerging as a superb approach for providing solutions to problems along a supply chain, as seen in Dell example. So Dell can be an example, guys. We'll go through more examples in this PPT, and we'll understand why Dell, why Amazon, why HP, why Alibaba, Microsoft, all those we'll understand. A major role of e-commerce is to facilitate buying, selling, and collaborating along with the supply chain. What are the e-commerce activities? You can see there are a lot of e-commerce activities. There is a selling on your own website. There are auctions involved. There are upstreamings. There are internal supply chain activities, downstream activities, exchanges of the material, and there will be more furthermore. Why we are saying these all? You might be just knowing a few e-commerce thing like online purchasing, but there are online websites which is for auctioning, will be also a part of e-commerce. Something which you want to trade, you want to sell your resold item, that will be also e-commerce. So it is not always procuring, it is many things online. Okay. Then integration of e-commerce with ERP, since many middle-sized and large companies already have ERP systems, as we all know. Since e-commerce needs an interface with ERP, it makes a sense to integrate the two. For example, SAP has done My SAP initiative. So My SAP is basically their e-commerce, I would say, modular initiative, which links with the SAP ERP. So front end and back end, you guys know what is front end and back end. Front end is what the user interface or people can see. So as a consumer, you can see a website or a page wherein you'll put all the inputs, and that comes to the back end wherein the SAP or the ERP where this order will be booked and processed and all that stuff. Okay. So definitely most of these companies integrate their e-commerce platform with their ERPs. So ERP doesn't have a UI or customer interface. It can be a module, it can be a separate application, but both are merged. The logic behind integrating e-commerce and ERP is that by extending the existing ERP support to e-commerce organizations, not only leverage their investment in ERP solution, but also speed up the development of e-commerce applications. So this is definitely right now, as I know, mostly 80 to 90% of companies are doing this, but few companies are still there which have dedicated e-commerce applications only. It all depends, but most of the companies who are big short companies, they will have a whole ERP system running within the company to process the items. But few of them don't have a ERP but have a e-commerce website to control everything. What are the pitfalls and issues in this? The problem with this approach is that ERP software is very complex and inflexible, difficult to exchange. So it is difficult to achieve easy, smooth, and effective integration. So it is not that easy to basically integrate the front end of e-commerce website or e-commerce channel with the existing ERPs. They are not that flexible. Though my SAP is an option, but other ERPs like we use IFS and all, they don't have this type of functionality. But we can develop, and the technology has grown too much, so we can develop a dedicated tool. That dedicated tool can be linked through the terms called API, pipeline. So you might be not knowing all this, but definitely in coming modules, we'll be going briefly to this. So therein, like, we can integrate that. So if someone has an e-commerce website or e-commerce application, we can definitely integrate with the ERP, but it can be a challenge because a lot of connections, a lot of data needs to be exchanged. Another potential problem is that ERP systems tend to focus on back office, which we told administrative applications, whereas e-commerce focuses on the front end, which I told you already, such as sales, order tracking, customer service, and CRM activities. So what is order fulfillment in e-commerce? Some applications of e-commerce, especially B2C and sometimes B2B, may have problems with their own supply chains. These problems usually occur in order fulfillment. So perfect order fulfillment is a very basic requirement in B2C and B2B. We'll understand better in the coming slides. So innovative solutions of the order fulfillment: same day, even same hour delivery. Dialing for diners, we'll understand what is dialing for diners. And we have automated warehouses. Okay, these are few solutions for order fulfillment. Like somebody has ordered, if you want to fulfill his requirement, if you can deliver that item basically same day, then it will be the customer will be very happy with this. And if you have an automated warehouse wherein you can control all this, then it will be very better for you to understand this, resolve the issue of order fulfillment problem. Okay. So dialing for diner is nothing. It is basically you have some applications wherein you basically freeze your table, I would say, or reserve your table. Those are basically dining for diner. This is just a phrase wherein you freeze your restaurants or call your restaurant or make some reservations, all that stuff. There are applications also for this nowadays. They reserve and they give you discount also 10%, 15%, that kind of stuff. Okay, dealing with returns. So in this e-commerce, this is the biggest thing. So returning unwanted merchandise and providing for exchanges are necessary for maintaining customers' trust and loyalty. So return an item to the place where it is purchased, separate the logistics of returns from logistics of delivery, allow the customer to physically drop the returned item at collection stations or maybe pick it from home, completely outsource the logistics of return. So yes, I'm not sure about the percentage, but it is more For like Myntra, Flipkart, Amazon, their returns are more than their actual which is item is purchased. So guys, right now try 3-4 items first and then pick one of that. So that kind of ratio. So returns is a very big thing in e-commerce. Okay, so we'll understand now some e-businesses you might be knowing. I have already discussed in few of these modules, B2B, B2C, but we'll go through. Okay. So e-business model. So what is an e-business model? It refers to the way in which a business is conducted and the existence of relationship between a buyer and seller is maintained. An e-business model is simply the approach a company takes to become a profitable business on the internet. There are many buzzwords that define aspects of electronic business, and there are subgroups as well, such as content provider, auction sites, pure play internet retailers in the business to consumer space. So we'll understand more than B2B, B2C, we'll understand other terminologies, we'll take other examples also, and then we'll see, hey, this is also part of a e-commerce or e-business model. Okay. So what are type of models of these e-businesses? And first is, business to business, which is called as B2B. Then we have business to consumer or customer, which is called as B2C. Then from consumer to customer, it will be C2C. Then from business to government, B2G. Government to business, G2B. Government to citizen, it is G2C. Consumer to business, C2B. And peer to peer, P2P. Okay, so we have some examples of these companies and their website here, though this is like from US or something, or maybe not exactly the same, but we'll go through our pet known companies. So you have business, consumer, and government, and there you have business, consumer, customer. So B2B, you can see a website called Cognizant, and then we have Dell for B2C, and we have Lockheed Martin, Priceline, eBay, e-government, export.co, medicare.gov, disasterhelp.gov. So we'll see all these. Let's go through. So the first model is business to business. Business to business applies to businesses buying from and selling to each other over the internet. B2B companies are supportive enterprises that offer the things other businesses need to operate and grow. B2B companies have an entirely different target audience. They offer the raw materials, finished parts, services, consultations that other businesses need to operate, grow, and profit. So, time now. You understand B2B? So, one guy has a business, he will be giving to a business to another guy. I'll give you for few examples of B2B companies. So Salesforce, you guys might be knowing, this is a cloud-based CRM software they give. So Salesforce is a big B2B company. Alibaba as a B2B company. Google AWS. So Google, I'll not call, I'm not sure about Google. SAP, yes. So Alibaba, Microsoft, HubSpot, Oracle, SAP, Boeing, these type of companies are considered into B2B model wherein they give you the business. So Microsoft, let's take an example of Microsoft. So Microsoft have different solutions and they give the business to other businesses like my company. So Microsoft has its own pack of basically applications or softwares and all that stuff, and Microsoft gives us, hey, I have all these Microsoft 365, Microsoft Excel, blah blah blah, Microsoft Azure, Power Automate, some 10 different applications they have. So they deal with us, they don't give these applications to a customer. So just understand the logic. So Microsoft is a company, they have some solutions, and these solutions or applications or softwares or anything they give to another business or company. So in that way, this is B2B model. These applications are not directly fetched by the user or by the consumers, direct consumers. If you want to purchase an application of Microsoft, the process will be very tough. You might not get it directly. This will be pre-installed. So in your laptops, so they don't deal basically much in B2C. So Microsoft will be a best example wherein it can say that it is a B2B model. Alibaba also, Oracle, SAP has all these solutions. Oracle has all these solutions. They are not giving to the user. You cannot call SAP and ask, hey, I have a laptop, please install SAP application to me. No, they'll give to a business. Their wider vision is that, and it will be done like that. So these are the examples of B2B. Let's move ahead. So now let's go to business to customer, consumer or customer. So B2C refers to business communicating or selling individual rather than a company. That is the difference. As the name suggests, it is a model involving business and consumers. In this model, online businesses sell to individual customers. Business to customer covers those e-commerce websites and transactions through which organizations sell their goods and customer over the internet. So B2C is also known as internet retailing or e-tailing, we call it as. So examples in B2C, most of you guys might be knowing Netflix, Apple. So any type of restaurant, Make My Trip definitely, all type of restaurants and everything will come under B2C. WhatsApp, Facebook. So all restaurant lines, all clothing brands, all those things will come to B2C only. Okay. All the social media stuff, what we said, Facebook, Instagram, WhatsApp, it will come into B2C. All type of online applications or those channels which you are watching on your mobile phones and all that stuff, everything will come into B2C. Okay. Any type of music applications, any type of interaction of these Play Store applications, it is B2C. So let's move ahead now and let's take little, I would say, let's compare both these. So definition, you already know, the selling of goods to a business, selling of goods to consumer, customer is company, customer is customer and user in this. Need to focus on relationships. So in B2B, you have to focus on relationships. So that's why they have these type of annual contracts, maybe a maintenance contracts and purchase orders, all that stuff. In B2C, it is more on the benefits of the product, how good your user interface is, that kind of thing, the application, the delivery of the items, the benefit of the product. In B2C, that is basically seen. So chain is basically retail to consumer for B2C. From B2B, there are multiple things, wholesaler to retailer, manufacturer to wholesaler. So all that chain is involved. So B2C is kind of a short, B2B will be lengthy and long. Process of buying is also long in this. Decision making is also long because business needs to understand what is good for them, what is not, which applications are good, which business is good. And brand value is in B2C is very aggressive and advertising and promotions will be done, but in B2B they'll not done because it is a brand name, trust, and mutual relationship. So if we trust that Microsoft is a big company, they'll go to all the solutions. So B2B will trust them. There'll be no branding of Microsoft tools. Hey, we have got a Power Platform application. Microsoft boardings are there, wherein they'll say we have Power Automate, which gives you these type of things. No, they're basically they are technically very strong, and you trust them. But in B2C, definitely you'll see a lot of Amazon, Netflix hoardings everywhere, advertising people, Bollywood stars advertising for these applications and all that stuff. This is a basic comparison of B2B and B2C. Cool. So in B2B, the order value will be bigger, but the order quantity will be less. But in B2C, the quantity will be more, but order size will be less. So in B2B, the order size will be bigger, but order number of orders will be less. In B2C, the number of orders will be more and size will be less. This is important, guys. I just want to tell you, because when you join maybe a new company, just a startup. So these startup companies are always confused. Whenever someone is starting their business model, I have got an idea now. So I have a product and I want to basically earn money through this. So how I'll earn money? Should I go directly to the customer and say, hey, this is my product, please purchase it and get profit? He needs to decide. And then he will have the term, it will come in the PPT. They'll have people called data engineers. So these data engineers are the guys who will collect the data for them, fetch the data and see that which model is good for their business. If they have got an application which they will go and sell to the customers directly and just see, hey, customer can give me 5 rupees or 7 rupees for this application, and I need to sell 10 applications at least to get into profit. So suppose he wants to earn 50 rupees. So instead of going 10 customers and getting a business sales of 50 rupees, he can go directly to a company and sell it to 100 rupees and one order, only single one order to business. And from business, then their companies will utilize for their employees and all that stuff. So then that is very important that you need to focus on these. So in supply chain, there is a position called data engineers, or we call it as who needs to understand the business. So it can be a sales guy, it can be a marketing guy also, and you need to understand the business model in which your company is running. Sometimes they switch also. They started as B2C, but they fail and then they go switch it to B2B. They start their business selling it to if you watch Shark Tanks and all, few companies start selling this some EV cycles or something directly to some companies, and bigger companies they don't sell it to customers directly, and then these people will sell it to B2C, and then they understand, hey, why can't we go directly sell to the customers? It is a profitable. Why we are selling to this? Let's go. So they might switch also. That's why understanding of B2C and B2B model is important, and it is a whole game of profitability. Whatever your product is, whatever your business is, which model is basically profitable for you, you will go for that. Okay, but B2C involves a lot of investment, I would say. Okay, let's move ahead and see the further ones. So another one is called as consumer to business now. So B2C, reverse of that, C2B. So C2B is basically consumer to business, applies for to any consumer that sells the product or service to a business over the internet. C2B facilities the following facilitates the following: social interaction, personal finance management, purchasing products and information. Who are the players on C2B business model? One is called as consumer, the other is called as business. A consumer in the C2B business model can be any individual who has something to offer, either a service or a good. That individual is paid for the work provided to the companies depending on the model the consumer can be. So there are few examples here for C2B business models. A webmaster or blogger offering advertising service through Google Ads program, for example, of Amazon.com affiliation program. A photographer or a designer offering stock images or to companies for by selling his artwork through Photolia or iStock Photos, these type of applications. Any individual answering a poll through a survey site. Any individual with connections offering job hiring service or referring someone through referral hiring sites, Jobster, Monster, blah blah, these type of sites. Then in terms of business, business in the C2B business model represents any companies buying goods and services to the individual. So the examples will be same: hiring websites, some Google AdWords, some advertising agency. So you understand, B2C was business to customers, but customers also have something to give it to some business or some company. So if there is an advertising company, you are a photographer, you can give C2B, that is your C2B model. You can be a freelancer, you can contact these companies, you can sell your product, or you have a website, or you contact such website where these photos you can upload and get some money, earn some money. So Google Ads, Photolia, iStock, Jobster, these are basically TripAdvisor. 99 Designs, perfect example of C2B. So let's see C2C. So C2C is customer to customer or consumer to consumer, is a business model that facilitates the transactions of products or services between customers. So C2C communities are basically both the interest parties should have interest, relationship, and some communities of fantasies. So players in C2C business model, consumer is there, one who can play, an intermediary company which facilitates this transaction between, as so no broker is a very good example, and 99 acres, all those type of thing. So you can see the bottom example: eBay, OLX, Craigslist, no broker, 99 acres, Magic Bricks, all those will come into C2C. Quicker, eBay. Okay, so let's move ahead. There are few more. So now coming to C2G, citizen to government. Now you are a citizen. You're not a customer, you're a citizen. So customer can be anywhere in the world, but citizen we are specifically mentioning. So there is a citizen, then there is a citizen to government, and there is a business to government also is B2G. So let's understand C2G. It constitutes the areas where a consumer or a citizen interacts with government. C2G applications usually include tax payment, issuance of certificates or other documents, etc. C2G applications are under the scope of transactions that are done and handled more efficiently and effectively with e-commerce systems and technologies. So IRCTC, incometax.gov.in, wherein the citizen is basically procuring or handling and giving something, and a business is given or a government is basically giving something to them. So in that case, it is citizen to government. You are paying or paying your taxes, paying some money to the government, then it comes into C2G. And what is B2G? So B2G is e-commerce business, business to government. So if you are a citizen or a customer, you are taking a ticket individually, that will come under C2G. But if you are giving a business, a company is giving a business to government, a concept where government agencies and business can use the internet to transact businesses, a typical B2G e-commerce website offers an efficient system for business information exchange as well as facilitation business transactions over the internet. Example is gs1india.org. So this is a model wherein you can give a business to government. Usually government gives business to the vendor, the suppliers and everyone, but you can also give, if you have a business model which you can give to government, you can log in through this website and share your business. It will come into B2G. GEM. So I think GEM is also under B2G. So e-auctions and all that stuff, e-bidding can come to business to government. Let's see. GEM might not come. Let's see. Reliance Defense Equipments. So guys, Coal India, Reliance, Adani, if you are thinking this is a B2G model, so no. I am clearly telling you, nobody, Reliance doesn't make a gun or a basically tank without letting the government know. So government gives an order, government tells them, hey, I want 10 tags. Do you have this facility? Can you make us for us? Then it will not come under B2G. You understand? After getting a tender only they start this. They don't make tanks like them and give to government. Best example of a B2G, I would say, Elon Musk company, which gives that to NASA. So they basically made some rocket or something, and then they give this business to government. That hey, your launchers are this, it will go, it will come back. I have a material or a equipment. I am giving the solution to you. You can SpaceX, yes. So that company SpaceX, would consider as business to government. So government didn't order to initially to them, they ordered to government, and then after that government decided, hey, okay, I liked it and I can take you and give you business to you. So initial one, but Coal India or Reliance, Adani, Jindal, all these companies will not come under B2G. Okay. So government to business. So G2B concept is wherein G2B concept is used for expressing the relationship between public administration and enterprises. The relationship may refer the demand of information from the enterprises in any life situation or a transfer of an unofficial document to the statutory body. The abbreviation is usually used to refer to the ICT solution that converts such communication to electronic form or to describe a solution that simplifies communication between public administration and enterprises. So government to business, tenders.gov.in, wherein government will give you a business that, hey, that's why I'm coming. Adani, Coal India, whatever you are mentioning, those will come under G2B, not B2G. They are not giving, government is giving business to you. Government is saying, I want a thermal power plant in this Rudraprayag, Uttarakhand. So he opens a tender, he floats this tender and gives a business to people. So it will come under G2B. Adani doesn't start any work on a port or build any port or a thermal power plant or anything without government ordering to them. Government will give an order, then they will start. Okay. So that will all come under G2B. Clear? So what is G2G? NHI, Metro, yes, all will be G2B. It will be government to business. What is government to government then? Government to government is an electronic sharing of data information through between the government agencies. The goal of G2G is to support e-government initiatives by improving communications, data access, and data sharing. So there will be few websites, I would say. We don't have example here. There will be few websites wherein one government can interact. Karnataka can share some information through e-portal and give business to Tamil Nadu. So Karnataka can say, hey, we have a land here, we have some water body here. If you want to do something, you can build something to this, and both the governments can interact. Then it will come under G2G. And any government can give business to any other government, maybe on their natural resources, on their land, on their boundaries, or whatever it is. Any type of business between the government to government will be coming under G2G, or it can be international borders also. I'm not sure, but within the states, definitely. And the last one is peer-to-peer model. What is peer-to-peer model? It is a decentralized communication model in which each party has the same capabilities and either party can initiate a communication session unlike the client server model in which the client makes a service request and server fulfills the request. The P2P peer-to-peer network model allows each node to function as both client and server. So Airbnb is example of peer-to-peer model. Airbnb, Aristotle Circle, eBay, Match.com, Zopa. These are some websites which come under peer-to-peer model in which any of these parties can communicate and say, hey, I can give you business, I can give you business. So both, there are two parties, both are open for communication and both can say, I can give you business, I can give you business. Okay. So in that way, I think it is peer-to-peer model. Clear? Okay, let's move ahead. Let's understand what is last mile delivery. Okay, so last mile delivery refers to the final step in the delivery process where the shipment is transported from the transportation hub or distribution center to its ultimate destination. So whenever we say last mile delivery, so whether it is coming from factory, it is coming from warehouse, doesn't matter. From the final location, the warehouse or the hub or the retail shop to the customer, that is called as last mile delivery. Why this is important? Let's understand this. Okay. So last mile delivery, some solutions and innovations, route optimization using advanced algorithms to plan the most efficient delivery routes, reduce fuel cost and delivery times, real-time tracking, providing customers with visibility into the location and estimated arrival time of their orders, enhancing transparency and satisfaction, alternate delivery options, offering options like in-store pickup, parcel lockers, scheduled delivery, windows to cater their diverse customer preferences, crowd-stored delivery, leveraging independent contractors or gig workers to fulfill deliveries, especially during peak periods or in remote areas, and autonomous vehicles and drones, exploring the use of self-driving vehicles and drones for last mile delivery. So why last mile delivery is important in e-commerce? You guys have ordered something. Suppose you have ordered something and you want to know where the material is coming from right now. So you're not caring whether that particular location has procured the material from somewhere else. If I have done I went into Amazon and I liked a basketball or a football, I have purchased that. I want to know where it is coming from. So it might show that this basketball of this particular thing is coming from Noida. So from Noida to Bangalore, the delivery is 3 days. It is this, blah, blah, blah. It has reached this hub, that hub. So that is basically what I basically want to know. Where it is originated from, coming from, I might not be interested in that kind of a stuff. And companies focus on this last mile delivery itself, wherein the delivery from the final warehouse or the location to the customer is basically given in a faster time, and their tracking can be possible, best route should be taken, and some delivery options will can have. Like I'll give you example of this Tender Cuts. This company I think now closed. So Tender Cuts was a company. If you go into their website and order some chicken or meat or something, they'll give you an option. Hey, you have a Tender Cut store near you, 500 meters. You can pick up from there. If you want a delivery, we can deliver you 50 rupees extra, or this blah blah. If you want, we can deliver free of cost, maybe next day. So that kind of alternate delivery options were given by last mile delivery. So that was a very good thing, and few more companies do this, and they have these options. So it gives more better customer experience. So focusing on last mile delivery, companies leverage this and give better solutions to the customers. So as I told you, they do this optimize route planning. So best routes will be planned in this last mile delivery so that your material reaches on time what they have committed. So they once you order it, it will clearly say when you go into Amazon website or application, you see it is coming in 1 day, 2 day, 3 days, 7 days. Why this is sure and confirmed? Because they know that this is the route, this is the delivery period, and I can deliver through plane, through train, or through bus, or whatever the source is, and I can give you this order in next day. So then second, we have told you real-time tracking. You can track it, and then leverage mobile technology. So mobile technology, you can stream, you can see where your item is coming from, where is your driver or the delivery guy. He has been delivered, some communication, some messages, all that stuff will be there in mobiles. And delivery options, as I told you, it gives better opportunity for the users to handle this. So this is called as last mile delivery. Okay. So coming back to autonomous vehicles and drones. So right now there are many companies, Amazon, My sister was working in Amazon. She was handling US drone deliveries. So then what I got to know, the people, Amazon will deliver almost 35 to 40% of the material through drones and autonomous vehicles. And there were a lot of frauds and forgery on these, but still they were doing this type of drone deliveries. No man was involved. Drone will pick it from the warehouse, deliver in 10, 15, 7 minutes to the particular person in that particular area. Okay, that is also to give a get better experience or a faster delivery to the consumer, and they focus on this last mile delivery so that everybody is happy, customer is happy, he gets a nice delivery, faster delivery, very hassle-free delivery, I would say. Now we'll move ahead on quick commerce. So quick commerce, what is quick commerce? An emerging e-commerce model. It is a part of e-commerce that focuses on delivering goods with an extremely short time frame, typically within 10 to 30 minutes. Initially, it was 30. We'll see in the coming slides why it came 30 from 30 to 10. What are the key enablers in that? Micro fulfillment centers, so small localized warehouses strategically placed in urban areas to facilitate quick order fulfillment. So there will be small warehouses for these quick commerce companies. We'll discuss on the company names also, which will place in these areas to facilitate quick order. So if you want something very quickly, your cook is making the food and some masala is missing, he wants it immediately, that kind of a item will become under quick commerce, which can be delivered within 10 to 30 minutes. So on demand delivery networks, utilizing a network of riders and drivers to pick the material and deliver orders promptly, it will come under quick commerce. Then inventory management technology, employing advanced inventory management systems to ensure product availability and optimize stock levels at micro fulfillment centers. What are the benefits of quick commerce? So instant gratification satisfies customer desire for immediate access to products, particularly for essential items or impulse purchases. Competitive advantage differentiates retailers from traditional e-commerce players by offering superior delivery speed. Increased customer loyalty provides a convenient and seamless shopping experience, fostering customer retention. What are the challenges in quick commerce? Profitability, balancing the cost associated with quick commerce operations, such as maintaining micro fulfillment centers and paying for on-demand delivery with revenue generation is an issue. Scalability is an issue. Expanding quick commerce services while maintaining the efficiency and profitability can be a challenge. Sustainability, addressing the environmental impact of increased delivery frequency and the use of vehicles for short trip. So on sustainability, there is a challenge. So we'll just go through how this quick commerce came into picture. So there are some photos here. So quick commerce, as we told, instant delivery under 30 minutes. E-commerce is basically next day or delivery or a subsequent day delivery. What is the NPS that specifically I've mentioned here, because in the second moment we will understand about NPS. So NPS is a survey run by different companies to its customer, asking how likely would you recommend this service or product to a friend. So NPS is a net promoter score, which these companies will run and just check whether this service is good, was good, can you recommend to your friend and all that stuff. So company does this survey through this NPS score. So how it came into, I told you about the data engineers. So data engineers found a fascinating insight that all the customers who were served from the store located under 3 kilometer distance from these houses all rated NPS as 10. So 10 is the highest rating. So these data engineers took this survey and then saw that if the stores are located within 3 kilometers of the radius, they are likely, those consumers or customers are likely to rate this as NPS score as 10. Drilling down further, they found that because the store location was so close, all the customer delivery was happening under 10 minutes. This made them realize they had a chance to stand out from the e-commerce industry if they could deliver to customers under 10 minutes. So because their warehouse, their storage yard or whatever it is within the 3 kilometers or 4 kilometer radius, so they were able to deliver, and then they started selling this as a KPI or as basically their main motive that, hey, we are delivering within 10 minutes. Somebody said within 7 minutes, somebody said within 30 minutes. So Domino's also started initially within 30 minutes pizza delivery. So that kind of a stuff originated, and it gave to birth to quick commerce. And from quick commerce of 30 minutes, now it is 10 minutes. So you can see major e-commerce players, though it is not a correct sheet, but everything for all those all type of material, Amazon, Flipkart, and Snapdeal. Snapdeal is gone now. Grocery, Big Basket, Milk Basket, Grofers were there. So from grocery, this 10 minutes of delivery, these Zepto, Big Basket, Blinkit, and Instamart took it, and now they are delivering into within 10 minutes, where we say this is quick commerce. But 30-minute delivery initially they were doing, but now everybody is competing. These all four companies are competing within themselves and stating that we will be delivering within 10 minutes or 15 minutes or whatever it is. That's how this quick commerce came into picture. Okay, let's understand this quick commerce supply chain model also. So purchase orders will be FMCG, some vendor requirement will come, there will be inventory level, and then this inventory level, all the material from Handilam, Amul products, all these will be stored in Swiggy, Blinkit, Zepto warehouses. So they will be receiving. So you see they have these dark storage inventory which is lying near to your areas, and through this then they have these delivery boys through some bikes and all that stuff, they will be delivering to you. Okay, that is the whole cycle of quick commerce. Okay, let's move ahead with omni-channel. What is omni-channel? Let's discuss on this. So omni-channel is a seamless and integrated approach to retail that provides customers with a consistent experience across all channels, including online, brick and mortar stores, mobile apps, social media. So it is a store wherein a customer can buy the product and services. Simple. Any grocery store, any gym, bank will. So any service or products they are taking in person, if you are going and taking some service or taking some product, it will be called as brick and mortar stores. So grocery stores, gyms, banks, fashion boutiques, all will come under departmental stores. Everything will come under brick and mortar stores. So what is omni-channel? That word omni, what do you mean by word omni? So for all things, one solution is word basically one. It is called as omni. Omni means all. So all these online and right now, if you know about B2B and B2C type of business markets and all that stuff, so they will in Shark Tank, if you are interested, these guys will tell, hey, my online is 60%, through retail shops and brick and mortar shops 12%, through mobile apps I'll do 15%, and something in social media, Instagram, Facebook, I'll do this much of sales. So their sales breakup is like this. So if their business is like on online, on stores, on maps and social media, and the customer has a consistent experience that if he goes in a store, he purchases a Nike shoe. If he purchases a Nike shoe online, both products are same, deliveries are consistent, there is no fraudery, the invoice is same, the deliveries are consistent. So in that way, it will be called as an omni channel. Understand what is an omni channel? What are the key components in omni-channel? Unified inventory management, maintaining a single view of inventory across all channels, enabling real-time visibility and accurate order fulfillment. So, if I am Nike in Bangalore, if somebody is ordering online and somebody is ordering in a store, if that particular shoe model is out of stock in store, so if it is available online, I purchase that online stuff. The next shoe, if I'm trying to order, it will show that out of stock from online also. So it is a global inventory of that particular item or product in omni-channel. That is the way they maintain it. And sometimes these guys will say you, hey, from the store it is out. If you want, it will take 3 days. You can order online. It is available online. That kind of, whenever you experiences that is called as an omni-channel. So unified inventory management is there. Then order management system, a centralized system to manage the orders from all channels. So if it is online also, if it is coming from a store also, so the invoices and bills and everything will be received to, or orders will be received in one application and one channel. So all the tracks will be there on a single day. They will run this the whole process, and they'll say, hey, 10 shoes were bought online, 5 shoes through this retail shop, social media 2 people have purchased, and through mobile apps, Nike app 5 people have purchased. So this is my total sales done today. Okay, that kind of stuff it is. So order management is also centralized, And distributed order management, intelligent allocation of orders to the most appropriate fulfillment location based on warehouse, store, or third-party provider, based on factors like proximity, inventory, availability, and cost. So in this way, these people are smart enough. In omnichannel, what you have to do is, if you have open a shop or retail outlet in a very posh area, so you like to fulfill those inventories first. Online, if it is somebody is ordering, if he is getting a shoe in 6-7 days, not doesn't matter, you can arrange that. But in stores, you might be basically providing in a very faster delivery. So that kind of a order management they do, and in this kind of an intelligent allocation for to increase their business, they do like this. But experience wise, product wise, everything will be same. Then we have flexible fulfillment options, offering customers a range of fulfillment options such as buy online, pick up from the stores, ship from the stores, curbside pickup. So all those type of facilities they'll give. So tender cuts, as I told you. So if I am ordering a chicken online, they'll give me options. You can pick up from this location, or you can have a delivery at 1 hour, within 2 hours at your home also. That kind of a flexible fulfillment option they'll give you. It's the same definition. So omnichannel retailing is all about unifying every sales channel to create a single commercial experience, meaning shoppers can browse, purchase, deliver, collect, and return goods via the same combination of channels, and their experience remains consistent, making it much more than just having a physical stores on top of a multi-channel e-commerce option. So there is a traditional option, which is the goods and old-fashioned bricks and mortar store. So traditional way is that I will only open 4 or 5 shops and people can purchase. Then we have e-commerce, so online people can go in my website and purchase. Then we have multi-channels, which will be like various disconnected channels, retail shops, independent on some other shops, or maybe some online or something from some other website. But omni-channel is basically a seamless experience across all multiple devices and channels, and will give you same experience, same inventory levels, and same item stuff. Okay, this is what omni-channel is. So we have given this definition. What omni-channel does. So with omni-channel, your brand becomes omnipresent on the front end, from the client side or the customer side, selling on channels like a desktop e-commerce website that responds perfectly on mobile devices, social media and messaging apps, a dedicated smartphone app, relevant marketplaces for your brand, physical retail and pop-up stores. And this all then integrates into one on the back end, allowing shoppers to do things like browse on social, buy on your mobile site, collect from store and return in store, add to cart via mobile app, or move to work, complete the purchase on desktop at the office, and have the item delivered to home, browse on physical or pop-up store, scan an item on mobile app to add their online cart and purchase later at home in a preferred size. So I just want to give you an example. Nowadays, these banks are trying to become omni-channel. Earlier, their experience on when you go to a was worse. So now they have started on their websites, you can go and make their FDs. They have their dedicated applications on Play Store. So if you have a smartphone, you can go. So what they want, their intention is that these banks, that whenever whatever services you're taking, they, if it is in bank, if it is in application, it is in a website, everything it should be same. So they are trying to do that, though they are not able to achieve right now, but still I would say they are into this intention to make this as omni-channel. Earlier banks were not in omni-channel models, so their store app experience was completely different. Their website experience, some websites will get hang, their application was not running, but now their intention is to that the customer who is coming to do any type of savings or any type of anything, he should get a same experience what he gets in every location. Okay, Nika, Lenskart, Geomart. So Lenskart, yes, they have a store, they have online, they have their applications. So Lenskart, you purchase specs from their store, their online, everything will be same. Item, quality, product, delivery, invoicing, everything will be same. So the products in their store, maybe 2000 specs. Here in this online also 2000 stores. Only thing is that you get a visibility in the stores, real life experience. You go there, just look, and then select it. Online also you will do that. So the intention of these is FirstCry has a application, has an economic, has a website, has a store. Apple Store. Apple will be omnichannel. Apple has their own application. Apple can be online, www.apple.com, and then you can go to the stores. They are on social media, so from Instagram, Facebook also, or some applications also. You can through Cred also you can purchase these items, some brands and all that stuff. That is an omni channel. From multiple sources it should have. If it is one or two, I don't think so it should come. So if only online, then no. If it has a retail shop or a brick and mortar shop, or wherein you can personally go and purchase that, then definitely. So personally, you can go and purchase. Samsung has. So Samsung has his own showrooms. Samsung has his own application. Samsung is available online. So yes, there are different marketplaces for Samsung. So Samsung should come. Definitely. All these TV channels and brands, they should, or these electronics one, they will be omni-channel. Patanjali, guys, Patanjali is a very good example of this. I think Patanjali is everywhere. They have their dedicated showrooms, or retails and brick and mortar shops. They are available online. They have their application. I think Patanjali should come. How about restaurants? Restaurants are have their own experience, and restaurants have their own websites also, where you can order food, and they have their website. So restaurants should also come. So mostly these companies have an app. Why they want to generate an app? Why only not only on Amazon through Flipkart and all that stuff? Is that basically whatever they earn on their applications, their profit margins are higher. So if they are selling their products on Amazon or Flipkart or Snapdeal type of stuff, they have to pay a cut to these particular platform agencies. So that's why they people make their own applications and sell their products to increase their profitability. But because Amazon and all that has a bigger market capture, so people will take from it. But the thing is not about the cost only. Running an application is also a consequence, guys. So whenever these apps will be running, there is a backend team, there is a people in this who will be developing thing. More datas will be coming, so app will become complex. So all that stuff is also there. The technology is there. You need to manage the app exactly. So managing the app is not also a very complex stuff. There we have a dedicated team. So I know in and out of these managing applications. So a lot of investment is required, a lot of maintenance, license, people are there, a lot of things are there in this application also. Then there is digital marketing needed. Okay. Now you guys are familiar with what is supply chain, what are things happening, procurement, inventory, warehouse. Now we need to understand a little bit about e-commerce, how business is running, how online things happen in supply chain. So let's go through e-commerce and supply chain and fulfillment. So this is the first page wherein you see a e-commerce chain and a supply chain, how it is affected. So it is similar to what we do, the first presentation which we gave for the supply chain. Only thing is that there is a e-commerce guy sitting on a laptop, and he's able to select some products and then do some bank payment, and the same thing will follow, the material will come to him. So that is the thing wherein involvement of online portal, I would say, or a internet connection, or basically a transaction which is done online to select the products and choose that, is basically a flow of e-commerce. Let's understand the definition of e-commerce. So the concept of e-commerce supply chain and fulfillment encompasses the entire network of activities that process and infrastructure involved in getting products from manufacturer or suppliers to the end customers who purchase them online. So whenever we say e-commerce, it will be online. So online purchases is electronic purchases, and electronic commerce is basically e-commerce. So it covers the sourcing, storage, movement, delivery of goods, along with associated information flows to ensure a seamless and satisfying shopping experience of online shoppers. So online shopping, online doing all these type of stuffs wherein you procure material as basically a part of e-commerce. What are the key components of e-commerce? Sourcing, definitely. Identifying and selecting suppliers, negotiating contracts. They are saying contracts. It can be contract. It can be a normal purchase order also. The procuring products, inventory management is involved. Maintaining optimal inventory levels across various locations, including warehouses, fulfillment centers, and potentially brick and mortar stores for omni-channels retailer. We'll go through these definitions of omni-channel and brick and mortar if you don't know, but let these terms be coming in the future slides. Warehousing and fulfillment is also a part of e-commerce, storing and managing the products in warehouse or fulfillment centers, picking and packing of these orders and preparing them for shipment. Then definitely transportation and logistics, moving these products through supply chain, which is inbound, outbound logistics, and and also involvement of interfacilities transfer and last mile deliveries. We'll also understand what is last mile deliveries. Few of you guys might not be knowing what is last mile deliveries to customer. In this PPT, we'll be going through. Then we definitely have order management into this. So when the purchase order or the request is created by the customer or by the business, then this processing, tracking of that order, managing customer inquiries, returns, ensuring timely and accurate fulfillment. Further, we have two more components. Second last is the technology and information systems. So definitely to do a e-commerce type of supply chain, we need some technology. So utilizing various softwares and systems to manage inventory, orders, transportations, and other aspects of supply chain, and providing real-time visibility and data analytics. And then we have customer service, wherein people will be there to support what you have purchased, what has to be returned, what is going wrong with your order. So providing support to customers throughout the shopping and fulfillment process includes order tracking, returns, and issue resolution. So this is all the basically key components of e-commerce. So e-commerce is emerging as a superb approach for providing solutions to problems along a supply chain, as seen in Dell example. So Dell can be an example, guys. We'll go through more examples in this PPT, and we'll understand why Dell, why Amazon, why HP, why Alibaba, Microsoft, all those we'll understand. A major role of e-commerce is to facilitate buying, selling, and collaborating along with the supply chain. What are the e-commerce activities? You can see there are a lot of e-commerce activities. There is a selling on your own website. There are auctions involved. There are upstreamings. There are internal supply chain activities, downstream activities, exchanges of the material, and there will be more furthermore. Why we are saying these all? You might be just knowing a few e-commerce thing like online purchasing, but there are online websites which is for auctioning will be also a part of e-commerce. Something which you want to trade, you want to sell your reselled item, that will be also e-commerce. So it is not always procuring, it is many things online. Okay. Then integration of e-commerce with ERP, since many middle-sized and large companies already have ERP systems, as we all know. Since e-commerce needs an interface with ERP, it makes a sense to integrate the two. For example, SAP has done My SAP initiative. So My SAP is basically their e-commerce, I would say, module or initiative, which links with the SAP ERP. So front end and back end, you guys know what is front end and back end? Front end is what the user interface or people can see. So as a consumer, you can see a website or a page wherein you'll put all the inputs, and that comes to the back end wherein the SAP or the ERP where this order will be booked and processed and all that stuff. Okay. So definitely most of these companies integrate their e-commerce platform with their ERPs. So ERP doesn't have a UI or customer interface. It can be a module, it can be a separate application, but both are merged. The logic behind integrating e-commerce and ERP is that by extending the existing ERP support to e-commerce organizations, not only leverage their investment in ERP solution, but also speed up the development of e-commerce applications. So this is definitely right now, as I know, mostly 80 to 90% of companies are doing this, but few companies are still there which have dedicated e-commerce applications only. It all depends, but most of the companies who are big, short companies, they will have a whole ERP system running within the company to process the items. But few of them don't have a ERP, but have a e-commerce website to control everything. What are the pitfalls and issues in this? The problem with this approach is that ERP software is very complex and inflexible, difficult to exchange. So it is difficult to achieve easy, smooth, and effective integration. So it is not that easy to basically integrate the front end of e-commerce website or e-commerce channel with the existing ERPs. They are not that flexible. Though my SAP is an option, but other ERPs like we use IFS and all, they don't have this type of functionality. But we can develop, and the technology has grown too much, so we can develop a dedicated tool. That dedicated tool can be linked through the terms called API, pipeline. So you might be not knowing all this, but definitely in coming modules, we'll be going briefly to this. So therein, like, we can integrate that. So if someone has an e-commerce website or e-commerce application, we can definitely integrate with the ERP, but it can be a challenge because a lot of connections, a lot of data needs to be exchanged. Another potential problem is that ERP systems tend to focus on back office, which we told administrative applications, whereas e-commerce focuses on the front end, which I told you already, such as sales, order tracking, customer service, and CRM activities. So what is order fulfillment in e-commerce? Some applications of e-commerce, especially B2C and sometimes B2B, may have problems with their own supply chains. These problems usually occur in order fulfillment. So perfect order fulfillment is a very basic requirement in B2C and B2B. We'll understand better in the coming slides. So innovative solutions of the order fulfillment, same day, even same hour delivery. Dialing for diners, we'll understand what is dialing for diners. And we have automated warehouses. Okay, these are few solutions for order fulfillment. Like somebody has ordered, if you want to fulfill his requirement, if you can deliver that item basically same day, then it will be the customer will be very happy with this. And if you have an automated warehouse wherein you can control all this, then it will be very better for you to understand this, resolve the issue of order fulfillment problem. Okay, so dialing for diner is nothing. It is basically you have some applications wherein you basically freeze your table, I would say, or reserve your table. Those are basically dining for diner. This is just a phrase wherein you freeze your restaurants or call your restaurant or make some reservations, all that stuff. There are applications also for this nowadays. They reserve and they give you discount also 10%, 15%, that kind of stuff. Okay, dealing with returns. So in this e-commerce, this is the biggest thing. So returning unwanted merchandise and providing for exchanges are necessary for maintaining customers' trust and loyalty. So return an item to the place where it is purchased, separate the logistics of returns from logistics of delivery, allow the customer to physically drop the returned item at collection stations or maybe pick it from home, completely outsource the logistics of return. So yes, I'm not sure about the percentage, but it is more for like Myntra, Flipkart, Amazon. Their returns are more than their actual which is item is purchased. So guys, right now try 3-4 items first and then pick one of that. So that kind of ratio. So returns is a very big thing in e-commerce. Okay, so we'll understand now some e-businesses you might be knowing. I have already discussed in few of these modules, B2B, B2C, but we'll go through. Okay. So e-business model. So what is an e-business model? It refers to the way in which a business is conducted and the existence of relationship between a buyer and seller is maintained. An e-business model is simply the approach a company takes to become a profitable business on the internet. There are many buzzwords that define aspects of electronic business, and there are subgroups as well, such as content provider, auction sites, pure play internet retailers in the business to consumer space. So we'll understand more than B2B, B2C, we'll understand other terminologies, we'll take other examples also, and then we'll see, hey, this is also part of a e-commerce or e-business model. Okay. So what are type of models of these e-businesses? And first is, business to business, which is called as B2B. Then we have business to consumer or customer, which is called as B2C. Then from consumer to customer, it will be C2C. Then from business to government, B2G, government to business, G2B, government to citizen, it is G2C, consumer to business, C2B, and peer to peer, P2P. Okay, so we have some examples of these companies and their website here, though this is like from US or something, or maybe not exactly the same, but we'll go through our pet known companies. So you have business, consumer, and government, and there you have business, consumer, customer. So B2B, you can see a website called Cognizant, and then we have Dell for B2C, and we have Lockheed Martin, Priceline, eBay, eGovernment, Export.co, Medicare.gov, DisasterHelp.gov. So we'll see all these. Let's go through. So the first model is business to business. Business to business applies to businesses buying from and selling to each other over the internet. B2B companies are supportive enterprises that offer the things other businesses need to operate and grow. B2B companies have an entirely different target audience. They offer the raw materials, finished parts, services, consultations that other businesses need to operate, grow, and profit. So, time now. You understand B2B? So, one guy has a business, he will be giving to a business to another guy. I'll give you for few examples of B2B companies. So, Salesforce, you guys might be knowing, this is a cloud-based CRM software they give. So, Salesforce is a big B2B company. Alibaba is a B2B company. Google AWS. So Google, I'll not call. I'm not sure about Google. SAP, yes. So Alibaba, Microsoft, HubSpot, Oracle, SAP, Boeing, these type of companies are considered into B2B model wherein they give you the business. So Microsoft, let's take an example of Microsoft. So Microsoft have different solutions and they give the business to other businesses like my company. So Microsoft has its own pack of basically applications or softwares and all that stuff, and Microsoft gives us, hey, I have all these Microsoft 365, Microsoft Excel, blah blah blah, Microsoft Azure, Power Automate, some 10 different applications they have. So they deal with us, they don't give these applications to a customer. So just understand the logic. So Microsoft is a company, they have some solutions, and these solutions or applications or softwares or anything they give to another business or company. So in that way, this is B2B model. These applications are not directly fetched by the user or by the consumers, direct consumers. If you want to purchase an application of Microsoft, the process will be very tough. You might not get it directly. This will be pre-installed. So in your laptops, so they don't deal basically much in B2C. So Microsoft will be a best example wherein it can say that it is a B2B model. Alibaba also, Oracle, SAP has all these solutions. Oracle has all these solutions. They are not giving to the user. You cannot call SAP and ask, hey, I have a laptop, please install SAP application to me. No, they'll give to a business. Their wider vision is that, and it will be done like that. So these are the examples of B2B. Let's move ahead. So now let's go to business to customer, consumer or customer. So B2B, B2C refers to business communicating or selling individual rather than a company. That is the difference. As the name suggests, it is a model involving business and consumers. In this model, online businesses sell to individual customers. Business to customer covers those e-commerce websites and transactions through which organizations sell their goods and customer over the internet. So B2C is also known as internet retailing or e-tailing, we call it as. So examples in B2C, most of you guys might be knowing Netflix, Apple. So any type of restaurant, Make My Trip definitely, all type of restaurants and everything will come under B2C. WhatsApp, Facebook. So all restaurant lines, all clothing brands, all those things will come to B2C only. Okay, all the social media stuff, what we said, Facebook, Instagram, WhatsApp, it will come into B2C. All type of online applications or those channels which you are watching on your mobile phones and all that stuff, everything will come into B2C. Okay, any type of music applications, any type of interaction of these Play Store applications, it is B2C. So let's move ahead now, and let's take little I would say let's compare both these. So definition, you already know, the selling of goods to a business, selling of goods to consumer. Customer is company, customer is customer and user in this. Need to focus on relationship. So in B2B, you have to focus on relationship. So that's why they have these type of annual contracts, maybe a maintenance contracts and purchase orders, all that stuff. In B2C, it is more on the benefits of the product, how good your user interface is, that kind of thing, the application, the delivery of the items, the benefit of the product. In B2C, that is basically seen. So chain is basically retail to consumer for B2C. From B2B, there are multiple things, wholesaler to retailer, manufacturer to wholesaler, so all that chain is involved. So B2C is kind of a short, B2B will be lengthy and long. Process of buying is also long in this. Decision making is also long because business needs to understand what is good for them, what is not, which applications are good, which business is good. And brand value is in B2C is very aggressive, and advertising and promotions will be done, but in B2B they'll not done because it is brand name, trust, and mutual relationship. So if we trust that Microsoft is a big company, they'll go to all the solutions. So B2B will trust them. There'll be no branding of Microsoft tools. Hey, we have got a Power Platform application. Microsoft boardings are there, wherein they'll say we have Power Automate, which gives you these type of things. No, they're basically they are technically very strong, and you trust them. But in B2C, definitely you'll see a lot of Amazon, Netflix hoardings everywhere, advertising people, Bollywood stars advertising for these applications and all that stuff. This is a basic comparison of B2B and B2C. Cool. So in B2B, the order value will be bigger, but the order quantity will be less. But in B2C, the quantity will be more, but order size will be less. So in B2B, the order size will be bigger, but order number of orders will be less. In B2C, the number of orders will be more and size will be less. This is important, guys. I just want to tell you, because when you join maybe a new company, just a startup. So these startup companies are always confused. Whenever someone is starting their business model, I have got an idea now. So I have a product and I want to basically earn money through this. So how I'll earn money? Should I go directly to the customer and say, hey, this is my product, please purchase it and get profit? He needs to decide. And then he will have the term, it will come in the PPT. They'll have people called data engineers. So these data engineers are the guys who will collect the data for them, fetch the data and see that which model is good for their business. If they have got an application which they will go and sell to the customers directly and just see, hey, customer can give me 5 rupees or 7 rupees for this application, and I need to sell 10 applications at least to get into profit. So suppose he wants to earn 50 rupees. So instead of going 10 customers and getting a business sales of 50 rupees, he can go directly to a company and sell it 200 rupees and one order, only single one order to business. And from business, then their companies will utilize for their employees and all that stuff. So then that is very important that you need to focus on these. So in supply chain, there is a position called data engineers, or we call it as who needs to understand the business. So it can be a sales guy, it can be a marketing guy also, and you need to understand the business model in which your company is running. Sometimes they switch also. They started as B2C, but they fail and then they go switch it to B2B. They start their business selling it to if you watch Shark Tanks and all, few companies start selling this some EV cycles or something directly to some companies, and bigger companies, they don't sell it to customers directly, and then these people will sell it to B2C, and then they understand, hey, why can't we go directly sell to the customers? It is a profitable. Why we are selling to this? Let's go. So they might switch also. That's why understanding of B2C and B2B model is important, and it is a whole game of profitability. Whatever your product is, whatever your business is, which model is basically profitable for you, you will go for that. Okay, but B2C involves a lot of investment, I would say. Okay, let's move ahead and see the further ones. So another one is called as consumer to business now. So B2C, reverse of that, C2B. So C2B is basically consumer to business, applies for to any consumer that sells the product or service to a business over the internet. C2B facilities the following, facilitates the following: social interaction, personal finance management, purchasing products and information. Who are the players on C2B business model? One is called as consumer, the other is called as business. A consumer in the C2B business model can be any individual who has something to offer, either a service or a good. That individual is paid for the work provided to the companies depending on the model the consumer can be. So there are few examples here for C2B business models. A webmaster or blogger offering advertising service through Google AdSense program, for example, of Amazon.com affiliation program. A photographer or a designer offering stock images or to companies for by selling his artwork through Photolia or iStock Photos, these type of applications. Any individual answering a poll through a survey site. Any individual with connections offering job hiring service or referring someone through referral hiring sites, Jobster, Monster, blah blah, these type of sites. Then in terms of business in the C2B business model represents any companies buying goods and services to the individual. So the examples will be same: hiring websites, some Google AdWords, some advertising agency. So you understand, B2C was business to customers, but customers also have something to give it to some business or some company. So if there is an advertising company, you are a photographer, you can give C2B, that is your C2B model. You can be a freelancer, you can contact these companies, you can sell your product, or you have a website, or you contact such website where these photos you can upload and get some money, earn some money. So Google AdSense, Photolia, iStock, Jobster, these are basically TripAdvisor. 99 Designs, perfect example of C2B. So let's see C2C. So C2C is customer to customer or consumer to consumer, is a business model that facilitates the transactions of products or services between customers. So C2C communities are basically both the interest parties should have interest, relationship, and some communities of fantasies. So players in C2C business model, consumer is there, one who can play, an intermediary company which facilitates this transaction between, as so no broker is a very good example, and 99 acres, all those type of thing. So you can see the bottom example, eBay, OLX, Craigslist, no broker, 99 acres, Magic Bricks, all those will come into C2C. Quicker, eBay. Okay, so let's move ahead. There are few more. So now coming to C2G, citizen to government. Now you are a citizen. You're not a customer, you're a citizen. So customer can be anywhere in the world, but citizen we are specifically mentioning. So there is a citizen, then there is a citizen to government, and there is a business to government also is B2G. So let's understand C2G. It constitutes the areas where a consumer or a citizen interacts with government. C2G applications usually include tax payment, issuance of certificates or other documents, etc. C2G applications are under the scope of transactions that are done and handled more efficiently and effectively with e-commerce systems and technologies. So IRCTC, incometax.gov.in, wherein the citizen is basically procuring or handling and giving something, and a business is given or a government is basically giving something to them. So in that case, it is citizen to government. You are paying or paying your taxes, paying some money to the government, then it comes into C2G. And what is B2G? So B2G is e-commerce business to government. So if you are a citizen or a customer, you are taking a ticket individually, that will come under C2G. But if you are giving a business, a company is giving a business to government, a concept where government agencies and business can use the internet to transact businesses, a typical B2G e-commerce website offers an efficient system for business information exchange as well as facilitation business transactions over the internet. Example is gs1india.org. So this is a model wherein you can give a business to government. Usually government gives business to the vendor, the suppliers and everyone, but you can also give, if you have a business model which you can give to government, you can log in through this website and share your business. It will come into B2G. GEM. So I think GEM is also under B2G. So e-auctions and all that stuff, e-bidding can come to business to government. Let's see. GEM might not come. Let's see. Reliance Defense Equipments. So guys, Coal India, Reliance, Adani, if you are thinking this is a B2G model, so no. I am clearly telling you, nobody, Reliance doesn't make a gun or a basically tank without letting the government know. So government gives an order, government tells them, hey, I want 10 tags. Do you have this facility? Can you make us for us? Then it will not come under B2G. You understand? After getting a tender only they start this. They don't make tanks like them and give to government. Best example of a B2G, I would say, Elon Musk company, which gives that to NASA. So they basically made some rocket or something, and then they give this business to government that, hey, your launchers are this, it will go, it will come back. I have a material or a equipment. I am giving the solution to you. You can SpaceX, yes. So that company SpaceX, I would consider as business to government. So government didn't order to initially to them, they ordered to government, and then after that government decided, hey, okay, I liked it and I can take you and give you business to you. So initial one, but Coal India or Reliance, Adani, Jindal, all these companies will not come under B2G. Okay. So government to business. So G2B concept is wherein G2B concept is used for expressing the relationship between public administration and enterprises. The relationship may refer the demand of information from the enterprises in any live situation, or a transfer of an unofficial document to the statutory body. The abbreviation is usually used to refer to the ICT solution that converts such communication to electronic form, or to describe a solution that simplifies communication between public administration and enterprises. So government to business, tenders.gov.in, wherein government will give you a business that, hey, that's why I'm coming. Adani, Coal India, whatever you are mentioning, those will come under G2B, not B2G. They are not giving, government is giving business to you. Government is saying, I want a thermal power plant in this Rudraprayag, Uttarakhand. So he opens a tender, he floats this tender and gives a business to people. So it will come under G2B. Adani doesn't start any work on a port or build any port or a thermal power plant or anything without government ordering to them. Government will give an order, then they will start. Okay, so that will all come under G2B. Clear? So what is G2G? NHI, Metro, yes, all will be G2B. It will be government to business. What is government to government then? Government to government is an electronic sharing of data information through between the government agencies. The goal of G2G is to support e-government initiatives for by improving communications, data access, and data sharing. So there will be few websites, I would say. We don't have example here. There will be few websites wherein one government can interact. Karnataka can share some information through e-portal and give business to Tamil Nadu. So Karnataka can say, hey, we have a land here, we have some water body here. If you want to do something, you can build something to this, and both the governments can interact. Then it will come under G2G. And any government can give business to any other government, maybe on their natural resources, on their land, on their boundaries, or whatever it is. Any type of business between the government to government will be coming under G2G, or it can be international borders also. I'm not sure, but within the states, definitely. And the last one is peer-to-peer model. What is peer-to-peer model? It is a decentralized communication model in which each party has the same capabilities and either party can initiate a communication session. Unlike the client-server model in which the client makes a service request and server fulfills the request. The P2P peer-to-peer network model allows each node to function as both client and server. So Airbnb is example of peer-to-peer model. Airbnb, Aristotle Circle, eBay, Match.com, Zopa. These are some websites which come under peer-to-peer model in which any of these parties can communicate and say, hey, I can give you business, I can give you business. So both, there are two parties, both are open for communication and both can say, I can give you business, I can give you business. Okay. So in that way, I think it is peer-to-peer model. Clear? Okay, let's move ahead. Let's understand what is last mile delivery. Okay, so last mile delivery refers to the final step in the delivery process where the shipment is transported from the transportation hub or distribution center to its ultimate destination. So whenever we say last mile delivery, so whether it is coming from factory, it is coming from warehouse, doesn't matter. From the final location, the warehouse or the hub or the retail shop to the customer, that is called as last mile delivery. Why this is important? Let's understand this. Okay. So last mile delivery, some solutions and innovations, route optimization using advanced algorithms to plan the most efficient delivery routes, reduce fuel cost and delivery times, real-time tracking, providing customers with visibility into the location and estimated arrival time of their orders, enhancing transparency and satisfaction, alternate delivery options, offering options like in-store pickup, parcel lockers, scheduled delivery, windows to cater their diverse customer preferences, crowd-stored delivery, leveraging independent contractors or gig workers to fulfill deliveries, especially during peak periods or in remote areas, and autonomous vehicles and drones, exploring the use of self-driving vehicles and drones for last mile delivery. So why last mile delivery is important in e-commerce? You guys have ordered something. Suppose you have ordered something and you want to know where the material is coming from right now. So you're not caring whether that particular location has procured the material from somewhere else. If I have done on, I went into Amazon and I liked a basketball or a football. I have purchased that. I want to know where it is coming from. So it might show that this basketball of this particular thing is coming from Noida. So from Noida to Bangalore, the delivery is 3 days. It is this, blah, blah, blah. It has reached this hub, that hub. So that is basically what I basically want to know. Where it is originated from, coming from, I might not be interested in that kind of a stuff. And companies focus on this last mile delivery itself, wherein the delivery from the final warehouse or the location to the customer is basically given in a faster time, and their tracking can be possible, best route should be taken, and some delivery options will can have. Like I'll give you example of this Tender Cuts. This company I think now closed. So Tender Cuts was a company. If you want to go, if you go into their website and order some chicken or meat or something, they'll give you an option. Hey, you have a Tender Cut store near you, 500 meters. You can pick up from there. If you want a delivery, we can deliver you 50 rupees extra, or this blah blah. If you want, we can deliver free of cost, maybe next day. So that kind of alternate delivery options were given by last mile delivery. So that was a very good thing, and few more companies do this, and they have these options. So it gives more better customer experience. So focusing on last mile delivery, companies leverage this and give better solutions to the customers. So as I told you, they do this optimize route planning. So best routes will be planned in this last mile delivery so that your material reaches on time what they have committed. So they, once you order it, it will clearly say within, when you go into Amazon website or application, you see it is coming in 1 day, 2 day, 3 days, 7 days. Why this is sure and confirmed? Because they know that this is the route, this is the delivery period, and I can deliver through plane, through train, or through bus, or whatever the source is, and I can give you this order in next day. So then second, we have told you real-time tracking, you can track it, and then leverage mobile technology. So mobile technology, you can stream, you can see where your item is coming from, where is your driver or the delivery guy, he has been delivered, some communication, some messages, all that stuff will be there in mobiles. And delivery options, as I told you, it gives better opportunity for the users to handle this. So this is called as last mile delivery. Okay. So coming back to autonomous vehicles and drones. So right now there are many companies. Amazon. My sister was working in Amazon. She was handling US drone deliveries. So and they, what I got to know, they are the people. Amazon will deliver almost 35 to 40% of the material through drones and autonomous vehicles. And there were a lot of frauds and forgery on these, but still they were doing this type of drone deliveries. No man was involved. Drone will pick it from the warehouse, deliver in 10, 15, 7 minutes to the particular person in that particular area. Okay, that is also to give a get better experience or a faster delivery to the consumer, and they focus on this last mile delivery so that everybody is happy, customer is happy, he gets a nice delivery, faster delivery, very hassle-free delivery, I would say. Now we'll move ahead on quick commerce. So quick commerce, what is quick commerce? An emerging e-commerce model. It is a part of e-commerce that focuses on delivering goods with an extremely short time frame, typically within 10 to 30 minutes. Initially, it was 30. We'll see in the coming slides why it came 30 from 30 to 10. What are the key enablers in that? Micro fulfillment centers, so small localized warehouses strategically placed in urban areas to facilitate quick order fulfillment. So there will be small warehouses for these quick commerce companies. We'll discuss on the company names also, which will place in these areas to facilitate quick order. So if you want something very quickly, your cook is making the food and some masala is missing, he wants it immediately, that kind of item will become under quick commerce, which can be delivered within 10 to 30 minutes. So on demand delivery networks, utilizing a network of riders and drivers to pick the material and deliver orders promptly, it will come under quick commerce. Then inventory management technology, employing advanced inventory management systems to ensure product availability and optimize stock levels at micro fulfillment centers. What are the benefits of quick commerce? So instant gratification satisfies customer desire for immediate access to products, particularly for essential items or impulse purchases. Competitive advantage differentiates retailers from traditional e-commerce players by offering superior delivery speed. Increased customer loyalty provides a convenient and seamless shopping experience, fostering customer retention. What are the challenges in quick commerce? Profitability, balancing the cost associated with quick commerce operations, such as maintaining micro fulfillment centers and paying for on-demand delivery with revenue generation is an issue. Scalability is an issue. Expanding quick commerce services while maintaining the efficiency and profitability can be a challenge. Sustainability, addressing the environmental impact of increased delivery frequency and the use of vehicles for short trip. So on sustainability, there is a challenge. So we'll just go through how this quick commerce came into picture. So there are some photos here. So quick commerce, as we told, instant delivery under 30 minutes. E-commerce is basically next day or delivery or a subsequent day delivery. What is the NPS that specifically I've mentioned here, because in the second moment we will understand about NPS. So NPS is a survey run by different companies to its customer, asking how likely would you recommend this service or product to a friend. So NPS is a net promoter score, which these companies will run and just check whether this service is good, was good, can you recommend to your friend and all that stuff. So company does this survey through this NPS score. So how it came into, I told you about the data engineers. So data engineers found a fascinating insight that all the customers who were served from the store located under 3 kilometer distance from these houses all rated NPS as 10. So 10 is the highest rating. So these data engineers took this survey and then saw that if the stores are located within 3 kilometers of the radius, they are likely, those consumers or customers are likely to rate this as NPS score as 10. Drilling down further, they found that because the store location was so close, all the customer delivery was happening under 10 minutes. This made them realize they had a chance to stand out from the e-commerce industry if they could deliver to customers under 10 minutes. So because their warehouse, their storage yard or whatever it is within the 3 kilometers or 4 kilometer radius, so they were able to deliver, and then they started selling this as a KPI or as basically their main motive that, hey, we are delivering within 10 minutes. Somebody said within 7 minutes, somebody said within 30 minutes. So Domino's also started initially within 30 minutes pizza delivery. So that kind of a stuff originated, and it gave to birth to quick commerce. And from quick commerce of 30 minutes, now it is 10 minutes. So you can see major e-commerce players, though it is not a correct sheet, but everything for all those all type of material, Amazon, Flipkart, and Snapdeal. Snapdeal is gone now. Grocery, Big Basket, Milk Basket, Grofers were there. So from grocery, this 10 minutes of delivery, these Zepto, Big Basket, Blinkit, and Instamart took it, and now they are delivering into within 10 minutes, where we say this is quick commerce. But 30-minute delivery initially they were doing, but now everybody is competing. These all four companies are competing within themselves and stating that we will be delivering within 10 minutes or 15 minutes or whatever it is. That's how this quick commerce came into picture. Okay, let's understand this quick commerce supply chain model also. So purchase orders will be FMCG, some vendor requirement will come, there will be an inventory level, and then this inventory level, all the material from Handilam, Amul products, all these will be stored in Swiggy, Blinkit, Zepto warehouses. So they will be receiving. So you see they have these dark storage inventory which is lying near to your areas, and through this then they have these delivery boys through some bikes and all that stuff, they will be delivering to you. Okay, that is the whole cycle of quick commerce. Okay, let's move ahead with omni-channel. What is omni-channel? Let's discuss on this. So omni-channel is a seamless and integrated approach to retail that provides customers with a consistent experience across all channels, including online, brick and mortar stores, mobile apps, social media. So it is a store wherein a customer can buy the product and services. Simple. Any grocery store, any gym, bank will. So any service or products they are taking in person, if you are going and taking some service or taking some product, it will be called as brick and mortar stores. So grocery stores, gyms, banks, fashion boutiques, all will come under departmental stores. Everything will come under brick and mortar stores. So what is omni-channel? That word omni, what do you mean by word omni? So for all things, one solution is word, basically one, it is called as omni. Omni means all. So all these online, and right now, if you know about B2B and B2C type of business markets and all that stuff, so they will, in Shark Tank, you will, if you are interested, these guys will tell, hey, my online is 60%, through retail shops and brick and mortar shops 12%, through mobile apps I'll do 15%, and something in social media, Instagram, Facebook, I'll do this much of sales. So their sales breakup is like this. So if their business is like on online, on stores, on maps and social media, and the customer has a consistent experience, that if he goes in a store, he purchases a Nike shoe, if he purchases a Nike shoe online, both products are same, deliveries are consistent, there is no fraudery, the invoice is same, the deliveries are consistent. So in that way, it will be called as an omni channel. Understand what is an omni channel? What are the key components in omni-channel? Unified inventory management, maintaining a single view of inventory across all channels, enabling real-time visibility and accurate order fulfillment. So, if I am Nike in Bangalore, if somebody is ordering online and somebody is ordering in a store, if that particular shoe model is out of stock in store, so if it is available online, I purchase that online stuff. It the next shoe, if I'm trying to order, it will show that out of stock from online also. So it is a global inventory of that particular item or product in omni-channel. That is the way they maintain it. And sometimes these guys will say you, hey, from the store it is out. If you want, it will take 3 days. You can order online. It is available online. That kind of, whenever you experiences that is called as an omni-channel. So unified inventory management is there. Then order management system, a centralized system to manage the orders from all channels. So if it is online also, if it is coming from a store also, so the invoices and bills and everything will be received to, or orders will be received in one application and one channel. So all the tracks will be there on a single day. They will run this the whole process, and they'll say, hey, 10 shoes were bought online, 5 shoes through this retail shop, social media 2 people have purchased, and through mobile apps, Nike app 5 people have purchased. So this is my total sales done today. Okay, that kind of stuff it is. So order management is also centralized. And distributed order management, intelligent allocation of orders to the most appropriate fulfillment location, based on warehouse, store, or third party provider, based on factors like proximity, inventory, availability, and cost. So in this way, these people are smart enough. In omnichannel, what you have to do is, if you have open a shop or retail outlet in a very posh area, so you like to fulfill those inventories first. Online, if it is somebody is ordering, if he is getting a shoe in 6-7 days, not doesn't matter, you can arrange that. But in stores, you might be basically providing in a very faster delivery. So that kind of a order management they do, and in this kind of an intelligent allocation for to increase their business, they do like this. But experience wise, product wise, everything will be same. Then we have flexible fulfillment options, offering customers a range of fulfillment options such as buy online, pick up from the stores, ship from the stores, curbside pickup. So all those type of facilities they'll give. So tender cuts, as I told you. So if I am ordering a chicken online, they'll give me options. You can pick up from this location, or you can have a delivery at 1 hour, within 2 hours at your home also. That kind of a flexible fulfillment option they'll give you. This is the same definition. So omnichannel retailing is all about unifying every sales channel to create a single commercial experience, meaning shoppers can browse, purchase, deliver, collect, and return goods via the same combination of channels, and their experience remains consistent, making it much more than just having a physical stores on top of a multi-channel e-commerce option. So there is a traditional option, which is the goods and old-fashioned bricks and mortar store. So traditional way is that I will only open 4 or 5 shops and people can purchase. Then we have e-commerce, so online people can go in my website and purchase. Then we have multi-channels, which will be like various disconnected channels, retail shops, independent on some other shops, or maybe some online or something from some other website. But omni-channel is basically a seamless experience across all multiple devices and channels, and will give you same experience, same inventory levels, and same item stuff. Okay, this is what omni-channel is. So we have given this definition. What omni-channel does. So with omni-channel, your brand becomes omnipresent in front of on the front end, from the client side or the customer side. selling on channels like a desktop e-commerce website that responds perfectly on mobile devices, social media and messaging apps, a dedicated smartphone app, relevant marketplaces for your brand, physical retail and pop-up stores. And this all then integrates into one on the back end, allowing shoppers to do things like browse on social, buy on your mobile site, collect from store and return in store, add to cart via mobile app, or move to work, complete the purchase on desktop at the office, and have the item delivered to home. Browse on physical or pop-up store, scan an item on mobile app to add their online cart and purchase later at home in a preferred size. So I just want to give you an example. Nowadays, these banks are trying to become omni-channel. Earlier, their experience on when you go to a was worse. So now they have started on your website, on their websites, you can go and make their FDs. They have their dedicated applications on Play Store. So if you have a smartphone, you can go. So what they want, their intention is that these banks, that whenever whatever services you're taking, they, if it is in bank, if it is in application, it is in a website, everything it should be same. So they are trying to do that, though they are not able to achieve right now, but still I would say they are into this intention to make this as omni-channel. Earlier banks were not in omni-channel models, so their store app experience was completely different. Their website experience, some websites will get hang, their application was not running, but now their intention is to that the customer who is coming to do any type of savings or any type of anything, he should get a same experience what he gets in everything, every location. Okay. Nika, Lenskart, Geomart. So Lenskart, yes, they have a store, they have online, they have their applications. So Lenskart, you purchase specs from their store, their online, everything will be same. Item, quality, product, delivery, invoicing, everything will be same. So the products in their store, maybe 2000 specs. Here in this online also 2000 stores. Only thing is that you get a visibility in the stores, real life experience. You go there, just look and then select it. Online also you will do that. So the intention of these is Postgre has a application, has an economic, has a website, has a store. Apple store. Apple will be omni-channel. Apple has their own application. Apple can be online, www.apple.com, and then you can go to the stores. They are on social media, so from Instagram, Facebook also, or some applications also. You can through Cred also you can purchase these items, some brands and all that stuff. That is an omni channel. From multiple sources it should have. If it is one or two, I don't think so it should come. So if only online, then no. If it has a retail shop or a brick and mortar shop, or wherein you can personally go and purchase that, then definitely. So personally, you can go and purchase. Samsung has. So Samsung has his own showrooms. Samsung has his own application. Samsung is available online. So yes, there are different marketplaces for Samsung. So Samsung should come. Definitely. All these TV channels and brands, they should, or these electronics one, they will be omni-channel. Patanjali, guys, Patanjali is a very good example of this. I think Patanjali is everywhere. They have their dedicated showrooms, or retails and brick and mortar shops. They are available online. They have their application. I think Patanjali should come. How about restaurants? Restaurants are have their own experience, and restaurants have their own websites also, where you can order food, and they have their website. So restaurants should also come. So mostly these companies have an app. Why they want to generate an app? Why only not only on Amazon through Flipkart and all that stuff? Is that basically whatever they earn on their applications, their profit margins are higher. So if they are selling their products on Amazon or Flipkart or Snapdeal type of stuff, they have to pay a cut to these particular platform agencies. So that's why they people make their own applications and sell their products to increase their profitability. But because Amazon and all that has a bigger market capture, so people will take from it. But the thing is not about the cost only. Running an application is also a consequence, guys. So whenever these apps will be running, there is a backend team, there is a people in this who will be developing thing. More data will be coming, so app will become complex. So all that stuff is also there. The technology is there. You need to manage the app exactly. So managing the app is not also a very complex stuff. There we have a dedicated team. So I know in and out of these managing applications. So A lot of investment is required, a lot of maintenance, license, people are there, a lot of things are there in this application also. Then there is digital marketing needed. Okay.
Just a quick info, guys. Intellipaat offers a professional certification program in supply chain management in collaboration with EICT IIT Guwahati. Through this course, you will master supply chain and procurement technologies and explore new age tools like GenAI for autonomous supply chain. You will get access to 40 plus live sessions over 6 months, guided by top IIT faculties and industry experts. The course includes 10 plus industry projects and case studies, and a 2 days campus immersion at EICT IIT Guwahati, and an official certification from EICT IIT Guwahati to validate your expertise. This online program is designed to help you manage the end to end life cycle of supply chain and fast track your career growth with guaranteed placement assistance and 3 job interviews upon entering the placement pool. This could be a stepping stone to a high growth career in supply chain management. So check out the course page link given below in the description and take your first step towards becoming a supply chain expert.